In the land of the hidden leaf, the young Uchiha became a vessel of innate malevolence. Yet, you discovered that within you lay the seal of a dual-faced demon. Thus, you unleashed both the kaleidoscope and your domain, forging the most formidable blood sacrifice technique in the ninja world. Years later, confronted with the machinations of the Third Hokage and Danzo, you chose neither defection nor the reenactment of the night of the massacre. Instead, you resolved to lead the Uchiha clan in the reconstruction of Konoha amidst the ruins as time advanced to the 41st year of Konoha. Following a lull in the Second Shinobi World War, a surge of births commenced. At this juncture, a new cohort of students entered the Ninja Academy. The 50-and-a-half-year-old Kakashi, representing the students, welcomed the newcomers. "Hey, Kakashi," a boy with messy hair approached, slightly disdainful as he pushed away Obito, who was acting unusually shy, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. "Get away from me, idiot," Kakashi retorted, his tone sharp. Typically carefree, Obito now seemed hesitant, lingering without decisiveness. "Do you have something to say to Kakashi?" inquired a girl with purple markings on her cheek, who would later fall in the Third Shinobi World War Hinata from the Minato team. "Idiot, just spit it out," she urged. "Lord Hokage, they're almost here." The Ninja Academy lacked a standardized system. Each semester lasted 6 months, admitting new students periodically with study durations dictated by the battlefield's conditions. In times of peace, students learn longer, but during war, they graduated early. Ultimately, despite any embellishments, the academy was merely a training ground for assassins. With a sense of determination, Obito leaned close to Kakashi's ear. "Kakashi, a member of my clan, is enrolling today. He's quite fearsome, especially in targeting me. Don't be deceived by his demeanor, he's genuinely malevolent. I heard he was admitted to counter you." Suddenly, a pebble fell from the back of Obito's head, producing a crisp sound. "It's not good to speak ill of others behind their back, Kakashi remarked. The scene was reminiscent of a melodramatic love story, complete with falling cherry blossoms if only it had some background music. "Hey, I'm not called Goggles, I'm Uchiha Obito," he protested. "All right, Goggles, I understand," Kakashi replied with a smirk. "Yes, Goggles," the boy, with short black hair and lively eyes, smiled innocently. Obito blushed, ready to challenge Kakashi to a duel, but was restrained by Rin's hold. "You were named after the fallen Uchiha clan member, having been adopted by the wife of Uchiha Kagami to honor her late husband. This custom of naming in memory and respect was prevalent, as demonstrated later by Uchiha Sasuke, who bore the name of Sir Tobi Hiruzen's father, reflecting the same tradition of reverence and remembrance. Fugaku's actions likely convey a sense of submission, a recognition of the future's trajectory. After all, on the eve of your journey through time, you found yourself imbibing with others on the forum, engaged in a protracted debate over the timeline of Konoha. The discourse lasted through the night, with both sides presenting their evidence, yet neither managed to sway the other. The chaos was overwhelming, rendering clarity elusive. Initially, there was an agreement to rest for a day before resuming the conflict, but you failed to honor that commitment. Nevertheless, you were curious to unravel the intricacies of this timeline. Observing the trio of younglings before you, a wave of nostalgia washed over you. Were you merely an outsider, you might have jested about the tears hidden behind their bravado. Yet, as a Uchiha, such humor felt inappropriate. Were it not for your knowledge of the fundamental issues that precipitated the Uchiha clan's demise, problems rooted in the village's inception, you would have long since taken action against one of them. The decree forbidding the bullying of Obito weighed heavily on your conscience that a grandmother cradled an infant, whose diminutive features already hinted at a future resemblance to a dumpling-nosed child. This infant was your brother, the future Shinsui. "Ah, Grandma. I simply bestowed upon him an affectionate nickname," you mused. "Yet, he appears so fierce, as if he might charge at me in a fit of rage. Release me. I shall deliver him a fatal blow," protested a striking young lady. "Let him go. I am eager to witness how he intends to defeat me." As the pair clashed at the school gate, Kakashi shook his head in resignation. "Uchiha Shizen, isn't it? Kindly quiet down and prepare for the entrance ceremony. The Hokage and others will arrive shortly." The maturity of children in the shinobi world is indeed remarkable. While typical children of 5 or 6 struggle to articulate their thoughts, these youngsters have already begun engaging in violence. With a glimmer of interest, you scrutinized Kakashi, his deadpan gaze and disheveled hair marking him distinctly. "I am Kizuki," you stated emphatically, accentuating each syllable. This could be construed as a form of nickname. Bullying his moniker was arguably more unflattering than the previous one. The formerly rosy-cheeked Obito now bore a shade of crimson. "Ha! dead fish eyes, and a mop for hair. The laughter of Rin echoed as she covered her mouth, and the others nodded in agreement, whisking away a blissfully unaware Obito in a fit of rage and excitement. You speculated that with a bit more provocation, he might awaken his Sharingan. You approached Kakashi, patting his shoulder with a benign smile. I look forward to your guidance henceforth, Kakashikin. Grandma, please take Shinsui home swiftly. Jana awaits the arrival of the children for this semester. As the not-so-elderly Yuan Fury stood on stage, the familiar rhetoric of the Will of Fire commenced, an unchanged doctrine passed down since the first Hokagean abstract. Self-contradictory value system that grew increasingly tedious with each repetition. Your eyes narrowed slightly as your thoughts delved into the recesses of your mind. Within the confines of a dimly lit crimson-hued cuboid, a pair of vermilion iron bars divided the space. The pungent scent of blood seeped through the sealed bars, and atop countless desiccated corpses loomed a deity of slaughter, soaring amidst a sea of crimson. The dual-faced figure bore a name derived from the mythical beings of yore, once actual human beings who had existed in reality, in the illustrious era of sorcerers a millennium ago. A singular figure triumphed over all practitioners of the arcane. He epitomized malevolence, a tyrant of curses, and the embodiment of unrelenting savagery. Now, two souls from disparate realms converge within the ninja world. Good morning, Guardian, you whisper, as the ceiling barrier looms beyond, a colossal shadow flickering in and out of existence. A pair of crimson eyes radiates ferocity. Little imp, I have warned you, do not dare to gaze upon me without permission, that a dreadful darkness envelopes us, yet it cannot penetrate the seal even a fraction. You smile and lift your gaze, entirely disregarding the threat posed by the swift encroachment. Initially, a modicum of fear lingered, but after several encounters, Suemo found himself unable to breach the seal's confines. Welcome to the battlefield you know so well, you jest, engaging in a verbal spar from behind screen. What is there to fear? Furthermore, as the years pass, you discover a newfound dominion over this seal, allowing you to hide within my form of fact for which you should be grateful. I hear whispers that Kakarot has been dispatched to confront you. Who is Kakarot? You inquire, raising a small fist and delivering a gentle punch, that a mere tap from someone capable of obliterating the earth left Suemo in fits of laughter. Such strength has never existed throughout history. What nonsense do you speak, you short-haired, narrow-minded fool? You retort, dismissively waving your hand. Let alone Kakarot. This world has already toyed with you. Do you grasp the meaning of that? A multitude of individuals, each capable of lifting you and delivering a thrashing. Silence. The original destiny shall not be so easily relinquished. Yet now, the circumstances differ. This accursed seal denies even the slightest chance of seizing your corporeal form. The external world remains shrouded in mystery, leaving me in an absurd predicament after recently vanquishing 5 entities, with no time to revel in my victory before being cast into this wretched place. The after effect of spatial severance, truly this formidable. In the corners of the seal, you perceive a wisp of dark energy seeping forth, prompting you to re-establish the barrier. With practiced ease, you seize that tendril of darkness and consume it, as visions of slicing techniques dance in your mind. Very well. Today's rent shall suffice at this juncture. Once I have digested this, I shall return. Farewell, you wretched creature. Come back. In the depths of darkness, the two opposing forces of the cursed spirit seethe with impotent fury. You cannot yet absorb the full extent of the cursed spirit's power. The principal mirrors that of Naruto, and the 9 tails your youth limits your development. Were it the 9 tails within you, perhaps you would endeavor to seek reconciliation. But with the cursed spirit, it is a self-serving entity, inherently malevolent, deriving pleasure from the demise of women and children. Your understanding of the cursed spirit is clear. Merely sustenance for your own growth. In contrast to the cursed spirit, your own Uchiha lineage is far more worthy of cultivation. The pinnacle of the Sharingan embodies the mental energy envisioned by the chief, manifesting from the void. Once awakened, the kaleidoscope Sharingan could even possess the ability to distort time and space. The Cursed King's power is, in essence, a manifestation of shadow, energy shadow, shield versus light shield. To put it plainly, spiritual energy versus physical energy. You are at your core an adult soul, augmented by the energy source that is Suemo, resulting in an overwhelming surge of mental energy. Had it not been for the conscious physical training begun at the tender age of 2, the mastery of one's spirit, and the cultivation of energy, one could very well be faced with the prospect of an 80-year-old wielding the kaleidoscope.I in your view. Unless absolutely necessary, it is unwise to activate the kaleidoscope too early, as it imposes excessive strain upon the body. The young Uchiha has fallen ill, likely due to incomplete physical development, which is somewhat related to the premature activation of the kaleidoscope. Regrettably, little Shursui did not survive long enough to encounter the aftermath, which would have provided further cases for your assessment. As for Obito, is the body of that half of him, imbued with the essence of white Zetsu, so easily manipulable? It seems it might not be overly challenging after all. While contemplating how to connect with the troublesome Akatsuki member, the teacher's voice resonated from the podium, signaling the commencement of the practical class in the afternoon. The new students were to be tested on their shuriken throwing skills. The second Hokage initiated the ninja school model, yet in his time, it was merely in its infancy, resembling more a genin instructing multiple disciples. The true establishment of an educational system allowing for the inclusion of ninja clans occurred during the Third Hokage's tenure, which even led to the cultivation of elite ninjas, such as the legendary three. More significantly, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya hail from commoner backgrounds, a fact whose implications are self-evident. Regardless of the missteps committed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is often criticized for his leniency, the current generation of shinobi has yet to fully mature. Hashirama Senju, having established an unparalleled foundation, left behind the finest land, yet his demise ushered in two successive great ninja wars. It is worth noting that Konoha emerged victorious in both conflicts. One may critique the Third Hokage, yet it cannot be said that he lacked prowess. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you indeed regard the Third Hokage's lineage as an adversary, yet you fail to perceive them clearly. Orphaned, you experience for the first time the warmth of kinship. You cannot permit the annihilation of your clan, nor will you blindly adhere to the narrative of the original timeline. Both you and your cursed fate are variables. To adhere to the original timeline would be a foolish endeavor. Aside from certain pivotal events that you cannot influence, all other matters must be selectively forgotten too. Avoid affecting your judgment. Uchiha Shizun, what occupies your thoughts? Queried your former companion, Kurenai, as she lightly tapped your shoulder. I ponder how to eliminate the nefarious forces led by the Third Hokage and your father, who serve as their henchmen, you replied, turning away without further acknowledgement. In contrast to the Uchiha, Sasuke, a rare normal among your clan, shares a personality more akin to Itachi Sprout and haughty, believing himself capable of shouldering all consequences. While Itachi would sacrifice his clan for the village, your thoughts lean toward obliterating the village for the sake of your kin without the Uchiha. Konoha has little reason to exist. Thus, you wish to eschew any bonds with such individuals, for they are as toxic as poison. Obito, relentless in his resolve to extinguish his clan, yet he refrained from reclaiming Kakashi's eye, relinquishing an invincible stance. Sasuke, entangled with Naruto's proverbial clingy, adhesive claims to seek redemption by refusing to accept his arm. What sin has he committed? Such trivialities. The more you ignore him, the more he becomes intrigued by you, provided, of course, that one possesses a pleasing appearance. The petite Kurenai drew nearer, commenting on your slightly tousled hair. Is that natural for you as well? You disdainfully rise and exit in search of a place to indulge in your bento. The presence of others barely registers with you. Who was the once renowned figure? A talent capable of employing conventional illusions to converse with those of the kaleidoscopic caliber. You fear that interacting with him might tarnish your intellect, leaving behind a somewhat aggrieved young girl. Perplexed by the situation, he perceives your evident disdain for him. Have I offended you in some manner? Is not your curly hair rather charming? As you unfold the bento prepared by your grandmother beneath the tree, a few young boys gather around. The Uchiha brat, feeling particularly arrogant, approaches, brandishing a toothpick. Do you even know that Red is my good friend? You respond nonchalantly. Surely, you jest. You are destined to marry and have children in the future. The poised Asuma is momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushing crimson. What are you saying? Marriage is a distant thought, you retort. However, your assertion about Uchiha is indeed accurate. The offspring will resemble a Uchiha, not you. You interrupt him, commanding, if you dare lay a hand on him, consider it done. An exasperated Asuma charges forth that a minute later, you find yourself seated on Asuma's back, continuing your meal. Now allow me to address your initial inquiry, you declare, resting your feet upon his palm. This is how we Uchiha maintain our pride. Do not presume I am akin to the likes of a mere observer. Let me go. I was unprepared earlier. The commotion has attracted quite a crowd, and as the number of onlookers increases, Asuma's face reddens even further. You think children can fight again. After finishing your bento, you rise and inadvertently drive Asuma's palm into the earth, the sound reminiscent of a fracture. You glance back, your icy gaze rendering Asuma motionless. If this were a battlefield, an attack upon me would warrant your demise. In that fleeting moment, the palpable intent to kill sends a jolt through Asuma's senses. Casting a glance at the gathering throng of children, you swiftly retract your murderous intent, walking past the crowd that instinctively parts for you. You do not feign benevolence or strive to cultivate camaraderie with your classmates. You lack the confidence to deceive the Third Hokage. Those aged ones cloak themselves in harmlessness, for, in their eyes, a typical Uchiha is prone to explosive reactions. Feigning timidity is a tactic reserved for Fugaku. Uchiha brilliance demands to shine brightly and stand proud. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha has not yet descended into mutual assassination of youthful talents. Otherwise, Kakashi and Shursui would never have survived. Past the tender age of 10, should that time ever arrive, the madness buried within your gaze would surpass any malevolence. Only a monster can command another monster. Uchiha Obito, hailed as a once-in-a-generation prodigy of the Uchiha clan, finds himself amidst a cluster of bruised youngsters. Asuma listens intently, his attention fully captured. Although Uchiha Obito harbors animosity towards you, and vice versa, witnessing the Third Hokage's son being beaten sparks a sense of pride in shared lineage. Asuma's actions affirm that he does not aim his wrath solely at you. It is rumored that his Uchiha fluid technique is formidable. He has already attained the level of a sentry and mastered the art of fire release. Kakashi, initially indifferent, now finds himself intrigued. Many members of the Uchiha clan do not participate in the village's ninja assessments, yet being a sentry implies an unspoken acknowledgement of possessing the combat prowess of a Chunin. For a child of merely 5 or 6 years to achieve such a level is remarkable. Reflecting on his own abilities, Kakashi realizes it is not beyond the realm of possibility he has resolved to apply for early graduation. His father believes he possesses strength comparable to that of an average Chunin. The afternoon's practical combat class requires the participation of all students. To allow for recovery, the Third Hokage has decided to extend the original 3-year program to 6 years. However, this cohort was predominantly born after the Second Ninja War, with most being only 5 or 6 years old, leaving very few upperclassmen. Moreover, in a few years, the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War led to the program reverting back to 3 years. Bauma, naturally, is not one to lodge petty complaints. Rather, he seeks to reclaim his honor, so he approaches Uchiha Obito to gather intelligence. Yet, when Obito is bullied, he is swiftly taken down, leaving him with little to share. Only rumors that Asuma and Shizen will not participate in the practical training, as the former is tending to Asuma's wounds. Rin kindly warns the scheming duo that he is a newcomer and will only be practicing shuriken throwing today. After all, it was their provocation that led to this situation. Forget it, he mutters, unwilling to let it go. If it were just me getting beaten, that would be one thing, but that guy insulted Kurenai. That is utterly unforgivable. In the next match, Kakashi faces Uchiha Obito, and the instructor begins to call the roll. Kakashi feels a tinge of annoyance. Why does he always end up facing Obito and Guy? He already finds these tedious drills uninteresting, and encountering 2 underperformers only adds to his frustration. Unlike Kakashi, Obito lights up upon hearing his name called. This time, I will definitely defeat you, he exclaims, brimming with enthusiasm. Kakashi, however, remains unfazed until a voice suddenly cuts through the air that I request to replace Uchiha Obito. A newcomer strides confidently towards Kakashi. Shizen, you just enrolled, the instructor replies. She approaches Kakashi directly, drawing a beautifully crafted short sword from her voluminous navy blue sleeves. Kakashi's pupils dilate. This blade, though only around 60 to 70 centimeters long, is not something a child could easily conceal. It is a ninja tool, a summoning technique. With a father like SHB, Kakashi is well aware of more than the average student. This understanding further fuels his belief that he need not waste time at the Ninja Academy. A smirk graces his lips as he declares, Uchiha Obito has brought shame upon our clan. As an Uchiha, to be relegated to the bottom tier is unacceptable. This blade, a reward from my family, compels me to defeat you and reclaim our clan's rightful glory. Snow white and exquisitely beautiful, This sword belongs to the Uchiha clan, the oldest ninja lineage in the world. Though you're taken away by Uchiha Obito, the remaining treasures are still beyond the reach of other clans. Among them is a grass-cutting sword forged from chakra metal, a weapon of remarkable caliber. Even Orochimaru has managed to amass a considerable collection of grass swords. As a member of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their swordsmanship, it is inconceivable that you would lack such a weapon. You have consumed and assimilated a significant amount of spiritual energy from the Savo, showcasing extraordinary talent in swordsmanship that has led the clan elders to regard you as the next Uchiha Izuna. The notion of becoming a monster like Uchiha Madara is beyond their imagination. Only those who have truly experienced that era can comprehend that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are realms unattainable by mere ninjas. As you approach with deliberate steps, Kakashi removes the arrowhead from his back. Even without unsheathing your blade, he can sense the sharpness emanating from your grip and posture. He does not shy away from battle. His actions already indicate a willingness to accept the challenge. Wait, the teacher interjects, stepping between the two of you with a wry smile. While I have no objection to a spar, the use of ninja tools is prohibited. And, Shizuka, do refrain from bringing out such dangerous items. The teacher, a seasoned shinobi, notices the explosive tag clenched in your other hand. Why do you possess an explosive tag? Is that a problem? I was merely hoping to divert his attention with a knife and then surprise him, you reply, reluctantly returning the explosive tag and securing the tanto at your waist. Realizing the explosive tag's presence, Kakashi feels a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. Is this guy insane? You strike a pose and beckon Kakashi forward. Come on. Kakashi frowns, silently acknowledging your role as the challenger. A thought crosses your mind, and a smile breaks across your face. Just a friendly reminder, the last person who spoke like that ended up being bisected. Oh, the rigidity of opposition. The teacher bellows, attempting to elevate his presence. You extend 2 fingers in a flowing motion with your sword and beckon Kakashi again. How audacious! Kakashi forms the hand seal for the opposition technique, and before the teacher can declare the start of the match, a sudden explosion of dust erupts. In an instant, the 2 figures collide. Kakashi's form flickers as he delivers a swift, direct punch aimed at your chest. You evade the strike by sidestepping and quickly seize Kakashi's wrist, attempting to throw him off balance. However, Kakashi proves to be a formidable opponent. He firmly plants his left foot on the ground, stabilizing himself, and retaliates with an elbow strike aimed at your abdomen. You are forced to release your grip, leaping back a few paces to avoid the blow. Your brief encounter leads Kakashi to conclude that you are not inferior to him. With a powerful strike aimed at Kakashi's face, you chuckle. You're not too shabby yourself. Your movements are as swift as lightning, a flurry of punches and kicks exchanged with fluidity. Each collision resonates with a dull thud, the air thick with tension. Incredible, Kakashi! How impressive! The crowd murmurs, marveling at the prowess of both combatants. That new student is remarkable. The speed of the duel leaves onlookers astonished. Has Kakashi not been serious in his usual training? This is the essence of youth. Is this truly the level of students? Even the teacher, a Chunin, finds himself awestruck by the strength exhibited by these 2 children. Kakashi is formidable, a fact he has always known, yet that Uchiha youth surprisingly holds his ground, appearing even more at ease. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere is charged with anticipation. When there was nothing of great importance to attend to, Sarutobi Hizashi took pleasure in employing his telescope technique to observe the ninja academy, keenly monitoring the growth of these young saplings. Gazing into the crystal ball, where 2 individuals were locked in fierce combat, he felt an overwhelming sense of optimism for the future of Konoha, envisioning a flourishing era ahead. Being a ninja is a perilous profession, and such competition is to be expected. Bonds will flourish amidst this rivalry, becoming the very essence that connects the leaves of the village. The changing relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village might very well begin with these children, who harbor hopes for a beautiful future. The Third Hokage did not cast blame as Danzo entered without knocking, silently observing for a moment before solemnly remarking that this Uchiha kid was a prodigy. Indeed, Hizashi exhaled a puff of smoke with a smile, acknowledging that Kakashi's talents were already considerable, yet this child exhibited remarkable strength as well. With the emergence of Minato Namikaze, the Third Hokage refrained from labeling him as the greatest, for even when compared to that child, Kakashi seemed somewhat lacking. This little one, Hizashi noted, was a quintessential Uchiha, and his investigations revealed that he was close to the more radical factions within the clan. Hizashi's brows furrowed slightly He believed that after a few years at the academy, the boy would come to understand the significance of comrades within the village. Do you not comprehend? He pressed. The more gifted the Uchiha, the less controllable they become. Danzo, speaking in a grave tone, insisted, allow me to cultivate him in secrecy. Only my methods can transform him into an asset for the village. Without hesitation, Hizashi shook his head. I cannot permit the children of our village to join Root. More importantly, we must not exacerbate tensions with the Uchiha. In the shadows, Danzo's singular eye glimmered with resolve. Have you forgotten the second Hokage's directive? The Uchiha are inherently malevolent. Reconciliation is a mere fantasy. I am the Hokage, Hizashi replied, narrowing his eyes slightly amidst the swirling smoke. You will come to regret this, Danzo warned, and with a thunderous slam of the door, their conversation concluded on an unfavorable note. The four elite shinobi engaged in a clash, and soon thereafter, you swiftly formed hand signs, prompting the teacher to shout in alarm as all the students scattered. Kakashi's pupils dilated as his movements quickened. Fire style, fireball technique. The signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan, renowned throughout the ninja world, is often the first technique mastered by every Uchiha. Having heard from Obito that you could perform fire style, Kakashi assumed you were adept with the fireball technique. Thus, as you began forming your hand signs, he promptly devised a countermeasure. The fierce fireball shattered the earthen wall, and although Kakashi responded appropriately, he unfortunately underestimated the potency of your jutsu. Feeling a sense of foreboding, the Chunin teacher instinctively sought to save Kakashi, but before the flames could reach him, they transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving only a splinter of dead wood in their wake. Substitution technique? With a swift turn and a crouch, you exchanged blows with Kakashi, who had emerged from the earth. The intense battle of taijutsu, now unfolded, true confrontation between ninjas. Obito, forgotten in the corner, murmured in disbelief, his eyes filled with both incredulity and a tinge of resentment. The Uchiha clan revered strength above all. He often hears his clansmen singing your praises. When his gaze fell upon himself, Noara Rin was quick to offer comfort, gently patting Obito's shoulder with a smile, assuring him that he too was remarkable. I believe you will eventually become a great ninja. The clouds of despair that had just begun to rise within Obito were dispelled by the girl's radiant smile. Indeed, Uchiha had a keen eye for people as long as Noara Rin was alive. Obito could not unlock the Manjiki Sharingan, but he ought to be grateful for the gifts bestowed by Lord Madara. Obito's earth release technique was impressive, and among his peers, Kakashi's chakra reserves were already considered excessive. This excess was merely a lower-tier ninjutsu of earth flow wave. The ground surged like waves, disrupting your movements. Among those under 10 years old who had sparred with me, Kakashi, you are the strongest. You leapt through the waves, a faint smile gracing your face throughout. However, I have grown weary of such games. Your purity is still lacking. As soon as the words left my lips, a flash of crimson illuminated Kakashi's eyes. An immensely terrifying sea of blood and demonic presence crashed into his mind, instantaneously halting both his body and spirit. Illusion technique, special edition Sharingan. The double Tomo Sharingan in your eyes gradually manifested, advancing step by step toward Kakashi, your hand resting upon the hilt of the shimmering white blade. Enough, you have won, he said, his voice trembling as he lowered his head to catch the spark of stars in your eyes, swallowing hard. Indeed, it was said that the Uchiha clan harbored a 5-year-old prodigy who awakened his eyes. But does awakening equate to the double Tomo? Perhaps he had awakened even earlier, evolving to the double Tomo at the age of 5. Regardless of which it was sufficiently lethal. The arena fell into silence as they watched you, locked in fierce combat with Kakashi. They had contemplated the possibility of your victory, yet they could not comprehend how you achieved it until you cast your gaze over the crowd, that crimson hue reflecting in their eyes. Even children could recognize what this was. One of the 3 great techniques, the ultimate embodiment of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. You were quite pleased with the fear instilled in these youngsters. This was how it should bet here was no need for bonds within the Uchiha clan. You merely required them to bow and gaze up at you in reverence. Even without the Sharingan, you were confident in your ability to defeat Kakashi. Yet why conceal it? A person's character is influenced by their environment, education, and other factors, but a significant element is physical health. Poor lung function often leads to sadness, a weak liver to irritability, and a troubled stomach to complaints. The Uchiha clan possesses sharp minds. It is only natural that they exhibit some arrogance, cloaked in finery. That was not the legacy of Uchiha Fugaku, but rather a result of the genetic influence of the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, it was your own mindset that shaped you. In your past life, you were without parents, kin, or friends. Had you been born in ancient times, you would have been regarded as an unstable factor deserving of special attention, likely groomed to become a tool of death. But here, stepping into the spotlight of the world, the crimson hue faded from your eyes as you calmly declared, "I am Uchiha Obito, that I despise those who overestimate themselves, loathe being disturbed during meals, and harbor a particular aversion for Uchiha Obito." Thus, Uchiha Obito, the concentration of smoke in the Hokage's office had already surpassed safe levels. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently into the crystal ball, his brow furrowed in concern. This child requires proper guidance. He summoned his secretary and spoke in a low tone. "Recently, Jiraiya has been instructing Minato, hasn't he?" "Yes, Hokage-sama. They are currently training in the Forest of Death." After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided against taking immediate action. Perhaps it would be best to allow the boy to remain at the Ninja Academy for a while longer. Interaction with peers might very well transform his character. If all else fails, he could let that little sun shine upon this Uchiha boy as well. In Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen perceived a brilliance that united all, more radiant than his innate talent for ninjutsu. If not for his performance in the training ground, one might think you were far more obedient than Obito. You do not chatter, disrupt, or doze off during class, though you do ignore the teacher when called upon to answer questions. You have long since mastered the curriculum of the Ninja Academy. Not to mention, you have already nearly completed the family's lessons on chakra transformation. The pinnacle of chakra transformation is the Rasengan. I wonder if Namake's Minato has developed it yet. This is also your current challenge. You possess a complete curriculum with standard answers to reverse engineer. If you were to master it before Minato, then the Uchiha clan would truly be the original creators of the Rasengan. Minato, if you were not Jiraiya's disciple, I would dare to accuse you of plagiarism. Of course, this all hinges upon you being the first to develop the Rasengan. You sit quietly, your consciousness sinking into the realm of mental space. Before the colossal portal, you take a seat to commence your training. The Rasengan comprises 3 stages: rotation, power maintenance, and currently, you are stuck at the 3rd stage. The Rasengan resembles a miniature typhoon converging at the center of your palm, with the greatest challenge being the maintenance of this state. What is the situation outside? And what are those eyes of yours? The Sharingan, infused with cursed energy, was a result of your experimentation, yielding satisfactory results. Had it not been for the intervention of the head instructor, Kakashi might have been embroiled in internal conflict until dawn. This also allowed the cursed energy to sense a hint of the external circumstances. Chakra is the perfect amalgamation of mental and physical energy, while the origin of cursed energy lies in negative emotions, merely a form of mental energy. From the perspective of SN, it seems that nearly every little imp outside possesses cursed energy, and he even detects several formidable sources nearby, rivaling the strength of top-tier sorcerers. The density of such power is exceedingly abnormal. Most notably, this is the first time he has intuitively sensed the potential of your eyes. Although he does not feel threatened at present, to draw a comparison, it is akin to a wild bull, while the Sharingan is represented by a lion a dragon egg would be a more fitting metaphor. He has an instinctive premonition that should these eyes emerge fully formed, they could effortlessly shatter his immortal being. During moments of leisure, you cast a glance his way and remark nonchalantly, "It's rather bothersome, isn't it?" Others either have a cheat that elevates them to greatness or a system that issues tasks. And yet I find myself in the company of an entity that is neither here nor there. What are you saying, little imp? Silence, Sumo. This world is far more perilous than you can fathom. There exist myriad creatures capable of extinguishing your life. Refrain from your unnecessary whims and heed my words. Perhaps you may yet have the opportunity to serve as my summoned beast. Sumo has vaguely grasped the notion of a summoned beast. A chilling voice resonates. Before reaching the pinnacle of this world, I remain indifferent to pitiful displays of submission. In comparison to me, you, little imp, are woefully ignorant of your own insignificance. With such trivial strength, you dare expose yourself to the gaze of other formidable beings. I am not akin to you, that a smile graces your lips, and the chakra sphere in your grasp exhibits signs of stability. Should you perish, it merely indicates my own limitations that I shall not, like you, beg for pity to survive. Scarlet eyes lock with the harbinger of death, cloaked in darkness. I am acutely aware of my own insignificance. Should I shrink away merely because of this? To act against all reason is to be courageous. Sumo, you have lost the most vital instinct of humanity. You are simply a powerful beast to be ridden by me. Little imp, you merely utilize this unknown cage to bind me. Mortal, cease your grandiloquent boasts. As you approach the seal, a slight smirk graces your lips. Sumo, one day I shall unshackle you and fasten a collar around your neck. With the explosive display of the first day, few dared approach in the following days. By day, I practice the spiraling sphere in a trance within my mental space. In the evenings, I hone my physical techniques at home. And by night, I immerse myself in theoretical knowledge. Each day, I indulged in 7 hours of profound slumber. Your life is remarkably fulfilling. Originally, Kakashi had intended to graduate early, but a devastating defeat temporarily extinguished that ambition. His already rigorous training regimen doubled, as he awaited a meteoric rise in strength to redeem himself. Seizing the rare opportunity of SHM's presence at home, Kakashi inquired about his lingering doubts. My father, Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan, is remarkably distinct. I have witnessed Uchiha ninjas wielding the Sharingan, yet that inexplicable sensation eludes my articulation. SHM, having familiarized himself with the situation, affectionately ruffled Kakashi's hair. It felt rather menacing. Isn't that so? Kakashi sensed something amiss, but could not conjure a more fitting descriptor. I too have companions among the Uchiha. Their clan's eyes do not awaken as easily as those of the Hyuga. They seem to require a unique event or profound mental stimulation to manifest. That competitive child awakened at such a tender age, the Sharingan, must have witnessed some sorrowful ordeal. Kakashi, you ought to assist your companion, guiding him out of his predicament. Kakashi, perplexed, observed the boy's seemingly untroubled demeanor. Although you do not cause trouble at school, your pastime involves tormenting Uchiha Obito, which has led him to avoid you lately, instead congregating with Asuma and his comrades to plot your retribution. With one less nuisance in his ear, Kakashi felt a slight sense of relief. Dismissing these thoughts, Kakashi finally articulated his primary purpose. Father, I wish to learn your swordsmanship. Gently tousling Kakashi's hair, Kimushomao felt a sense of satisfaction. In truth, he was not particularly keen on Kakashi graduating early, however. There was indeed little reason for him to linger at the Ninja Academy. He had previously consented to put forth a request for Kakashi's accelerated graduation, and now that Kakashi did not bring up the matter, it seemed he was determined to defeat that young boy. Furthermore, his thoughts aligned closely with those of the Third Hokage, believing that competition would forge bonds between the two children. Now that the foundational training had been adequately established, I shall formally teach you the secret body techniques passed down through generations of the Kimu family. The 1,000 years of pain, I jest. I will indeed instruct you in the art of swordsmanship. Pay attention. Having just concluded your physical training and stepped out of the training grounds, a member of the Uchiha clan approached you, bearing a message that the elder wished to see. You. Unlike the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha family's power dynamics often place certain branch families above the clan leader. Typically, the leader of the Uchiha clan holds the highest authority, yet Fugaku, having recently assumed the role, is still quite young. Many matters within the clan are still determined by an elder from the previous generation, much like the relationship between the Third Hokage and Minato Namikaze. This elder happens to be a radical faction leader within the family, advocating for the use of force to reclaim the Uchiha's rightful status. You have visited the elder's courtyard before, and now you await in the living room. Shortly, a lean man in his 40s or 50s, bearing a menacing scar across his face, emerges. Uchiha Shinra, the hawkish leader. The Uchiha do not heed the weak. Were it not for Fugaku's awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, Shinra would presently be the strongest of the Uchiha clan. After a brief introduction, you sit in silence, and Shinra nods in quiet approval. He is pleased with this Uchiha descendant, cold in demeanor, decisive in action, and prideful, embodying the ideal attributes of the Uchiha youth, much like the Uchiha Izuna he admires. Lady Izuna, I have learned about the Ninja Academy. You have performed admirably. You have also met the Third Hokage. What are your impressions? You pause for a moment before replying softly. He is an exceptional ninja, possessing remarkable leadership skills. He is benevolent and wields formidable strength. Your analysis is astutely objective. Uchiha Shinra nods. Excellent. You have not been swayed by ignorant clan members who perceive the Third Hokage as an inept old man. Shinra continued earnestly. I harbor numerous grievances against Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet I must concede that among our generation, only he is deserving of the title of Third Hokage. Your grandfather had his chance, alas. You shake your head, rendering judgment on the ancestor who shares your name. Even if the late Azuna were still alive, he would not vie for the position of Hokage against the third. That is true. You are already thinking like a team leader, Shinra remarks. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already considered stepping aside. The fourth may be chosen from among 3 candidates. Given your age, we ought to be able to vie for the position of 5th Hokage. Just as Shinra prepares to elaborate further, you rise, placing a hand on your knee. Elder, did you summon me to discuss such matters concerning the clan? In the era of the first Hokage, there was a desire to contest the second in the era of the third, to strive for the 5th. Hope is always placed in the next generation. Thus, in my view, you gaze unwaveringly into the fiery eyes of the divine. You are not so different from the deputy leader of the clan. I must take my leave. Such grievances are best expressed at the clan meeting. Wait a moment. Uchiha Shinhan speaks, his expression impassive. Are you still intent on contending for the position of the 4th Hokage? No. I harbor no interest in the title of Hokage. You turn your head and speak with a hint of disdain. When did the Uchiha clan require the title of Hokage to validate its existence? Elder Shinhan, I detest this cowardly mentality among our kin, and you are no exception. I appreciate your generosity, yet do not expect me to adhere to your plans, nor do I require your lectures. With that, you turn back, your footsteps unceasing as you proceed to the entrance. The voice of Uchiha Shinhan follows you. Tomorrow, I shall await you at the training grounds to impart all my ninjutsu. As an old man, I indeed lack the authority to dictate your actions. Let me contribute in some manner for the future of the Uchiha. You pause momentarily, understanding his intentions. Beneath the moonlight, you stroll through the streets. Some shops are preparing to close. Shizuka still enjoy her time at school? I have heard that you defeated the genius from the Key family. Haha, truly worthy of praise, Shizuka. Remember to stop by Annie's tomorrow. I have prepared red bean soup for you. Along your path, the clan members greet you warmly. Their smiles in stark contrast to the cold demeanor of Uchiha Shinhan. The personality of the Uchiha clan is influenced by their ocular powers. The stronger one becomes, the more solitary and aloof they tend to be. However, ordinary Uchiha members are not so different from the common folk. Counting those without open eyes, there are over 2,000 of us. Obito, I, a wretched being, cannot fathom how to harm those who share our blood. Neighbors, the weak, the elderly, and children upon arriving home. Grandmother is still soothing little Shursui. His parents perished shortly after his birth. This household now consists of merely 3 souls, far better off than the orphans of ordinary ninjas. You, for instance, were fortunate enough to be adopted. Some clan members from less fortunate backgrounds look out for one another. After all, even the second Hokage acknowledged that the Uchiha are a clan filled with love, surpassing the Senju. Love lost may transform into hatred. So why not ensure that the Uchiha never lose it? The fate of this clan is mine to safeguard. Grandmother, I have returned. Your chakra affinities are fire and lightning. Including the Sharingan's potential, you possess 4 innate chakra affinities. Shinhan receives the chakra test paper, remarking on your promising attributes. Such qualities are indeed well-suited for mastering our clan's techniques. This fellow could likely be deemed a special-grade sorcerer. The sound of swift movement resonates. In the realm of the mind, swift movement has finally secured 2 hours of external perception each day, akin to you. Little one, the reason I am classified as special grade is that there exists only the classification of special. I understand. So, how many of your fingers would you equate him to? Your decision to grant the servant a chance for freedom is merely a means of measurement. The servant feels a tinge of disrespect in the young one's words. Yet over the years, he has somewhat grown accustomed to with 3 fingers, perhaps. However, little one, at present my strength.it is not merely a matter of 20 strands to describe. I have turned a blind eye to Luo.I in the ensuing discourse. You shall focus your attention on the divine flame. This divine flame is no ordinary 3-tomo. Its potency should be categorized among the most formidable beneath the kaleidoscope. Originally, you held a disdain for comparing combat prowess across worlds. Yet now, ensnared in such considerations, you find yourself compelled to ponder this dilemma. At present, Luo can be considered in his prime, having comprehended the art of spatial slashing. Thus, comparing him to the Nine-Tails, who embodies the convergence of yin and yang, seems rather unrealistic. The Hidden Leaf Village would never permit the Nine Tails to engage with the Uchiha, especially given the painful lessons of the past. Fire Release and the Sharingan are the very foundations upon which my Uchiha clan stood during the Warring States period. I do not possess knowledge of lightning release techniques, but I shall teach you the basics of earth release afterward. You have already mastered the Great Fireball technique, therefore, I shall instruct you in the Great Dragon Fire technique. The primary objective of the Great Fireball is to obscure the enemy's line of sight and restrict their position, while the Great Dragon Fire serves as a swift, decisive fiery assault. Observe closely as the divine flame slows its motion. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice your Sharingan has been activated and you nod in acknowledgement. There is no need for reminders. You instinctively activate the Sharingan to scrutinize the flow of chakra. Excellent, akin to silvery dust. Once you have completed the necessary hand seals, a flame erupts like a fire dragon, surging forth at breakneck speed, exploding into a colossal fireball at the center of the lake. This technique is best executed with the assistance of a Sharingan, enhancing the likelihood of striking the enemy. After several attempts, you execute the hand seals and channel your chakra, unleashing a rapid flame that bursts forth. This dragon fire, though smaller than the previous inferno, detonates with gratifying precision. Well done. As expected of you, the earnest Uchiha smile inevitably graces the face of the divine flame. Now, let me teach you the next technique. I shall refrain from using fire for the time being. You reply, shaking your head. I still need to master this technique. Haste makes waste. I will learn the next one only after thoroughly mastering this. Apologies, I must mention something to those eager to see the continuation. Open tomato listening and input treasure Su Luo to find it. Remember, it is tomato listening. Do not misspell it. The divine flame contemplates for a moment and remarks, haste makes waste. It's quite unlike you to possess such insight. Indeed, patience is paramount. Now, practice on your own. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to inquire. You merely lack proficiency that I can practice during the day. You respond, retrieving the small blade, Shou gifted to you by the divine flame. Elder Shinhua, may I request your guidance on my swordsmanship? In the world of shinobi, the distinction between blades and swords is often blurred, with even those who wield knives referred to as swordsmanship. I almost forgot to compare with the flame shield. Your swordsmanship talent surpasses others. The divine flame draws forth a long knife he carries and nods. Come, you may commence your assault at any moment. As the words leave his lips, your petite figure lunges forward, Shou unsheathed, a brilliant gleam of the blade illuminating the air. The divine flame parries your strike, commenting on your speed and timing, which are commendable, and your strength is akin to that of the clan's finest. You truly rival the genius of our ancestors. You are aware of whom the divine flame is comparing you to Uchiha Kwanna. Yet, lamentably, even Kwanna's most memorable identity is merely that of Ban's younger sibling. A flash of crimson ignites in your eyes. I do not seek to merely rival my ancestors, I aspire to surpass them. With that, Shou thrusts forth, directly targeting the throat of Uchiha Shinhui. At this moment, you are certainly no match for him. When the battle commences, you naturally give it your all, unleashing a flurry of lethal moves. Yet Uchiha Shinhui remains unperturbed, swiftly sidestepping with ease, effortlessly evading your fierce strike. Simultaneously, he swings his long blade, aiming to slice through your arm. You pivot to block. With a resounding clash, the two blades collide violently, sending forth a shower of sparks. In the boundless training ground, a dazzling display of blades ensues. Your assaults grow increasingly rapid, while Shinhui's defenses remain impenetrable, occasionally countering with a strike of his own. Just as Shinhui begins to relax, you suddenly free one hand from the dual grasp of your blades, extending your left hand towards his visage, fingers splayed. A foreboding sense of danger, honed through years of combat experience, instantaneously alerts Shinhui that in his pupils. The three tomo of the Sharingan flare to life. A formless slash surges forth. In the final moment, Shinhui narrowly evades this terrifying cut that could have severed away half his face. Yet, a distinct crimson scar now adorns his visage. Blood trickling down. What is this? An invisible blade akin to a knife's edge, resembling the wind blade he had encountered before. Though that was a level 1 wind shield jutsu. Where did you acquire this? And without any sound of wind? If it were truly a wind blade, with the insight of his 3-tomo Sharingan, he could have easily evaded it. After that singular strike, Your stamina is utterly depleted, collapsing onto the ground. This body remains too frail, estimating your capacity. Without considering the earlier chakra expenditure, you can only manage 3 or 4 finishing strikes at full strength. The dual phase movement, developed to its peak, is a technique that slices through space. This is a secret art I have comprehended myself. The slashing strike merely siphoning from my power. Sukuna snorts dismissively. A jest indeed, regardless of its origins. You can only state that it is I who executed it. Pausing in contemplation, Shanhui chuckles ruefully, commenting on the danger of such a tree. Surprised you would utilize it without a warning. With a carefree laugh, he adds, I trust Elder Shanhui can certainly manage to speak honestly, were it not for my Sharingan. Blocking such formless strikes would prove exceedingly difficult. I shall not inquire how you acquired this ability, but I advise you to keep it as a hidden trump card, to wield it sparingly. This strike, if unleashed unexpectedly, could potentially be lethal, particularly injurious. Ninjas are notoriously known for their high attack power, yet low defense. It is said that even a ninja of Hashirama Senju's caliber could fall to a mere kunai. Sukuna's slashing strikes resemble the 7-element slash. Akutin technique, highly effective against the frail bodies of ninjas, excluding the aberrant monsters and certain pairs of manjiki. Sukuna undoubtedly possesses the strength to reshape the ninja realm. Elder Shinui, my physique is far too weak. I wish to undergo a medicinal bath, as it is a crucial method to enhance one's constitution, in addition to regular training. However, such consumption is continuous, taking at least several years to yield significant results. Even the Uchiha clan could scarcely afford it, and they must barter with other clans for resources to procure the necessary herbs. A rather cumbersome endeavor. Recently, only Fugaku experienced such privileges in his youth. A reason for your display, to showcase your worth. Encouraging Shanhui to invest more substantially, even the most affectionate clan, if unable to perceive your worth, would not invest boundlessly. The divine fire lingered for a moment, caressing the wounds on the cheek. It could be 2 years without medicinal baths, a daily practice that cannot be interrupted, thus impeding your ability to graduate early and undertake missions. When did I ever express a desire to graduate early? You chuckled, remarking on the rare 3 years of cultivation time. Only a fool would rush to graduate, to shine for those aged relics. Your words held truth. In the 43rd year of Konoha, an affair that should have remained confidential became widely known. In an act of valor, Hatake Sukuna sacrificed his mission to save his comrades. Over these 2 years, Kakashi has diligently practiced at the Ninja Academy, yet he has never managed to surpass that individual that in fact, he feels the chasm between them has only widened with time. He often finds it perplexing why you do not choose to graduate early, as your prowess far exceeds that of the Academy's instructors. It is merely that he lacks the desire to challenge you. Kakashi had never witnessed such despondency in his father, devoid of any semblance of vigor. For reasons unknown, he paused beneath a great tree, standing before you, as you enjoyed your lunch. What truly holds precedence, comrades or missions? You swallowed a piece of chicken, gazing up at the bewildered Kakashi. You two had heard of the events concerning Sukuna. Naturally, you welcomed such internal strife, eager to stir the pot. In the end, with only a few aged green onions remaining, it would be easier to uproot them. Undoubtedly, the mission holds greater significance. After all, we are ninjas. Kakashi's face bore a struggle. This was the consensus of the majority. Even he subscribed to this notion. What if one had to forsake comrades for the sake of a mission? Setting down your lunchbox, you replied coolly, it depends on the mission's importance and the caliber of the comrades in question. If you refer to your father's situation, then I believe he erred. Kakashi lowered his head in despair. Do you believe so too? As a formidable ninja, it is absurd to allow a horde of weaklings to freely critique oneself. If only a few loud villagers were silenced, the uproar would vanish. His father would never wield a blade against the feeble villagers. No, he would likely do so immediately. After 2 years of growth, enhanced by medicinal baths, your height now slightly surpassed Kakashi's. Rising to your feet, you tugged at Kakashi's hair, compelling him to meet your gaze. Your father is weak, having succumbed to despair upon the shattering of his ideals. If he possessed courage, he should strike against the true puppeteers rather than target the most vulnerable. What do you mean? A slight smirk graced your lips as you contemplated Sukuna, perhaps a strategic ally worth pursuing. From your outsider's perspective, the cause of Sukumo's demise was not the villager's scorn. He had not weakened to such a degree. His death stemmed from the profound denial of the will of fire he had upheld throughout his life. Time and again, the upper echelons of Konoha emphasized the importance of comrades, yet allowed him to endure humiliation, which clearly indicated their stance. The Hitaki clan was, after all, a lineage of samurai from the Warring States era. Kakashi Hitaki, rather than being merely a ninja, resembles more of a samurai. The reason behind his act of self-termination stems from the realization that he had pledged his loyalty to the wrong individual. His belief shattered, he lacked the courage to confront the Third Hokage and others with a blade, leading him to the tragic decision to end his own life. To elucidate further, when you grasped Kakashi's hair and gave it a gentle shake, it was precisely at that moment that he would remain composed rather than lose his temper. The sensation of your hand upon his head was rather pleasant. Meanwhile, your father contemplated suicide, and instead of indulging in idle inquiries here, it would be far more prudent to visit him. Asuma and Q are not participating in the practical training. Noera Rin, who is bandaging Asuma's wounds, kindly reminds the two schemers. He is a freshman and will only demonstrate shuriken throwing today. Besides, it was originally your fault for provoking him, so just let it go. How can I just let go? Asuma cries out unwillingly. If it were just him getting beaten up, he could accept it. But that guy actually insulted Hong. This is absolutely unforgivable. In the next match, Kakashi versus Uchiha Obito. In the arena, the teachers start calling names. Kakashi feels helpless. Why does he always end up facing Obito and Guy? He never liked these boring practical exercises, and now he has to deal with two underachievers. Unlike Kakashi, Obito is fired up when he hears his name. Oh, this time, I will definitely defeat you, Kakashi. Boring. Wait a minute. A voice suddenly echoes, and Uchiha Q steps out from the crowd. Teacher, I request to replace Uchiha Obito. Huh? Q, you just enrolled. Uchiha Q walks straight towards Kakashi, sliding a beautifully crafted small sword out of the large navy blue sleeve, holding it in his hand. Kakashi's pupils constrict. Although the small sword is only about 60 to 70 centimeters long, it is not something a child can hide in their sleeve. That is, ninja tool summoning technique. With a father like Hitaki Sukumo, Kakashi knows more than the average student, which is also why he feels there's no need to waste time in ninja school. Uchiha Q smiles, saying, Uchiha Obito has brought shame to our clan. As an Uchiha, he has become an underachiever. This is the reward given to me by the clan elders. They want me to defeat you and reclaim what belongs to the Uchiha. This is a beautiful sword named White Snow. As one of the oldest ninja clans, although the best weapons of the Uchiha clan were taken away by Uchiha Madara, the remaining collection is still beyond what other families can hope to possess. This is a weapon made of chakra metal, comparable to a Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru has managed to collect quite a few Kusanagi swords. How could the Uchiha clan, skilled in swordsmanship, not have them? Uchiha Q has absorbed and digested a considerable amount of spiritual energy from the past, showcasing his swordsmanship talent, and this kind of talent has made the elders of the clan see him as the next Uchiha Izuna. They dare not even imagine a monster like Uchiha Madara. Only those who truly experienced that era would know. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are levels that no ninja can reach. Watching Uchiha Q approach step by step, Kakashi takes down the sword basket from his back. From the stance and aura with which Uchiha Q holds the sword, even though it hasn't been drawn yet, Kakashi can sense its sharpness. He will not avoid the battle. This action has already indicated his willingness to accept the challenge. Wait, the teacher steps between the two, smiling wryly. You can spar, but you cannot use ninja tools. And Q, don't bring out such dangerous things. The teacher, a seasoned chunin, notices that Uchiha Q is holding an explosive tag in his other hand. Why do you have an explosive tag? Is that not allowed? I wanted to distract him with the sword and then hit him with it. It would be much easier. Uchiha Q reluctantly puts the explosive tag back and hangs the small sword at his waist. The late to realize, Kakashi also notices the explosive tag. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This guy is a lunatic, right? Uchiha Q assumes a stance and beckons to Kakashi. Come on. Kakashi frowns and says coldly, you are the challenger, right? Uchiha Q seems to have thought of something and can't help but smile. Just a reminder, the last person who said something like that was already cut in half. Opposing cell. Opposing cell. The teacher shouts loudly, trying to assert his presence. Uchiha Q, unfazed, extends two fingers and then beckons to Kakashi. So arrogant. Kakashi raises the opposing seal. Before the teacher can shout start, In the next instant, bang! A cloud of dust erupts as the two small figures collide. Kakashi's figure flashes, delivering a rapid straight punch to Uchiha Q's chest. Dodging to the side, Uchiha Q swiftly grabs Kakashi's wrist, attempting to throw him off with a turn. Kakashi is clearly not an easy opponent. He firmly plants his left foot on the ground to stabilize himself, while delivering an elbow strike to Uchiha Q's abdomen with his other hand. Uchiha Q has no choice but to let go and leap back a few steps to avoid the hit. You are strong. That brief contact leads Kakashi to conclude that Uchiha Q is not inferior to him. Uchiha Q slams his palm towards Kakashi's face, laughing. You're not bad yourself. Their movements are as fast as lightning, punches and kicks flying, techniques changing rapidly. Each collision produces a dull sound, and the air is filled with a tense atmosphere. Amazing. Kakashi is incredible. That new student is also amazing. So fast. So Kakashi usually doesn't take it seriously. This is youth. Is this really the level of students? Even the Chunin teacher is stunned by the strength displayed by these two kids. Kakashi is strong. He has always known that. But that Uchiha boy is not falling behind at all. Moreover, judging by his expression, it seems Uchiha Q appears to be more relaxed. In the Hokage office, when there are no urgent matters to handle, Sarutobi Hiruzen enjoys using the telescope technique to observe the ninja academy, keeping an eye on the growth of these young sprouts. Watching the two engaged in a fierce battle in the crystal ball, he feels that the future of Konoha is bright and flourishing. Being a ninja is a high-risk profession. Such competition is normal. Bonds will grow in this kind of competition, becoming the branches that connect the leaves. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village may start to change from these children, holding on to hopes for a bright future. The third Hokage does not reprimand Danzo for entering without knocking. After watching for a while, Danzo says in a deep voice, "This Uchiha kid is a genius." Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen takes a puff of smoke and smiles. Kakashi's talent is already high. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong as well. Because Minato has started to show his potential, the third Hokage did not use the highest praise. After all, compared to Minato, even Kakashi is somewhat lacking. Hiruzen, this kid is a standard Uchiha. I have already investigated. He is close to the radical faction of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's relaxed brows slowly tighten. As long as he stays in school for a few years, he will understand the importance of village comrades. Don't you understand? The more talented the Uchiha, the less controllable they are. Shimura Danzo says in a low voice, "Let me cultivate him in secret. Only my methods can turn him into a useful person for the village." Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "Impossible. I will never allow the village's children to join the route. More importantly, we cannot escalate the conflict with the Uchiha now." In the shadows, Danzo's single eye glimmered ominously. "Have you forgotten Lord Second's instructions? The Uchiha are a clan born of evil. Your imagined reconciliation is impossible." "Danzo, I am a Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly, with smoke swirling in front of him. "Hiruzen, you will surely regret this." Bang! With a loud bang of the closing door, the conversation ended on an unhappy note. Chapter 4. One day, I will break the seal. Ziwei, Shun, Hai Wuin. That was. After a collision, Uchiha Kagami quickly formed hand seals, startling the teacher, who shouted out loud, "All students, scatter." Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply, his hands moving quickly. Fire style, great fireball technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. The great fireball technique, a signature ninjutsu passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, is widely known in the ninja world. Almost every Uchiha learns the great fireball technique as their first ninjutsu. From Obito, Kakashi had heard that Uchiha Kagami could use fire style, so he assumed he would know the great fireball technique, which is why he responded as soon as Kagami began forming hand seals. Boom! The ferocious fireball shattered the earthen wall. Kakashi made the right response, but unfortunately underestimated the strength of Uchiha Kagami's ninjutsu. Oh no! The Chunin teacher immediately sensed something was wrong and tried to rush to save Kakashi. Bang! Just as the fire wave was about to sweep over, Kakashi's body turned into a puff of smoke, and only a piece of dry would remain in its place. Body replacement technique. When did this happen? Bang! Uchiha Kagami turned around and bent down, exchanging punches with Kakashi, who had emerged from the earth. A fierce taijutsu battle began again. This is already a real battle between ninjas, right? Obito, forgotten in the corner, murmured, his eyes filled with disbelief and some unwillingness. The Uchiha clan values strength. and he often heard clan members praising Kagami, but when he looked at himself, Noera Rin timely offered comfort, patting Obito's shoulder and smiling, saying, "Obito is also great. I believe you will become an amazing ninja someday." Yeah, the gloom that had just risen in Obito's heart was dispelled by the girl's smile. So, Uchiha really knows how to judge people. As long as Noera Rin is alive, Obito cannot open the Manjiki Sharingan. I really should thank Lord Madara for this blessing. Obito. Earth Style, Earth Wave. Among his peers, Kakashi's chakra amount is already considered off the charts. This is a lower-level ninjutsu of Earth Flow, and the ground undulated like waves, interfering with Uchiha Kagami's movements. Kakashi, you are the strongest among those under 10 who have fought with me. Uchiha Kagami jumped between the waves, a faint smile on his face from beginning to end. However, I am already tired of this game. Your purity is still insufficient. As soon as the words fell, a flash of crimson reflected in Kakashi's eyes. An extremely terrifying sea of blood demon crashed into his mind, instantly causing his body and spirit to freeze. Jinjutsu, Sharingan, Special Edition of Sukuna. The double Tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Kagami's eyes slowly manifested as he approached Kakashi step by step. His hand rested on the hilt of the sword of Kusanagi. Slap! The teacher's hand pressed on his shoulder, his voice trembling. Enough, you win, Kagami. He looked down and saw the crimson in Uchiha Kagami's eyes, swallowing hard. Indeed, he had heard that there was a genius in the Uchiha clan who opened his eyes at the age of 5. But does opening them mean double Tomo? Perhaps it was an earlier awakening, evolving to double Tomo at 5. Regardless of which, it is terrifying enough. The entire place fell silent. Watching Uchiha Kagami fighting fiercely with Kakashi, they had thought that Kagami would win, but they completely couldn't understand how Uchiha Kagami won. Until Uchiha Kagami scanned the crowd, that flash of crimson fell in their eyes. Even child knows what this is. One of the 3 great ocular techniques. The strongest manifestation of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami was very satisfied with the awe of these kids. This is how it should be. The Uchiha doesn't need any bonds. You just need to grovel and look up at me. Even without the Sharingan, he was confident he could defeat Kakashi. But why hide it? A person's character is influenced by the environment, education, and other factors, and there's an important part. The body. Poor lungs lead to sadness. A weak liver leads to irritability. A bad stomach leads to complaints. The Uchiha's brains are good. It's normal to be a bit arrogant, walking in luxury at night. That is what it means to be Uchiha Fugaku. The personality of Uchiha Kagami is influenced by the genetic factors of the Uchiha clan, but mainly it is his own mindset. In his previous life, he had no parents, no relatives, no friends. If not born in modern times, in ancient times, he would be an unstable factor that would receive special attention and would be cultivated into a dead soldier. And here, from sea to the end, heaven makes a shore. The crimson in his eyes faded, and Uchiha Kagami said lightly, "My name is Uchiha Kagami. I dislike overestimating oneself. Dislike being disturbed while eating, and dislike Uchiha Obito." That is it. Uchiha Obito. In the Hokage office, the smoke density had exceeded the standard. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the scene in the crystal ball, frowning. This child needs proper guidance. He summoned his secretary and said in a deep voice, "Recently, Jiraiya has been teaching Minato, right?" "Yes, Hokage-sama. They are currently training in the Forest of Death." After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it over and decided not to act too quickly. Let that child stay in the ninja school for now. Perhaps interaction with peers can change his character. If that doesn't work, let that little sun shine on this Uchiha brat a bit. In Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the light that unites everyone, which is even more dazzling than his talent in ninjutsu. If it weren't for the performance in the training ground, Uchiha Kagami appeared much more obedient than Obito. He didn't make noise during class, nor did he sleep, although he ignored the teacher when called to answer questions. The Ninja Academy's routine was something Uchiha Kagami had long mastered, let alone walking on water and climbing trees. He had almost completed the chakra transformation classes in his family's curriculum. The limit of chakra transformation is the Rasengan. I wonder if Minato has developed it yet. This is also the current topic Uchiha Kagami wants to conquer. He has a complete step-by-step curriculum and standard answers to reverse engineer. If he could use it before Minato, then the Uchiha clan would be the original producers of the Rasengan. Minato Namikaze? If you weren't Jiraiya's disciple, I would dare to sue you for plagiarism. Of course, all of this is premised on Uchiha Kagami being the first to develop the Rasengan. Uchiha Kagami sat quietly, his consciousness already sinking into the spiritual space. In front of the massive portal, Uchiha Kagami sat down and began to cultivate. The Rasengan has 3 stages: rotation, power, and maintenance. Uchiha Kagami is currently stuck at the 3rd stage. The Rasengan is like a small typhoon gathering in the palm, and the hardest part is maintaining that state. Little brat, what's going on outside? And what's up with those eyes of yours? The Jinjutsu of the Sharingan infused with Sukuna's cursed energy was an attempt made by Uchiha Kagami. The effect is good. If it weren't for the intervention of the director, Kakashi could have stood there until tomorrow morning. This also allowed Sukuna to sense a bit of the external situation. Chakra is the perfect fusion of mental energy and physical energy, while the origin of cursed energy is negative emotions, which is merely a form of mental energy. In Sukuna's view, almost every little ghost outside possesses cursed energy. He even sensed several powerful cursed energies not far away, comparable to top sorcerers. The density of such strong beings is too abnormal. Most importantly, it was his first time experiencing Uchiha Kagami's eyes directly. Although he didn't feel that they could harm him now. To put it metaphorically, he felt like a wild bull, while the Sharingan represented a lion. No, it would be more appropriate to compare it to a dragon egg. He had a premonition that if those eyes were to hatch, they could easily shatter his immortal body. In his spare time, Uchiha Kagami glanced at him and said lightly, "That's why it's really annoying." Others either have an external tool that gets them straight to the top, or have a system that issues tasks, but I only have you, this half-baked thing. Little ghost, what did you say? Be quiet, Sukuna. This world is far more dangerous than you imagine. There are countless creatures that can kill you. Put away your unnecessary whims. Obey my words, and maybe you'll have a chance to appear as my Shikigami. Sukuna roughly guessed the meaning of Shikigami, and a cold voice echoed. Before reaching the pinnacle of the world, I don't care about begging for pity. Compared to me, you little ghost are the one who doesn't know the height of heaven and earth. With this little power, you dare to expose yourself in front of other strong beings. I'm not like you. Uchiha Kagami had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and the chakra sphere in his hand showed signs of stability. If I die, it just means I'm no better than that. I won't beg for mercy to survive like you. The crimson eyes met the god of death in the darkness. I clearly know my insignificance. Does that mean I should shrink back? Knowing it is impossible yet doing it, Sukuna, you have lost the most important instinct of humanity and are just a relatively strong beast. So you can only serve as a mount, controlled by me. Little ghost, you are merely a mortal using this unknown cage to bind me. Stop boasting like that. Uchiha Kagami leaned closer to the seal, the corner of his mouth slightly curling. Sukuna, one day I will break the seal and put a collar on you. Chapter 5. Uchiha. After a spectacular performance on the first day, few dared to approach Uchiha Kagami in the following days. During the day, he pretended to nap while training his Rasengan in the spiritual space. In the evening, he exercised his physical ninjutsu at home, and at night, he studied theoretical knowledge, maintaining 7 hours of deep sleep every day. Uchiha Kagami's life was quite fulfilling. Kakashi, who originally planned to graduate early, temporarily set that thought aside after a crushing defeat. With his already inhuman training volume doubled, he awaited a significant improvement in strength to redeem himself. Taking advantage of a rare moment when Tsukumo Hatake was home, Kakashi voiced his inner doubts. Father, Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan is very different. I've seen Uchiha ninjas use the Sharingan before, but I can't quite express the inexplicable feeling I have. Tsukumo Hatake, having understood the situation, smiled and ruffled his hair. It feels more fierce, doesn't it? Kakashi felt something was off but couldn't think of a better adjective. I also have Uchiha friends. Their clan's eyes don't awaken as easily as the Hyugas. It seems they require a special event or a strong mental stimulus to awaken. That kid named Kagami awakened his Sharingan at such a young age. He must have gone through something tragic. Kakashi, you should help your friend and guide him out of his predicament. Kakashi's little dead fish eyes showed some confusion. That guy doesn't seem like a deeply troubled character, though. While Uchiha Kagami didn't cause trouble at school, his hobby was bullying Uchiha Obito. As a result, Obito had recently stopped provoking him and spent his days with Asuma and his gang, plotting revenge against Kagami. With one less person bothering him, Kakashi felt a bit more relaxed. Putting aside these thoughts, Kakashi finally stated his main purpose. Father, I want to learn your swordsmanship. Tsukumo rubbed Kakashi's hair and felt quite pleased. He wasn't particularly keen on Kakashi graduating early. It was just that there wasn't much to keep Kakashi at the Ninja Academy anymore, which is why he had agreed to apply for early graduation. Now that Kakashi wasn't mentioning it, It seemed he wanted to defeat that boy first. His thoughts were similar to the Third Hokage's, both believing that the two children could build bonds through competition. All right, you've laid a solid foundation. I'll officially teach you our Hitaki family's secret body technique. The 1,000 years of death. Haha, just kidding, I'll teach you swordsmanship. Late at night, after finishing his physical training, Uchiha Kagami had just exited the training ground when a member of the Uchiha clan appeared in an instant. Kagami, the elder wants to see you. The Uchiha clan was different from the Hyuga family. Several branch families had more power than the clan leader. Normally, the Uchiha clan leader is the highest authority. However, Fugaku had just become the clan leader and was still too young. Many matters in the clan were still decided by an elder from the previous generation. It was similar to the future relationship between the Third Hokage and Minato Namikaze. Having visited the elder's courtyard before, Uchiha Kagami waited in the living room. Shortly after, a lean man in his 40s or 50s with a menacing scar on his face walked out. Uchiha Shinra, the head of the hawkish faction. The Uchiha do not listen to the weak. If Fugaku had not awakened the Manjiki, Shinra would currently be the strongest in the Uchiha clan. Elder Shinra. After a simple greeting, Uchiha Kagami sat cross-legged indifferently. Shinra nodded inwardly. He was quite pleased with this Uchiha Jr. Cold in demeanor, decisive in action, and proud. He was the Uchiha offspring he envisioned, very much like the Uchiha Azuna he admired. I know about your performance at the Ninja Academy. You did well, Kagami. You met the Third Hokage. What do you think of him? Uchiha Kagami was silent for a moment before replying blandly. He is an outstanding ninja with considerable leadership abilities. He is generous and possesses great strength. Very objective analysis. Uchiha Shinra nodded. Good. You haven't been swayed by some ignorant clansmen who think the Third Hokage is just an incompetent old man. I have many grievances with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but I must admit that among our generation, he is the only one deserving of the position of Third Hokage. Your grandfather also had a chance, unfortunately. Uchiha Kagami shook his head, making a judgment about the ancestor he shared a name with. Even if my ancestor were alive, he wouldn't compete for the Hokage position with the Third. That's true, Kagami. You already have a mindset of a clan leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen has plans to step down. The fourth may be among the Sannin, and with your age, we should be able to vie for the fifth Hokage. Just as Shinra was about to elaborate, Uchiha Kagami propped himself up on his knee and stood up. Elder, did you call me here just to talk about matters of the clan meeting? Back in the first era, they aimed for the second, and in the third era, they aimed for the fifth, always hoping for the next opportunity. To me, it seems. Uchiha Kagami stared fearlessly into Shinra's eyes. You're no different from clan leader Fugaku. I'm leaving. Take your grievances to the clan meeting. Wait a moment. Uchiha Shinra's expression was emotionless as he said solemnly, from what you imply, do you still wish to contend for the fourth? No. I have no interest in the Hokage position. Uchiha Kagami turned his head and said blandly, when did the Uchiha clan need the title of Hokage to prove itself? Elder Shinra, I despise this cowardly mentality among the clansmen, and you are no exception. I appreciate your gifts, but don't expect me to follow your arrangements or to take lessons from you. After saying that, Uchiha Kagami turned back and walked steadily to the entrance. And Uchiha Shinra's voice followed. Tomorrow, I will wait for you at the training ground to teach you all my ninjutsu. As an old man, I indeed have no right to dictate your actions, but let me play a small role in this for the future of the Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami paused for a moment. I understand. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Kagami walked through the clan's territory, with some shops preparing to close. Kagami, are you still happy at school? I heard you defeated the genius of the Hitaki family. Haha, you truly are Kagami. Remember to stop by Annie's place tomorrow. I've prepared red bean soup for you. Along the way, clan members greeted him warmly. Uchiha Kagami smiled and responded to each one, completely different from the indifference he showed Uchiha Shinra. The personality of the Uchiha clan, influenced by their ocular power, became more reclusive and cold as their strength increased, but ordinary Uchiha clansmen were no different from regular people. Including those without awakened eyes, there were over 2,000 people. Obito, Itachi, such a vile person, can't even imagine. How could I harm these neighbors with blood ties, the elderly, women, and children? Upon arriving home, his grandmother was still coaxing little Shursui. Shursui's parents had sacrificed themselves after his birth, leaving only 3 people in the household. Compared to the ordinary orphan ninjas, the days of the Uchiha orphans are much better. For example, Kagami can still be adopted, and those from less fortunate families will look out for each other. After all, even the second Hokage acknowledged that the Uchiha clan is more loving than the Senju. The love that is lost can turn into hatred. So the Uchiha should never lose it, right? The fate of this clan will be protected by me. Grandma, I'm back. Chapter 6 Solution. Your chakra attributes are fire, lightning, and earth. And with the addition of the Sharingan's in release, you naturally possess 4 chakra attributes. Shinhwa took the chakra testing paper and said, "Not bad. Such attributes are very suitable for practicing our clan's techniques." This guy is probably at the level of a special grade sorcerer, the voice of Sukuna echoed. In the mental space, Sukuna finally secured 2 hours of external perception each day. Just like you, little brat. The reason I'm rated as special grade is that there's only a maximum of special grade. I know. So how many fingers do you think he compares to you? Uchiha Kagami gave Sukuna the opportunity to stretch, purely as a unit of measurement. Sukuna felt that the little brat's words were somewhat disrespectful. But after a few years, he had somewhat gotten used to it. 3 fingers, but little brat, my strength is no longer something that can be described with just 20. I have already. Ignoring Sukuna's following words, Uchiha Kagami focused on Shinhwa. Shinhwa was not an ordinary 3-tomo. His strength should be the strongest under the kaleidoscope. Originally, Uchiha Kagami disliked comparing combat power across worlds, but now that he was deeply involved, he had to consider this issue. Fire release and Sharingan are the foundations of our Uchiha clan's standing during the Warring States period. I don't know lightning release ninjutsu, but I'll teach you a simple earth release technique later. Since you already know the Great Fireball technique, I will teach you the Great Dragon Fire technique. The main purpose of the Great Fireball technique is to obscure the enemy's line of sight and block their position. The Great Dragon Fire is a high-speed fire attack that strikes the enemy in one blow. Watch closely. Shinhwa slowed down his movements, catching a glimpse of Uchiha Kagami activating his Sharingan and nodding inwardly. He knew without being reminded that observing chakra flow with the Sharingan was a good idea. Sichen Maoyin. After completing the hand seals, a flame erupted like a fire dragon, rushing forward at high speed and instantly exploding into a massive fireball at the center of the lake. This technique is best assisted by the Sharingan, as it increases the chance of hitting the enemy. After trying a few times, Uchiha Kagami formed hand seals and mobilized the chakra. Boom! A burst of rapid flames shot out, and a slightly smaller dragon fire exploded compared to the previous fireball. Very good. As expected of you. The stern Uchiha Shinhwa couldn't help but smile. Then, I'll teach you the next fire. Not for now. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. I still need to master this technique. Haste makes waste. Once I've fully mastered this technique, I'll learn the next one. Shinhwa thought for a moment and smiled. Haste makes waste, such insight isn't typical for a child like you. Indeed, accumulation is very important, so practice on your own. And if you have any questions, ask me. It's just a matter of proficiency. I can practice during the day. Saying this, Uchiha Kagami took out the small blade Shinhwa gave him, the sleeve of white snow. Elder Shinhwa, could you please guide me in my swordsmanship? In the ninja world, there is no clear distinction between swords and blades. Even those who use blades are referred to as sword techniques. Almost forgot, compared to fire release. Your swordsmanship talent is even better. Shinhwa took out the long knife he carried with him and nodded. Come on, you can start attacking anytime. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Kagami's small body surged forward, and the sleeve of white snow was drawn, a bright flash of blade light shining. Clang! Blocking Uchiha Kagami's slash, Shinhwa evaluated. The speed and timing are good, and the strength is about the same as the Chunin in our clan. Kagami, you truly are a genius comparable to our ancestors. Uchiha Kagami knew who Shinhwa was comparing him to. It was Uchiha Asuna. Unfortunately, even Uchiha Azuna's most memorable identity was just being Madara's younger brother. A flash of red light appeared in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. I don't want to be compared to our ancestors. I want to surpass them. The sleeve of white snow thrust forward, aiming straight for Uchiha Shinhwa's throat. Right now, Uchiha Kagami was definitely not a match for Shinhwa, so he naturally went all out, unleashing lethal moves. Uchiha Shinhwa remained calm, sidestepping to avoid the fierce attack effortlessly, while simultaneously swinging his long knife towards Uchiha Kagami's arm. Turning back to block, with a clang, the two blades collided fiercely, sending sparks flying. At the training ground by the lake, the clash of blades and swords continued for a time. Uchiha Kagami's offensive became faster and faster, while Shinhwa's defense was impenetrable, occasionally counterattacking. Just as Shinhwa was starting to relax, Uchiha Kagami, who had been holding 2 knives, suddenly freed one hand. His left hand pointed at Shinhwa's face, with 4 fingers extended. Not good. Years of battle experience allowed Shinhwa to instantly sense the danger, and his pupils revealed the three-tomo Sharingan. Solution zing, an invisible slash cut through the air, and at the last moment, Shinhua barely avoided the terrifying cut that would have severed half of his face. However, he still bore a clear blood mark on his face, with crimson blood trickling down. What is this? Like a blade edge? It resembles the wind blade he encountered before. But that was an A-rank wind release ninjutsu. Where did Kagami learn this? Moreover, there was no sound of wind. If it were a wind blade, with the inside of the three-tomo Sharingan, he could have completely avoided it. After one strike, Uchiha Kagami's stamina was exhausted, and he slumped to the ground. This body is still too weak. He estimated that without considering the previous ninjutsu consumption, he could only perform 3 or 4 solution slashes at full strength. The foundation abilities of the two-faced Sukuna, developed to the extreme, are cutting slashes in space. This is a secret technique, I comprehended myself. It's merely stealing my power. Sukuna scoffed disdainfully. What a joke, regardless of how it came about. You could just say it's me using it. After a moment of contemplation, Shinhua Ly smiled. Kagami, such a dangerous technique. You actually used it on me without any warning? Uchiha Kagami let out a carefree, awkward laugh. Haha, I believe Elder Shinhua can definitely handle it. To be honest, if it weren't for my Sharingan, it would be very difficult to block such an invisible slash. I won't ask how you learned this ability, but I suggest you keep it as a hidden trump card and don't use it lightly. This technique, if caught off guard, could potentially kill a special jonin. Ninjas are notoriously high attack and low defense. It's said that even ninjas of the caliber of Senju Hashirama could be killed by kunai. Sukuna's slash is like a cheese circle slash, a cutting type attack method, which is very effective against physically weak ninjas, excluding the exceptional monsters and those few kaleidoscopes. Sukuna definitely has the strength to wipe out the ninja world. Elder Shinhua, my body is too weak. I want to undergo a medicinal bath. Aside from regular training, medicinal baths are also an important means to enhance one's physique. However, that kind of consumption is continuous, and it would take at least several years to see significant effects. Even the Uchiha clan can't produce many. I also have to exchange resources with other families to obtain medicinal materials, which is quite troublesome. Recently, only Fuyue enjoyed such treatment during his youth. This is also the reason why Uchiha Kagami is showcasing release. By demonstrating his value, he aims to increase the investment from the divine fire. Even with a loving clan, if they cannot see your value, they won't invest without limits. The divine fire pondered for a moment, touching the wound on his cheek. All right, but the medicinal bath will take at least 2 years, and it must be done daily without interruption. This means you won't be able to graduate early or carry out missions. When did I say I wanted to graduate early? Uchiha Kagami laughed and said, with 3 precious years of training time, only a fool would graduate early to shine for those old folks. What you said makes sense. Chapter 7, Mission or Companion, Konoha Year 43. A secret mission that should have remained confidential has now become common knowledge. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, abandoned his mission to save his companions. Ninja School. Kakashi has been training hard these past 2 years, but he has never been able to overcome that person. He even feels that the gap between them has not diminished over time. Instead, it has grown wider. Sometimes he doesn't understand why Obito Uchiha doesn't choose to graduate early, as his strength is far greater than that of the teachers of the ninja school. But right now, he has no thoughts of challenging Obito. Father. Kakashi had never seen his father so dejected, completely devoid of any anger. For some reason, he found himself standing under a large tree, in front of Obito Uchiha, who was eating lunch. Obito, which is more important, companions or missions? Obito swallowed a chicken leg and looked up at the confused Kakashi. He had also heard about Tsukumo Hatake and was quite pleased to see this internal strife within the village. Stir things up. If only a few old scallions were left at the end, it would be easier to pull them up. Of course, the mission is more important. We are ninjas after all. Kakashi showed signs of struggle. This was the answer most people would give, and he himself believed it too. So, what should one do if they have to abandon their companions for the sake of a mission? Putting down his lunchbox, Obito said lightly, that depends on the importance of the mission and the level of the companion. If you're talking about your father, then I think he was wrong. Kakashi lowered his head in despair. Do you think so too? Of course. As a powerful ninja, he allowed a bunch of weaklings to criticize him at will. If he just killed a few of the loudest villagers, there wouldn't be any public outcry. Father would never resort to violence against weak villagers. No, he would do it right away. After 2 years of growth, with the aid of medicinal baths, Obito was slightly taller than Kakashi. He stood up, grabbed Kakashi's hair, and forced him to look him in the eyes. Your father is weak. He has fallen into despair because his beliefs were shattered. If he had courage, he should strike at the mastermind behind it, not pick on the weakest. You, what do you mean? Obito's lips curled up slightly, thinking that Sukuna might be a potential force to recruit. From his outsider's perspective, Sukumo's cause of death was definitely not due to the villagers' insults. He wasn't weak enough to that extent. What led Sukuna to commit suicide was the denial of the will of fire he had believed in all his life. The higher-ups in Konoha emphasized the importance of companions, but allowed him to be insulted, which already showed their stance. The Hatake clan was originally a samurai family from the Warring States period. Sukuna Hatake was more like a samurai than a ninja. The reason for his suicide was realizing he had sworn loyalty to the wrong person. His faith collapsed, lacking the courage to strike at the Third Hokage and others. He could only choose to end his own life. Let me be clear. Obito shook Kakashi's hair again, and at that moment, Kakashi wouldn't explode in anger. Ruffling his hair, it felt nice. Your father is thinking of suicide, and you have time to ask all sorts of questions here instead of going to check on him. Kakashi's pupils shook. He had never considered this possibility. Things were indeed serious, but he never thought his father would take his own life over it. Suddenly letting go, he rushed out of the school gate without even having time to say goodbye to Obito. Watching Kakashi's disappearing figure, Obito squinted slightly. He wouldn't expend great effort to save Sukuna Hatake. If Kakashi couldn't persuade him, then let him die. If he could survive, he probably wouldn't be on the same side as the Third Hokage and his group anymore. Tobi and Rin, who had been concerned about Kakashi, approached. Although he didn't want to talk to Obito, Tobi opened his mouth for Kakashi's sake. Obito, what did you say to Kakashi? Obito, Kakashi. Glancing at the two, Obito retorted to Tobi. Goggles, if a mission requires sacrificing your clan members, what would you choose? Is there even a question? Of course. I can't sacrifice my clan. I would complete the mission without harming my clan. One must admit that time and experience can change a person. Tobi is the kindest Uchiha, and it was precisely because of this that Madara Uchiha chose him. An Uchiha with such rich emotions, once fallen into darkness, can indeed be terrifying. Rin, what about you? Obito turned to Rin Noera. After a moment of thought, Rin smiled and said, if completing a mission requires sacrifice, I would hope that I would be the one to sacrifice myself. That's just quite a pure will of fire. Rin, I will definitely protect you. The will of fire has no right or wrong. It only depends on the actions of those who practice it. Sacrificing oneself for the peace of the next generation is commendable. However, many in power have forgotten this original intention. Even Hashirama Senju has. Clearly, the village was established to protect children, but later, to protect the village, he would kill even his closest friends and children. You cannot have it both ways. Madara Uchiha saw this and chose to leave. It is impossible to achieve victory without sacrifice. It will inevitably breed hatred. So Obito, what about you? Tobi mustered the courage to ask. If one side must be sacrificed, what would be your choice? If one side must inevitably be sacrificed, I would kill the person who issued the mission, Obito replied bluntly. That really sounds like something Obito would do. Wait, no. Weren't we asking about Kakashi? Obito shook his head. There's no need to know. In such matters, choosing either side is wrong, and neither is wrong. That statement is so hard to understand. After all, you're an idiot, Goggles. Not understanding it is normal. Why do you have to call me an idiot too? Can't you just call me by my name properly? At least have eyes like mine before you say such things. A pair of 3-tomo Sharingan slowly spun, and the powerful ocular power knocked Tobi unconscious. Again, before losing consciousness, Tobi instinctively let out a cry of despair. A few days later, Obito would give him another ocular shock. The Sharingan is incredible. Is it necessary to show off so much? Obito likes to show off, but using the Sharingan on Uchiha Tobi so frequently is not for the sake of boasting. Uchiha Tobi is the key to contacting Madara Uchiha and those white Zetsu. Through the transcribing seal, injecting a little ocular power each time, one day, he will meet that legendary ninja. Tobi, you're just a sounding board. Chapter 8. Choice during the current class time. Uchiha Kagami has completely used it to rest. Listening to the teacher's explanation on stage, his sleep quality improves a bit, allowing him to use all his time in the evening for training. The ninja school teachers have no choice in this matter. After all, even though he sleeps every day, he still ranks first in both science and practical training at the end of each semester. They all proactively suggested to Uchiha Kagami to help him apply for early graduation, but he was unwilling. The food here is delicious. The atmosphere is pleasant, and the sleep is good. Why graduate? To become a genin, catching cats and dogs. Escorting merchant caravans, and having to eat soldier pills, why bother? Although the relationships between the countries are still tense. The cause of the Third Shinobi World War has not yet appeared. That is the case of the disappearance of the Third Hokage. Scorpion's parents were killed by Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, during a mission while the Third Hokage was in power. Considering that the Wind and Fire countries had signed a treaty of alliance, the Third Hokage did not allow Scorpion to take revenge. Of course, it might also be because the Third Hokage knew that Scorpion was no match for White Fang and was worried about him taking action. Thus, Scorpion transferred this hatred onto the Third Hokage and somehow eliminated him, turning him into a human puppet. Afterward, Sunagakure could not find the Kazekage, and, as they searched, they began fighting with Konoha. Other ninja villages soon joined in, leading to the most brutal Third Shinobi World War. This was the first time all 5 great ninja villages participated in a shinobi war since the ninja village model was established. It also cultivated powerful units like Uchiha Obito and Yakushi Kabuto for the 4th Shinobi World War. Yellow Flash, AB Combination, Scorch Release, Copy Ninja Kakashi. Many strong figures made their names in this great war. Ironically, the most famous Sharingan ninja of the Third War turned out to be an outsider, Kakashi. It seems that by the end of the war, Shursui had also grown up. That kid. I hope the education he received from a young age can change his saintly nature. After school, Kakashi, who skipped class for a day, leaned against the door, straightening up when he saw Uchiha Kagami walking over. "Kagami, my father wants to meet you, please," he said, bowing at a 90-degree angle. In the past, even when beaten badly by Uchiha Kagami, Kakashi had never been this humble. The medicinal bath was scheduled after Uchiha Kagami's training, so there was still time. At the Hatake residence, a few lamps provided little light, making the interior somewhat dim. Uchiha Kagami walked in alone and saw the renowned Konoha White Fang. The once tall and strong figure now resembled a skeleton supporting flesh. His white hair was withered, and his eyes had almost no brightness. In his 30s, the prime of a ninja, Tsukumo Hatake was filled with a sense of decay. "You must be Kagami. Kakashi often mentions you." His voice was hoarse, as if it took great effort to complete a sentence. "Hello, Tsukumo-sensei." Uchiha Kagami preferred to wait for Tsukumo Hatake to speak rather than initiating a conversation. "Kakashi conveyed your words to me, Kagami. Your Sharingan possesses more insight than any Uchiha I've seen. I truly cannot comprehend. May I borrow your wisdom? Tell me, what was the right thing to do?" Uchiha Kagami frowned slightly. He wasn't good at psychological counseling. "Let us get straight to the point. Tsukumo-sensei, do you know who leaked the details of this mission?" "I have a rough idea. It should be the Hokage's advisor, Danzo." "What Danzo did was not stopped by the Hokage. That's just the way it is," Uchiha Kagami stated directly. "You want to commit suicide because your illusion about the Third Hokage has been shattered, right?" "Illusion? What do you mean?" "It means you cannot see his true self. From your perspective, the Third Hokage has always been a perfect and benevolent elder. Kagami's metaphor is quite apartment. So, why doesn't the Third Hokage want to help me? How will he help you? The information is already public. Does he need to say that comrades are more important than missions? Would that mean the missions of the daimyos and nobles are no longer valid? Who would still believe in Konoha, saying that missions are more important than comrades? What about the will of fire? He has always advocated cherishing comrades. What would the villagers think of him? This is fundamentally an unsolvable problem." Tsukumo Hatake fell silent. Uchiha Kagami slowly said, "The Third Hokage is human. As long as one is human, there will be selfishness. He cannot overturn his own foundation for your sake. Moreover, this incident is also beneficial for the Third Hokage's faction. After all, someone with a stain has no qualifications to compete for the position of 4th Hokage. I never thought about becoming the 4th Hokage." Tsukumo Hatake's voice rose a few decibels. "Whether you think about it or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you have that capability." Uchiha Kagami's indifferent gaze shattered the last of Tsukumo Hatake's illusions. From their perspective, there was nothing wrong with acting this way. They probably never even considered that you might have thoughts of suicide as a result. They just wanted a stain blade, not something that could become a precious tool. In my opinion, after this incident, they will push you into the shadows to do some unsavory things. "They will want me to do what?" Uchiha Kagami pointed at himself and smiled. "Isn't it obvious? They want to use you to deal with the Uchiha. We Uchiha are the greatest unstable factor in their eyes." "Kagami, we are all comrades of the same village. Why?" "There's no why. As long as people gather together, there will inevitably be conflicts. People only experience the pleasure of feeling superior by subduing their peers. This is the poison called power. It's a pity that I am so much older than you, yet I see things less clearly than you. That's normal. You Haven T receive an education. I also spent a few years in the ninja school. We're not talking about the same thing. Uchiha Kagami impatiently waved his hand. He had said too much today, which didn't align with the cold persona of the Uchiha. I won't say anything to enlighten you. If you really can't bear it, then suicide is indeed a good way to escape. After all, Kakashi has long lost his mother. Losing a father doesn't mean much. Uchiha Kagami said, so much, but it was actually the last sentence that had a decisive effect. Kakashi, who was not yet a ninja, could he really adapt to a life without a father? Tsukumo Hatake was a war orphan. Since he could remember, he had been without parents, making it hard for him to imagine the pain of losing one. If Kakashi were already a ninja, he could comfort himself, believing that Kakashi could endure. He hadn't eaten for several days, struggling to move his body. He knelt down in front of the sitting Uchiha Kagami and performed a deep bow. What should I do? Please tell me. Tsukumo Hatake was a blade. Once left to think for himself, he easily entered a dead end. He still preferred to find someone he trusted and act according to instructions. Uchiha Kagami's lips curled slightly. It's simple. No matter what decision you make, even if it's wrong, you must stick to it. Go beat up all the guys who say you're wrong, and tell them that comrades are more important than missions. If they don't accept it, beat them until they do. It's fine to break their limbs. If you're really upset, you can kill one or two. After all, the most you'll get is a few years in prison, and with your achievements, they won't sentence you to death. I understand now. Hatake Tsukumo pondered for a moment, then raised his head to look at Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, it seems you have already chosen which side you stand on, the Uchiha or the village. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. It's not about which side I choose. It's about which side chooses me to become the victor. Chapter 9. Stand down, Danzo. A 7-year-old with 3 tomo. How much longer will you let someone like him go unchecked? In the Hokage office, the 4 highest authorities of Konoha gathered. Led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, there were also the Hokage's advisor Shimura Danzo and 2 high-level advisors, Mito Kazan and Tinami Kamaru. That child is studying normally at the Ninja Academy. Hiruzen Sarutobi said solemnly, Danzo, I've told you before, don't interfere with the academy. Hee, with a sinister smile. Shimura Danzo coldly replied, have you forgotten what this means? Have you forgotten those eyes? Kaleidoscope, Tinami Kamaru murmured, turning his gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The talent displayed by Uchiha Kagami, if stimulated, is very likely to awaken the kaleidoscope. That kind of ability, it's too uncontrollable. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath of smoke, exhaling it, his expression somewhat grave. I have a plan. What plan could you have? You should be trained by me, as I said. I'm confident I can make him completely ours. Sarutobi, Tinami Kamaru exchanged glances, clearly tempted. They had experienced the era of Uchiha Madara and only knew of such a kaleidoscope. They subconsciously elevated the potential of the kaleidoscope, thinking how wonderful it would be to have a controllable one. A 7-year-old with 3 tomo, even more exaggerated than the recorded Uchiha Madara. If he couldn't awaken the kaleidoscope, even they wouldn't believe it. Originally reluctant to speak, but seeing the intentions of his old friends. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. I've already called Jiraiya back. Uchiha Kagami, I will arrange for him to follow Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Mito Kazan and Tinami Kamaru exchanged glances and nodded. Jiraiya is the best candidate for the 4th Hokage in their eyes. They were also at ease in trusting him to Jiraiya. But Danzo was not at ease. How could that guy, who ignores the village's rules and runs around, be allowed to take Uchiha with him? Glancing at him, Hiruzen Sarutobi said lightly. He taught Minato, Mito Kazan and the others, who had hesitated a bit, were completely reassured upon hearing this. Namake's Minato, in their eyes, was the perfect candidate for the 5th Hokage. That is because of Minato's own excellence. Not because your student taught him well. Danzo made a final struggle. If it doesn't work, I'll teach him myself. I've taught the legendary 3. That should be fine. You're raising a tiger to trouble. That little brat will definitely cause great harm to the village. I can see the dense darkness he harbors. I won't regret it, Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi said firmly. That child hasn't done anything wrong. I will definitely train him to be an excellent ninja who cares for his companions. As for you, don't think I don't know what you're doing, Danzo. Stand down regarding Shikumo. The old tiger still has some remaining power. Facing Hiruzen Sarutobi's gradually cooling gaze, Shimura Danzo said nothing, but the door of the Hokage office suffered. Bang. Honestly, at your age, You still can't learn to close the door gently. Nightfall. Uchiha clan grounds. Just out of the medicinal bath and washing himself clean, Grandma said someone was visiting. Kagami-kun, sorry to disturb you. Lord Clan Leader, please come in. Uchiha Kagami's formal invitation. He considered himself part of the radical faction, and wouldn't he show much respect to Fugaku, who was part of the moderate faction. The ones who slaughtered the clan were Obito and Itachi. But the one who made things like this was Fugaku. Circumstances forced it, not a personal fault. That's what they say, but as the clan leader of Uchiha, not being able to change anything is itself a mistake. No, I'm here to deliver an invitation. Fugaku, with a rare smile on his deadpan face, handed over an invitation. Tomorrow is the 7th-day celebration of my child. I hope Kagami-kun can come. Uchiha Kagami took the invitation and looked up to ask, has the name been decided? Itachi, Uchiha Itachi, he's a boy. Fugaku had the smile of a proud father on his face. Fortunately, Sasuke inherited his mother's beauty. Otherwise, if he looked like Itachi, he would seem old at a young age. All right, I will go. Watching Fugaku leave, Uchiha Kagami's gaze darkened. The birth of Itachi signaled the countdown to the Uchiha clan's extermination. More than 10 years, sufficient time, lying in bed, having slept enough during the day. Uchiha Kagami let his consciousness sink into the spiritual space. Kid, the person you met during the day, what level is he at in this Konoha village? The voice of Sukuna echoed. In these 2 years, the strongest he had seen was naturally Hiruzen Sarutobi. Such a strong person was rare, even in his 1,000-year lifespan. Unfortunately, that guy's vitality has begun to decline. Otherwise, he would have wanted to test it. As for the person he met during the day, Kakashi Hitaki, his strength might not match that of the previous old man. However, even if he was skin and bones, that sharpness belonging to a blade still caught Sukuna's attention. He truly admired strong people, especially those with such pure convictions. Thinking about Sukuna's question, in terms of hard power, Kakashi Hitaki should be a bit stronger than the current legendary 3, but not as good as the Third Hokage and others. Most importantly, there's also Uzumaki Kushina, a wild card. The complete Nine Tails absolutely surpassed the current total battle power. Only sealing techniques could deal with it. To prevent Sukuna from getting too cocky, Uchiha Kagami simply included the strong people from Konoha that he had encountered in the past and would appear in the future. After all, he was asking about Konoha. More than 20, huh? The old man he met before, to put it nicely, was the village head of Konoha, but there are many stronger than him. Interesting. Amidst the sea of blood and corpses, Sukuna grinned. Kid, let me borrow your body to play for a bit. As long as I have 5 minutes of activity time every day, I will teach you how to use my powers. Uchiha Kagami pulled out a large mass of black energy from the ceiling gap and rubbed it before stuffing it into his mouth. Glancing disdainfully at Sukuna, do I still need your teaching? After 2 more years, I could take your underwear out. How did you steal it? Sukuna was puzzled. He clearly felt no weakening of his powers. Even in this spiritual space, his cursed energy was still growing. In just a few short years, it had accumulated more than what the cursed techniques had gathered in hundreds of years. He had become stronger than his original peak period. Yet he had no way to deal with this strange sealing. Even the space/couldn't cut through this seal, swallowing the black energy. Uchiha Kagami had a premonition that as long as he fully digested this harvest, using release would become much more convenient, as long as the chakra was sufficient. It might even serve as a conventional attack. Activating the Sharingan, he assisted in his training. In these 2 years, his physical development, thanks to the medicinal bath, meant that his physical energy was roughly equivalent to that of a 13 or 14-year-old Uchiha. Uchiha naturally had more chakra than ordinary ninjas, which was attributed to their vast spiritual energy. However, the limit on chakra quantity was still determined by physical energy. Some members of the Senju and Uzumaki clans could possess chakra comparable to tailed beasts. Compared to these 2 clans, the Uchiha always seemed lacking. Even Uchiha Madara needed to catch a Nine Tails as a power bank to battle Senju Hashirama for several days. Thinking of this, he glanced disdainfully at Sukuna. The tailed beasts are creations of the Sage of 6 Paths Yin-Yang release, each capable of serving as a power bank, though with varying limits. However, Sukuna only possesses Yin attributes, and Uchiha Kagami's spiritual energy far exceeds his physical energy, so the Yin release chakra is more than sufficient. Hey, kid, what kind of look is that? Uchiha Kagami scoffed. Your power isn't that impressive either. I'm wondering if I should catch a neighbor for you. You bastard. What do you mean? Whoosh, Uchiha Kagami's control over the seal has grown stronger. allowing him to at least isolate Sukuna's voice to avoid hearing his incessant babbling. He extended his palm, and a deep blue chakra sphere appeared. Uchiha Kagami began trying to introduce fire release nature transformation into it. A flicker of flame just grazed the chakra sphere. Boom! With a violent explosion, it was unsurprisingly a failure. Uchiha Kagami couldn't do what Naruto did with his insane training using multiple shadow clones. He could only try repeatedly without losing patience. If adding wind release chakra turns the Rasengan into a spiraling shuriken, then what will happen when adding fire release? Chapter 10. I want to challenge you. Fugaku in the Fugaku residence, 7.5-year-old Uchiha Kagami stands at about 1.5 meters tall, dressed in a loose dark blue long robe for the celebration. His facial features are well defined, and there's always a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Behind him is his 2.5-year-old brother, Shui, who is looking around curiously with big eyes. Brother, there's so many people here, what is this for? It's to celebrate the birth of a child. Uchiha Kagami replies faintly, his gaze indifferent as he looks at the child in Uchiha Mikoto's arms. Kagami, you're here. An aging Uchiha Shinhan approaches. He looks at the Fugaku family who are welcoming the clansmen and sneers. I heard someone call that little brat the clan leader. Huh. Our Uchiha is not like the Hyuga, playing this lineage nonsense. Even Madara back in the day was only called the clan leader after showing his talents. How can a swaddled baby be worthy? If he grows up normally, perhaps he would indeed have the qualifications. Uchiha Kagami responds calmly. He dislikes Uchiha Itachi, but won't deny his talent because of it. I often feel that your eyes can see the future, Shinhan sighs, patting Uchiha Kagami on the shoulder with a smile. In a few years, you might be able to defeat Fugaku. At that time, I will initiate a clan duel. You are the one suited to lead the Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami shakes his head. In a year or two, the Third Shinobi World War will start. The border skirmishes are already frequent. According to the original development, the Uchiha would only have the chance to reach the battlefield in the Land of Water towards the end of the war. Moreover, the clan is not united. The radical faction occupies a majority, but many still choose to side with the village. Just like Obito, who later joined Minato's team, he is just a representative example. Where did Danzo's Sharingan come from before the night of the Uchiha massacre? To put it darker, the fact that Kakashi can keep his Sharingan in the future is also a compromise from the Uchiha clan to the Fourth Hokage. For thousands of years, the Uchiha clan's iron law has been that, under no circumstances are outsiders allowed to covet the Sharingan. For this, they would pursue and kill without rest. Without Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan is just a group of weaklings who could be bullied, no longer possessing the aura of the strongest clan in the shinobi world. Fugaku probably still doesn't have the Mangekyo. He awakened it during the Third Shinobi World War. If it's just a 3-tomo, I will challenge Uchiha Fugaku later. Shinin's pupils constrict sharply. So sudden? It's not that big of a deal. Uchiha Kagami scans the crowd and continues. While everyone is gathered, let's have a fight first. I don't want to be the clan leader yet. Fugaku is a fence-sitter, lacking the ability to steer the Uchiha, but he can serve as a transitional leader. Uchiha Kagami plans to wait until the Third Shinobi World War begins before stepping up as the Uchiha clan leader. So the Third Hokage's faction won't have much energy to target him. The 7-day celebration for the clan leader's child has gathered almost all those qualified to participate in the clan meeting, along with many ordinary Uchiha clansmen. At the banquet, Uchiha Fugaku raises a toast to Uchiha Shinhan. Elder Shinhan, thank you for your contributions to the clan. Kagami-kun and little Shui, Itachi is your younger brother. I hope you will take good care of him in the future. The gazes of many clansmen intersect. The divisions within the Uchiha clan are already evident. The village is still adopting a conciliatory policy toward them, with Fugaku leaning toward peaceful coexistence. Most of the Uchiha in the security forces are considered doves. It was only later, when the village's oppression of the Uchiha became too severe, that the radical faction overwhelmed the doves. At the beginning of the village's founding, the Uchiha clan grew weary of war and even betrayed Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Kagami puts down his juice and slowly stands up. Clan leader, on this auspicious day of passing down the flame, I would like to ask you about ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku maintains a smile. Of course. I will wait for you at your usual training ground tomorrow. Uchiha Kagami presses his lips together slightly, his smile not very apparent. Do I need to be clearer? I want to challenge you, Uchiha Fugaku. If it were just an ordinary Uchiha boy, no one would take his words seriously. Just like a certain Uchiha boy who claims every day that he wants to be Hokage. Do you think the Third Hokage would take him seriously? But Kagami is different. The Uchiha clan values strength. Whether one has awakened their eyes is a standard. After awakening, each additional tomo signifies a higher rank. Any 3 tomo Uchiha is recognized as possessing Nin level combat power. Kagami, saying this in such a setting is somewhat inappropriate. An elder Uchiha speaks up. Try and provide Fugaku with a way out. Uchiha Kagami looks at him and replies coolly, "When has it ever mattered what the occasion is for us Uchiha to fight? Long-term, comfortable living has made you learn from the Hyuga? While there may be differing opinions about the Hokage among the Uchiha clansmen, when it comes to the Hyuga, who competes with them for the title of the First-I Technique family, all Uchiha clansmen feel disdain and disgust. What level are the Hyuga? Competing with my Sharingan? But what is even more uncomfortable is that currently, the Uchiha do not have the Mangekyo and can't truly suppress the Hyuga. The Hyuga pride themselves on their noble and pure bloodline, looking down on the noisy Uchiha, while the Uchiha also disdain those delicate individuals." Uchiha Kagami's words immediately silence the elder. Fugaku's expression darkens, and he gestures for Mikoto not to worry. He looks at Uchiha Kagami seriously and says, "You're not even a ninja. It's too early for you to say you want to challenge me." Uchiha Kagami turns around and slowly walks toward the door, the sound of his wooden sandals echoing in the hall. He turns his head, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan, with a fierce chakra surging forth. "Clan leader, I'll wait for you for 1 minute." Such strong ocular power. It's not an ordinary 3-tomo. After all, it's Kagami. He can definitely reach the level of the Mangekyo. No one would blame Uchiha Kagami for disrupting the celebration. For them, a genius can do anything, and it is reasonable and forgivable. The most rational Uchiha only believes in strength. In front of the clan leader's residence, there's a large open space. Looking at Uchiha Kagami, Fugaku remains expressionless. If I were to say a word of concession, if you truly want to be the clan leader, I am willing to cultivate you for a few years to better hand over the clan leader's power to you. You are still too young if you can't handle the village's affairs well. I know you have been influenced by Elder Shinhan. Some things are not as simple as you think. You're mistaken. Clan leader Uchiha Kagami shakes his head. I just want to test my own capacity. Moreover, Uchiha Kagami strikes a pose, smiling. Nothing is as complicated as you think. This world has always been ruled by the strong. I assent that, right? Swish. An invisible sharpness rushes forward. Fugaku sidesteps to avoid it. A large area of trees behind him gets cut down, crashing down with a loud noise. A streak of crimson appears in his eyes. As a new father, I'll consider this a teaching exercise for Itachi. The surging gaze instantly unfolded, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Chapter 11. A year ago, Fugaku had defeated the god of fire and became the strongest of the Uchiha clan. To become the clan leader, his physical, illusion, and ninjutsu abilities had no shortcomings. Clang! He used a steel kunai to suppress Shiroyuki, the powerful force coming through. Q. You are a genius, but even geniuses need time to grow. Ding! The kunai broke, revealing a smooth, cutting surface. Fugaku's pupils shrank sharply. He knew that Uchiha Q had a special secret technique that could shoot invisible wind blades from his fingertips. But he didn't expect that he could also release them through weapons. Fortunately, with the powerful insight of the Sharingan, he barely managed to dodge the cutting strike that severed the kunai, touching the torn skin on his neck. How ruthless, treating me, the clan leader, so mercilessly. Enough with the nonsense. Uchiha Q swung his blade and charged forward. If it weren't for the consideration of Sasuke's birth, he might have secretly attacked Fugaku a few times and possibly killed him. The invisible cutting strike used for ambush and assassination is the most terrifying. Fugaku began to take this battle seriously, gripping the kunai with both hands. Both of their attacks separated just before contact, creating an indescribable sense of discord. Fortunately, the spectators were all Uchiha clan members, and many had activated their Sharingan. They were continuously predicting their opponent's next move. What was said to be a clash of physical techniques was actually a duel of the insight of dojutsu ninjas. The more Fugaku fought, the more alarmed he became, because he realized, in terms of insight, his Sharingan was slightly inferior to Uchiha Q's. Such a terrifying talent. I can't compare with him in swordsmanship anymore. With that thought, Fugaku broke away from the melee and quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Q swung his blade, slicing through the fireball. Coming at him were dozens of raging flames. The great fireball, as an opening move, was originally meant to obscure vision. The subsequent Phoenix fire technique was the actual offensive method. All the flames were controlled by chakra, and avoiding them all was not easy. Amidst the dancing flames, Uchiha Q saw shurikens, also controlled by chakra. Could it be Itachi's Phoenix Flower Jutsu? No. How could one say that a father resembles his son? As the strongest offensive ninjutsu, fire style is best countered with water style in regular combat. If unfamiliar with water style, Uchiha Q quickly formed hand seals, ending with the tiger seal. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A fire dragon erupted from Uchiha Q's mouth, crashing into the fireballs, its residual power undiminished. Compared to the attack range, this technique prioritized power and accuracy. The fire dragon soared high, its blazing light nearly blinding, and the powerful heat made it hard to breathe, as if one were in a furnace. Everywhere it went, the air was distorted by the scorching heat. It is well known that all Uchihas can use fire style. Using the momentum of the fire dragon, Uchiha Q quickly closed in on Fugaku, palm extended towards his face. Compared to the imposing fire dragon, this action by Uchiha Q made Fugaku's heart race. This boy mastered a secret technique at the level of a forbidden art, comparable to a bloodline limit. And Fugaku was very clear about that. Release. Sizzle. The air was instantly torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Countless cutting strikes rained down on Fugaku. Bang. Shadow clone? Looking at the exploding smoke, Uchiha Q was not surprised. With his Sharingan, he scanned left and right, suddenly stopping. Above, Uchiha Q looked up sharply, and before him was a sea of flames. It was like the raging flames of hell, sweeping in with overwhelming force, as if it wanted to engulf the entire world in an endless sea of fire. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguish. The power of a ninjutsu lies in its user. Fugaku's fire style was far inferior to Uchiha Madara's, but this move still shocked many clan members. The god of fire frowned, gathering chakra to his feet, already wanting to assist Uchiha Q in time. Brother, little Shursui cried out in fear. If it weren't for being held back by a clan member, he would have rushed into the battle. Facing the overwhelming flames, Uchiha Q remained expressionless. His body slowly floated up, the ground beneath him being sliced away layer by invisible blades. In the mental space, behind the seal, Sukuna Kona's 4 eyes were fixed on the outside. Little brat, you really have some skills. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The piercing sound of cutting continued to ring out, gradually overpowering the roar of the sea of fire. Azure blades spun around Uchiha Q, spinning faster and faster, resembling a storm. Each sword shone with a cold light, their sword energies crisscrossing, slicing through the air, creating a breathtaking symphony of sword sounds. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Such a terrifying sense of oppression. The sea of fire approached, reflecting on Uchiha Q's smiling face. He extended 2 fingers forward and waved them upward. I name it Ninjutsu / Thousand Blade Flow. Wham! Endless azure blades howled, destroying and obliterating the sea of fire, crushing everything. Fugaku, who had jumped high, was filled with disbelief. Witnessing Uchiha Q's ferocity, he had given it his all. It was so easily countered. Facing the endless torrent of blades, Fugaku gritted his teeth and formed hand seals. Great Dragon Fire Technique. 3 fire dragons held out, circling around him to form a protective circle. Using an offensive fire style for defense showed his strong control over ninjutsu. The fire dragons were gradually extinguished, but the blade torrent that shattered the sea of fire was also exhausted. Just as Fugaku relaxed, a silver blue light flickered before him. What is that? Uchiha Q held a rapidly spinning chakra sphere, slamming it hard against his chest. Rasengan. Boom. The intense impact was like a cannonball being fired, knocking Fugaku from midair and creating a large cloud of dust. Clan leader. Fugaku. Captain. Many clan members rushed towards the area where the dust was rising. Some quickly used wind style to disperse the smoke. In a large crater marked by spiral patterns, Fugaku was ragged and struggling to stand on one knee. The power of the Rasengan lies not only in its tremendous impact, but also in its sustained destructive effect. It can continuously inject energy into the target after hitting it, triggering a series of explosions and destruction, causing massive area damage. Fugaku had a ghastly spiral wound on his chest. Sensing it, he found his chakra was in disarray, making mobilization difficult. Ignoring the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, he stared intently at the descending Uchiha Q. Such a powerful technique. Q, you truly are a genius. Uchiha Q was also breathing heavily. Chakra consumption had reached a critical point. Sharingan of the same 3 Tomo had limited effect. In a head-on clash, his chakra could not compare to Fugaku's. He could only output at high power to quickly determine the battle's outcome. Uchiha Q raised his eyes and sneered, as expected of you, your usual rhetoric. He was very clear that his talent was not on the same level as monsters like Minato Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha, nor did he have the six paths powers like Naruto and Sasuke. The cursed spirit within him could never become a partner. Everything he wanted could only be fought for by himself. Since he was 2 years old, for nearly 2,000 days and nights, he dared not stop training for a moment. He just didn't want to face the unbearable truth, and could only resent his lack of ability. The excessive chakra output made his hands tremble slightly. Gripping his sleeve tightly, Uchiha Kagami slowly walked towards Fugaku. Fugaku also adjusted his breathing. Although he was seriously injured, he still had the strength to fight. Tap! The towering figure of Shinra blocked the two. This sparring had been enough. If they continued to fight, one wrong move could lead to life or death, and no matter who died, it was not what Shinra wanted to see. Chapter 12. The Ronin. Hatake Tsukumo hearing this, Uchiha Kagami lowered his hand holding the blade. He was willing to give Shinfire some face. After all, he had benefited greatly. However, Fugaku was less willing. Up to this point, Uchiha Kagami seemed unharmed while he was in a sorry state. If it ended like this, where would he put the face of the clan leader? Elder Shinfire, with a gloomy face, was about to refute when a pair of hands grabbed his arm. Uchiha Makoto's beautiful face was filled with worry as she shook her head. Sighing helplessly, Fugaku also lowered his hand. Uchiha Kagami had no intention of competing for the position of clan leader at this moment, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Clan Leader, and congratulations on your new son. I'll take my leave now." Jisue left, staring blankly at Uchiha Kagami as he walked away. The remaining Uchiha felt no anger at the disrupted celebration. Instead, perhaps we were mistaken. Not just Lord Izuna, perhaps he could reach that legendary figure. All right, Shinfire interrupted everyone's conversation and commanded, "No one is to speak of today's events outside. The clan leader needs to rest, disperse." The village had always monitored the Uchiha, but it hadn't reached the level of knowing everything. Watching the direction Uchiha Kagami disappeared, Shinfire frowned in contemplation. He didn't know about the impending Ninja World War and felt that Uchiha Kagami was being a bit too radical. Even as the leader of this radical faction, he couldn't understand why Kagami chose to demonstrate force at this moment. The fact was simple. Uchiha Kagami was not lying. He simply wanted to test his own strength. The kids from a ninja academy were not worthy opponents for him, and ordinary Jainin had no chance to engage him. It was even more inappropriate to target the village's upper echelons. After thinking it over, Fugaku seemed the most suitable. On the way back, Sukuna's voice rang out. The fusion of slashing and chakra. "Kid, your technique is too weak. You think I didn't hear your previous soliloquy?" Uchiha Kagami casually replied. Sukuna sneered. "I won't deny your talent. I just think, compared to the domain expansion, your technique's power is insufficient. You seem to know me well, so you should understand the power of the domain. Kid, let us sign a binding contract. I'll 1T take over your body. I've already acquired a physical form. I can teach you the domain and the 10 shadows technique. Just once a year, a 3-minute outing would suffice. I haven't experienced the thrill of killing in a long time. You never liked those high-ups in Konoha anyway. How about I help you eliminate them?" Uchiha Kagami believed that Sukuna could indeed kill the Third Hokage and his companions. But what he feared was encountering Uzumaki Kushina. Aside from Senju Hashirama, every generation's strongest force in Konoha was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. As the Jinchuriki of Sukuna, Uchiha Kagami didn't have the confidence to take on that little hot pepper. Sealing techniques held a high priority in the ninja world. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki had fallen to them. The Yukai, the land of demons, was said to be capable of destroying the ninja world. It was sealed by a girl. If Sukuna were to be released and suddenly faced a sealing master, what if he was suppressed as an evil god? Sukuna, I'm not lying to you. This world is dangerous. Staying in my belly ISNTA prison, I'm protecting you. Who do you think you're talking to? I don't need protection. Bastard. Sukuna exploded. Speak a little louder, and you'll spend a month in the little black room, Uchiha Kagami said flatly. Sukuna quieted down. If he couldn't experience the outside world, he could still endure the darkness. The next day, looking at his father preparing breakfast, Kakashi let out a long breath. "Father." Hatake Tsukumo called Kakashi over to sit down for breakfast. The father and son sat in silence for a moment before Hatake Tsukumo spoke. "Kakashi, I've decided to act on my own will, perhaps just as they say. I will be a waste who breaks the rules of the ninja. The gaunt Hatake Tsukumo smiled and continued, but I believe that those who do not cherish their comrades are even worse than waste. Is that so? I will support you, father. Hatake Tsukumo smiled with relief. His greatest fear was not gaining Kakashi's approval. Perhaps what that Uchiha boy said was right. He didn't need to think too much, and the only thing that mattered was Kakashi's feelings. Hatake Tsukumo took out the white fang short sword from behind him and placed it on the table. Kakashi, you've grown up. I've decided to clarify this matter with you. Kakashi had a bad feeling. I did think about taking my own life to atone, but I don't want someone to have it too easy. As he spoke, the man known as the White Fang of Konoha had a sharp glint in his eyes. I'm going to leave the village. Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply, and he stood up excitedly. Father, I also. Hatake Tsukumo raised his hand to signal him to continue listening. With a firm hand resting on Kakashi's head, Hatake Tsukumo smiled and said, Here, you have precious comrades too, don't you? Take care of yourself and protect your comrades. I will always watch over you, always love you. No matter what choices you make in the future, I will support you. Goodbye, Kakashi. You must take care of yourself. Boom. A cloud of smoke exploded. Only Kakashi remained, silent, with 2 lines of tears quietly sliding down. Outside Konoha village, receiving the memories from a shadow clone, Hatake Tsukumo paused his steps, letting out a long sigh. Looking back at the village he loved, the emotions in his eyes were incredibly complex. Swish, swish, swish. More than 10 ninjas wearing strange masks appeared in an instant. Hatake Tsukumo, leaving the village without reason. What are you trying to do? One of them questioned. Looking indifferently at the newcomers, Hatake Tsukumo said softly, Root, huh? As an elite J-nin of Konoha, he had some understanding of this secret organization hidden in the shadows. The leader of this organization was that person. Taking one last look at Konoha village, Hatake Tsukumo turned without looking back. Tell Danzo that if he dares to lay a hand on Kakashi, I will kill him. Bastard. You dare to threaten Lord Danzo? Several root ninjas immediately charged at him with their blades, but before their bodies could even reach him, a white line cut through the air. Accompanied by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, blood splattered as bodies fell. A strong killing intent enveloped the area, causing these root ninjas who had undergone cruel training to tremble uncontrollably, their hands unable to even grip their weapons steadily. The man who surpassed the Sannin, the White Fang of Konoha, who instilled fear on the battlefield. How could someone like him be touched by this group of shadows from Root? This is not a threat. I'm just speaking the truth. Hatake Tsukumo's final voice echoed. Whether it was defection or leaving, perhaps as a Ronin, that would be the final resting place for someone like me. Chapter 13. The Light Wheel Popsicle inspires Jiraiya's double-style pill. The news of Kakashi Tsukumo's departure was concealed, and it was only stated to the outside world that he was on a secret mission. On the surface, Konoha's White Fang was the strongest force under the Hokage, and the departure of such a figure had a huge impact. At this moment, the Hokage's office erupted into fierce arguments over this matter. Designating Kakashi Tsukumo as an S-rank rogue ninja was a serious decision. He possessed too much information, and the entire Umbu had to be dispatched to eliminate him. Shimura Danzo slammed the table and shouted angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently watched him, his gaze growing colder. It wasn't just the two of them. 2 senior advisors were also present, and the 4 illusions of Konoha had gathered. Narashikaku spoke in a low voice. Danzo is right. Kakashi Tsukumo knows too much. If he falls into the hands of other ninja villages, it would be a catastrophic event. Mito Kazumi remained silent, clearly indicating his stance. Holding back his anger, Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the group and spoke in a hoarse voice. I believe Tsukumo. He just needs to go out and clear his mind. Hiruzen, let me clarify something. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked indifferently at Shimura Danzo. If Tsukumo has defected, who will go after him? Is it me or Kushina? Or is it you, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry. The root of all this trouble was Danzo leaking that top-secret mission. Such matters could have been handled quietly, and the damages caused by Kakashi Tsukumo to the village could be addressed later. After this incident, Kakashi Tsukumo had already lost the chance to compete for the position of Hokage. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, a true Hokage, when faced with the dilemma of mission versus comrades, should sacrifice himself to ensure the village's interests are not compromised. Both the second Hokage and he shared this understanding. He indeed wanted his disciple to become Hokage, but he would not frame Kakashi Tsukumo for it. He was angry at both Danzo and Kakashi Tsukumo. What's the big deal? Just a few words from others, and it escalates to the point of defection? This is the village you've lived in since birth, and your son is still in the village. Shimura Danzo was momentarily speechless. They understood the power of Konoha's White Fang too well. If there were a standard for shadow-level ninjas above Jounin, Kakashi Tsukumo would definitely be in that category. Every Jounin was an elite of the village, but when faced with that white fan blade, they would become ordinary units. Before the yellow flash appeared, Konoha's White Fang was the record holder for Jounin kills in the ninja world. Shimura Danzo did not think he was weaker than Kakashi Tsukumo. If they were to force a confrontation, it should be a 60 to 40 chance in his favor. I have a 60 chance of winning. However, there is no need for that. I have more important matters to attend to. The situation in the ninja world is ever-changing, and if Hiruzen makes a misstep, I may have to step in to take charge. After a moment of thought, he knew he couldn't back down. Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice, "Then I will hand over the espionage missions from each village. Who do you think would be more suitable? Once the handover is complete, I will personally hunt down Kakashi Tsukumo." Now, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn to fall silent. He knew very well what Danzo was doing. Those actions were secrets that even the other two advisors could not know. Where could he find another black glove as diligent and selfless as Shimura Danzo? With a sigh of helplessness, he decided to let it be for now. Kakashi is still in the village, and Tsukumo won't do anything to harm the village. After all, it's not without precedent. Jiraiya stayed in the Land of Rain for several years. At this moment, Mito Kazumi spoke up. Jiraiya and Minato have returned. Minato has learned the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. They might be able to chase down Kakashi Tsukumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him an unhappy glance. I've already classified this matter. Are you trying to play chase now? Do you have a problem with your reflexes? They had just encountered the tailed beast from a Wagakure. Let them rest for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. Speaking of which, Uchiha Kagami and Kakashi can be taught by Jiraiya in them. When Uchiha was mentioned, Danzo's crisis radar went off. No, Kakashi is one thing, but Uchiha Kagami is definitely not someone Jiraiya can teach. It seemed that he thought about how Shimura Danzo had to take the blame for him, and it wasn't too easy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice softened slightly. Danzo, when you hear that name, do you only think of Uchiha Kagami? That is the name of our comrade. Mito Kazumi and Nara Shikaku showed a hint of nostalgic days, but Shimura Danzo remained unmoved. Kagami was influenced by the second Hokage, and he was not a descendant of Kagami. He was just an Uchiha with the same name. Just look at the wording. Even if they were contemporaries, Danzo preferred to use influence rather than teach. It was clear how evil the Uchiha appeared in his eyes. We have to try. What if he, like Kagami, integrates into the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled gently. All right, it's almost time for dinner. Your families are waiting, so I won't keep you. With more people around, Shimura Danzo did not perform his classic act. He glared fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen and turned to leave. If I were Hokage, if you chose me as Hokage, Uchiha would definitely be tamed. Second Hokage, why didn't you choose me? At that time, I was just a little short. Danzo was still entangled in the regrets of having offered his service a step too late, but if time could be rewound, if he had spoken out to cut off the rear, who knows, the second Hokage might have had a chance to survive. Konoha Training Ground. Looking at the ruined ground, Jiraiya slowly approached. Controlling such a rapidly spinning chakra sphere was still too difficult, right? Jiraiya leaned closer to the pit where Minato stood. I heard before that refining chakra in the direction your hair spins is easier. If this technique, Minato gasped, smiling wryly, that's just a rumor. Not necessarily. I refine chakra in a right-handed way. Let me see which way you're spinning. Sai, you have two spins, one to the left and one to the right. Forget it. Let us take a break. Jiraiya took out a double popsicle from his bag and broke it in half. Which side do you want? Either side is fine. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit Minato, and he froze with his outstretched hand. Either side is fine. Ignoring the popsicle, Minato quickly stood up and refined chakra again. If he refines it in either direction. A faint blue light shone in the air. Jiraiya looked at the chakra sphere stabilizing in Minato's hands and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, you are a true genius, Minato. Minato beamed with joy. I can see its initial form. I will name it. Lightwheel Popsicle inspires Jiraiya's double-style pill. Aside from his naming talent, Jiraiya shook his head and laughed. You should take a break. The third Hokage has something for me. He said to bring an Uchiha kid and Tsukumo's son to meet you later. Uchiha. Minato scattered the chakra group and said with a smile, their clan is quite reserved. My previous Uchiha companions were not good at expressing their emotions. Chapter 14. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Uchiha Kagami were called to the Hokage's office early. Aside from the few times at the start of the school year, this was Kagami's first close encounter with the Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a well-known heavy smoker. Even with 2 children in front of him, he still held his pipe, exhaling wisps of purple smoke. It was hard to equate this increasingly stooped old man with the highest authority of the Land of Fire. Yes, the highest authority. Since the establishment of the ninja village system, the power to decide when to go to war or make peace lay with the leaders of each village. Did the second Hokage need to call the daimyo to sign a peace treaty in the Land of Rain? Did the third Hokage need the daimyo's consent to mobilize his subordinates? However, compared to the hundreds of millions of ordinary people, the tens of thousands of ninjas were still too few. A figure like the daimyo was needed to lead the common people. The daimyo of the Land of Fire only had the nominal power of appointment. In fact, every generation of Hokage was chosen by Konoha itself. Even the 5th Hokage, Danzo, was only able to intimidate the daimyo with a single look. But what good was the daimyo's endorsement? If the village's jonin did not pass the vote of trust, no one would consider Danzo ever having been Hokage until the day he died. Only those engraved on the Hokage rock could be considered Hokage. Just like in the later Third and Fourth Shinobi World Wars, it was the Kage of each village who decided to go to war. The daimyo only needed to be kept in the loop. Even the Sand Village, which was most affected by economic issues, later allied with Orochimaru, intending to show off their strength to the daimyo of the Wind Country through the Konoha collapse plan. The outcome was just a bit of a joke. Coming back to his senses, Uchiha Kagami nodded. I have heard of Lord Jiraiya, a powerful ninja known as one of the legendary 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly, saying, your abilities are outstanding. I want you to graduate early and follow Jiraiya for training. If you perform well, perhaps you can become his disciple. The youngest jonin, Namake's Minato, is his disciple, you know? Jiraiya, Namake's Minato. Uchiha Kagami's mind was racing. The third Hokage had handled the Uchiha clan massacre case rather coldly. From his standpoint, this was not a good thing. However, before the incident occurred, it was clear that Hiruzen still wanted to reconcile with the Uchiha. Promoting Minato, who was close to the Uchiha, might have been part of that consideration. What kind of person was Namake's Minato? A charming figure in the ninja world, and he also had the blonde attribute. The Uchiha clan's 1,000-year tradition of keeping the Sharingan secret was overlooked because of Minato's influence. At that time, he hadn't even become Hokage yet. Joining Jiraiya's faction was, in fact, a signal released by the third Hokage. In various ninja villages, the position of Kage was generally passed down among masters and disciples or between fathers and sons. The third Hokage wanted to tell the Uchiha that they had a chance. They were also a part of the village. Originally, he was more fond of a Uchiha boy named Obito, who was unusually friendly for an Uchiha. But now, both Uchiha Kagami and Kakashi had serious psychological issues. One was reclusive, and the other was lost from his father's departure. Both needed a little sunshine. The previous Uchiha, after interacting with Namake's Minato, had all become more cheerful, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen had played the card against dark characters. Namake's Minato. Kakashi had not yet recovered from the enormous sense of loss from his father's departure. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he nodded indifferently. If it weren't for Uchiha Kagami lingering in the ninja school, he would have wanted to graduate long ago. Uchiha Kagami had no reason to refuse. Not to mention, Jiraiya's teaching ability was absolutely commendable. Nagato, Minato, Naruto. Oh no, it's Naruto. His few disciples were all at least Kage level. Even Yahiko could take on the title of God. Being Jiraiya's disciple would be great. I want to take down your teacher, but that doesn't affect me becoming your disciple. Moreover, killing the teacher is just a tradition of the Konoha faction, right? Bang. Hey, you two must be Kakashi and Kagami, right? A tall, white-haired man was half squatting on the windowsill of the Hokage's office. His long white hair reached his waist, and he had a striking red mark under his eyes. Idiot, can't you just use the front door? Seeing the precarious window, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but curse angrily. With a thud, Jiraiya landed and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder nonchalantly, saying, "You're getting old. Don't be too excited. It's bad for your health." Oomph. You know I'm old. Yet you still won't hurry up and take on the burden. The ideal candidate for Hokage in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was Jiraiya, deeply in love with the village, caring for his companions, strong, fond of peace, and sharing the same hobbies as him. Ha ha, spare me. I can't take your position. Laughing it off, Jiraiya turned his gaze to the two young ones. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiraiya. So simple. Uchiha Kagami was ready to recite lines about the Toad Sage. Kakashi Hitaki. Uchiha Kagami. A more straightforward self-introduction. Kagami-kun. Jiraiya stroked his chin and smiled. The old man mentioned one of his companions with the same name. That is my grandfather, Uchiha Kagami, stated frankly. Unlike other transmigrators, he was quite accepting of his identity. His grandmother was family, Shursui was family, and most of his clansmen were also family. Human feelings are complex. They treated him well, and Uchiha Kagami remembered that. Is that so? Then you can call me uncle. Kakashi too. Your brother Shiboka took good care of me back in the day. Saying this, Jiraiya pulled both of them in for a hug, his prickly white hair scratching their young faces. Uchiha Kagami almost instinctively reacted and tried to stab him, struggling a bit. He found it hard to break free without using his true strength, so he gave up. With a dead fish I like Kakashi's, Uchiha Kagami impatiently said, Lord Jiraiya, you have a strong scent of women's perfume. It's too overwhelming. Ha ha, you're mistaken. This is the smell of food, which you'll get to taste later. Jiraiya awkwardly released the two and exchanged a glance with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two old lechers silently shifted their gazes away. He jumped onto the windowsill and waved to the two. Come on, boys. I don't just take anyone. Catch up to me as your first test. Kakashi turned to look at Uchiha Kagami. What are you looking at? Do we know each other? Watching the little white-haired boy chase after the big white-haired man. Uchiha Kagami shook his head helplessly. This Jiraiya was too much of a social butterfly. As someone who struggled with social anxiety, he found it hard to cope. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with a smile in his eyes. If you don't move, you'll lose to Kakashi. You know how to provoke the Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami scoffed. I'll give him 3 minutes. He'll be eating my dust. Ha! Kagami-kun is very confident. Jiraiya jumped onto the windowsill and glanced back at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Really? From those eyes, Uchiha Kagami saw no malice at all. What a complex person. Well, people are inherently complex. Gathering chakra under his feet, Uchiha Kagami vanished in an instant. Before long, he caught up with Kakashi, not even bothering to say a harsh word, leaving only Kakashi's back behind. Bastard. How dare he ignore me? Kakashi gritted his teeth and accelerated. But the distance kept increasing. Gradually, Uchiha Kagami noticed something was off. Jiraiya ahead suddenly accelerated, disappearing from sight at a speed far exceeding that of a typical jonin. It seemed something urgent had suddenly occurred. Uchiha Kagami's mind shifted, and a crimson hue emerged in his eyes. He sensed, this extremely violent chakra. It was a Ninetales. Chapter 15. Ninetales. The violent chakra fluctuations swept through the entire forest, with terrifying black-red threads connecting heaven and earth. A representation of destruction and ominousness. The strongest-tailed beast, the Ninetales. Only by truly facing such a terrifying existence can one understand what a natural disaster of a monster this is. The scorching chakra twisted the air like flames. An invisible force shattered mountains and giant forests. What is that? Sukuna's voice was incredibly heavy, yet it revealed a hint of excitement. What an interesting world. The immense power of this monster even made him feel a thrill. I want to cut it open. Little ghost, let me out. In the sea of corpses and blood, Sukuna's dual-faced, four-armed, demonic body howled. Let me kill it. I can sense it clearly. My destiny for coming to this world is to shatter and devour this monster. Uchiha Kagami stood outside the chaotic chakra field, and Kakashi, who arrived late, looked horrified. Wild dogs don't need any destiny. Be quiet. Uchiha Kagami directly blocked Sukuna's perception of the outside world. He knew the Ninetales' abilities. Malicious perception. No one has greater malice than Sukuna, and if the Ninetales detects its presence, it won't be a good thing. The leaking Ninetales chakra had begun to erode Kushina's skin, forming 3 gigantic chakra tails. At this moment, Minato stood close to her, his palm pressed against her abdomen to perform the sealing technique. Uchiha Kagami focused on this scene, the tomo in his eyes spinning continuously. Each sealing technique has a high learning difficulty. Very few ninjas can balance the training of ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Even Kakashi, a ninja like him, surprised Orochimaru when he learned sealing techniques. Uchiha Kagami also knew sealing techniques, which were related to his ocular power. He quietly sealed his ocular power in batches within Obito's body, waiting for the right moment. From his perspective, he could see that the sealing technique Minato was using was quite advanced. It was somewhat different from the 8 trigrams sealing technique he remembered. It seemed incomplete. That must be the 4 symbols sealing technique? The situation in the arena was momentarily stalemated. Jiraiya was not a reckless person and feared that forcing an attack would have a bad impact. Noticing Uchiha Kagami's gaze, he hurried over to ask, Kagami, how's it going? On the battlefield, every ocular technique ninja was an outstanding informant. The danger of the Nine Tails breaking free from the seal was no less than a large-scale war for Konoha. That man is trying to seal that ferocious chakra. Uchiha Kagami pretended not to know how to refer to that thing and continued. The red-haired woman also has sealing energy within her, assisting in the binding. The situation has stabilized for now. Hearing this, Jiraiya could only watch anxiously. He knew that at such a time, he must not interfere with Minato and Kushina. Suddenly, the situation changed. The violent crimson chakra swept through like a hurricane, sending even Jiraiya and the others flying. Kushina's body was completely covered by the chakra. Six tails, whoosh, a hand covered in black-red chakra pierced through Minato's abdomen. Minato, run! Kushina, nearly submerged by the Nine Tails chakra, screamed heart-wrenchingly. Get out of here! Don't worry about me. Minato desperately maintained the sealing action, his gaze unwavering. I want to leave? Absolutely not. I can't bear to lose you. I will never hand Kushina over to you. Nine Tails. In the spiritual space, the chains of the diamond lock suddenly exerted force, tightly binding the Nine Tails. Minato's figure appeared here, raising a chakra sphere, unafraid, and confronting the Nine Tails-tailed beast bomb. Suddenly, a faint sound of dripping water echoed. A small figure burst into this battlefield. Both Minato and the Nine Tails were momentarily drawn to those eyes. That was the Sharingan. The Nine Tails instantly erupted in fury, exerting all its chakra to destroy everything in front of it. For the first time seeing the Nine Tails, Uchiha Kagami finally understood the difference between the depiction and reality. There were many descriptions of a Nine Tails specific to individuals. The first Hokage stated that the Nine Tails' power was too great. Mito and Kushina claimed that the Nine Tails possessed the power to suppress the world, representing destruction and ominousness. Due to Uchiha Madara's evaluation, the Nine Tails' reputation turned into that of a servant to ocular power, greatly diminishing its prestige. However, even Hashirama, this god of ninjas, could only bind the Nine Tails for long periods with the help of his wife's sealing techniques. Just the chakra it possessed was more than the combined total of the other 8. Ordinary sealing techniques could not affect it at all. An entire Konoha barrier was needed to assist Kushina in suppressing this natural disaster monster. As for the claim that the Manjiki Sharingan could control the Nine Tails, in this moment, Uchiha Kagami made his own judgment. Impossible. An ordinary Manjiki Sharingan cannot control the Nine Tails. Sasuke is special. He is the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths Sun, and so is Madara. Their ocular powers are inherently far superior to ordinary Uchiha. Fortunately, I'm also a special Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami was not anyone's reincarnation. Or rather, he was his own reincarnation, combined with the continuous exploitation of Sukuna, possessing immense spiritual energy. The spiritual space itself was equivalent to his home court. The surging ocular power dyed the entire spiritual space, and Uchiha Kagami shouted, I am Uchiha Kagami, here to assist you in suppressing this beast. Beast! Uchiha! The chains trembled violently, and Kushina felt that this was the strongest resistance the Nine Tails had ever shown. Without much time to think, Minato and Kushina both exerted their utmost strength to fend off the tailed beast bomb's assault. The two chakra energy spheres collided without exploding, and instead, like waves, they fell into a stalemate. Uchiha Kagami intentionally provoked the Nine Tails, quietly collecting some of the Nine Tails chakra and pouring it into his spiritual space. According to the original development, Minato would have been able to successfully seal the Nine Tails this time, but with the presence of such an anomaly as himself, things became uncertain. Just as the two were about to hold on no longer, Uchiha Kagami decided to take action. For now, it would be better to keep the Nine Tails stored within Kushina. Even if he sought to seize the Nine Tails, he would have to wait until he grew stronger. Crimson ocular power gathered towards the Nine Tails' pupils. This feeling, the Nine Tails recalled once more the terrifying experience that man had given it. The sensation of being like a puppet on strings was something no living being wished to endure. Under the multiple assaults, it had little energy left to deal with Uchiha Kagami's ocular power, and before losing consciousness, it looked towards Uchiha Kagami's direction. Those cold, emotionless eyes, that contemptuous gaze as if looking at livestock. Madara, bastard, you actually reincarnated, and even reincarnated in the Uchiha clan. Damn it. Boom. In an instant, the Nine-Tails lost its focus and was defeated by Minato's Rasengan, as layers of chains quickly bound its limbs. Everything returned to calm. Chapter 16, Prejudice in the Hearts of People, Konoha Hospital. Is this your new disciple? Tsunade, with her arms crossed, looked at Uchiha Kagami sitting by the window and asked Jiraiya. Uchiha Kagami always wore clothes with the clan emblem, so there was no need for an introduction. Tsunade already knew he was from the Uchiha clan. To be honest, influenced by her second grandfather, she didn't have a fondness for the Uchihas either. After just finishing Minato's surgery and seeing her beloved disciple's condition stabilize, Jiraiya finally had the mind to pay attention to other matters. Kakashi and Uchiha Kagami by the window were peeling oranges. Kakashi meticulously removed the orange's pith. Uchiha Kagami, on the other hand, split the orange in half and ate it with the skin and flesh. The orange peel here had no pesticides, and eating it with the skin was more nutritious. Though it tasted a bit strange, but Uchiha Kagami didn't mind. Haha, I haven't decided yet, but it's thanks to you being here this time. Thank you, Kagami-kun. Uchiha Kagami nodded in response. I just felt I could help, so I acted rashly. I'm truly sorry. Kushina had been guarding Minato's bedside. Shook her head at this. The Nine-Tails almost got out this time, thanks to your help. When Minato wakes up, we will properly thank you. Haha, that sounds like a couple. Jiraiya teased. Seeing Kushina's red hair subtly floating, Jiraiya quickly shut his mouth. You activated your 3 Tomo at such a young age. You really are impressive, kid. Tsunade's gaze was fixed on Uchiha Kagami, her meaning unclear. Uchiha Kagami naturally nodded. That's right, I am indeed impressive. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, sensing something. You little brat, have you killed someone? With her experience in battle, she could discern whether someone had taken a life. It was a subtle change in feeling. Uchiha Kagami was slightly taken aback, but didn't deny it. Last year, the clan elder took me to kill a nest of bandits. To ordinary people, those vicious bandits were just a training ground for new ninjas. Konoha intentionally kept some small bandit groups to give ninjas practice, so they wouldn't be unprepared when they reached the battlefield. To adapt to this process sooner, Uchiha Kagami had gone with Shinra when he was just 5 years old. Tsunade's disgust deepened. To start killing at such a young age, Uchiha. The main point was that Kushina had mentioned the Nine-Tails last scream, and that name seemed familiar to her, prompting her to ask Tsunade. Madara. This name was a nightmare for Tsunade. No, for all of Konoha. Did the Nine-Tails think this kid resembled Madara? In terms of talent, this kid was even more terrifying than the Uchiha Madara described by her second grandfather. At 7 years old with 3 Tomo, almost everyone who knew believed Uchiha Kagami could reach the Manjiki Sharingan. The 3 Tomo corresponded to Konoha's Jonin, and the significance of the Manjiki was self-evident. Moreover, this kid's spiritual energy was incredibly strong, capable of affecting the Nine-Tails even now. Uchiha Kagami knew what she was thinking and didn't regret exposing his eye power. Konoha didn't have the confidence to break ties with the Uchiha. If they dared to act against him at this critical moment, regardless of the cause of his death, the angry Uchiha clansmen would place the blame on Konoha's higher-ups, especially since he had demonstrated the power to suppress Uchiha Fugaku in front of many clansmen. What he represented now was the future of the Uchiha. Of course, there were still risks, but to be paralyzed by a little risk was not the Uchiha way. Although he wasn't as reckless as Uchiha Sasuke, it was unrealistic to expect Uchiha Kagami to be low-key. Tsunade asked again, Kid, does taking a life bring you pleasure? She wanted to use this question to test Uchiha Kagami's nature. Uchiha Kagami frowned at her. I will become a ninja, whether it's bandits or enemy ninjas. They're just enemies that need to be killed. Killing enemies is normal. I don't understand why Lady Tsunade asked this. Tsunade's frown deepened. You little brat. You have no reverence for life. With a sneer, Uchiha Kagami slightly tilted his head, his gaze toward Tsunade, cooling, the pretense of respect gone. On what grounds do you judge me? I don't think I need to have reverence for the lives of my enemies. And I don't think you have the qualifications to evaluate me. Boom. The floor of the hospital room shook, and Tsunade erupted with powerful chakra. Clenching her fists, she glared at Uchiha Kagami, enunciating each word. What did you say? The 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared, and Uchiha Kagami placed his hand on the hilt at his waist. He knew that Tsunade now had a fatal flaw, and dealing with her would be simple. Enough. Can't you tell the situation? Jiraiya's rarely serious face darkened as he admonished. Tsunade, you go out first. Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Kagami, reined in her chakra, and gave Kushina a look. The two of them left together. With a long sigh, Jiraiya's face reappeared with a smile as he approached Uchiha Kagami. He squatted down to meet Uchiha Kagami's gaze and calmly said, "You are not a child. It's fine to tell you some things. Tsunade's grandfather died young because of your Uchiha clan's ancestor. Her grandfather was the first Hokage. So, prejudice in the hearts of people is a great mountain," Uchiha Kagami said lightly. Jiraiya pondered this statement and smiled. "That's a good line. Can I add it to my novel?" "Yes. You should understand that many people in the village cannot let go and hold prejudice against your clan." Jiraiya placed a hand on Uchiha Kagami's shoulder. "I know the village has a rift with the Uchiha. This requires not just efforts from the Uchiha. The village must also make changes. So, are you willing to become my disciple, Kagami?" His gaze was fervent and sincere. If it were the third Hokage adopting him, perhaps he could really stand on the village's side. However, Uchiha Kagami understood very well that the contradictions between Konoha and the Uchiha were irreconcilable because of Uchiha Madara and also because of the second Hokage. Tracing back to Indra and Azura, even to Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and the Sage of Six Paths. If hatred could be so easily resolved, the world wouldn't be in endless conflict. This battle would ultimately end with one side's complete defeat. Despite that, a sincere child smile appeared on Uchiha Kagami's fair face. "I'm definitely willing. Teacher Jiraiya." Chapter 17, Dinner. Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction, turning his gaze to the contemplative Kakashi. That white-haired guy always made one want to give him a pat. Feeling the weight above him, Kakashi looked up and met Jiraiya's gaze. "As for you, Kakashi-kun, you'll need to take the next assessment." "I understand, Lord Jiraiya." Kakashi didn't feel any disappointment. He was still pondering Uchiha Obito's earlier words. The biases of people's hearts. He had witnessed the pressure his father had been under during this time, and the Uchiha had always endured such prejudice. Even he himself felt that aside from that idiot Obito, other Uchihas were hard to get along with. Wasn't this a form of bullying? He thought this was Obito's complaint. In fact, Obito's true thoughts were, "Since you all believe the Uchiha will bring disaster to Konoha, then let your wish come true." At that moment, on the sickbed, Minato Namikaze let out a soft sound, as if he was about to awaken. Jiraiya hurriedly ran out, calling for Kushina, who was waiting outside. Tsunade wasn't there, and he felt he had reacted too strongly, staying there was uncomfortable. Watching the two embrace on the sickbed, Jiraiya and the others discreetly left the ward. Walking down the hospital corridor, Kakashi couldn't help but quietly ask Obito, "What exactly was that monster?" Obito shook his head. "I don't know. You should ask Teacher Jiraiya about that." Hearing their conversation, Jiraiya took the two to a secluded spot before explaining. In the history of the ninja world, marked by continuous warfare, there exists a terrifying entity deeply etched in people's minds alongside disasters, a beast akin to a natural calamity, known as the tailed beast. The first Hokage recognized the immense power of the tailed beasts, seeing them as a means to suppress war, capturing them and distributing them to various villages. This wasn't something to tell ordinary children, but neither Obito nor Kakashi were ordinary children. Jiraiya understood Kakashi. Although he wasn't as remarkable as Minato and Obito, he was still highly talented, and with a little test, he would accept him. The strongest of the tailed beasts is the Nine Tails, which we see. The one who seals the tailed beast is called the Jinchuriki. Saying this, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. "Remember, you must never speak of the Nine Tails to anyone. The identity of the Jinchuriki is a top secret of the village. If it weren't for the fact that the two would become his disciples, there would already be Umbu here to handle their memories." As the sun began to set, Jiraiya said, "All right, it's getting late. You both should go home and rest. We'll gather at training ground number 4 at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." Dismissed. Now that Minato was fine, Jiraiya was eager to go gather materials. After walking a considerable distance from the hospital, Obito turned to Kakashi, who was following him. "Why are you following me? Your home is the other way." "Ah." Kakashi snapped back to reality, realizing this wasn't the way home. But there's no one at home anymore. Obito, who had once had no family, could somewhat understand Kakashi's current state. After all, he was just a 7 or 8-year-old child. Although Tsukumo Hatake hadn't committed suicide, Kakashi had become a left-behind child. "Come back with me for a meal. Remember, just this once." "Obito, thank you. Thank you for letting my father live." After a moment of silence, Obito said nonchalantly, "It has nothing to do with me. You don't need to feel indebted to me. Let me say this up front. If my actions benefit you, you don't need to be grateful to me. If my actions cause you pain, you can resent me as much as you want. Kakashi, your feelings are of no concern to me. Then why are you letting me come to your house for dinner?" Kakashi began to grasp how to interact normally with an Uchiha. "Don't listen what the Uchiha say. look at what they do. In the face of such a terrifying tailed beast, Obito had acted decisively to protect his fellow villagers. Obito's home was located at the edge of the clan's territory, quite spacious. It had all the necessary facilities like a courtyard, making them one of the wealthier families within the Uchiha clan. His grandfather's pension was substantial, and there were also subsidies from the clan. At least Obito's family had never worried about money. Once Obito became a ninja, he would also contribute part of his earnings from missions to be distributed by the clan to families that couldn't support themselves. The Uchiha were not like the Hyuga, dividing their clan members into slaves and masters. Even the clan leader did not have the power of life and death over ordinary clan members. Obito had also pondered why Itachi could do such a thing. Eventually, he came to a reasonable hypothesis. It was because he had never truly interacted with ordinary Uchiha clan members. Itachi had been a genius from a young age, experiencing battlefields at 4 and beginning to contemplate the village and clan at 7. This was a failure in Fugaku's educational approach. With geniuses, such an educational method would lead them to overthink and fall into self-destructive traps, because even geniuses cannot change the world or the hearts of people. The wise often suffer. Such seemingly clever people often end up scarred and meet a bad end. So, would normal education have helped Uchiha Itachi? It might have changed him, but Obito didn't have the time or energy to reform him. Itachi didn't love the Uchiha. He only loved Uchiha Sasuke. Rather than reforming him, it would be less effort to destroy him. Has Shursui already begun to refine his chakra? Seeing little Shursui sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, Kakashi asked. He was no longer a 1-year-old child. He should start learning. Saying this, Obito noticed his grandmother cleaning vegetables and hurriedly took off his shoes to run over. Grandma, I told you I would come back to cook, right? You need to rest well. His grandmother had also been a ninja in her youth, but had retired due to serious injuries. Although she was too old now, some hidden injuries had caused many problems with her health. Not just physically, the death of her husband had also been a huge blow to her. These wounds are not something time can heal and only worsen over time. His grandmother looked kindly at the busy Obito, then turned to see Kakashi. I remember you. You're Sukumo's child, right? It's the first time Obito brought a friend home. Kakashi nodded a bit awkwardly, greeted politely, then felt embarrassed and sought something to do. Noticing the river fish in the basket, he took it out and skillfully prepared it. I cook for myself when my father isn't around. I didn't ask you. Obito busily handled the ingredients, while Kakashi used a separate stove, starting to cook. Kakashi, who was usually a silent person, couldn't help but speak up when faced with the even quieter Obito. Is Obito's house nearby? Of course, he has the same surname. Obito stir-fried the vegetables. Go out, turn left for 300 meters, and that's his house. You seem to dislike Obito. Not just seem. It's because his mediocrity has tarnished the Uchiha clan's reputation, right? Uchiha Kagami fell silent for a moment, only hearing the sizzling sound of fish frying in Kakashi's pot. I guess your fish is overcooked. It's not overcooked, that's just Kakashi-style, dry-fried river fish. The vegetables you cooked are way too mushy. Grandma has bad teeth. She loves eating vegetables. Kagami, you are a very warm person. Kakashi's confusion gradually faded, and he could sense the smile beneath his mask. Casting a cold glance at him, Uchiha Kagami warned, my preferences are perfectly normal. Don't try that with me. It's disgusting. Chapter 18, The Third Shinobi World War. Eve of the 44th year of Konoha. After the Second Shinobi World War, there had been minor skirmishes along the borders for many years. However, this time was different. A large number of ninjas from Sunagakure had left the village and invaded the borders of Konoha, resulting in significant casualties among both civilians and ninjas. At the Konoha border, a man dressed as a ronin walked through the mountains and forests. His striking silver hair marked him as Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. Although he had left Konoha, the frequent disturbances at the border compelled him to quietly assist Konoha ninjas. The ninjas he saved were tacitly aware of his presence and did not report him to their superiors. In fact, the current commander of the border, Orochimaru, had long since noticed Tsukumo's existence, and they shared an unspoken understanding. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind slicing through the air was heard, and Tsukumo stopped to evade the unknown attack. Looking around, he saw several poisoned senbon embedded in the trees, emitting a corrosive mist. Poisoned senbon? Is this the work of a puppet master from Sunagakure? Senbon are needle-shaped weapons, and if poisoned, a ninja could easily harm themselves. Thus, highly toxic senbon are typically only found on the puppets of Sunagakure. Tsukumo placed his hand on his short blade, quickly scanning for suitable hiding spots. As footsteps approached, a red-haired youth appeared before him. White Fang, I've finally found you. The handsome, red-haired boy's expression was emotionless, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. It was as if he were a mere puppet. Deidara, Tsukumo thought, recognizing the boy as the talented puppet master from Sunagakure, the grandson of his Sunagakure advisor Chiyo. Most importantly, his parents had died at his hands. You're here for revenge, aren't you? Deidara nodded, then shook his head. I just want to create you into eternal art. I am no longer a Konoha ninja. Allowing you to leave alive is the greatest mercy I can offer. Tsukumo said solemnly. If he were still a Konoha ninja, a genius like Deidara would surely be eliminated on sight, preferably captured alive and brought back to the village. Tsukumo could not wait to be slaughtered by someone seeking revenge. You truly are arrogant, Konoha's White Fang. Deidara extended his hands, and the ground shattered. A massive pit formed, and dozens of puppets flew out at high speed. A rain of poisoned Simban shot forth, like a torrential downpour. To be able to control so many puppets, you've surpassed your parents. A flash of silver appeared as the blade sliced through the air, severing all the chakra threads. A series of clattering sounds rang out as all the Simban were cut apart. Tsukumo's gaze was cold, the blade aimed at Deidara. If Chiyo had been responsible, she should have told you. A puppet master can never defeat me. Tsukumo lacked area of effect ninjutsu, and his chakra reserves were not comparable to those of some exceptionally talented individuals. However, as long as his opponent was human, Tsukumo had a way to kill them, especially a puppet master whose real body was fragile. They were no match for him. As dozens of puppets were destroyed, Deidara was not surprised. It was only natural for Konoha's White Fang, renowned throughout the ninja world, to possess such strength. Chiyo told me so. Therefore, I am no longer just a simple puppet master. Deidara's outer clothing was torn apart by a scythe, revealing the body of a puppet, with a chain in his abdomen coiling like a serpent. Tsukumo's pupils contracted slightly, his voice low, truly insane. No matter how many times it shattered, it could be repaired, free from the limits of lifespan. This immortal art is beautiful, isn't it? You've fallen into darkness. Just as Tsukumo was about to strike, he realized that his once nimble short blade had developed a noticeable sluggishness. This sensation, could it be? In that moment of distraction, a spear grazed his arm. Boom! A giant cylindrical metal object fell from above, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tsukumo saw clearly that the figure atop the metal pillar. No, it should be called a human puppet. The third Kazekage. Why is the third Kazekage appearing here? Why has the third Kazekage been made into a puppet? Konoha's White Fang. To kill you, I even assassinated the third Kazekage. A hint of madness appeared on Deidara's handsome face. Kulme, let us become immortal together. Magnet release, iron sand world. Black iron spread like roots, engulfing the entire sky. A bead of cold sweat slid down Tsukumo's forehead. This is troublesome. At the Konoha Border Command Center, in Orochimaru's temporary headquarters, Jiraiya said, so you all came after all. Truly a strong reinforcement. With long black hair, golden vertical pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils, and pale skin, Orochimaru had not yet fallen into darkness, though he exuded a cooler demeanor. Minato Namikaze scratched the back of his head and smiled. I'm really sorry, Lord Orochimaru. The situation at other borderlines is tense, so the teacher could only send us. Orochimaru shook his head. Minato-kun, I'm not being sarcastic. The strength of the three of you is indeed a considerable reinforcement. The youngest Nin, possessing the flying thunder god technique. His gaze shifted to the two behind Minato, and he smiled, the most talented youth of the Uchiha clan, who was promoted to Nin on the day he became a ninja, and the son of Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi-kun, who is known as one of Konoha's twin stars alongside Mirai. Such enviable talent. After a year of medicinal baths, Uchiha Mirai had grown to nearly 6 meters tall. He had shed his youthful appearance, and one could believe he was a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Kakashi, at the age of 8, was a head shorter and had yet to grow into his full height. Twin stars is so klitsch. Uchiha Mirai said indifferently with Kakashi. How could he be compared to me? Right. Of course, I can't compare to Lord Mirai. I'll go back and beat up anyone who says that. Kakashi said with his dead fish eyes. Uchiha Mirai didn't he understand. During their years at the Ninja Academy, every time he provoked Kakashi, he would explode in anger. When did he start speaking in such a sarcastic tone? Minato turned around and patted the shoulders of the two. How rude. First, show your respect to Lord Orochimaru. Behind Uchiha Mirai, Kakashi had also passed Jiraiya's test. The three of them were now considered brothers. A relationship closer than a typical team. It was akin to the bond between Hiruzen and Danzo, Kakashi had also become a junior. Originally meant to be Minato's disciple, but now was a junior. It's all right, Minato-kun. Orochimaru waved his hand, indicating the situation is urgent. Let me assign you tasks first. 12 miles west of here, a group of sand-hidden ninjas was discovered. Among them was a particularly troublesome guy. Sand-hidden Sakura is a rare bloodline ninja. As he spoke, Orochimaru's gaze fell on Uchiha Kagami. Among those present, only Uchiha Kagami was a bloodline ninja. There are differences in bloodline limits. Those that can be attained through training are generally not as powerful as those that are inherited through bloodlines. Among the inherited bloodline limits, ocular jutsu users are particularly special. Simply put, bloodline ninjas look down on ordinary ninjas, and ocular jutsu users look down on ordinary bloodline ninjas. That pair of eyes. No matter how much training one undergoes, it is impossible to obtain the ocular bloodline limit. Unknowingly, a hint of greed appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. For the sake of my teacher, Jiraiya. Uchiha Kagami suddenly spoke. In his eyes, the crimson Sharingan emerged. If you look at me with that kind of gaze again, I will gouge your eyes out. Chapter 19, Mirror Flower. Water Moon, the atmosphere in the command room, suddenly turned cold. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Kagami with a half-smile, his gaze gradually becoming icy. Kagami-kun, it seems Jiraiya really hasn't taught you any manners. The chilling chakra fluctuations felt like a giant snake wrapping around them. Kakashi was the first to succumb to the pressure, his hand resting on his short blade. Minato looked around, troubled. He respected Jiraiya's partner, but also understood what kind of person this Uchiha Jr. was. He was someone even harder to get along with than the average Uchiha. Even when Jiraiya was teaching him, there was no sense of respect for his elders. Of course, this was partly Jiraiya's fault. After all, how could one shift the blame onto two 8-year-old kids after peeping? A short blade slipped out of Uchiha Kagami's sleeve, its blade gleaming as a flash of light passed by. Time seemed to freeze. Let's go, Minato-sensei. Uchiha Kagami turned to leave. Minato glanced at the still Orochimaru and said with a bitter smile, Jiraiya-sensei clearly said that you can't use that technique on a partner. What kind of partner is this guy? Uchiha Kagami walked calmly, saying lightly, if I must explain, I just sensed his covetous gaze on my eyes. Not taking him out is already giving Jiraiya-sensei face. Lord Orochimaru is a renowned strongman. He was merely caught off guard by your technique because you were partners. Don't think that. I understand, verbose, yellow-haired senior. Kakashi caught up and patted Minato on the back. Don't be disheartened. My nickname is still white-haired dead fish. Kagami is much gentler to you. Kakashi, you're the one who is really gentle. Minato forced a bitter smile and glanced back. Lord Orochimaru's words should be able to break the illusion soon. In the command room, Orochimaru summoned a giant snake to coil around Uchiha Kagami. He had no intention of harming Uchiha Kagami, but he wanted to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Only when that arrogant face turned bright red and Minato started to plead did Orochimaru release the snake's binding. Kagami-kun, remember to show respect to your elders next time. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Release. After a blur of vision, the layout of the command room fell back into view. There was no one around. Orochimaru's dark golden pupils constricted sharply, a cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Illusion. When did this happen? Even as a kid, when facing the Sharingan, he had prepared for illusions. At that moment, he was absolutely sure he hadn't fallen into an illusion, so it must have been when he drew his blade. Orochimaru clearly remembered seeing that flash of the blade, and then he acted to subdue Uchiha Kagami. Such terrifying eye power. Such horrifying illusions. Is this really just an 8-year-old boy? Truly magnificent. In the dim command room, the greedy Orochimaru flicked his tongue like a snake. Hey, Kagami, what are the conditions for your technique? Kakashi leaned in to ask. Uchiha Kagami impatiently shoved him away. Don't you know that ninjas shouldn't casually pry into each other's techniques? That's a declaration of war. Kakashi leaned in again. That's between ordinary ninjas. We are brothers. What is wrong with you telling me? Influenced by Jiraiya and Minato, and also due to Uchiha Kagami, Kakashi had stepped out of the psychological shadow of his father's departure. However, being around Jiraiya too much had turned his hidden shyness into overt flirtation. He even began studying intimate paradise right now. He was nothing like his father. No, Weichi. Anyone who could develop a technique like the 1,000 Years of Death couldn't be considered a serious person. Such a flirt, the Hitaki family. Minato smiled as he watched the two younger brothers play around and said, Kagami's technique should be executed through the white snow in the sleeve, right? A genius idea. Using swordsmanship to cast illusions. Let us call it Uchiha Black Shadow, White Moon, Illusion Style. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Uchiha Kagami helplessly picked a name from his memories. This was a Jinjutsu sword technique he developed inspired by Marahoshi Kokai. By reflecting the eye power through the blade's light. It was essentially casting Sharingan illusions using another medium, just a little trick. He was able to control Orochimaru because of his powerful eye power. Sai, such a common name. I still prefer Uchiha Black. Stop showing off your naming talent. Uchiha Kagami helplessly pressed his temples. Minato was perfect in every way. Even from Uchiha Kagami's perspective, he was a saint with no flaws. Not long after becoming Jiraiya's disciple, Minato taught the two of them the Rasengan. After understanding the situation, Uchiha Kagami realized that the name Rasengan was indeed not given by Minato, given his character, unless he had a brain freeze. The name of this technique couldn't be less than 10 words. This technique contained Minato's love for Kushina, and Uchiha Kagami wouldn't be bored enough to fight for naming rights. After pretending to study for 2 days, he started asking Minato how to add nature transformation to the Rasengan. He clearly knew that his talents were not as good as Minato's, nor could he cheat like Naruto. He was stuck on how to develop the fire release Rasengan. Minato hadn't really considered this issue. Indeed, Naruto's Rasen Shuriken was the ultimate form of Rasengan, but Minato didn't need that. He could use Flying Thunder God to stick a ball right in front of his face. That was enough power. However, since it was Uchiha Kagami's request, he still spent considerable time continuing to develop this technique and recently had some ideas about adding attributes to the Rasengan. By the way, why are we out here? Kakashi suddenly said. It seems we didn't receive a clear mission. Orochimaru just mentioned there was a team of sand ninjas. But didn't say how to deal with them? Minato slapped his forehead. Sorry. I'll go back and ask Lord Orochimaru. What's there to ask? As long as we know where the enemy is, it's enough. A glint of red flickered in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. He had been looking forward to this war for a long time. This would be the most brutal war in the history of the ninja world, lasting nearly a decade. Countless ninjas would die, breeding endless pain, and the flames of war would forge true, strong warriors. In this war, Uchiha Kagami intended to completely change the status of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha would become the foremost noble clan in the ninja world, not just the Uchiha of Konoha. Chapter 20. A Blade in the Forest, a team of sand-hidden ninjas stealthily moved. The disappearance of any organization leader has a huge impact on the organization, let alone the vanishing of a village's shadow. In the eyes of Sand-Hidden Village, the most likely culprit behind the Wind Shadow's disappearance is the neighboring Leaf Village. Only the Leaf Village has the capability to make the Wind Shadow go missing without a trace. Otherwise, could it be someone from the village who acted? That is the strongest Wind Shadow. This team of sand-hidden ninjas is led by the elite ninja Yi-Tsang, and their goal is to create chaos in the Land of Fire. This way, when the Leaf Village's fighting force is scattered, it will be easier for them to find the third Wind Shadow. Suddenly, Yi-Tsang raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Not far away, the cry of an eagle was heard, and a giant black eagle swooped down towards them. The giant eagle hovered in midair, and it was clear to see a young boy standing on its back. His face was pale, exuding an eerie coldness, and his eyes were deep like an abyss. Nice to meet you, sand-hidden ninjas. I'm Uchiha Kagami. Yi-Tsang frowned slightly and let out a cold laugh. Little brat, wearing a ninja headband, but haven't learned even a bit of a ninja code? Ninjas are assassins in the shadows. Do you really think this is some kind of honorable profession? Whoosh! A crimson fireball shot towards the giant eagle in a strange arc. The speed of the fireball was not fast, but it was stable and had an extremely high temperature. This was her Bloodline Limit, Scorch Release. Both wind and fire attributes focus on attack, and the nature transformation formed by the fusion of these two chakras is terrifyingly powerful. Once a ninja gets close to this fireball, their moisture will evaporate instantly, turning them into a dried corpse. Yi-Tsang didn't have time to play ninja games with this little brat. Since he was from the Uchiha clan, it was better to eliminate him quickly. Boom! Uchiha Kagami dismissed the summoning, and billowing smoke obscured the vision. Whoosh, a shuriken shot out from the smoke, then split into two into four, until it was a sea of shurikens. Shuriken Shadow, Clone Jutsu. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Yi-Tsang quickly used Earth Release, and a thick earthen wall rose up, blocking the incoming rain of shurikens. As an elite ninja, knowing a few basic ninjutsu is standard practice. He couldn't understand why the Leaf Village dared to send such a little brat to intercept him. If they knew their whereabouts, they should at least send a few renowned elite ninjas. Just as Yi-Tsang was cursing Leaf's command failure in his mind. He heard the sound of a weapon penetrating flesh. By the time Yi Tsang heard the scream and turned around, more than a dozen of his subordinates were already lying in pools of blood. How is this possible? They are elite chunin from the village. Even an elite jonin couldn't kill them all. As he took in the scene before him, an icy chill enveloped Yi Tsang's body and mind. Kakashi pulled out the short blade that pierced the heart of the sand-hidden ninja and walked over to Minato Namikaze's side. Sorry, it still took me 2 seconds to end the fight. The scream just now was from the opponent Kakashi had chosen. As for the others, they died before they even felt pain. Having just killed more than 10 people, Minato had a gentle smile on his face. That's pretty impressive. You're even better than I was at your age. Kakashi knew that Minato was trying to comfort him. He knew that at a similar age, Minato had saved Kushina from a team of cloud-hidden ninjas. Boom! Yi Tsang's earth flow wall shattered with a loud noise. Uchiha Kagami walked through the smoke, looking somewhat impatient. There's no need for tactics like feints against such an opponent. This is to teach you ninjas how to fight, he continued. Jiraiya-sensei asked me to take good care of you, and I think it's necessary for you to learn how to battle. Yejan Giripit, Her Kunai Taiti. Scanning left and right, she recognized Minato Namikaze, an elite ninja from the Leaf Village who mastered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. She quickly assessed the situation. If it came to a direct fight, she wouldn't fear Minato. But what is the Flying Thunder God technique? Every village has a clear intelligence on it. The difficulty of learning space-time ninjutsu is immense. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique means that this blonde can fight whenever he wants and retreat whenever he wants. Being able to instantly kill over 10 chunin indicates that his mastery of the Flying Thunder God is not low. If she were to be kite, she could very well be dragged to death. Then, there's only one way left. Yi Tsang pivoted on her ankle and charged towards Uchiha Kagami at high speed. She would seize this Uchiha brat and force this Flying Thunder God ninja to retreat. You're not choosing to run away, but actively approaching me? A smile appeared on Uchiha Kagami's lips. You've really underestimated me. As a well-known first battle, he decided to take it a bit more seriously. The white snow in his sleeve flowed like a gently flowing galaxy, radiating an inexplicable brilliance. Yi Tsang was surrounded by 4 fireballs, always on guard against Minato. If that Flying Thunder God ninja dared to come near her, she would burn him into a dried corpse. You play feints, I will attack the enemy to rescue. Yi Tsang was very clear about what the Uchiha clan represented. After all, they were the descendants of the largest clan in the Leaf Village. She couldn't just stand by. Minato-sensei, it's fine, Kagami can handle it. Minato was not in a hurry to act. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, he had fought Kagami multiple times. He could say that if it weren't for the high mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique, he might have been defeated by Kagami. Compared to Minato Namikaze, anyone else seemed to pale in comparison. This was a phrase Jiraiya often mentioned, but now he rarely spoke of it. That guy is a true genius, Minato thought to himself, feeling a deep admiration. Genius. These 2 words have accompanied Kakashi since he started training. He had always been the object of envy among his peers in the Ninja Academy. But compared to Uchiha Kagami and Minato Namikaze, he clearly realized he was still too far from being a true genius. The slash of the contains, and, is the ultra-high frequency of the slash, is a lethal strike. After Uchiha Kagami absorbed and digested part of the slashes from, he developed the 1000-blade flow, a high-frequency directed slash. In fact, the form and attack method are similar to the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, is adjusted based on the curse's difference and strength, capable of delivering a fatal blow with a single strike. Unless the is activated, the launch must be predicated on physical contact between and the target. Uchiha Kagami activated his Sharingan. The ocular power is an extension of the Uchiha strength. As long as he can see, it can serve as the condition for the technique's activation. Yi Tsang's movements slowed down, as if she were moving through amber, every minute action infinitely magnified. She realized this herself, but it was useless. She was less than 10 meters away from that Uchiha boy, but this distance felt like a chasm separating them. The blade's light was as cold as frost and as bright as the crescent moon. Just swinging the blade horizontally in front of him, a motion that seemed so simple, was utterly incomprehensible to Yi Tsang. It was as if countless pieces of junk information flooded into her mind, causing her thoughts to stagnate. In an instant, all the information gathered together, regardless of its importance. Everything forcibly entered her brain. In the end, there was only the noisy and mournful sound of cicadas. Sukuna observed the outside world through the seal. He knew that Uchiha Kagami was developing this technique, but he didn't expect it to actually succeed. The Sharingan relies on these eyes, doesn't it? The cursed technique world also has a pair of eyes, similar to the Uchiha Sharingan. But whether it was Sukuna's own perception or the information gathered from the outside world, these eyes can still evolve, possessing greater potential than the six eyes. Moreover, Sukuna also knew that this little brat was suppressing the evolution of these eyes. This body is simply more suitable as my vessel than Fushiguro Megumi. But this damned seal, why can't I break it? If this little brat gets any stronger, I really won't be able to escape. Outside, Uchiha Kagami's body transformed from solid to ethereal, like a wisp of blue smoke. Accompanied by the blade's light, it passed through Yezakura's body. Escape. One blade. Cold cicada's lament. Chapter 21, Should We Silence Orochimaru? As the blade's light dissipated, it was as if nothing had happened. Yitsong's body was unscathed, only the fireballs surrounding her extinguished, just like her life. This legendary Kunoichi, who was supposed to gain fame during the Third Great Ninja War and die in the later stages of this battle, just died quietly. A strike to the consciousness. So, is your secret technique, Kai, considered in release? Minato Namikaze approached and asked. Ordinary ninjas only knew 5 basic elements. But thanks to Jiraiya's teachings, Minato was aware that there were 7 chakra natures. In addition to the conventional wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, there were also yin and yang. His girlfriend was one of the representatives of yang release, manifested in her massive chakra and extraordinary physique. The most prominent example of yin release was the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kai nodded, directly sitting down to recover chakra. With his current chakra amount, he could use this level of technique at most 2 or 3 times. This technique was developed to deal with me, right? The entity within him suddenly sneered. Clearly learning his strike, the effect was like the infinite void. The intention was too obvious. Uchiha Kai remained non-committal, responding lightly. The characteristic of the 3-tomo Sharingan is copying. If you think it's similar, then it is. He was indeed on guard against the entity. The seal was very strong, and the entity showed no signs of escaping. But Uchiha Kai had to consider, what if the entity managed to escape? Ordinary ninjutsu would be ineffective against him. Techniques that directly attack the soul would definitely be effective. Not just the entity, the vast majority of ninjas feared soul attacks. Otherwise, the soul transformation technique would be called the number 1 assassination technique. The scorch release of Sunagakure. I've heard of it. Kakashi sighed. You're impressive. Kentucky Kakashi, I still prefer your former rebellious self. Minato Namikaze said with a smile, patting the shoulders of the two, a remarkable battlefield debut. Both of you performed very well. I thought you would say capturing her alive would be more valuable. Uchiha Kai shook off Minato's hand and said lightly. Minato shook his head. I want to ask you to capture the enemy alive. That would increase unnecessary risks. Remember one thing. His tone and expression became serious. On the battlefield, ensuring your own safety is the primary factor, understood? Understood. Kakashi was energetic. After a short rest, he extracted some of the entity's cursed energy to recover his chakra. The earlier technique could be considered yin release, with a greater proportion of mental energy used. Supplementing chakra with pure mental force was also faster. The Ninetales charging capacity is still useful. It has both yin and yang, enabling rapid recovery of both body and spirit. Last time when Kushina went berserk, Uchiha Kai collected a bit of the Ninetales excess chakra. There wasn't much, not enough to transform like the Gold and Silver brothers. If using adult Kakashi as a chakra unit, it might only be a dozen units. Usually, Uchiha Kai would use a bit by bit to study yin-yang release, and he wouldn't dare to use it for ninjutsu consumption. Command room at the border of the Land of Fire. Orochimaru looked at the few people who returned after half a day, thinking they were here to ask about the mission objectives. As a result, dozens of complete Sunagakure corpses filled the command room. A ninja from the Yamanaka clan checked and said, "The brains are intact. We should be able to extract some information." A pineapple-haired member of the Nara clan squatted in front of Yitsong's body. "This is the bloodline ninja from Sunagakure, Yitsong. Why does she have no wounds?" "It's an illusion technique." Orochimaru's cold gaze fell on Uchiha Kai, smiling eerily. "It must be Kai, Kuin, who killed her. No wounds. To kill a bloodline elite ninja using only illusion. You are stronger than I imagine." Hearing this, the Yamanaka clan ninja, who was collecting the bodies, looked up. "Uchiha Kai, Kuin, is it? Is that so? Did your illusion damage her brain?" "It should have burned it. You can try and see." Uchiha Kai didn't know the actual effect of this technique. After all, it was the first time he used it on a person. Besides, he didn't care about the information in Yitsong's brain. If he really wanted to know something, it would be easier to use the Sharingan to hypnotize. The Yamanaka clan's secret technique was just a scrap of the many abilities of the Sharingan. After they took the corpses away, the command room returned to the situation of only 4 people half a day ago. Minato Namikaze immediately bent at a 90-degree angle. Lord Orochimaru, I sincerely apologize. Please forgive Kai's offense. Orochimaru's gaze was deep, his voice revealing no joy or anger. This is not a simple offense. Attacking the frontline commander, Kai-kun, your actions could lead to interrogation by the Umbu. Uchiha Kai was completely unruffled. Let us not forget that you were the one who looked at me with ill intent first. Being controlled by this 8-year-old brat with an illusion. Lord Orochimaru, do you still have any face left? I can only report to the Hokage. My teacher should consider my face. Orochimaru leaned forward, like a serpent about to strike. There are a few old-timers who are quite wary of the Uchiha clan. If they knew you had such strength, how could they sleep at night? Are you threatening me? Perhaps. What will you do, Kai-kun? Uchiha Kai also moved closer to Orochimaru. Their cold eyes locked on each other. If you want to play it bigger. Due to Orochimaru's persecution, I had no choice but to defect from Konoha, and at least a few hundred Uchiha ninjas would follow me. Orochimaru Skoken. Don't you know that the strongest of your clan ever left the village without anyone following him? That's because at that time, the clan members didn't know the Uchiha would face so many restrictions. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru suddenly laughed. It is indeed very unfair. Such a powerful clan cannot obtain the corresponding status. Kai-kun, what if I become Hokage and train you to be the next Hokage? Hokage. You could say that every Konoha ninja's initial dream is to become Hokage. It's just that very few can persist until the end. If anyone else said this, it would just be pure daydreaming, but when it comes from Orochimaru, it's different. With the third Hokage aging, Kakashi Hatake leaving, and Jiraiya and Tsunade unwilling to become Hokage, Orochimaru was already the apparent next-generation Hokage heir. His contributions were enough, and it wouldn't be surprising for him to ascend now. Only Uchiha Kai knew that Minato Namikaze would make a comeback. Let us talk when you actually become Hokage. I think Minato-senpai is more likely to become Hokage than you. Uchiha Kai spoke frankly, giving no face to the slippery snake. Uchiha's inherent rudeness was one aspect, and secondly, Uchiha Kai knew that Orochimaru didn't care about others' attitudes toward him. Hearing this, Minato scratched his head awkwardly. I'm still far from it, but I will definitely become Hokage. As he spoke, the hand that was forming seals behind him quietly lowered. Just a moment ago, he had planned to take action to silence Uchiha Kagami against Orochimaru. There was no choice. Konoha could not bear the consequences of the Uchiha clan leaving, and Minato realized how much damage a rift between the two would cause the village. Fortunately, Orochimaru was just joking. Otherwise, for the sake of the village's stability, he would have to try to eliminate Orochimaru. There was no other choice for the village. This was a lesson from the third Hokage. Orochimaru was still unaware that his death omen had been beating wildly just now, and he had no intention of reporting it. What he wanted to see the most now was how much power Uchiha Kagami could display on this battlefield. In just half a day, he had received his first surprise. Scorch release. There would be work to do tonight. Chapter 22. The intelligence brought by Hatake Tsukumo, however, compared to the scorching release. It was clear that Uchiha Kagami in front of him was more attractive to Orochimaru. After a few people left, he used a summoning snake to notify his subordinates in Konoha village to gather more detailed information about Uchiha Kagami. Prior to this, he only knew that this kid was an Uchiha who awakened his Sharingan at a very young age. He had seen the 3-tomo Sharingan before, and it was just average. Nothing remarkable. However, this kid's eye power clearly surpassed that of an ordinary 3-tomo by far. Orochimaru even suspected he had awakened the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami did not deliberately hide his information. His exceptional Uchiha ninjutsu, assisting in the ceiling during the Nine-Tails rampage with his eye power. Mastering an A-rank ninjutsu developed by Minato, in just 2 days his ninjutsu and illusion skills were all top-notch. In addition to that, he also possessed an invisible slashing attack, powerful enough to be considered a bloodline limit. Coupled with his cold and decisive personality, such a person, unless there was a crushing advantage in strength. Even Orochimaru could not think of a strategy to defeat him. Poisoning or ambushing would be a joke under the gaze of the Sharingan. If I summon the Great Serpent, can I defeat him? Orochimaru even contemplated using his trump card. How high is the ceiling of the ninjutsu that Kagami used to kill yokas? I have no intention of probing into the secrets of your ninjutsu. just for the arrangement of subsequent tasks. After some thought, Uchiha Kagami replied, if the opponent is unprepared, I should be able to kill an elite J-nin. Strictly speaking, even the Hokage is just an elite J-nin. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it really okay to use such a killing ability so soon after first meeting? Ninjutsu is developed to be used. What is there to hide? Lord Orochimaru, I advise you not to care too much about this ninjutsu. Uchiha Kagami looked at Orochimaru with great interest, his tone resembling a senior educating a junior. By the time you think of a way to guard against this technique, I would have already updated and iterated it several times. This is the composure of a genius. Orochimaru did not feel offended and quietly ended the topic, asking, Minato-kun, what do you think? Why has Sunagakure suddenly increased its infiltration into the Land of Fire? Based on the known intelligence, it seemed they were looking for someone who was worthy of such a grand effort. It was the third Kazekage. The one speaking was not Kagami. He was not foolish enough to reveal such information. A blood-stained, silver-haired man lifted the curtain of the command room and suddenly appeared. Tsukumo and I, Hataki-senpai. Even Orochimaru was taken aback, noticing the numerous wounds on Hataki Tsukumo's body. The most serious was on his wrist, where half of his palm was cut open. Hataki Tsukumo's face was pale, and his gaze fell on the stunned Kakashi. Long time no see, Kakashi. Bang! Kakashi could no longer suppress his emotions, and suddenly lunged into Hataki Tsukumo's arms, sobbing silently. Tsukumo's uninjured hand gently patted Kakashi's back, filled with love and also guilt. After all, Kakashi was just a child. It was wrong to abandon him like this. After the touching reunion between father and son, Orochimaru asked the crucial question. Sakumo ni, what do you mean by the third Kazekage? Suddenly, a ninja from the Nara clan burst in without notice, as the news was too explosive. He had to tell Orochimaru immediately. Lord Orochimaru, intelligence about Yamano Kaze. They're searching for the missing third Kazekage. He scanned the room and saw Hataki Tsukumo. Orochimaru frowned and pointed at him. Guard the door and don't let anyone in. Tsukumo and I, please continue. Compared to the information in the heads of those sand ninjas, Orochimaru was more interested in the intelligence that Hataki Tsukumo could provide. He was also curious about who could injure Tsukumo like this. I encountered the Sand Sasori, who is Chiyo's grandson. The genius puppet master, I've heard of him. Skipping the explanation, Hataki Tsukumo's next words plunged the room into a dead silence. He assassinated the third Kazekage and turned both himself and the third Kazekage into human puppets. I fought him. It was a mutual loss, and he managed to escape. So that is how it is. Kakashi looked at his father's injuries and suddenly thought, then, as long as we explain this matter to Sunagakure, they will give up the war and go after Sasori. Only Kakashi in the room was this naive. Orochimaru shook his head. Without the puppet body of the third Kazekage, Sunagakure will not believe it. They will only think that not only the Kazekage but even Sasori was killed by us. Even if they believe it, it won't matter. Minato is also quick-witted. Granny Chiyo is a smart person. When she hears this news, she will claim it's a scheme from Konoha to sow discord, aiming to disrupt Sunagakure's unity. They will only invest more military power, shifting from searching for the third Kazekage to seeking revenge against Konoha for the Kazekage. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly, looking at Kakashi. The best way to divert internal contradictions is to shift them to external contradictions. Not only was Kakashi overwhelmed by his ninjutsu talent, but he also felt his intelligence was being crushed. Noticing his disappointment, Hataki Tsukumo rubbed his head. How to arrange this specifically is up to you. I'm just informing you of this news before I leave. Leave? Father, where are you going? Hataki Tsukumo sighed and smiled bitterly. Sasori's target is me. As long as I leave the Land of Fire, he will follow. The main reason is that he fears Sasori will make a move against you. Such a guy who dares to assassinate a Kazekage and succeeds is too dangerous. Orochimaru's brows furrowed tightly. There is no need for a trade. To me, Tsukumo and I is more important than both the third Kazekage and Sasori combined. I can work things out. With this information from you, I can completely eliminate the negative impact of your previous departure. To be fair, Orochimaru hoped Hataki Tsukumo would return to Konoha. In their early years, the three of them received a lot of care from Hataki Tsukumo on the battlefield. After Tsukumo left, Tsunade was so angry that she stopped talking to Hiruzen Sarutobi, and even he and Jiraiya had some criticisms of the third Hokage. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what had happened at that time. Hataki Tsukumo shook his head and smiled. No need, I've gotten used to my current life. The feeling of freedom is quite nice. Is that so? Orochimaru did not press further, and chose to respect Hatake Tsukumo's decision. Father, I also. Hatake Tsukumo stopped Kakashi from continuing, bent down to meet his gaze, and gently smiled. Wait until you grow into a capable ninja before making your own decisions. He turned to Minato and Kagami. Kagami-kun, I will trouble you to take care of Kakashi. I'm very reassured that he can follow you. Tsukumo-senpai, I will definitely protect Kakashi well. Minato nodded firmly. Apart from Kushina, Konoha was the most important thing in Minato's eyes. He greatly respected this great ninja who had dedicated most of his life to Konoha. Uchiha Kagami turned his gaze towards Orochimaru and asked, knowing this information, what does Lord Orochimaru plan to do? Orochimaru's long tongue licked instinctively as he replied coldly, of course. We will take advantage of Sunagakure being without a leader and strike them hard. A very wise choice, Uchiha Kagami nodded in satisfaction. If it were those old men in the village, they might have debated using this news to negotiate peace with Sunagakure. Chapter 23 Pre-War Meeting. Orochimaru completely disregarded the regulations and directly allowed the Minato team to participate in tactical planning. After sending off Kakashi, he summoned several frontline jonin, including a captain from the Umbu, Sarutobi Shino, the eldest son of the Third Hokage. Orochimaru was the overall commander on the front line, playing a role similar to that of a military governor, making it impossible to avoid him from major decisions. During the meeting, he did not wear a mask. He was a young man reminiscent of the Third Hokage in his youth. After explaining the general situation, Orochimaru began to outline his plan. Currently, Sunagakure has dispatched a large number of ninjas to disrupt the borders of the Land of Fire, and expelling them one by one has been too passive. I plan to concentrate our forces and launch a counterattack directly against the Land of Wind to force them to withdraw. After a moment of silence, Nara Jonin spoke solemnly. This could indeed drive Sunagakure out of the borders of the Land of Fire, but Lord Orochimaru, if we do this, our border will be left vulnerable, and Iwagakure will not miss such an opportunity. Among the 5 great nations of the ninja world, excluding some smaller nations, the Land of Fire is at the center of the 5 great nations. In every ninja world war, it has been implicitly accepted that the Land of Fire fights against the other 4. If it's just an invasion from the Land of Wind, the Land of Fire wouldn't be worried at all. With Konoha's strength, they could easily deal with them repeatedly. The Western Front, where Orochimaru and others were located, faced not only Sunagakure, but also the nearby Iwagakure of the Land of Earth. That old man Inoki, once he finds out that Konoha ninjas are invading the Land of Wind in large numbers, will definitely let Iwagakure ninjas take the opportunity to plunder the Land of Fire. Orochimaru looked at Minato. I remember that Minato-kun has encountered the Jinchuriki from Iwagakure. How strong are they? Generally, the Kages of each village don't appear on the front lines unless it's a large-scale battle. After all, protecting the village is the most important thing. So, the conventional highest combat power is the Jinchuriki. Minato pondered for a moment and replied, they are very strong, and the most important thing is, they have the ability for large-scale attacks. Numbers don't mean much to them. The strongest aspect of the tailed beast Jinchuriki is their ability to unleash tailed beast bombs, equivalent to cannons in the cold weapon era. Although top-tier experts can toy with tailed beasts as pets, ordinary ninjas, even perfect ninjas like Kakashi, cannot deal with tailed beasts on their own. It is known that only sealing techniques can effectively restrict tailed beasts. Of course, the Sharingan can also do this, but not many people know that. Orochimaru nodded. Based on the intelligence I have gathered, Inoki is amassing a large number of troops at the border with the Land of Earth, with not many forces invested on the Western Front. He certainly doesn't think that the Land of Lightning is stronger than the Land of Fire. There's only one possibility for him doing this. The Jinchuriki has been stationed at the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Upon hearing this, the faces of several people in the meeting changed, some looking frightened. The fear of tailed beasts has deeply penetrated the hearts of most ninjas. Minato-kun, can you deal with the Jinchuriki now? Minato didn't rush to make a promise. After careful consideration, he replied, holding one back is not a problem, but they generally act together, right? The tailed beasts of the Land of Earth are the 4 tails and the 5 tails. The last time Minato and Jiraiya encountered them, they were together. This is the normal situation. Which family with high-end combat power doesn't act as a team? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Kagami. I believe Kagami-kun can also hold one back. I will leave some ninjas to deal with the ordinary ninjas of Iwagakure. The 2 Jinchuriki will be left to the 2 of you. Before Uchiha Kagami could respond, a loud voice erupted. What are you talking about? Sarutobi Shino slammed the table and glared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, are you really thinking of letting a child face a Jinchuriki? Usually, Sarutobi Shino would not participate in tactical discussions and would quietly be an observer. But Orochimaru's words this time were too outrageous, causing him to drop his honorifics. He was deeply influenced by his father's sense of duty as Hokage. He was already dissatisfied with children like Kagami and Kakashi joining the battlefield. In his eyes, Uchiha's children are still just children. He had already submitted several requests to recall the two, but Sarutobi Hizashi had not responded to him. Shino, Kagami is not an ordinary child, Orochimaru said flatly. He killed a scorch-release ninja on his first battle. Even you would find that difficult to achieve, right? Sarutobi Shino remained unmoved and resolutely stated, no matter what, I will not agree to your deployment. I will request Lord Hokage to recall Kagami and Kakashi. He turned to the two, his concern genuinely sincere. We are not extinct yet. This war does not need children like you to take risks. Asuma often mentions you. I know you are geniuses far beyond ordinary children, but the cruelty of war is something you cannot understand. Please go back, okay? His words even made Minato waver a bit, uncertain whether he should let these two disciples return to the village. If it weren't for the Uchiha clan, Kagami wouldn't want to participate in the war. He understands the cruelty of war and the preciousness of peace. Better to be a peaceful dog than a person in chaotic times. However, he also understands that peace cannot be achieved through compromise. Only through struggle can true peace be attained. You are a good person, but I do not need your kindness. Uchiha Kagami spoke plainly. I am very grateful for Jonin Sarutobi's concern. I'm already a ninja, and I will obey Lord Orochimaru's orders. He turned his gaze to Orochimaru. With great power comes great responsibility. Now that the village is facing difficulties, I hope to arrange for some Uchiha ninjas to join the battlefield. That is not a problem, right? War is a catalyst for the Sharingan, and the higher-ups in Konoha are very aware of this. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, they only want to keep Uchiha confined to the village, preventing this cursed blade from being stained with blood. Their judgment is correct, or rather, it stems from the correct judgment of the second Hokage. In the later stages of the Third War, when they had to let Uchiha participate in the battle, it catalyzed Fugaku's Manjiki, and the Manjiki of Shursui and Itachi were also influenced by this war. Not to mention the so-called strongest Manjiki, Kamui. Orochimaru did not know the conditions for the awakening of the Sharingan, but he keenly sensed that Uchiha Kagami was definitely not as righteous as he appeared. He must have some secrets. What does that matter? Orochimaru didn't care about the schemes of Konoha's upper echelons. He just wanted to see what extent Uchiha Kagami could reach. I will report to the Hokage and send Uchiha ninjas to support. He glanced at Uchiha Kagami with deep meaning. Kagami-kun can give me a list later. No one knows better than you which Uchiha are more suitable for battle. The two reached a tacit agreement. Orochimaru would help him recruit people, and he would help Orochimaru secure the rear. It didn't matter if he couldn't secure it. Konoha was at its peak now, with the highest number of Jonin in history. Even the most pessimistic person wouldn't think that this battle would last 10 years, dragging the powerful Konoha into a quagmire. It should be said that it was the death of Minato and the departure of the Sannin that nearly caused Konoha to collapse, leading to the subsequent incident of Nichi being sent to his death. Orochimaru dared to play this way because he had the resources to do so. Chapter 24. Uchiha in the shadows in an unknown underground space. An extremely old man leaned against a stone chair, with several tentacles extending from behind him, connecting to the unknown darkness. He had a pair of crimson eyes that, at first glance, resembled the legendary Grim Reaper. Long ago, his name was even more terrifying than that of the Grim Reaper. He was a legendary ninja, known alongside the god of shinobi. Uchiha Madara. A white object rose from the ground, breaking the silence. Madara-sama. It's starting. It's starting. Konoha and Suna have already gone to war at the border, and other ninja villages seem to be stirring as well. After a moment of silence, a hoarse cold laugh filled with disdain followed. This is the ninja world. Even if we do nothing, people cannot coexist peacefully. Hashirama, the illusion of peace you maintained has completely shattered after your death. Oh dear. Madara-sama is going to start a telepathic dialogue with Senju Hashirama again. White Zetsu obediently waited for a while. How's the task I assigned you? White Zetsu pulled out a piece of paper with several names and intelligence details. As you instructed, here are the details of Uchiha children aged 5 to 10. At the top of the list was the name Uchiha Kagami. He awakened his Sharingan at the age of 7. Such a genius, even in the Warring States period. Madara had never heard of, but it's not that impressive. It's better to go far than to go fast. Uchiha Madara understood the study of the Sharingan thoroughly and knew that awakening it early wasn't necessarily a good thing. Having abilities one's body cannot withstand in childhood is not a blessing. The more he understood, the more Madara felt that Uchiha Kagami would not awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. Or, if he did, it wouldn't align with his wishes. This kid is too calm, too mature. Although there are people who care about him. If something happens to his grandmother or younger brother, given this kid as personality, he is likely to figure out what is going on and be blinded by anger. He won't become what I hope for. Madara carefully examined the list, finally locking his gaze on the name Uchiha Bito. He was very clear about the conditions for awakening the Manjikyu. Apart from the basic requirements, the most important factor is a huge stimulus. When Uchiha people lose their loved ones, they gain power. Such a curse-like condition. Therefore, the more emotional an Uchiha is, the stronger the hatred they gain after losing love. Focus on this kid named Obito. Investigate his details thoroughly. I want to know what he cares about the most. Madara-sama, it's clear that Uchiha Kagami would be more suitable to be your heir. If it weren't for knowing you were still alive, I would have thought he was your reincarnation, with such overflowing talent. Shut up. Uchiha Madara grunted. The true talent of the Uchiha is not just about the three tomo and ninjutsu. Uchiha Bito has greater potential than Uchiha Kagami. After a pause, he added, you should also send a clone to make contact with that Kagami. He could be a backup. White Zetsu's words still touched him. Uchiha Kagami could not be his reincarnation, but if reincarnation truly existed, could it be possible? After all, his character was quite similar to Azuna's, and he had that extraordinary swordsmanship talent. Even his appearance bore some resemblance to the young Asuna. This is where Uchiha Madara's thoughts wandered. The Uchiha are known for their good looks, but Uchiha Kagami and Asuna share a refreshing type of handsomeness. Even the least attractive Fugaku could be praised for looking mature and composed. Let be then. After arranging matters, Uchiha Madara slowly closed his eyes. He was already too old, and the injuries he bore were too severe. If it weren't for the outer path golem maintaining him, he would have died long ago. This sense of helplessness greatly annoyed him, and he just hoped to quickly select a backup to restrain Nagato and then go to his death. When he returns, it will be during his prime. In the Hokage conference room, the situation was tense. Shimura Danzo had been very busy lately, acting as the mastermind behind other ninja villages, sowing discord among them. Tsunade and Mito Gate also went to the capital of the Land of Fire to ensure that the daimyo was prepared with war resources and wouldn't hold them back. Everyone realized the Third Great Ninja War might be coming soon. This was all traceable. After losing the suppression of the First Hokage every few years, each village would want to reclaim their territory after resting for a while. After all, the Land of Fire had the most and the best resources. The Kage of each village were not fools. If they allowed the Land of Fire to develop peacefully, it would become a dominant force again like in the era of the First Hokage in a few decades. No one wanted to be a subordinate. Everyone wanted a bite of the juicy meat that was the Land of Fire. The recent developments had thickened the smoke in the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was alone, reading the frontline reports while continuously producing secondhand smoke. Should he send the Uchiha clan to the front lines? Among the Konoha, 4 godly shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen had the least prejudice against the Uchiha, but least didn't mean none. He wanted to use the Uchiha as a weapon, but feared that the weapon might become too sharp and harm him instead. According to Jiraiya, Kagami's true nature wasn't bad, but he cared more about the Uchiha clan than the village. This was an inability to escape the narrow mindset of one's clan. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, because of this, he could not give Uchiha Kagami the opportunity to touch high-level power. However, if Orochimaru's plan succeeded, it could indeed end the friction with the Wind Country. If they could quickly subdue the Wind Country and form an alliance, it might intimidate other ninja villages. It might even postpone the Third Great Ninja War. The allure of peace was too great for Sarutobi Hiruzen. After pondering for a long time, he called in a ninja. Prepare the ninja I marked on the list. They are to head to the western battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not follow Orochimaru's list completely. Those guys were all staunch Uchiha radicals. He selected half of them and then arranged for some moderate Uchiha members, including Uchiha Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen had engaged in deep discussions with Fugaku. He could see that Fugaku did not want the rift between the village and the Uchiha to grow larger and was willing to make some compromises for it. At dusk, Sarutobi Hiruzen met Uchiha Fugaku alone. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sarutobi Hiruzen got straight to the point. Fugaku-kun, what do you think of Kagami? Fugaku was slightly taken aback and replied with his head down, "He is an extremely talented ninja, very friendly to friends and family. He is an outstanding child." Although he had previously had conflicts with Uchiha Kagami, he wouldn't bring such matters up in front of outsiders. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and said in a deep voice, "He is only kind to his clan, right? Hokage-sama." Fugaku raised his hand to gesture for him to listen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "I specifically arranged for Jiraiya to take Kagami under his wing because I see great potential in him. However, in the past year, it seems that he hasn't changed his mind. He is still not close enough to the other Konoha ninjas." Fugaku's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he used the universal formula. "Hokage-sama, he is just a child and doesn't express himself well. You know, that's not what I want to hear." Since Fugaku started keeping records, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been the Hokage. This accumulated power over decades makes Fugaku feel like he is walking on thin ice. Just this one seemingly calm sentence made him feel like a child being scolded by a teacher at a loss for words. "Hokage-sama, I will definitely change Itachi's thoughts and help him build a deep bond with the village's comrades." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. "Then I will leave it to you, Fugaku-kun." Chapter 25. The Godless Bridge. A few days later, Uchiha Fugaku arrived with 50 Uchiha ninja, with 2 Sharingan and 7 sets of 3 Tomo Sharingan. This force was enough to handle a small-scale battle. "Fugaku, you're here." Minato greeted Fugaku with some surprise, and for once, Fugaku's usually expressionless face showed a rare smile. The two had worked together on missions in their early years, forming a deep bond. It was also because of Minato's presence that Fugaku felt it was feasible for the Uchiha to integrate into the village. However, several Uchiha clan members who followed Fugaku walked straight to stand behind Uchiha Kagami, clearly separating themselves from Fugaku's group. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Fugaku's expression faltered, clearly. He was the clan leader. If they wanted to express their stance, they should do so once they spread out. Uchiha Kagami glanced at the young people behind him, noting that they were all teenagers, with only one possessing a 3 Tomo Sharingan. "How is Elder Kamahan's health?" he asked the only young man with a 3 Tomo. "Thank you for your concern. My father is doing well." The young man, Jinka, was the son of Kamahan and shared his father's ideology. He showed respectful deference to Uchiha Kagami, the chosen heir of Kamahan. Like his father, he firmly believed that Kagami could lead the Uchiha to greatness. In recent years, the Uchiha had shown clear signs of division. Fugaku advocated for integration into the village, and as clan leader, he had the ability to guide his people. However, Kagami's talent was evident. He had already proven his abilities and was not weaker than Fugaku. The dissatisfied Uchiha found a figure to rally behind in Kagami and naturally would not follow the crowd, firmly standing by him. This was also what troubled Sarutobi Hiruzen the most. "I have arranged for my disciples to teach you. Why can't you open your heart to the village? What are you still dissatisfied with?" Fugaku couldn't understand why, despite the Third Hokage sending such a clear signal that if Kagami behaved, even if he pretended, he could be more approachable. Then, the position of Hokage wouldn't be out of reach. Kagami couldn't explain. It was a matter of weight. No matter how much the Uchiha did, in the minds of the Third Hokage and others, they were still a naturally evil clan that needed to be guarded against. The weight of the Uchiha couldn't compare to the teachings of the Second Hokage. He didn't want to explain either. Fugaku's arrival already indicated that he chose the Hokage's side, just as Kagami originally envisioned. There was no need to spare this clan leader's face anymore. "According to Lord Orochimaru's orders, all Uchiha ninja must obey my commands. Is that all right, Fugaku, clan leader?" Fugaku's expression darkened as he glanced at Minato, who was forcing a smile, and gritted his teeth in anger. Of course, on the battlefield, every ninja should obey orders. He emphasized the word orders. Since Kagami was showing him who was boss, he wouldn't hold back either. He pulled out a scroll and said in a deep voice, "Then according to the orders of Lord Hokage, Uchiha Kagami, you must obey my commands." Kagami was not surprised and chuckled lightly. "Apologies, but as a commander in the field, I do not recognize the command abilities of clan leader Fugaku. In the face of some emergencies, I will rely on my own judgment." Just a moment ago, he was saying it was according to Orochimaru's orders. And now, when I mention the Hokage, you suddenly don't recognize it? Watching the two of them refuse to back down, Minato was also troubled. He understood the situation of the Uchiha clan and the tendency of some village higher-ups, and the tangled relationships were not something he could sort out at this moment. To avoid escalating the conflict, Minato tried to mediate. "We are all comrades of Konoha. Let us discuss specific actions based on the battlefield situation." Our primary task is to hold the borderline. At least that goal is the same. A day earlier, knowing the Uchiha clan members were arriving, Orochimaru had led a team toward the Land of Wind. Time was of the essence. He wanted to catch Shio off guard. The highest command of the current front line was actually Sarutobi Shino. However, seeing this group of Uchiha, he wisely refrained from interjecting. Most Uchiha held a mutual disdain for foreign ninja, and it was a common understanding that they were hard to deal with. His status as the Hokage's son didn't carry much weight. Few could gain the Uchiha's recognition, but fortunately, Minato was one of them. Both Uchiha Kagami and Fugaku were willing to give Minato some face. In a makeshift camp at the front, Minato spread out a map and pointed to a location. I've observed the terrain. This is a necessary passage for a Wagakure to conduct large-scale maneuvers. He pointed to a spot in the northwest direction of the Land of Grass. There's a famous bridge here, which will become even more famous in the coming years. The Godless Bridge. As long as we station ourselves here, we can block potential surprise attacks from the IWA forces. I will leave a flying Thunder God seal at the border of the Land of Fire. So if a few strong individuals come from other routes, I can also lead our people to intercept them in time. Having the Flying Thunder God technique made many tactical decisions simpler. Currently, Iwagakure had not yet attacked Konoha, and both sides had only a small number of ninja wandering around the Land of Grass. Even Minato had not considered the thoughts of a Land of Grass. The existence of such a small country was merely as a strategic buffer zone for the great powers. Why not just blow up the bridge? Uchiha Kagami suggested. After all, according to the original historical trajectory, this bridge would be blown up anyway. Minato smiled wryly. This is an important transportation hub. We haven't even gone to war with a Wagakure yet. How can we do something like that? Actively blowing up the Godless Bridge could be seen as Konoha declaring war on a Wagakure. Since the First Ninja World War, Konoha has never proactively declared war on another ninja village. Kagami had just casually mentioned it, knowing that such actions were unreasonable. Suddenly, he thought of something else. During the battle at the Godless Bridge, Uchiha Madara should have been in the Land of Grass. So, is he there now? It's very possible. After all, moving such a large piece of furniture as the Outer Path Golem isn't easy. But it was just a guess. The information Kagami had gathered was too chaotic, with many bugs in the timeline, and could only serve as a reference. Uchiha Kagami was not worried about encountering Uchiha Madara. On one hand, Madara was already old and weak, likely not wielding much strength, and his Rinnegan was being kept by Nagato. On the other hand, throughout, Madara had never killed a single member of the Uchiha clan. Even in the final battle, he had given Sasuke a chance to surrender. It was Sasuke who foolishly called him an outdated relic of the past and rushed in to stab himself, nearly dying. Madara looked down on the Uchiha clan but would not exterminate his own kin. That was not in line with his demeanor. If it weren't for the existence of Kagaya, Kagami would have liked to explain the situation to Uchiha Madara and invite the old ancestor to come out of retirement. After discussions, Minato, Uchiha Kagami, and Uchiha Fugaku led 5 Jonin-level fighters to guard the Godless Bridge. Sarutobi Shino and other ninja were dispersed along the border close to the Land of Earth as a precaution. The operation began, and they encountered a small number of rock and grass ninjas on the road. Since no battle broke out, after a simple negotiation, they pretended to be on a mission and passed through the Land of Grass, reaching the Kamikaze Bridge. In a small country like the Land of Grass, it was not unusual for ninjas from any village to appear. Watergate's team disguised themselves, and an 8-person squad did not attract much attention. Everything was calm, but it was only temporary. As soon as news of Orochimaru's forces waging war in the Land of Wind spread, the Land of Earth would undoubtedly take action. Perhaps by then, a heavy rain would be imminent. Chapter 26. In Escape, Pursuing the Fiendish Wolf. 30 kilometers ahead, a team of rock-hidden ninjas was rapidly approaching. Among them at least 3 ninjas with chakra levels reaching the Jonin stage, and around 30 with Chunin and Jinin strength. On the Kamikaze Bridge, Minato Namikaze pressed his fingers to the ground, closed his eyes, and spoke in a deep voice. Chakra Sensory Technique. The Flying Thunder God is an extremely complex technique, far more difficult to learn than the average S-rank ninjutsu. If Minato had spent the time learning the Flying Thunder God technique on developing his Bloodline Limit, he might have been able to develop something. However, that would be putting the cart before the horse. The Flying Thunder God technique is much stronger than the vast majority of Bloodline Limits. The prerequisite for learning the Flying Thunder God technique is a strong sensory ability. Minato had no right to teach the Flying Thunder God technique, but he did teach Uchiha Kagami the Chakra Sensory technique. Kagami's current sensory limit is 10 kilometers, far inferior to Minato's. This is talent. It seems that the news of Lord Orochimaru's attack on the Land of Wind has spread. Minato's expression was grave. I don't know how the battle is going on his side. Don't worry, Minato. Lord Orochimaru can handle it, said a masked man wearing sunglasses. Yamanaka, sure take. This time, besides Minato, Kagami, and Fugaku, there were 4 Konoha Jonin, plus 1 with a 3-tomo Sharingan Genka. They are Yamanaka sure take, Akimichi Dings, Nara Sasuke, and Yamanaka Kaichi. Nara Shikaku is commanding the Eastern Front. Otherwise, they would have gathered the modern version of the Inoshikacho. It can be said that besides Genka, everyone present has a deep relationship with Minato, and this time, they voluntarily joined this dangerous operation. They have just begun the third great ninja war, and most of the village's backbone has been enchanted by Minato. It would be a miracle if Orochimaru's Jonin could win a trust vote. They are only 30 kilometers away. They will appear soon. How should we respond? Fugaku asked solemnly. Should we negotiate? Nara Sasuke spoke up. He had been handling communication with the ninjas along the way. His brain is not as sharp as Nara Shikaku's, but his specialty is diplomatic skills. Minato frowned slightly and looked at Uchiha Kagami. The two seemed to share a tacit understanding and exchanged smiles. Then I'll leave it to you, Kagami. Oh, Uchiha Kagami dashed out with a body flicker technique. And his voice came back. Genka, follow me. Understood. Watching the two rush out, Fugaku looked at Minato in confusion. Did you just give any orders? This 8-man team did not have a clear captain, but everyone accepted Minato's leadership. Only he could connect everyone. The warmth in Minato's eyes was gone, replaced by a hint of coldness. At this moment, such a rock-hidden team could only be their advanced scouts probing the Konoha battlefield. They must be annihilated. Perhaps it could buy me a little more time. After hesitating for a moment, Akimichi Ding still asked, they could also be executing other missions, right? Even if they are, Minato said flatly, we can't let them pass. The fact is that the defenses on the Western Front are weak. We cannot let them confirm this information. At the very least, we must keep the main battlefield here and not let it shift to the Land of Fire. Unlike the usual tasks, Minato was somewhat emotionally involved back then. But now it is war. Sunagakure has already gone to war with Konoha. Orochimaru, Hizashi, and Minato all share the same goal, to quickly end the conflict in the Land of Wind to prepare for subsequent battles. Unlike the Third Hokage's wishful thinking to delay the ninja war, Minato and Jiraiya have been wandering the ninja world on missions, knowing that this great war is inevitable. Then let us open up battles in other places as much as possible. It's better for other countries to suffer than for the Land of Fire to suffer. Minato is a kind and friendly person to ordinary villagers, but no one from other villages would say he is a good person. Gripping the specially made kunai, Minato commanded, Kagami has my flying thunder god kunai. He will take the lead, and we will follow to prepare for support. Sure take, Suzuku dings Fugaku. Each of you choose a direction to form an encirclement. We cannot let any of them escape. Understood? Understood. The 5 quickly dispersed, but why is Kagami taking the lead? Not to mention Fugaku, even Sure Take and the others did not understand. Minato did not explain. They would find out soon enough. As Uchiha Kagami rushed forward, he quickly formed hand seals, gathering chakra, while Genka was also forming seals. During the 2 years in the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Kagami trained alongside Genka, who was often present. The two had considerable tacit understanding. It was during that time that Genka was thoroughly convinced by Kagami. This is an unparalleled genius. To be his subordinate is already a stroke of luck. The chakra of the rock-hidden ninjas was getting closer, and Kagami could vaguely sense it. Closer, just a little more, until figures appeared in his line of sight. Uchiha Kagami slammed his hands down to the ground. Earth release, Yellow Spring Marsh. There was still nearly a kilometer of distance. That team did not have Sharingan and could not see Uchiha Kagami and Genka. The suddenly appearing Yellow Spring Marsh caught them off guard. The ground suddenly turned into a swamp, except for a few who were alert enough to jump up. Dozens were ensnared by the swamp, slowly sinking down. What is this technique? Yellow Spring Marsh. Such a large area. Could it be Jiraiya? It can't possibly be Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? Some powerful techniques have distinct personal signatures. For example, the white-haired man who uses chakra blades makes people instinctively think of White Fang. Although the rock hidden excels in earth release, their large-scale earth release is mostly a shape-changing technique, altering the shape of the earth. Techniques that change the nature of the land belong to Konoha's true heritage. The second Hokage's techniques have all entered the sealing arts. Konoha ninjas possess a wide variety of ninjutsu and unique characteristics because of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. who can skillfully combine 5 different types of ninjutsu, and is known for teaching ninjutsu, is not someone to be trifled with. Sarutobi Hiruzen can almost be said to be the limit that non-bloodline ninjas can reach, with no weaknesses in any aspect, capable of defeating the robust Orochimaru even at over 50 years old. If he hadn't softened at the last moment, Orochimaru would never have defected. Calm down. Don't struggle violently. I will save you. Oishi Iwaguchi, stay alert. A jonin formed hand seals, creating a giant rock as a foothold above the marsh, and began to rescue teammates one by one. Earth release. Force sealing earth flow wall. Boom. Thick earthen walls rose up around the massive marsh. Oishi, break it. Okay. A burly rock-hidden ninja's arm was covered in rock, and he smashed a wall of earth with a punch. Bang! Earth and stone flew, dust rising. In the smoke, Oishi saw 2 eerie red glows. What bad luck, a 1 in 4 chance to run into you. Uchiha Kagami smirked. Huh. Jinka leaped up, and the accumulated chakra surged out through his throat. Fire release, great fire destruction. The flames surged like a tide, scorching the air. Earth release, earth flow wall. Playing with earth escape. Rock concealment is the true expertise. Just shattered a large stone of the earth wall, and quickly constructed another earth wall, focusing on dismantling and rebuilding. Fire and earth have no inherent relationship of mutual restraint. The power of Xuanhua's fierce fire extinguishment is good, but not enough to break through the earth wall of a ninja of the same level. At this moment, the originally scorching space suddenly felt a chill. Sensing the extremely cold aura beside him, Xuanhua's heart burned with heat. This is it. Such purity, such profound darkness. This is the man I have chosen. I saw Uchiha Kagami's right hand resting on his left hand, extending forward as if holding a gun. This does not belong to the 12 seals. This is, you little brat, have you even stolen the 10 shadows technique? A massive shadow gathered in front of Uchiha Kagami, forming pure black giant wolves. Each black wolf was the size of a calf, constantly splitting until there were dozens. The wolf pack emitted an ominous aura. In their pupils were glaring scarlet Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami gritted his teeth and clenched his hands, his face showing a bloodthirsty, excited smile. Go and tear flesh and blood apart. In release, daybreak fierce wolves. The wolf pack surged like a black storm, roaring thunderously. The earth trembled, and a bloody scent filled the air. The wolf pack bathed in flames, shattering the earth wall, like black clouds pressing down on the city. Chapter 27, Black Flash. The earth wall shattered, and the scorching waves of fire dried the marsh. The ninjas still trapped in the mire had no time to escape. Most of them used ninjutsu to protect themselves, while a few, in panic, were scorched into blackened corpses by the flames. Those who successfully resisted the fire hadn't even had a moment to breathe a sigh of relief before their painstakingly trained earth techniques were shattered by the pitch-black claws. Facing the black wolf that lunged forward, they could only raise their kunai in defense. But the black wolf pierced through their bodies directly, faintly visible. The fierce wolf's mouth and claws glowed with a faint blue light. It seemed to be a soul. Bastard, who the hell are you? Why are you attacking us? Damn it, I can't hit this thing at all. What kind of monster is this? The leading jonin quickly analyzed the key points of the technique and shouted, Don't be afraid. These wolves aren't fast. We can completely dodge them. Don't face them head on. Halfway through, he couldn't continue. I don't want to face them head on either. Come save me. Uchiha Kagami naturally knew the flaws of his own technique. This in release had a capability similar to Kimui, able to penetrate physical bodies and directly tear at souls. Such a terrifying ability had obvious drawbacks. That is, its movement speed was very slow. Normal Chunin could engage in guerrilla tactics and were down Uchiha Kagami until his chakra ran out. So the corresponding plan arose. First, restrict the enemy's movement. Drawing from the famous strategy of encirclement and fire, combined with a tactic of surrounding and hitting reinforcements. Uchiha Kagami deliberately controlled the wolf pack to leave 7 or 8 ninjas alive, with several wolves circling around one, waiting for their jonin to come to the rescue. Among normal ninjas, there still existed deep bonds of friendship. After all, they were from the same village, grew up together, and learned together. Those who could come out to execute missions were basically either mentors or close friends. The 3 jonin had the capability to escape alone. But faced with the prospect of saving a seemingly salvageable comrade, they could not retreat. Bastard, what kind of evil technique are you using? Oishi glared furiously at Uchiha Kagami, his eyes seeming to blaze with fire. Don't you have any new insults? Is this all you can come up with? Uchiha Kagami left 5 black wolves circling around him, making them reluctant to act recklessly. Moreover, with our attire and eyes being so obvious, you're still asking me who I am, you blockhead. Is your brain made of stone? Hearing this, Oishi carefully looked into the eyes of Uchiha Kagami and his companion. No, that's the Uchiha Sharingan. Don't look directly at those eyes. The heart-wrenching warning came too late. Shing. Oishi stood dazed for a moment as a black wolf passed through his body, tearing out a faint blue soul. No. One of the female jonin among the three cried out in agony, frantically extracting chakra. Earth release, cracking earth palm. She slapped her palm against the ground, and a loud rumbling ensued as a massive fissure spread toward Uchiha Kagami and his companion. Crack! Uchiha Kagami bit his fingertip and quickly formed hand seals. With a bang, a giant eagle soared into the sky, carrying the two of them as it circled in midair. There were not many ninjas in the ninja world capable of flight, and at least those below were not among them. The nearly 100-meter height had already surpassed their technique's attack range. The earth-loving rock village ninjas had no way to deal with the eagle in the sky. Of course, the third Hokage was an exception. On the back of the eagle, Uchiha Kagami felt a bit drained. The previous two large-scale ninjutsu had nearly consumed the chakra of an adult Kakashi. The consumption of the Ein release, pursuing Sun Wolves, was about 4 to 5 chakra, and that was just the structural cost. Maintaining it would also consume mental energy. Fortunately, it was Ein release, where mental energy played a major role. If it were normal attribute chakra, Uchiha Kagami wouldn't be able to bear it now. This time's Ein release could only be considered an experiment. Uchiha Kagami needed to familiarize himself with his abilities as quickly as possible while the intensity of the war hadn't escalated, applying them to actual battlefields. Training and killing were two different things. He knew he had to face the Third Hokage, the Ninetails, Nagato, and even those monsters in the later stages. This war was very important. He needed to undergo transformation from it, opening his Sharingan in the best condition and taming the cursed spirit. Only then could he possibly lead the Uchiha clan to survive in this chaotic world. Swish, swish, swish. The group, led by Minato, who initially planned to encircle, saw the scene in the arena and all revealed themselves. What kind of technique is this? It's somewhat like our shadow secret technique, also Ein release. But its strength is far beyond that of the shadow, truly worthy of the Sharingan. That is Oishi, the jonin from the rock village. I've seen him before. I didn't expect him to be killed by Kagami. Large-scale earth release and such strange Ein release ninjutsu. Fugaku recalled the battle from last year. This guy should be best at those slashing secret techniques. The Uchiha clan is a clan of geniuses. Fugaku could become the clan leader. He was also the child of someone else's family, with talent that stood out among his peers. But looking at the still somewhat youthful Uchiha Kagami, he felt his own mediocrity. He was not afraid of Uchiha Kagami's technique power, to put it bluntly. If he fought freely with Uchiha Kagami, the outcome was uncertain. What he feared was the talent that Uchiha Kagami displayed, being able to quickly learn any ninjutsu and develop several secret techniques belonging to himself. Once he awakened that legendary pair of eyes, what qualifications do I have to be the leader of the Uchiha clan? It's the ninjas from Konoha. Why did Konoha attack us? This is the border of the land of Earth. If you do this, are you declaring war? The leader tried hard to remain calm, glancing around. Some things lose their meaning once said too clearly. Uchiha Kagami spoke indifferently. Don't pretend to be confused. That old man, Inoki, sent you to scout the situation at the border of the Land of Fire, didn't he? You dare to refer to Lord Uchiha like that? The leading jonin was instantly enraged, his face twisting. Shameless Uchiha, your despicable ambush will surely be known to Lord Uchiha. Your clan will all bear the wrath of Lord Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami laughed. Didn't your Uchiha tell you that he and his master were both beaten up by my Uchiha clan members? If it weren't for Uchiha Madara's kindness, that old man would have been dead long ago. Madara, kindness? The Konoha crowd familiar with this name found it hard to understand this statement. Damn it, bastard. The furious leader Jonin leaped into the air, charging toward Uchiha Kagami. Like Icarus trying to touch the impossible, Uchiha Kagami curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile, riding the giant eagle beneath him. He dove toward another direction, the two passing each other. In midair, the leader Jonin wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Uchiha Kagami's eyes focused on a spot. There, the soil had a peculiar bulge, as if a mole was burrowing underground. At the moment the people from Konoha appeared, the leading jonin realized that he couldn't save his trapped companion and signaled another female jonin. I'll hold them off. You escape. Very good. Minato Namikaze said to himself with a smile. He also noticed the fleeing jonin and didn't rush to act, wanting to see Uchiha Kagami's performance. Prioritizing the pursuit of the escapee, the stronger enemy could be left to the senior, a correct judgment. Uchiha Kagami leaped down from the giant eagle, predicting the route of the Earth-style stealth. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists tightly. Focusing all his energy, he found the spatial distortion created within 0.00001 seconds when physical impact and chakra impact occurred. The tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly, almost bleeding. Crack, crack, a harsh sound rang out. Uchiha Kagami's right fist extended to its limit, his waist twisting at an unnatural angle. The air trembled. The space twisted. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, a black-red lightning burst forth from the tip of his fist. Black Flash. Chapter 28. Unable to dance. Cursed energy. It originates from the negative emotions of the caster, such as fear, anger, sadness, etc. It is a type of spiritual energy that can be manipulated in specific ways. The source of chakra is the God Tree, but that doesn't mean all chakra belongs to the God Tree. The God Tree is merely a seed. It is an energy produced by the perfect fusion of various energy components controlled by the human body, similar to chi. This energy can accomplish almost anything. With tailed beasts being a representative product, it creates form from nothing, bestowing life. Black Flash, at its most basic manifestation, is an ultra-critical hit in a normal attack. In fact, it is a technique that requires a profound understanding of one's own power. Whether one can perform the Black Flash is not about luck. It is about the comprehension of the energy core. The ninja world also has similar methods to enhance chakra power, namely Sage Mode. Sage Mode not only possesses the ability for danger perception and large-scale attacks, but also allows the user to incorporate the natural energy around them into their body for attacks. The user's ninjutsu and physical techniques are enhanced by dozens of times, significantly strengthening the development of ninjutsu. For example, Naruto could never have thrown the Rasen Shuriken before learning Sage Mode. Compared to the all-around enhancement of Sage Mode, Uchiha Kagami's understanding of the Black Flash is less comprehensive. The similarity between the two is that they both utilize the energy that exists in nature. Uchiha Kagami pours all of it into his attack power. The relentless black lightning falls with his movements. This is a destruction of space. Boom! The sun blazes overhead. At the moment the black-red lightning erupts, the sunlight is tinged with a sense of death. The overwhelming power turns all obstacles into dust. Bang! The sound of the explosion makes the surrounding ninjas cover their ears, their faces contorted in pain. The mere aftershock of the explosion is comparable to a large-scale wind release. As the smoke clears, after the earth-shattering explosion, it resembles the terrifying destructive power of firearms, creating a bottomless chasm in the ground. The pit has a diameter of over 10 meters, making it hard to imagine that this was struck by a human fist. Small black-red lightning still dances at the edge of the pit. As for the intended target, the Iwagakure Jonin, there is nothing left but bones. Silence. A complete silence. Facing such a scene, there are indeed a few people present who are not unfamiliar with it. These few have one thing in common. They have witnessed the explosion of a tailed beast ball. Perhaps the range is not as great as that of a tailed beast ball, but the sense of lethality at that moment, without a doubt, is the kind of terrifying power of that level. The Black Flash cast with cursed energy cannot possess such power. Sukuna's voice is deep, revealing no emotion. I believe that chakra is indeed a higher energy than cursed energy. Uchiha Kagami, you possess special talent and a thirst for power that disregards everything. A person like you, I have rarely encountered in my 1,000-year life. If you can abandon your boring will towards your clan, you will reach a very high realm. Obtain true freedom, like I have. This is the first time Sukuna addresses Uchiha Kagami by name. Uchiha Kagami looks at his cracked arm, emanating a burning smell. Half of his body is almost numb, devoid of sensation, not even pain. His body is insufficient to support the use of such power. What is true freedom? Uchiha Kagami asks Sukuna and answers himself. Like you, self-proclaiming as a true free person, yet fixated on whether others respect you. Indifferent to the lives and deaths of others. Constantly killing in an attempt to find happiness. I do not wish to advise you to do good, Sukuna. It's just that your meaningless slaughter bores me. True freedom is not about doing whatever you want, but about not doing what you don't want to do. The clan is not my weakness, but my belief in becoming stronger. The Uchiha should be the strongest. Sukuna, you in chains. What qualifications do you have to talk to me about freedom? A guy who can't even dance is truly pathetic. Just at this moment, Uchiha Kagami merely thinks. And the impressive Sukuna hasn't had time to retort before being locked in a small black room. Whoosh. The powerless Uchiha Kagami waits for the giant eagle to come and catch him. But someone is faster than it. You're making a mess, Kagami. Minato Namikaze picks up Uchiha Kagami and lands on the ground. He looks at him with a hint of reproach. You could have defeated her without that technique. What I want to defeat is not just her. Because you're my safety net, I dare to attempt that technique. This adventure is quite valuable. The Black Flash is like a formula. Once you've used it for the first time, you'll eventually master it completely. Minato Namikaze smiles wryly, glancing at the teammates who have started to surround and attack Iwagakure. They were already at a significant disadvantage in strength, and the Iwagakure ninjas had lost their will to fight from the earlier impact. There is no suspense left in this battle. Does this technique have a name? Black Flash. Mirror Flower Watermoon would be fine, but that name is really too ordinary. Brother Minato, you don't have to act like a fool to maintain your persona. Haha, just joking. Minato Namikaze chuckles. In fact, he's still a bit concerned. Let me take you for treatment first. Jiwei and the others can handle it. Uchiha Kagami nods. By the way, let me down. I can walk on my own. He is not Kushina, and doesn't he enjoy Minato's embrace at all, only feeling uncomfortable. With Minato Namikaze as the battlefield transporter, he is not worried about being injured and exposed on the battlefield. He needs to use the Flying Thunder God technique more times while the delivery is still not busy to gain some experience points. Not long after, Fugaku and the others resolve the enemies, looking at Uchiha Kagami with complex expressions. As expected of your disciple, another incomprehensible super genius. Akimichi Dingza sighs. I originally thought that learning the Flying Thunder God made Minato invincible, but I didn't expect someone even more ferocious than him. A punch comparable to a tailed beast ball. Is this still human? Uncle Akimichi, you should say Minato is indeed my senior brother. Uchiha Kagami successfully casts the chakra version of Black Flash, feeling good, and jokes. Akimichi Dingza grimaces. You are Minato's disciple. You should call me Big Brother. Besides, I'm 8 or 9 years older than you, right? All right, I'll take Kagami back for treatment and bring these Iwagakure corpses with me. Saying this, Minato seems to remember something and turns to Uchiha Kagami. Although I've said that protecting oneself is the most important thing on the battlefield, when there is a significant strength disparity and you can control the enemy. Couldn't you use the Sharingan to gather some intelligence first? Uchiha Kagami scoffs. You can tell that to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku felt a bit awkward. He had just eliminated the last rock hidden Jonin. He was stimulated by Uchiha Kagami and wanted to showcase his strength as the Uchiha clan leader. He completely did not expect that, based on the earlier situation. It was possible to capture him alive. Minato didn't continue speaking. In fact, his words were meant for Fugaku, but since Uchiha Kagami was his junior, it was easier to say some things. The Flying Thunder God technique was used. A yellow flash raced across the battlefield. Chapter 29, Lava Release, Four Tails. The war in the Land of Wind did not go as smoothly as expected. The Leaf Ninjas were indeed stronger than the Sand Ninjas, but the desert environment favored the Sand Ninjas, especially a young man named Rasha, who suppressed a small team of 3 Jonin with his magnet release. He had the ability to control the rampaging Shikaku in the desert. Orochimaru failed to categorize him as a high-level force, leading to a stalemate in the battle. The desert was littered with bloodstains, countless shattered puppets, and broken weapons. Orochimaru, you're not even worthy to kill me, Chiyo said as she controlled her 10 puppets to cut through a large brown snake. Orochimaru appeared with a gloomy expression on the severed snake's body. According to the estimated combat strength, if he could hold Chiyo back, the Leaf Ninjas would quickly capture the Land of Wind, leaving the Sand Village unable to defend itself. However, his gaze shifted to Rasha, who was lifting a sand waterfall not far away. This strategic-level magnet release had a significant impact on a large-scale battlefield, especially in his home ground. Another magnet release ninja? Chiyo snorted coldly. Little snake, since you dare to attack the Land of Wind, it seems you are aware of what is happening. Or perhaps, you Leaf Ninjas are the ones who harmed the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage had been missing for over 3 months. Not to mention a village leader, even a low-ranking ninja would be declared dead after being missing for a month. Chiyo had long given up on finding the Third Hokage, and the reason she continued to fight against the Leaf was to select the 4th Hokage during the war. Orochimaru licked his lips with a cold smile. Old hag, According to our information, it was your grandson who killed the third Kazekage. Sasori. Chiyo's pupils shrank sharply. Her movements controlling the chakra threads, hesitating slightly. A top-tier puppeteer like her shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Swish. Orochimaru seized the opportunity, unleashing a white beam from his mouth that severed one of Chiyo's hands. Boom! The puppets that lost control crashed to the ground. Lady Chiyo. Grandma Chiyo. Protect Lady Chiyo. Retreat. Protect Lady Chiyo and retreat. Seeing Chiyo was injured, countless sand ninjas fought desperately to prevent Orochimaru from continuing his assault. Allowing this ancestor to take charge was already a sign of Sand's incompetence. If she died on the battlefield, they would truly have no face to call themselves ninjas. The fearless sand ninjas created considerable obstacles for Orochimaru. Even Rasha abandoned his battlefield to advance towards this side. After fighting with the old Lady Chiyo for so long, Orochimaru was significantly exhausted, and being surrounded would be very dangerous. Ultimately, the battle ended with the sand retreating. Unfortunately, the Leaf Ninjas did not have the strength to advance either, as many ninjas fell victim to the sand's poison. Tsunade. Orochimaru frowned tightly. If Tsunade were here, the two of them could definitely kill Chiyo, and he wouldn't have to worry about Chiyo's poison. Just the thought of Tsunade's habits on this blood-soaked battlefield. If she were here, it would be good enough if she didn't drag them down. Orochimaru looked at the aftermath of the battle before him, feeling some regret. He had still underestimated the sand. Even a rotten ship has 3 nails, let alone one of the 5 great ninja villages. Rasha's appearance prevented the Leaf from achieving significant victories, and what Orochimaru wanted was not this small triumph. He knew very well what a defeat in this war meant for the Leaf. He had to find a way to turn the situation around. Orochimaru decided to personally infiltrate the Sand Village to gather more intelligence about Chiyo and Rasha, and he also planned to spread the news that Sasori had assassinated the third Kazekage. This kind of information is useless if only known by the Sand higher-ups. It needed to be known by the lower-ranking ninjas. This move, he learned from Danzo. If given the chance, he wanted to assassinate that magnet-release ninja. After tidying up the battlefield, Orochimaru quietly left under the cover of night and headed towards the Sand Village. Meanwhile, at another battlefield on the western front of the Leaf, on the Kamina Bridge, scattered limbs and broken bodies lay everywhere. Fugaku's illusion skills were high, and he was currently interrogating 2 Uwagakure ninjas for information. Uchiha Kagami wiped the bloodstains off his sleeve. Swordsmanship was part of the Uchiha-style ninja combat techniques, but it primarily relied on the insight of the Sharingan, as long as he could catch the enemy's flaws. A short blade was more convenient for killing than a long one. It also suited his slashing style better. Minato noticed his desire to train and left most of the subsequent waves of Uwagakure ninjas for him to handle. The Uchiha only progressed fastest in actual combat. Whether it was his sense of timing or combat intelligence, Uchiha Kagami had seen significant growth. It seemed, Uwagakure had confirmed the information about the vulnerability of the Fire Country's border. Fugaku approached the group and said solemnly, according to their intelligence, Inoki has ordered the Jinchuriki to set out, and their destination is here. Jinchuriki. This was always a word that carried immense pressure. Minato smiled gently. They will come sooner or later. Our purpose regarding here is precisely this. Everyone's gaze turned to Uchiha Kagami. Fugaku had already learned the contents of Orochimaru's pre-battle meeting. According to his words, Minato would hold 1 Jinchuriki, and if a second appeared, it would be handed over to Uchiha Kagami. Although Uchiha Kagami had performed brilliantly in recent days, no one believed he could contend with a Jinchuriki. The terrifying power of the Black Flash was comparable to a tailed beast bomb, but after using it once, Uchiha Kagami lost the ability to continue fighting. Faced with their silent inquiries, Uchiha Kagami sheathed his sword and said calmly, I hope it's the 4 tails. I'm quite interested in it. Apart from the universally useful Kurama, among the tailed beasts, the 4 tails had the highest affinity with Uchiha Kagami. His most frequently used jutsu were fire and earth, providing him with the foundational conditions for developing lava release. The development of Yin release was the most valuable, and slashing could also be considered an embodiment of Yin release. Lava release was powerful, but he did not have much energy to develop it. The 4 tails would be a shortcut. The 9-tailed beasts were the guardians left to the ninja world by the Sage of 6 Paths, each possessing immense abilities. The correct Jinchuriki would allow ninjas to use the abilities of the tailed beasts, achieving a greater than 2 effect. The chakra absorbed from the 9 tails helped Uchiha Kagami develop Yin release, Daybreak Wolf. If he could obtain the chakra from the Four Tails, it would greatly benefit his development of lava release. Just as he was thinking this, a wave of heat surged forth, as if an active volcano was erupting nearby. "You leaf bastards, what have you done to my partner?" The roar grew louder, and a crimson figure became vaguely visible, igniting fierce flames wherever it passed. "Get ready to fight. It's the Four Tails you were looking forward to, Kagami." Minato could not constantly activate his chakra perception, so he was not too alarmed by the newly appeared enemy. Compared to the Four Tails and Five Tails they had encountered before, the Nine Tails was far more terrifying. Minato even felt that these two Jinchuriki were on a completely different level from Kushina. Back then, he had said that to counter them, they needed to bring the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. What a boast. Uchiha Kagami opened his Sharingan again, quickly channeling chakra to form hand seals. He didn't have the bad habit of waiting for someone to charge in, chat for a bit, and then start fighting. There was no time to build up a big move. Did he really think this was a turn-based game? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The harsh sound of cutting echoed, drawing attention, especially Fugaku, who recalled unpleasant memories. The azure blade spun around Uchiha Kagami, getting faster and faster, like a storm. "Stay a little further away from me." The storm's range grew larger, crushing the corpses of the rock-hidden ninja on the ground, staining the azure blades with a hint of blood. The Four Tails Jinchuriki was also flowing with magma and immediately entered full offensive mode. Lava release, melting river rock technique. Several magma, orbs the size of grinding discs, came crashing down, emanating terrifying high temperatures. Uchiha Kagami extended 2 fingers, guiding them. Slash release, thousand blades flowing scene. Chapter 30. The cold cicadas lament. A continuous torrent of sword blades surged forth like a rampaging dragon, grinding several lava fireballs to dust. Wherever the torrent passed, the earth was plowed into deep gorges. The momentum of the blade flow did not wane, trapping the crimson figure in the storm. Within a radius of several hundred meters, soil and stone were pulverized, and giant trees turned to ash. What is this? The first time witnessing such a technique, Jiwei and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Wind escape? No, it doesn't feel like wind escape chakra. Such a technique is completely a forbidden art, right? How many trump cards does he have left? He's simply a monster. Fuyue's eyes widened in disbelief, trying to understand the principles of this technique. Blade escape. This is Q's special secret technique. It shouldn't be classified as a bloodline limit. The howling wind made Minato's voice somewhat unclear, but everyone present was a high-ranking ninja with keen hearing. This is a super high-frequency slash formed by mental energy. As far as mental energy goes, to my knowledge, there may only be one being that can be compared to Q. The being he referred to is not human. Pure mental slashes. Narasazaku is a user of escape. He simply couldn't imagine this. Could it be a revised version of the spirit transformation technique? Should we protect Q's body? Although I feel he doesn't really need it. Minato's fingers pressed against the ground as he continued. This aura is the Five Tails approaching with a team. Xuanhua, Jiwei, you stay back to assist Q. The rest follow me to intercept them. Understood. In the storm of sword blades, Old Purple could only feel a bitter struggle. His current appearance was nothing like a human. His skin resembled lava, and behind him was a giant tail resembling the so-called lava demon. This was the lava escape chakra mode he had developed. Lava escape is the signature ability of the Four Tails, and after years of training, he had mastered this bloodline limit to achieve such a form. In this state, both his attack and defense were greatly enhanced. In terms of strength, he was stronger than the Five Tails Han. Among the team of Awagakure that Q killed, one was his nephew, his brother's posthumous child, more important to him than his own son. When they went missing, the enraged Old Purple disregarded his companion's advice and charged in alone. He thought this new form would incinerate the bastard invading the borders of the land of Earth, but upon appearing, he was immediately swept away and shredded. These small blade flows couldn't cause fatal damage for the moment, but if he did nothing, gurgle, more and more tailed beast chakra seeped out, responding to Old Purple's furious emotions. Roar! The roar shook the heavens, and a violent scorching chakra forcefully opened a gap in the sword blade storm. So quickly entering tailed beast mode, seeing Old Purple reveal 3 tails, Uchiha Q actively stopped the 1,000 blade flow and summoned a giant eagle. The Uchiha have several cooperative summoning clans, the most well-known being the Nico clan. Some clan members who preferred illusion techniques chose the Crow contract. This giant eagle was subdued solely by Uchiha Q, aimed at perfecting his battle system. Flight was a significant advantage. Against ordinary ninjas, he could remain undefeated. After a while, Xuanhua and Jiwei, Uchiha Q felt somewhat troubled. Regular high-ranking ninjas, if they had no means to deal with large creatures, would be of no use against tailed beasts. Yamanaka Jiwei's insect secret technique was strong, but the parasitic insects couldn't get close to Old Purple at all. Jiwei, being an old ninja, quickly sensed Q's disdain from a glance, and hurriedly said, "I have already hidden a large number of parasitic insects on the battlefield below. The moment he has a chance to release tailed beast transformation, I can control the parasitic insects to erode his chakra." Have you used parasitic insects to absorb tailed beast chakra before? No. I'll try to knock off a bit of his chakra. If you can do it, assist me in battle. If not, escape on your own. Don't drag me down. Hey, I'm also a high-ranking ninja. Their conversation took place in just a few seconds. Below, Old Purple stabilized his tailed beast chakra, his pure black pupils gazing up at the giant eagle. Terrifying chakra gathered before him, visibly coalescing into a high-density black energy sphere. Tailed beast bomb. The oppressive atmosphere filled the entire space. Facing the tailed beast bomb for the first time, Xuanhua's hands couldn't help but tremble. This was a natural disaster, a weapon that no human could contend with. What are you afraid of? A calm voice snapped Xuanhua back to reality as he looked at Uchiha Q's cold profile. Just a mere tailed beast. Merely livestock of the Uchiha clan. How can you be afraid of a beast? Uchiha Q's absolute confidence infected Xuanhua, and even Jiwei was influenced, their blood gradually heating up. Use all your chakra to unleash great fire extinguishing, and leave the rest to me. Understood. Xuanhua quickly formed hand seals, sparing no effort in consuming his chakra. He released an extremely fierce flame from his mouth, the fire surging and roaring, as if it could engulf everything in a sea of flames. Facing the oncoming sea of flames, the tailed beast-formed Old Purple remained unfazed. The temperature of this fire was too cool for him to bathe in. Crack! The black energy sphere was swallowed in one bite, just as he intended to release it. The vast sea of fire seemed to come alive, forming a giant dragon. The essence of escape lies in creating forms from nothing. Uchiha Q couldn't create non-existent shapes, but he could construct existing things using escape. The crimson fire dragon was tinted with blue and purple, wrapping around the tailed beast-formed Old Purple in concentric circles. Composite Ninjutsu, Dragon Fire Prison. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, as if the earth had risen into a blazing sun. Uchiha Q rode the giant eagle higher, his gaze piercing through the enormous explosion, focusing on Old Purple state. As the explosion subsided, a massive pit appeared near the Kimui Bridge, altering the terrain. From the crevices of the giant pit, a trickle of water gushed forth. At the center, the tailed beast form showed no signs of damage, and he gathered another tailed beast bomb. Tailed beasts. Such peculiar monsters. Kid, you've gotten yourself into trouble, a teasing voice echoed. After their last conversation, his resentment towards Uchiha Q had risen significantly. Trouble? Uchiha Q couldn't help but smile slightly. If he were to face an equally ranked shadow-level expert, he would indeed be lacking. But against tailed beasts, he truly had no fear. It was like a game of rock, paper, scissors. Uchiha Q on the giant eagle quietly vanished, turning into a wisp of green smoke. Jiwei and Xuanhua only heard a faint cicada chirp in their ears. Below, Old Purple froze in motion, the tailed beast bomb before him shattering before it could fully form. Blade escape, one slash, the cold cicada's lament. Uchiha Q appeared in the spiritual space, sealing the four tails. Looking up, a massive four-tailed red-haired gorilla was bound by chains. Roar! The four tails let out an angry roar, stirring up a hurricane in the spiritual space. Uchiha Kagami's black hair danced wildly, and his crimson Sharingan stared directly at the monster. For something like you, to be called Sun Wukong is somewhat offensive, isn't it? Jepter einen dertig, unseen boom. The mental space was instantly divided into two colors. The black-purple aura surged like ocean waves, threatening to drown the blazing deep red volcano. Who are you? Why do you possess such terrifying chakra? Why? Do you know my name? The four tails felt the extreme coldness within that chakra. This feeling. It had seen Indra in his youth, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. The purity of this brat's release was already extremely close to the Indra of that time. That was the direct bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. How could this little brat possibly? Uchiha Kagami stepped directly onto the head of the four tails, his mental energy materializing into a gigantic wind shuriken. Humans do not regard tailed beasts as guardians. They see them as natural disasters that need to be feared, dreaded, and sealed. Uchiha Kagami knew the truth, but he would not attempt to reconcile with the tailed beast like Naruto did, because he clearly understood that he was the type of person that tailed beasts despise the most. He would not view the tailed beast as a partner. He only wanted to borrow its power. The wind shuriken spun rapidly, carrying extreme, cutting power, mercilessly slicing towards the neck of the four tails. You little brat. Don't underestimate me. Melt release, flower fruit mountain. The four tails struggled desperately against the chains, releasing intense heat from its body, forming a sea of lava. Boom! The lava exploded violently, managing to withstand a massive wind shuriken. However, this stalemate did not last long. The terrifying ocular power continued to pour in until the wind shuriken grew to hundreds of meters in size. Boom! The four tails body crashed to the ground. The wind shuriken pressed down like a cutting blade on stone, little by little. An archenemy, because of borrowing the curse power of Sukuna. The ceiling could not be fully closed, and he also saw Uchiha Kagami's actions. The basic ability of the Sharingan is similar to the six eyes, which gave Sukuna a reference. Sukuna thought that even with the six eyes, Gojo Satoru wouldn't find it so easy to deal with this monster. Just comparing the energy he saw, this monster was far stronger than the same attribute of the leaky vessel. Unlike the six eyes, which only has one per generation, this little brat's clan has many of these eyes. Could it be that this clan is the legendary divine clan? Does it possess special suppression over monsters and evil beasts? Could it be that I came here because the ancestor of this clan sealed me within this little brat? Sukuna never gave up on escaping, pondering information about Uchiha Kagami. There was one thing he guessed incorrectly. Normally, the Uchiha's 3 Tomo would be ineffective against tailed beasts. Even if it evolved into a Mangeki, it might be useful against ordinary tailed beasts, but controlling the 9 tails would be impossible. Obito could temporarily control the 9 tails, possibly as a remnant of Madara's techniques. The most important factor in using any power is still the user. Uchiha Kagami was able to suppress the tailed beast. The previous 9 tails had already provided the answer. Ocular power. Ocular power is also a type of chakra, but it focuses on mental energy. The so-called Mangeki is essentially an evolution that occurs when mental energy reaches a critical point. With Uchiha Kagami's current ocular power, he has surpassed that point and can evolve into a Mangeki at any time. However, he has not yet resolved the drawbacks of the Mangeki. Excessive use can lead to blindness. Why can't the ocular power of the Mangeki recover? It's because the bodies of Uchiha clan members are too weak compared to the Mangeki Sharingan. Indra, the son of the sage of 6 paths, certainly did not have these concerns, but his descendants do not possess the bodies to bear the sage's eyes. Even Uchiha Madara, after aging, could not bear the Rinnegan. To avoid the Rinnegan from exhausting him and being drained by it, he selected Nagato, a descendant of the Uzumaki, as a vessel for the eyes. According to Uchiha Kagami's estimates, he would need at least another year for his body to withstand the pressure of the Mangeki. It would be best to catch White Zetsu soon and directly intercept Madara's research results to obtain Hashirama cells. Getting Hashirama cells would not grant him the Rinnegan. That is exclusive to the son of the sage of 6 paths, which Obito has already proven. However, it would definitely alleviate the side effects of the Mangeki Sharingan. Otherwise, with the frequency at which Obito used Mangeki techniques, even if Kimui was energy efficient, it would be useless. He should have been blind by now. Of course, if a life-threatening situation arose, he could still distinguish between dying and some bodily harm. Simply put, it's about suppressing the realm, hoping for a more perfect ascension. Moreover, he had another plan that might resolve this drawback. Reversal technique. By manipulating curse power to convert it into positive energy, therapeutic effects could be achieved. In terms of chakra, this means transforming yin release chakra into yang release. This idea is feasible, but the difficulty is certainly much greater than simply reversing curse power. The 4 tails let out a tragic roar, cursing as it was cut by the wind shuriken. It was useless. If it weren't sealed, it could have wrestled with Uchiha Kagami. Now well, 2 people, one wielding a whip and the other bound. This was not an equal battle. The continuous chakra of the 4 tails was being sliced off and collected by Uchiha Kagami, and its body began to show signs of extreme heat. The tailed beast is the physical manifestation of chakra, and after being drained a large amount of chakra, the 4 tails visibly became thinner. Uchiha Kagami could clearly perceive that the chakra of the tailed beast, compared to that of an ordinary ninja, was on an entirely different level in both quality and quantity. Especially in the chakra of the 4 tails, its understanding of melt release, with just this brief contact. gave him ideas for developing melt release. At that moment, a loud shout echoed in the empty mental space. Release. Uchiha Kagami felt a powerful pressure forcing him out of the mental space. He took one last look at the emaciated Four Tails and said indifferently, "Stop pretending to be the Monkey King, red-haired gorilla. Goodbye, Four Tails." "What pretending? My name was given by the Sage of Six Paths. Why are you so malicious towards me?" "Gah." The principle of illusion techniques mainly involves interfering with another person's chakra flow through one's own chakra, thereby affecting the target's five senses. The reason a perfect Jinchuriki is not susceptible to illusion control is that when the Jinchuriki is controlled, the tailed beast will assist in breaking it. Conversely, if the one being controlled is the tailed beast inside the Jinchuriki also has the ability to break the illusion. Uchiha Kagami's main purpose was to enter the mental space where the Four Tails was imprisoned. The illusion could not control Old Purple for long. The definition of a perfect Jinchuriki is to reconcile with the tailed beast within. Old Purple had not achieved that. However, his own bloodline limit, like the Four Tails, was melt release, forcibly seizing the Four Tails' power. It was similar to how Naruto first defeated the Nine Tails to obtain chakra. It was like a slave turning into a master. Just as he regained his senses, he noticed something unusual within his body. It was wise to first break the illusion, as things were not looking good. Whoosh! A puff of blue smoke reappeared atop the giant eagle, revealing Uchiha Kagami. He looked down from above at Old Purple, who had already undone his tailed beast transformation. It is estimated that the Four Tails won't be able to recover its chakra anytime soon. Yamanaka Shimi seemed to have thought of something. The scene just now resembled what he had seen from a senior performing a secret technique. The ethereal technique with no physical weaknesses. Don't make it sound like I'm plagiarizing. Shimi-senpai. Uchiha Kagami turned to look at him. With such a great opportunity just now, don't tell me you didn't use your bug attack on him. Yamanaka Shimi, wearing sunglasses and a mask, cleverly concealed his embarrassment. Sorry, it was too sudden. Actually, you only disappeared for a few seconds. No need to explain. Clang. Uchiha Kagami drew his sword and leaped down, charging straight at Old Purple. I'll deal with the Jinchuriki. You just watch from there. As a powerless observer, you can't. Look directly at the Sharingan. After the previous encounter, Old Purple dared not underestimate this Uchiha boy in the slightest. No matter how unwilling he was, facing the flying Uchiha Kagami, he could only lower his head and avoid eye contact, just like waiting for the blade to strike. Chapter 32. Uchiha Jinchuriki. Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Lava Release. Scorching River Flow Rock Technique. Boom! The dragon fire collided with the lava ball, erupting with a powerful wave of heat. Little brat, you are just ordinary fire, while my lava release can burn even flames to ash, even without the tailed beast chakra for the time being. Old Purple is still an extremely powerful ninja. Whoosh! Not good. Old Purple's gaze was still focused on the explosion site when an invisible slash came from the side. The slash had no form, and Old Purple barely avoided this deadly strike by relying on his instinctive danger perception. Hiss bang! Dozens of large trees fell to the ground with a crash. Old Purple turned his head, facing the scarlet Sharingan in a bright flash of blade light. Without the chakra of the Four Tails, Old Purple couldn't maintain the lava release chakra mode, relying solely on his own chakra. If he were in lava release chakra mode, that little brat would be seeking death by getting this close. Clang! The snow blade of Shirayuki struck Old Purple's steel wrist guard, sending sparks flying. Bang! Old Purple twisted his body, throwing a punch towards Uchiha Kagami's chest, with scorching lava burning on his fist. Uchiha Kagami's expression was calm as water, his eyes flashing with a sharp cold light. He slightly tilted his body, easily dodging Old Purple's punch, and then swiftly kicked out. Old Purple braced with both arms. The powerful impact made him stagger back slightly, but he quickly steadied himself and launched another attack. Too inexperienced. Little brat. His fist smashed towards Uchiha Kagami like a meteor, generating waves of heat. Uchiha Kagami naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to trade punches with him, moving like a ghost among the shadows of fists, looking for a chance to counterattack. After prolonged attacks, one is bound to make a mistake. Finally, Uchiha Kagami found an opportunity, using the reflection from the blade of Shirayuki to meet Old Purple's gaze. Mirror Flower, Water Moon, a massive eye power surged forth, instantly outlining a black tomo in Old Purple's eyes. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kagami swung his blade towards Old Purple's neck. Bang! The open Uchiha Kagami was kicked away by Old Purple. There was no time to add lava release, so this kick didn't cause much damage. However, looking into Old Purple's eyes, Uchiha Kagami scoffed. Did you reach an agreement with that gorilla? Old Purple looked at Uchiha Kagami with a complicated expression. Only by dealing with you can the Four Tails help me break the illusion. What did you do to him? The Four Tails, who had never interacted with him except for a few curses during chakra theft, was actually willing to help him. Old Purple thought that if he killed Uchiha Kagami, he might even make the Four Tails completely submit to him. Stubborn as he was, he didn't expect to reconcile with the Four Tails. He did not acknowledge the Four Tails. Gurgle, gurgle. Old Purple's pupils constricted sharply. That sound, that posture, he was all too familiar with. Uchiha Kagami looked down, the crimson chakra cloak enveloping his body. A massive chakra tail appeared behind him as well. How is this possible? You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Old Purple was horrified. As everyone knows, Konoha only has one-tailed beast, and that is the Nine Tails. Even if he wasn't clear about the poor relationship between Konoha's higher-ups and the Uchiha, everyone in the ninja world knew about the legendary battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Has the Third Hokage gone mad to let a Uchiha become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Are you trying to create another Uchiha Madara? The second and third Tsuchikage of Wagakure were both beaten senseless by Uchiha Madara, harboring extreme hatred for him. They were also extremely fearful. Even Shiwi and Genka on the giant eagle were stunned. The fact that Kushina was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was classified information. If it weren't for the close relationship between Minato and her, plus Jiraiya's status as her teacher, even he wouldn't have the right to know. With Old Purple's shout and Uchiha Kagami's obvious-tailed beast cloak, this guy will definitely be influenced by the Nine Tails. Konoha is finished. This is Shiwi's thought, not only possessing Uchiha's unparalleled talent, but also with the Nine Tails. Uchiha is going to rise. This is Genka's thought. Fool, that's my chakra. You can't even recognize this. The Four Tails regained some strength and shouted inside Old Purple, but it was still chained down and couldn't get up. Do we still need help? Shiwi swallowed hard, feeling a bit guilty. Because Uchiha Kagami looked like he was in his teens. Old Purple didn't find it too shocking for someone his age to wield 3 Tomo, but they were all too aware. The one down there fighting against the Jinchuriki, no, it should be said that he was the one suppressing the Jinchuriki, is only 8 years old this year. Genka was still lost in the fantasy of Uchiha Kagami controlling the Nine Tails, sweeping through Konoha, and establishing the Uchiha clan status, not noticing Shiwi's words. Just then, from the corner of Shiwi's eye, he caught a glimpse of a small black dot. At first, he didn't pay attention, but a few seconds later, the black dot gradually took on a human outline. No way. Shiwi's voice trembled, more fearful than facing the Jinchuriki. He quickly leaned half his body out from the giant eagle, shouting hoarsely, Kagami, retreat. It's Inoki. The third Tsuchikage Inoki is here. Near 60 years old. Inoki is one of the few ninjas who experienced the Warring States period, having held the highest power in the land of Earth for the longest time, and created the peak period of a Wagakure. He transcends bloodline limits with his bloodline elimination. A battle-hardened, absolute powerhouse known as the 2-ton Inoki. Why is the third Tsuchikage here? Watergate shared the same question. Whoosh. Uchiha Kagami, carrying Watergate's flying thunder god Kanai, sensed the massive chakra appearing on the battlefield and decisively led his teammates to break away from the forces led by the Five Tails to regroup. Kagami, you. Seeing Uchiha Kagami enveloped in tailed beast chakra, Watergate was also deeply shocked. There was no time to explain. Uchiha Kagami was holding the unconscious Old Purple, hesitating for a moment, but still chose not to deliver the final blow. A living Jinchuriki was more valuable than a dead one. In the sky above, a small old man floated with his arms crossed. Despite his small stature, his presence made those below feel as if breathing was difficult. The giant eagle also sensed the overwhelming pressure and flew towards Uchiha Kagami, seeking safety. As it approached, Uchiha Kagami directly dispelled the summoning technique and looked up solemnly at Inoki. The existence of a Jinchuriki was understandable, but the third Tsuchikage should not have appeared at this moment. Normally, he should be guarding a Wagakure to deal with a possible attack from Hyomogakure. So, someone must have leaked information. It must be Danzo. Uchiha Kagami would not doubt his luck. When unreasonable situations arose, it was definitely someone targeting him intentionally. The ninja world was such a small place, with so few people, that out of 10 bad deeds, at least 8 could be attributed to Danzo. The remaining 2 could be taken up by Kagaya. With my current chakra, I can only transfer a maximum of 5 people. The number of people that the Flying Thunder God technique can teleport depends not only on one's own chakra, but also on the chakra amount of the ones being transferred. If one could freely teleport people, the second Hokage wouldn't have died just to cover the retreat. Even Minato wouldn't dare to hope to fight against the third Tsuchikage now, especially since they hadn't defeated the Five Tails and that a Wagakure unit was rapidly approaching. There really is an absurdly strong Uchiha kid. Old Purple, that stubborn one, was actually defeated. Inoki murmured to himself, making eye contact with Uchiha Kagami below. He saw the tail beast cloak on Uchiha Kagami, and his nearly all-white eyebrows trembled fiercely, making Uchiha a Jinchuriki. What on earth is that guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, doing? Chapter 33, Black Flash vs. Dust Release. Uchiha's little brat, put Old Purple down, and I allow you to retreat. Naka's voice came through as he slightly lowered himself. Uchiha Kagami curled his lips in a smirk, tightening his grip on Old Purple's hand a bit more. Noki, your dust release is renowned across the world. The moment I let go of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, you will definitely come at me, right? Don't talk about the credibility of the Hokage. I don't believe in that stuff. Noki frowned. Little brat, didn't Sarutobi teach you manners? Even an Wagakure ninja would use honorifics for the Hokage. Uchiha Kagami remained unfazed. The purpose of a name is for others to call it. Honorifics have no meaning. If kneeling and begging for mercy could make you let go of the Four Tails and let us leave, I could kneel right now. Heh. Noki let out a cold laugh. Back then, it was your first Hokage who kneeled and begged us to accept the tailed beasts. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Konoha people turned grim. Uchiha Kagami smiled brightly. Is that so? How long did you and the second Tsuchikage kneel when Uchiha Madara beat you up? Naka's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, the pressure in the air becoming heavier. Losing to Uchiha Madara was not a disgrace. The reason no longer mattered. But little brat. Noki extended his hands, a pure white cube gradually forming in his palms. Old Purple has you, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, as a companion in death. The Wagakure ISNT losing out. Noki, you need to understand one thing. Here, only Uchiha Kagami is present, showing no respect to Noki, which is also a basic standard of diplomacy. Only when both sides are on equal footing can negotiations continue. As long as you dare to release Dust Release, I will let Minato use Flying Thunder God technique to bring me and the Four Tails back to Konoha. A mere Four Tails does not have the qualification to die with me. Minato silently glanced at Uchiha Kagami, stepping forward to place a hand on his shoulder, indicating through action. He could never abandon his comrades, but he couldn't show it right now. Noki maintained the hand sign for Dust Release, not releasing it. Dust Release was indeed powerful, considered the strongest defensive technique in the ninja world, but it had to hit to matter. How could he not know about the Flying Thunder God technique? He had fought with Senju Tobarama several times and could never touch him. Little brat, tell me your purpose. At this moment, the Five Tails Jinchuriki and others also arrived, eyeing Noki, waiting for his command. You swear in front of these Wagakure ninjas that within 6 months, you will not invade the borders of the Land of Fire, and I will return the Four Tails to you. A good deal, right? Noki was so angry he laughed. You've got it wrong. Old Purple is indeed your hostage, but what you should be trading is for you all to leave alive. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to use Dust Release? How many people can the Flying Thunder God technique take away? I'm not mistaken. Uchiha Kagami said slowly. We have never crossed the border. We are only here to guard the borders of the Land of Fire. Don't use grandiloquent words to cover up, Noki. Your purpose for coming here is to test Konoha and look for an opportunity to invade. So, Uchiha Kagami clenched his fist with one hand and said loudly, my comrades can die. They do not die because of my decisions, but to protect the Land of Fire. To protect Konoha, dying at the hands of you invaders. All Konoha ninjas shook with emotion, the will of fire igniting fiercely. Even Fugaku was boiling with blood. That's right, you despicable invaders. Even if we die, I will never let you step into the Land of Fire. Yes, what does it matter if we die? A mere Tsuchikage. Do you think we Konoha ninjas would fear you? It's just death. Lord Kagami will definitely avenge us. Schwanhua roared. Noki, you will bear the wrath of the Uchiha clan. That said, I indeed want to invade the Land of Fire. But this seems to be the land of grass, right? Have you considered the feelings of the grass ninjas? Noki suppressed his anger. Sharp-tongued little brat. Dust Release, original world separation technique. A massive white beam of light, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, crashed down. Noki would never be restrained because of Old Purple. Nor would he be deceived by the demeanor of Uchiha Kagami and Minato. I don't believe it. A boy who can use Flying Thunder God can transfer the 4 Tails Jinchuriki and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Ideologies. Under dust release, all beings are equal. Apart from the same bloodline elimination, no one has ever been able to withstand dust release. Not even Uchiha Madara could. Little brat, you are far from threatening me. Under the terrifying pressure of dust release, everyone couldn't even think of resisting. Minato was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique, taking as many as he could, but was shaken off by Uchiha Kagami. Throwing Old Purple to the ground, Uchiha Kagami revealed a smile. In this almost suffocating moment, it felt strangely eerie and terrifying. Tailed Beast Chakra surged out, burning his skin. From the Tailed Beast Cloak mode, he transformed into half-tailed beast form, with human characteristics diminishing. From massive tails danced wildly behind him, the terrifying impact pushing Minato and others away. It hurt. The erosion of Tailed Beast Chakra was indeed severe. The heat felt as if it would burn the air to ashes. However, this overwhelming feeling of power also intoxicated Uchiha Kagami. All desires in the world are merely a thirst for power. As long as one possesses power, everything can be obtained. He clenched his fists tightly, black-red lightning swirling, reducing the splintered stones to powder. Those who have experienced Black Flash and those who haven't are worlds apart regarding the distance to the energy core. Suin watched with crossed arms from within the seal, a cold smile on his face. This Black Flash of yours is completely different from that of the Curse World. Can this body withstand such violent power? Don't worry if you die. I will avenge you. I will kill all the ninjas in this world. Ha 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 ha. Outside, Uchiha Kagami was not disturbed at all, focusing his energy. Reaching the peak. Black Flash. The black-red electric dragon rose from the ground, clashing head-on with the indestructible dust release beam. A massive roar nearly shattered everyone's eardrums. The earth cracked and space twisted. The exploding thunder unleashed a hurricane, tearing everything apart. Little brat. Noki shouted angrily, continuously pouring in chakra. As the energy kept rising, the light grew brighter, illuminating the entire battlefield. In an instant, the shockwave spread outward, the ground trembled, and the winds changed color. The brilliant light intertwined with the violent power, as if to tear the world apart. A product of the old era. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Roar. Black lightning shattered space, layer upon layer rising. With a loud crack, the wild wood, exerting too much force, heard a crisp sound from its waist and immediately felt something was wrong. Oh no! In that moment of sudden weakness, the black-red thunder completely gained the upper hand, crushing the light pillar with overwhelming force. Chapter 34. The Choice at the Watergate Boom. Bang! The violent thunder shot into the sky, exploding into countless sparks. On the verge of dodging, Noki supported his waist, with a few drops of cold sweat sliding down. Just my luck. Now my back is acting up. But what can contend with dust release? What is that thing? Noki has repeatedly used dust release to crush the tail beast balls. This is definitely not something that can be done with tail beast chakra. To directly confront dust release besides dust release, perhaps only space-time ninjutsu could work. Noki indeed felt the distortion of space. You little brat. This will only make me want to eliminate you at all costs right now. Noki gathered the dust release barrier again. Suppressing the brutal effects brought by the tailed beast chakra, Uchiha Kagami let out a hoarse voice. Noki, 4 tails are my limit to control. If you want to make a move again, I can just release the 9 tails. We are pretty close to the land of Earth here. Before losing consciousness, I still have a way to set the 9 tails on a path toward the land of Earth. Want to give it a try? The power of the 9 tails. Under the crimson chakra cloak, Uchiha Kagami's right hand was already mangled. The only two in the arena who knew the truth were the unconscious Old Z and Namikaze's Minato. Since you think I'm a 9 tails Jinchuriki, then that's just perfect. Noki fell silent. His thoughts turned back and forth, weighing the gains and losses in between. Thinking too long, Uchiha Kagami shouted angrily. More tailed beast chakra overflowed, as if trying to form a 5th tail. Wait! Noki dispersed the dust release barrier and urgently shouted. In the name of the Tsuchikage, I promise I won't invade the land of fire for half a year, as long as you return Old Z to me. The violent chakra slowly calmed down, but still maintained in the 4-tailed state. A week later, I will have someone return Old Z. No way. What if you extract the 4 tails? Don't play tricks on me. Now, you all leave. Noki gritted his teeth. I am still the Tsuchikage. Can I still go back on a promise made in front of the Iwagakure ninjas? the chakra tail wrapped around Old Z. We will retreat to the border and have someone send him back, guaranteed alive. This is my bottom line. If not, let's fight. Saying this, the fierce-tailed beast chakra overflowed once again. Fine. Noki took a long breath and looked deeply at Uchiha Kagami. You little brat. Tell me your name. Uchiha Kagami. Is that so? Uchiha Kagami, I hope we can meet again. This time, you have won. Noki slowly landed among the Iwagakure formation and took one last meaningful look at the Konoha crowd before commanding everyone to retreat. After leaving a distance, a young man with a similarly large nose as Noki approached. Father, even the Nine Tails, you can handle, right? The people of a ninja world do not have an intuitive feeling about the Nine Tails. They know it is strong, but 2 against 1 should be the limit. Noki has the record of defeating the 4 Tails and 5 Tails working together. Floating in mid-air, glancing at Kairi, Noki coldly said, Do you want to become a Tsuchikage? Do you think I have lived too long? No. Kairi quickly waved his hands. After a moment of silence, Noki said in a deep voice, I'm not sure if I can handle the Nine Tails, nor is there a need. After you return, promote Uchiha Kagami's name widely, and spread the news of Old Z being defeated as well. This, Naka's eyes narrowed slightly, with an inexplicable curve at the corners of his mouth. Do you know who I thought of when I saw him? Kairi hesitated for a moment. He certainly knew the most painful memories in his father's heart. Is it Uchiha Madara? Exactly. Although he is far from the Uchiha Madara I have seen, he is still young. Such a guy. The one most afraid of another Uchiha Madara appearing is not me. But Konoha, if Konoha unites, and the Uchiha and Konoha higher-ups are closely connected, even if Noki has to risk his life, he must leave these few people behind. However, the reason he appears here is because of that Konoha's intel, that Tsuchikage needs not only strength, but also the eye to see through the essence of things. Unfortunately, Kairi is too foolish. He is not a suitable candidate. Noki genuinely envies the talent-rich Konoha. Konoha's White Fang, the 3 Sannin, and now Namake's Minato, Uchiha Kagami, and others almost every few years, a batch of geniuses will emerge. There are pros and cons. At least Iwagakure does not have high-ranking officials who actively sell out partner information. Konoha's White Fang has been forced away. The Uchiha will not have such a good ending. Noki is very patient and wants to see if the contradictions between the two will explode during this period. So, Father, should we recall the people near the border of the Land of Fire? Bang! Kairi received a slap on the head, and Noki shouted in exasperation. Are you an idiot? Do you really think I will abide by some verbal agreement? The alliance treaty is just a piece of paper when necessary, let alone such verbal matters. As long as Old Z returns, we will station troops in the Land of Grass, ready for battle at any time. Suddenly, a black hawk appeared in the field of vision, flying towards Noki and the others. A messenger hawk? This is the highest level of messenger hawk. What happened in Iwagakure? Opening the message, Naka's face turned red. Bastard! Fool! That black-skinned monkey! How dare he! The Third Hokage leads the troops to invade the Land of Earth. The vanguard has already approached Iwagakure. Hurry back. How is this possible? I just came out for 2 days. How could that guy seize this time gap? Danzo, it must be that bastard who gave the intel to Kumogakure. Kappari, you stay behind to assist Old Z. Everyone else, follow me back to the village at full speed. Damn, going out to hunt, and my home is about to be stolen. Border the Land of Fire. A female medical ninja had green light in her palm as she pressed it against Uchiha Kagami's back. There was not a single good piece of flesh on his body. The outer skin was corroded by tailed beast chakra, looking extremely terrifying. The surface injuries were manageable, but the bones in his right hand were injured and needed time to heal. Be careful not to let the wound touch water with injuries like this. It must be fire release. You've really worked hard. After the medical ninja bandaged him, she explained the dosage and then left the tent. Kagami, how are you feeling? Minato lifted the curtain and entered, his eyes filled with worry. Wrapped up like a rice dumpling, Uchiha Kagami's voice sounded a bit distorted. Not bad. Where's Old Z? Handed over to the IWA ninjas. Minato sighed. If it weren't for the situation with Sunagakure, we could have taken the opportunity to eliminate the 4 Tails. This way, Iwagakure would need at least 10 years to cultivate a new Jinchuriki. Whether fighting against Sunagakure or Iwagakure, Konoha finds either one quite easy. Even 2 against 1 is not a hassle. It's just, once the other ninja villages see the situation, they will definitely swarm in, forming a 4-to-1. A command has come from the village, saying that the war in the Land of Wind has reached a stalemate and hopes I can provide support. Whose order is it? Uchiha Kagami asked. It's Lord Danzo's command. After a moment of silence, Minato's gaze turned cold. Kagami, you sensed it too, didn't you? Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. He's targeting me. After moving you away, he might just make a move against me. The fact that the third Tsuchikage will appear this time should also be his doing. Uchiha Kagami calmly looked at Minato. Jiraiya-sensei often tells me to integrate into the village and truly become a part of Konoha. But Minato-senpai, there are people in Konoha who do not wish for the Uchiha to exist. It's not in my nature to sit back and wait. As long as there's an opportunity, I will definitely kill Shimura Danzo. He is a close friend of the Third Hokage. Namikaze Minato doesn't care about Shimura Danzo's high-ranking status. What troubles him is the complex relationships involved. Strictly speaking, they still have to call Danzo Shirshu uncle. Uchiha Kagami said nothing more, waiting for Minato to make his own decision. If Minato chooses the Third Hokage's side, he won't hold back in the future. The campfire flickered silently. After a while, Minato exhaled, revealing a warm smile. I won't go anywhere until you get better. I will protect you, Kagami. Chapter 35, Sukuna. You're too noisy. By the way, can you tell me about your tail beast transformation? Others may not know, but doesn't Minato understand? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is his girlfriend. When did she become his junior? I absorbed the chakra of the Four Tails. Really? Minato frowned. Have you captured the Four Tails then? No. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. It's exhausting to keep a tailed beast within your body, and you should know this well. In his view, the correct way to use tailed beasts should be based on Uchiha Sasuke's method. To seal them away, using Susanoo as a vessel to contain their chakra. If he learned from Naruto, his daughter's whiskers already indicate a problem. Besides, he still has an untamed monster inside him. Stuffing anything and could lead to a loosening of the seal, which wouldn't be fun. Minato sighed, thinking about Kushina trapped in the barrier, feeling a bit uneasy. Kagami, I want to become Hokage. I want Kushina to live a normal life. She has been bearing that pressure. What should I do? Minato and Kagami had seen the Nine-Tails with their own eyes. A disaster-level monster inside Kushina felt like a bomb strapped to her that could explode at any moment. Uchiha Kagami fell silent for a moment, then asked, what do you think about the first Hokage distributing the tailed beasts? Minato thought for a long time. At that time, it was the right decision. The first Hokage desired peace, and ninjas did not have the ability to dominate the world. Using tailed beasts as a deterrent to balance the parties was reasonable. As he hoped, during the first lifetime, the ninja world entered the longest period of peace in 1,000 years. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. He just didn't consider that what truly suppresses the world isn't the tailed beasts, but himself. Perhaps he thought about it, but people always die, while tailed beasts do not. Minato sighed and looked at Kagami. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Minato, if it were you, how would you handle the tailed beasts? Tailed beasts are a necessary strategic deterrent from the moment they were bound. Unless someone like the first Hokage appears again, maintaining the status quo is essential. Take the Nine-Tails as an example. Releasing the tailed beasts would only bring endless disasters to Konoha. With that in mind, Minato's expression became somewhat melancholy. War really cannot cease. Of course not. Land, wealth, power, culture, beliefs. Even a single Konoha cannot stop fighting. How can we expect a world to be in eternal peace? The first idea was correct. There must be sufficient deterrence to stop the wars between the ninja villages. But relying solely on tailed beasts is far from enough. Minato looked meaningfully at Uchiha Kagami. He knew that his actions had opened up this originally distant junior, allowing him to finally share his ideals. The deep pupils revealed between the bandages stared at Minato. A person's lifespan is limited, and the power of tailed beasts is insufficient. Clans. Inheritance. No one is more suitable than the Uchiha clan to serve as a suppressive force in the world. I will become the strongest in the world. The Uchiha clan will transform from Konoha's security forces to a clan patrolling the ninja world. I know clearly that Uchiha clan members are not suitable for participating in politics. We will only serve as a deterrent to war. And the premise of all this is that there must be an absolutely powerful Uchiha, continuously passing on. As Uchiha Kagami spoke, Minato felt his heart being tightly gripped. Breathing became difficult. I will die, and before I die, I will leave the accumulated ocular power of my life to the next generation through a writing seal. Only the Uchiha clan has such the ability. Only the Uchiha clan can bear the malice of the world. Kagami, people's thoughts can change. Even if you can avoid participating in governance, what about your successors? How can they resist the temptation of being the rulers of the world? Moreover, bearing the malice of the world alone is too painful. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. Minato, your dream is to become Hokage. Have you considered what to do after becoming Hokage? Such things should be discussed after the dream comes true. That's the idea. Uchiha Kagami turned his gaze away, looking out of the tent's window into the distance. This is my dream. Whether I have a qualified successor is something to consider later. Besides, maybe I won't die. Who doesn't die? Minato chuckled, taking Kagami's words as a joke. There are some Otsutsuki who are immortal. Minato stood up. Thank you for being willing to talk to me about this. You should rest early too. He walked to the door, turned back and smiled. I will support you. I look forward to you cutting off the entanglements of hatred in this world. Kid, this blonde is very special to you. He is a good person and very talented. Uchiha Kagami replied lightly. There are too few good people in this world. Even villains prefer to be friends with good people. After all, they won't think about killing me like you do all the time. That's too much. Kid Sukuna's voice was hoarse and muffled. I don't want to kill you. I want to eat you. A drop of blood, a piece of flesh, every bone marrow. I want to taste them all. You are in pain, Sukuna. Uchiha Kagami's words carried a hint of mockery. You, who see humans as ingredients, are trapped in human body. You were once human, but chose to become a curse. You don't understand human malice at all. On the mountain of corpses and seas of blood, Sukuna suddenly felt a strong pulling force. You, what are you going to do? Fighting against Otsutsuki and Inoki made Uchiha Kagami familiar with the use of tailed beast chakra. He also gained experience in power plundering. With a whoosh, in a mental space, a blade of fire burning with fierce flames suddenly appeared. Sukuna struggled with all his might against the pulling force of the seal, but it was futile. He was dragged toward the edge of the ceiling bars. One of his arms was pulled out of the bars. Realizing what Uchiha Kagami wanted to do, Sukuna burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Can't help but want to take my power. Take it. Take it all. The more, the better. Whoosh. The flaming blade descended, severing Sukuna's arm, and thick black blood flowed from the wound. Uchiha Kagami hovered in front of the seal, indifferent to Sukuna. The severed arm twitched a few times outside the seal, then rushed towards Uchiha Kagami at high speed. Boom. A vast ocular power pinned the arm down firmly. Step by step is my principle. Don't worry, Sukuna, I will savor you little by little. Uchiha Kagami's lips curled into a slight smile as a curtain descended on the crimson-sealed gate. As the darkness grew around him, Sukuna felt a bit panicked. He had been sealed for 1,000 years, but that was in a state of unconsciousness. Now, consciously experiencing the darkness, unable to feel the passage of time, seeing nothing. Unable to receive any information from the outside world, a normal person would suffer immense psychological damage after just a few hours. What terrified Sukuna even more was that Uchiha Kagami had already cut off one of his own hands. Before this, even if he were locked in a small dark room, Uchiha Kagami would absorb his power within a few days, and he could naturally see the outside world. No, don't. With my guidance, you can better master this power. You're too noisy. Uchiha Kagami's fingertips fell, completely sealing off the space. Before using this arm, Sukuna, you should just stay quietly in the small dark room. I hope that when we meet next time, you'll have learned how to speak to your master. In the silent dark space, only Sukuna's furious roars echoed. Chapter 36. Slashing the crimson eyes, the intelligence from the Iwagakure front line also reached Orochimaru. Looking at the information, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is not Kushina, is it? No matter how confused Lord Hiruzen is, he wouldn't make a Uchiha the Jinchuriki. There must be some abnormal phenomenon that I don't know about. However, defeating the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, directly confronting Dust Release, forcing Inoki to promise not to invade the Land of Fire for half a year. This kid's evolution speed is too fast. There was another piece of secret intelligence. Danzo had arranged for Minato Namikaze to support the battlefield in the Land of Wind, and he disobeyed orders. Clearly, the Iwagakure front line is temporarily safe, yet Minato still refuses to help Orochimaru. His heart is truly condemnable. Orochimaru burned the confidential letter from the root and sneered. He is merely a shadow hiding behind the old man's back. Since he has chosen to be a shadow, he shouldn't think about stepping back into the spotlight. After some contemplation, Orochimaru personally wrote a letter and handed it to his summoning white snake. At the border of the Land of Fire. After several days of rest, except for the brace on his arm, all the other bandages had been removed. The newly grown skin was fair and delicate, making Uchiha Kagami appear even more handsome. A small white snake appeared beside him, spitting out a scroll. Kagami-kun, I feel as if we are meeting through this letter. I heard you were unwell, and I am worried. However, the battle ahead is urgent, and I cannot divide my attention. I have permitted Jonin Minato Namikaze to escort you back to the village for recuperation. As your senior, I have not been able to protect you. Attached is a scroll of my self-created chakra activation technique for you to study. Uchiha Kagami quietly flipped through it. It was Orochimaru's ideas on body modification, using chakra to stimulate cell activity, which could be considered a disguised self-healing technique. It should be the precursor to his future regeneration ninjutsu. This technique is very valuable. In comparison, it is akin to Jiraiya's secret technique, the lion's mane. At this point, Orochimaru had not yet joined Root as a third-generation spy, nor had he been influenced by Danzo, and his ideas were not insane. His purpose for doing this may not be that complicated, simply because he wants to become Hokage and recruit powerful supporters. When did Orochimaru completely fall? The exact timing is uncertain, but it is certain that it was after Minato Namikaze succeeded as the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru may not care about the position of Hokage, but he only seeks Sarutobi Hiruzen's recognition. To put it simply, it is like saying, I can give it up, but you cannot withhold it from me. Given Orochimaru's status, what kind of ninjas would he not be able to use for experiments? Why must he pick ordinary ninjas from the village? With his intelligence, would he really be caught red-handed? Of course, this does not mean Orochimaru is a good person who is forced into such a situation. It is just that this venomous snake still cares about his teacher and can restrain himself. Uchiha Kagami would not define these people he encounters now based on the memories he originally had. Just as Minato Namikaze said, people can change. Of course, except for Shimura Danzo. This guy's been set in his ways since the day the second Hokage died, entangled in resentment and regret for his entire life. He can only tirelessly implement the second Hokage's ideology to prove himself. Now, Danzo still harbors fantasies that Hiruzen will pass the mantle to him, but in a few years, when he realizes that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not choose him. At that time, he will also fall into madness and collude with Orochimaru to continue the research on would release and Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami absolutely cannot allow this filthy guy to lay his hands on the power of Sharingan. He needs to find a way to send Shimura Danzo to his end in this battle. Perhaps, the Land of Rain would be a suitable burial ground for him. Before long, Minato Namikaze entered with Kakashi. Hey, Kagami-senpai, you've got quite the injury. Huh? Kagami shot Kakashi a cold glance. Do you think I can't kill you with just one arm? Of course you can. Kakashi leaned in to observe Uchiha Kagami's right arm. I've heard that you actually drove away the Tsuchikage from Iwagakure. That's amazing. That's exaggerated, right? I exhausted all my strength and paid a hefty price just to withstand one of his ninjutsu. And it has turned into a rumor that I drove the Tsuchikage away. Seeing Uchiha Kagami frown, Minato said, that's the information spread from Iwagakure. The new Uchiha genius not only defeated the Four Tails Jinchuriki, but also forced back the third Tsuchikage and established a half-year agreement. You already have a title outside. Is this a form of flattery? What half-year agreement? Uchiha Kagami never took it seriously. He initially planned to send someone to inform Kumogakure that Iwagakure is vulnerable. Why not seize the opportunity? But this task was done by someone else. Raising an eyebrow, Uchiha Kagami asked with interest, what title? Slashing the crimson eyes, Kakashi made an exaggerated slicing gesture with both hands, his tone filled with envy. What a cool title, just like my father's. This nickname is not auspicious. Rubbing his forehead, Uchiha Kagami looked at Minato. Why did you call Kakashi back? Minato placed his hand on Kakashi's head and smiled. I have thought seriously about it. Unless absolutely necessary, he shouldn't be on the battlefield at his age. Huh? Kakashi was taken aback. Minato hadn't said this before. He was still on patrol when Minato came to fetch him, saying there was an important mission. Lord Orochimaru sent me a message, asking me to bring you back to the village for recuperation, and I thought I might as well bring Kakashi back too. I heard from Kushina that there's a little girl in the ninja school who keeps asking where Kakashi went. There is also a Uchiha boy who asked about you and Kakashi. Kakashi recalled that there were many girls in the ninja school who liked to follow him. The most serious one should be Rin. As for the Uchiha boy, he knew without thinking who it was. It must be Obito. I'm already a Chunin. Minato-senpai, don't you trust my abilities? Kakashi felt a bit dissatisfied, feeling it was disrespectful to him. Kagami has already made a name for himself. I wanted to. Kagami got injured and went back, which is reasonable, but I haven't done anything yet, and I'm just going back like this? Uchiha Kagami looked at Kakashi. His father was not dead, and Minato and Jiraiya's intervention and his guidance prevented him from falling into a dark period. He entered adulthood early in character, being scheming, reserved, lazy, and unserious. He loves watching Intimate Paradise. TSK. If you had seen the original history of the ninja world, you would kneel down and thank my ancestors for 8 generations. How can you compare yourself to me, you white hair brat? Kagami, what kind of look is that? Don't stay silent. That's the look of looking at a waste, right? Kakashi was very familiar with that kind of look. He used to look at Obito like that all the time. Karma is coming back to haunt him. Stop messing around, Kakashi. Uchiha Kagami pointed his left hand at Kakashi's forehead and flicked it lightly. You are still far from it. Go back to the village and play ninja games with them. Bastard, what did you say? Watching the 2 younger disciples laughing and teasing each other, Minato wore a motherly smile, one hand on each of their shoulders. All right, consider it a temporary vacation. Get ready. Whoosh. Chapter 37, Love. Konoha Village. On a rare day off, Minato Namikaze naturally went to find Kushina. After dropping off Uchiha Kagami and Kakashi, he left a message about dinner at the barbecue restaurant in the evening and disappeared without a trace. TSK. Forgetting his junior brother for a woman, that guy. Kakashi muttered. What about you? Aren't you going to find your little girlfriend from the Ninja Academy? Kakashi kicked a pebble by the roadside and said, I'm not interested in little girls. Hee. I wonder who it was that watched Paradise of Affection during training breaks. I was appreciating Jiraiya-sensei's literary skills. It's also part of my training. Besides, there are only big sisters in there. His voice grew quieter. No need to explain. If I see you and that old pervert sneaking a peek at the girls' bathhouse, I will notify the Uchiha security team to arrest you. Uchiha Kagami walked towards his home and said, Tell Minato that I'm eating at home and won't be going. Tap, tap. Then I'll go eat at your house. Kakashi shamelessly followed, forgetting Uchiha Kagami's one-time warning. Uchiha Kagami thought about how much energy it would take to get rid of Kakashi, which was far greater than just adding an extra pair of chopsticks. So he let it go. I'm not convenient. You go buy groceries and you cook. Huh? I'm supposed to be a guest at your house. And I have to buy groceries too, whether I want to or not. Kakashi understood the feelings of Obito and Might Guy. When Kakashi walked into the house carrying 2 baskets of vegetables with Kagami, the first thing he saw was Shursui standing by the sink. Little Shursui, are you practicing treading water? Plop. Shursui, who was focused, was startled by the shout and fell half of his body into the sink. His little face turned bright red as he glared at Kakashi, white-haired dead fish eyes. Don't disturb me. Ah, brother, you're back. Shursui jumped out of the sink and leaped towards Uchiha Kagami. Slap. Uchiha Kagami pressed Shursui's face down, frowning. Go wash up and change into clean clothes. Okay. Watching Shursui bounce away, Kakashi leaned in and said, You're too strict with him. Even I only started practicing treading water at 4 years old. And he's only 2 or 3, right? And why does he call me dead fish eyes? He's 3.5 years old. And he still isn't proficient at treading water. Uchiha Kagami looked at Kakashi with disdain. This is no different from you being useless. Kakashi wanted to say, I've been called a genius since I was a child. But facing Uchiha Kagami, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Seeing Uchiha Kagami return, the grandmother showed a happy expression but didn't move. Kakashi clearly felt that this elderly woman had gained a sense of twilight compared to a year ago. Uchiha Kagami quietly walked to the old woman, placing his hand on her ankle. The muscles had begun to atrophy, just skin covering them, and he could clearly feel the bones. Why didn't you tell me it had gotten this bad? The grandmother gently stroked Kagami's hair, smiling kindly. It's okay. Shursui can take care of me now. Uchiha Kagami silently lowered his head, not speaking. He has ways to heal his grandmother's body, if necessary. He could even ask Tsunade and Orochimaru. But while physical injuries can be healed, the heart cannot. Using Jinjutsu to erase his grandmother's longing for those who have passed, Uchiha Kagami couldn't do such a cruel thing. He could clearly feel that as he grew up, his grandmother's desire for life had diminished more and more. She was born into the Uchiha clan, went to war at a young age, managed to survive, witnessed the establishment of Konoha, and married the one she loved. But not long after, her beloved husband died on a mission. After that, Shursui's parents also died. The ninja world has never treated the Uchiha clan kindly. Without any grandiose words, Uchiha Kagami gently moved his grandmother's hand away and whispered, Grandmother, I will take good care of myself and Shursui. If one morning or afternoon you wish to pursue your loved ones, then go peacefully. Grandma believes in you. Kushina. Downstairs, Minato shouted, holding a bouquet of fiery red flowers similar to Kushina's hair color. Bang! The window shattered due to the force of his push. The girl jumped down from more than 10 meters high without hesitation. Catch me. Minato. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the intelligence returned by Orochimaru and Sarutobi Shinji, taking a deep puff of smoke. Overpowering the Four Tails, repelling the Tsuchikage, the Uchiha's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He certainly didn't believe the news from a Wagakure. The Nine Tails is still safely residing in Kushina's belly. According to the intelligence gathered by Sarutobi Shinji from Shibi and others, as well as Minato's clarification, Uchiha Kagami has mastered a secret technique similar to a higher-level spirit transformation technique. With this technique, Kagami successfully sees some of the Four Tails chakra, thus outsmarting Inoki. That old man Inoki, clearly in a mess because of the rakeage, still talks about keeping a 6-month promise and never heading south. Ridiculous. They've all been Hokage for decades. Why act like big shots? However, what made Sarutobi Hiruzen uneasy was this ability of Uchiha Kagami. If he can seize the Four Tails, can he also seize the Nine Tails? The combination of the Nine Tails and Uchiha is too easy for him to think of one person. He had witnessed that earth-shattering battle. It was possible that another Uchiha Madara could emerge. But could another first Hokage emerge from a Senju? Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that that level of power was not something an ordinary ninja could reach. Only bloodline. The thought of eliminating Uchiha Kagami crossed his mind, but was quickly dismissed. If Uchiha Kagami were to die now, the Uchiha clan would definitely riot. And even the Uchiha clansmen who originally stood on his side would not accept such a thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, picking up Minato's letter again. At the end, it was written, Kagami is a person with the true will of fire, who will bring peace to the ninja world. I am beginning to believe that he may be the child of prophecy that Jiraiya-sensei has been searching for. He will lead the ninja world to change. Since Jiraiya was young, the great sage Toad had predicted that his disciple would become a savior. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed Jiraiya to travel around, searching for that possible disciple. He initially thought, I thought the person Jiraiya was looking for was you, Minato. But you believe that person will be Kagami. What should I do? Sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the portrait of the first Hokage hanging in the office. Chapter 38. The clan and the village due to the Wind Country's use of a turtle strategy. Orochimaru, who had long been unable to break the stalemate, had no choice but to retreat his defenses. On the other side of the western battlefield, Noki and the Third Hokage AI were engaged in a duel in the Imperial City. The Western Front was temporarily at a standstill. Therefore, Minato, who was originally set to rush back to the western battlefield, received a brief leave to assess the situation in various places before deciding where to send him. Meanwhile, the reputation of Uchiha Kagami was gradually spreading. This was partly due to the efforts of the Iwagakure publicity department, but primarily because the Uchiha clan was making their move. Was the Konoha Guard Corps, guarding Konoha, maintaining public order, punishing criminals. It's a combination of city management, police, and defense forces. Under the guidance of Shinra, all members of his faction of the Uchiha clan spare no effort in promoting the reputation of Uchiha Kagami. The specific situation is as follows. Sweet shop, Mr. Tieshin. It's your turn to lead the patrol today. Uchiha Tetsushin. You've heard that our clan's Uchiha Kagami defeated the Four Tails and pushed back the Tsuchikage, right? Florist, Brother Shaoran. Would you like to take a look at the new chrysanthemums? Uchiha Itachi. That's right, Kakashi almost killed Inoki, and we could have sent flowers of tribute to a Wagakure. Ramen shop. 4 of you. Is it 4 bowls of ramen? Uchiha. Yes, the Four Tails was killed by Kagami, and I've heard that the Jinchuriki has already changed. In summary, the current tension in the Western Front relies on Uchiha Kagami's extraordinary performance to ease. One sunny and warm afternoon, Uchiha Mikoto visited, holding a child. Sure sway. Take Itachi to play by the door. In the courtyard, Uchiha Kagami leaned on a reclining chair, studying Orochimaru's chakra activation techniques. I apologize, my grandmother has limited mobility, and so do I, so I won't be serving tea to Lady Mikoto. Mikoto glanced at the quiet child being held by Shursui and turned to smile lightly. Kagami-kun, you are being too formal. It was presumptuous of me to visit. Uchiha Kagami stared intently and said faintly, What do you want from me? He held a grudge against both Fugaku and Itachi, and if it weren't for Mikoto being Sasuke's mother, he wouldn't have let her in. Kagami-kun needs to rest peacefully. So I'll speak frankly. Mikoto's expression was troubled, but she spoke up. You've probably heard the recent rumors in the village, right? Fugaku has sent a message, hoping that Kagami-kun and Elder Shinra can come forward to restrain the clansmen. Restraining? Uchiha Kagami put down the notebook and slightly turned his head to look at Uchiha Mikoto. Before marrying Fugaku, Mikoto was also a 3-tomo Uchiha Jonin, an elite among elites. However, the gaze directed at her made her unable to meet it directly, instinctively shifting her eyes away. You know the reason why Fugaku said that, right? Taking a deep breath, Mikoto felt that she was not facing a junior, but rather a deeply respected elder within the clan. The Uchiha clan has had a rift with the higher-ups of Konoha, and Fugaku has been working hard to bridge that gap, finally seeing some changes in recent years. Isn't it a signal of reconciliation for the village that Lord Third asked Jiraiya to take in Kagami? Fugaku and Hokage are both working hard for this. As a beneficiary, why does Mirai actively distance herself from the villagers? You are a member of the Uchiha clan, and more importantly, a ninja of Konoha. You shouldn't be constrained by narrow clan ideologies. Compared to the village, even the Uchiha clan has no chance of resistance. Don't you understand that yet? Mikoto spoke all at once, fearing that if she paused, she wouldn't be able to continue. Uchiha Kagami's gaze was calm and unwavering, not stagnant water, but a deep, cold pool. What identity do you have to talk to me? Naturally, as the leader of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the Konoha Guard, I am here to speak with you on behalf of the Hokage, the villagers, and even the Uchiha people. Uchiha Kagami chuckled softly. Let me say one thing. The reason Fugaku is still the clan leader is that I have temporarily left the title with him. You are not qualified to represent the Uchiha. I also do not care about the opinions of the villagers and the Hokage. Uchiha Kagami slightly stood up, resembling a ferocious dragon coveting its prey, an extremely cold aura enveloping Mikoto. You should be grateful that you're a member of the Uchiha. Otherwise, I would have already killed you. Uchiha Kagami's tone was not strong, but the murderous intent was palpable and real. Mikoto seemed to be struck by a sudden cold wind, her body involuntarily trembling. His words were like sharp blades, piercing her heart directly, her body shaking uncontrollably, like a leaf swaying in a fierce wind, fragile and helpless. Uchiha Kagami turned around and picked up his book again. This terrifying aura receded like a flood, and apart from the battered Uchiha Mikoto, no one could perceive what had happened. It is your business to act like a tail-wagging rodent. From now on, do not let me hear similar words. My mercy towards you is only this time. At worst, I will look for the reincarnation of Indra again. Uchiha Kagami does not allow Fugaku, this indecisive guy, to hold power any longer. If Fugaku could firmly stand by the Hokage, Uchiha Kagami would at least hold him in higher regard. Even if he had to be a dog, at least the Uchiha clan could continue. In the end, he was coerced by his clansmen to rebel and was captured before the incident. The greatness of paternal love? Ridiculous. Why should thousands of Uchiha clan members sacrifice their lives for your family? Brother, Itachi cried. Shurshui rushed in, holding the weasel wrapped in a swaddle. Uchiha Kagami glanced faintly at the pale-faced Mikoto. Mrs. Mikoto, please take your son and go. I understand. Cardinal, Kagami-kun. Shurshui keenly noticed Mikoto's unusualness. Once the others had walked far away, he leaned in with a small face and asked, Brother, did you argue with Aunt Mikoto? Sha. Uchiha Kagami flipped a few pages and said, Shursui, what do you think about the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village's higher-ups? The children of the ninja world mature quickly, and Shursui is also a genius. He should already have his own thoughts. In Kagami's view, the original timeline Shursui is even inferior to Uchiha Itachi. At least Itachi made a choice, regardless of whether it was right or wrong. But what about Shursui? He had his Manjiki Sharingan taken by Danzo and didn't want to speak out, fearing it would deepen the conflict between the village and the Uchiha. He didn't dare to make a choice, entrusted his eyes to Itachi, and then took his own life. Until his death, he never realized that the higher-ups, led by the Third Hokage, didn't want to solve the issues with the Uchiha. They only wanted to eliminate the Uchiha. It wasn't because the Uchiha wanted to rebel or for some complicated reasons. It's very simple. This stems from the discrimination against the Uchiha clan by the higher-ups of Konoha, originating from the second Hokage. The establishment of the Konoha Guard was meant to isolate the Uchiha from the villagers of Konoha. Perhaps the second Hokage ultimately wanted to try to accept the Uchiha by taking in one of their subordinates. Uchiha Kagami would not resent Senju Tobirama, as some of his brothers were brutally killed by the Uchiha. Of course, he wouldn't feel ashamed either, because the Senju also killed many Uchiha children. There is no absolute right or wrong. The essence lies in the position. The Uchiha clan chose Kagami, and Kagami will naturally stand firmly with the clan. Brother-I. Chapter 39, Three-Person Team. Mariboshi Kogen Shurzue smiled innocently. I don't know. I only know that no matter what decision my brother makes, I will stand by your side. Heh, as always, you have no opinions. Hee hee, Thinking too much is tiring. Grandma told me long ago that it's fine to just listen to my brother. Keep practicing treading water. If you can't walk proficiently within 3 days, you can forget about going out afterward. Saishirve walked toward the pool, turning back once with a pained expression. In her heart, she thought, Itachi is so cute. I want to go play with him. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe as he faced Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He glanced at the report, then looked up. You're saying, you want to go out of the village with Minato on a mission? Minato looked embarrassed, scratching the back of his head. Kushina forced herself to speak up, her chest held high. What? Isn't that allowed? Old man, I tell you, I can control the Nine Tails very well now. Don't say that so loudly, Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and smiled wryly. How about this? I allow you to move freely within the village? No way. She cast a pleading look at Minato. Normally, Minato wouldn't defy the Hokage's orders. But an angry Kushina is even scarier. Minato pretended not to understand the meaning in Hiruzen's gaze and patted his chest, saying, Hokage-sama, I have been practicing sealing techniques and can guarantee Kushina's safety. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, looking seriously at the two. Have you ever considered that Kushina is the last guarantee of the village's safety? It is precisely because of her existence that other villages do not dare to attack Konoha directly. We can choose not to use the power of the Nine Tails. But the village cannot be without the Nine Tails. The two fell silent for a moment, and then an idea struck Kushina. Wait a minute. Other villages are clearly afraid of you, old man, which is why they don't dare invade Konoha. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Ahem, what you said does have some truth, but there's no but. You're old. Just stay in the village to guard it. I'm going to carry out a mission. I also want to make a name for myself. I'm going to be the first female Hokage of this village. Huff. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of thick smoke, looking deeply at Kushina. He recalled the girl who had just arrived in Konoha and boldly declared her dreams in class. What he hoped for was that everyone in the village could take the Hokage as their goal and unite together. Even Uchiha Kagami. If he acted to become Hokage and win people over, he could accept. But his attitude towards the villagers was clearly one of disdain for the vast majority of people outside the Uchiha. It's clear that we are discriminating against the Uchiha. How can the Uchiha discriminate against us? Sarutobi Hiruzen's handling of the Uchiha issue was somewhat similar to Fugaku's. They leaned towards whichever side was in the majority. In the original timeline, Minato rose to power and improved relations with the Uchiha, which he was happy about. After the fourth's death, Danzo covertly targeted the Uchiha, and he followed the tide. In recent days, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been pondering question. If Uchiha Kagami grew up, what if he wanted not just the position of Hokage, but a status that placed the Uchiha clan above Konoha? What would he do? Even now, he already made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel incredibly tricky, unable to take action. When he truly grows up, who can control him? Perhaps. He looked at the two in front of him. I hope you can form a bond with Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision that Shimura Danzo and others would definitely not agree with. Taking a deep breath, he said, once Kagami has recovered, you three will form a team to respond to unexpected events on various battlefields. I will also arrange for an old friend to accompany you. This is my bottom line. This is a final test for Kushina and for Kagami. I truly hope you won't let me down. Yoho, old man, it's settled then. Kushina raised her arm and called out, pulling Minato out. Let us go. We'll supervise that brat Kagami to recover quickly, and not let him do anything strange to extend his vacation. Hokage-sama, we'll take our leave now. Minato awkwardly smiled in apology, being dragged away like a pendant. Nightfall. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his work and arrived at a secluded part of the Konoha forest. At a glance at the mountain spring, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the babbling water and waited quietly. Soon, a tall, unremarkable ninja emerged from the forest and half knelt on the ground. Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this person with some pity, remaining silent for a while before speaking. I have a task to assign to you. I think only you can accomplish it. No matter how dangerous the task is, I will not hesitate. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed lightly. Don't underestimate your own life, Kogen. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Uchiha Kagami, I promised them to form a 3-person team. Minato and Kagami are Jiraiya's disciples, and Kushina is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The identity of a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has always been a top secret in Konoha, yet the third casually mentioned it to this person. Mariboshi Kogen. a man recognized by both the second and third Hokage, possesses a strong will of fire to dedicate everything for Konoha. When he was young, Kogane executed a mission hastily, carelessly commanding and resulting in the deaths of 2 companions. For this, he vowed to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, to always remain a Chunin. Despite having strength far beyond that of an average Jounin, he is now just an unnoticed Chunin. I hope you can join this team and guide them well. Especially that kid named Uchiha Kagami. Kogane listened intently, and after a pause from Sir Toby Hiruzen, he spoke. He must be the grandson of Kagami, right? I've heard rumors about him recently. He has quite an impressive kid. Yes, he really is impressive. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the myriad lights of Konoha. Kogane, that child has a rift with the village. I hope you could be a bridge to connect him with the village. If he could be like Kagami. After I die, I can also rest easy when meeting the first and second Hokage. I will do my best. Third Hokage. Chapter 40. Jiraiya vs. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki and AB combination on the northern front of Konoha. The commander is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. The situation is tense, and he has no choice but to stay in a land of fire to build a defense line. There is another very important reason for choosing this location. It is very close to the land of hot water, which is famous for its hot springs. Of course, Jiraiya won't neglect his duties now, but wars must eventually come to an end. By then, his weary body and mind will need healing. Inside the camp, he carefully observes the stationed troops along the border, occasionally glancing at the map of the land of hot water in the corner of his eye. Hurry up and end the war. I really want to go out and enjoy myself. Suddenly, a ninja rushes into the command tent without reporting. Jiraiya-sama, a sensing ninja, has detected an enormous chakra at the front lines. It's far beyond that of a ninja. It's likely the Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. Jiraiya's brow tightens. Unless they are ninjas like Oanoki and Han, who have fought using tailed beast powers multiple times. Normally, each village would not be aware of the Jinchuriki information from other ninja villages, especially for the Cloud Village. It has been many years since there was any news about their Jinchuriki. Intelligence indicates that their tailed beast has been sealed in the 6 Paths ninja tools for years. Is it the 2 tails or the 8 tails? Has the Cloud Village found a suitable vessel? That position could also be a Wagakure. Let's go take a look first. Having witnessed the powers of the 4 tails and 5 tails, Jiraiya does not blindly trust himself. You report to the village. I will go take a look. After packing his ninja tools and scrolls, Jiraiya immediately heads to the border. By the time Jiraiya arrives, the scene is already a mess, with Konoha ninjas suffering heavy casualties. Whoosh! Before Jiraiya can assess the situation, a kunai shoots toward him, aimed directly at his face. Clang! Jiraiya swings his arm and knocks the kunai away, his gaze turning to a nearby location. From the shadows of the trees, a group of people appears in an instant, led by someone wearing a hood, with their left eye covered by a black eye patch, their expression stern and serious. It's Jiraiya, long time no see. Jiraiya's expression grows serious as he looks at the newcomer and speaks in a deep voice. Suchikage, are you from the Cloud Village planning to tear up the peace treaty? That Suchikage's close aide, a bloodline ninja who masters lava release, is almost equivalent to Jiraiya's status in Konoha. The appearance of such a person undoubtedly signifies a declaration of war. Konoha and a Wagakure also have a treaty. You showed no mercy when attacking a Wagakure. Suchikage, there's no need to waste words with them. A tall youth with dark skin and light yellow hair speaks loudly. I've heard that your Uchiha clan in Konoha is very effective against the 4 tails. Hand over a few of your Uchiha, preferably that one named Uchiha Kagami, and we will withdraw. Jiraiya takes a step back and, upon hearing this, doesn't want to waste words anymore. He absolutely cannot tolerate coveting his village's comrades. Moreover, they're demanding his own disciple. Do they really think I, the Toad Sage, am an easy target? Hurry! Suchikage senses something is wrong and quickly shouts. Everyone spread out. Clap. Ninja ah, summoning technique. Pressure technique. Boom! After a thunderous roar, a colossal figure descends from the sky like a mountain. A rough voice echoes through the clouds. Hey Jiraiya, you idiot. You should know that I'm about to eat it this time. Holding a giant pipe in his mouth, wrapped in bandages, and with a short sword stuck in him. It is none other than Fukasaku, the leader of the 3 Sage of Mount Mayaboku. I'll buy you a drink later, but the enemy is quite troublesome. Jiraiya's gaze is fixed on one person, with hair half white and half green, and a purple mark on the right side of their face. This ominous chakra. Jiraiya quickly makes a judgment. Fukasaku, use oil. Understood. In the forest, many cloud ninjas scatter. What huge toad. Super big. Massive. A young boy with dark skin and sunglasses says in a strange tone. Focus. A excited looks at the giant toad. Let's use this Konoha Sannin as our first battle to make a name for ourselves. Okay, maybe make a name for ourselves. Watch out for defenses. He's going to use a wide area in ninjutsu. Suchikage, an excellent sensing ninja, notices that the giant toad and Jiraiya are channeling a large amount of chakra and quickly warns. A is still inexperienced. He could have talked a bit more. Perhaps there would be a chance to sneak attack. Getting the title from A at such a young age has made him lack caution. Whoosh! Fukasaku puffs up his cheeks and sprays a massive amount of oil. Jiraiya simultaneously releases Fire Release. Combined ninjutsu. Fire Release, Toad, Oil Flame Bullet. The scorching flames erupt instantly, as if they could consume everything. The blazing flames carry incredible heat and destructive power, because the fire takes advantage of the oil's momentum. Its impact is extremely strong, and tall trees are instantly shattered and burned. Seeing the situation, A quickly grabs B and retreats at high speed, constantly escaping the flames range. With that person present, he is not worried about his comrade's safety. Lava Release, Protective Wall. Suchikage converts his chakra into rubber, spraying it from his mouth to form an elastic barrier in an attempt to shield everyone. However, the Toad Oil Flame Bullet not only has the burning properties of fire, but also carries tremendous impact, nearly shattering the barrier upon contact. Suchikage, let me handle this. A calm voice emerges as a cloud ninja with an yin-yang hairstyle emanates red chakra. A terrifying aura arises, and a giant red chakra claw swipes through the air, creating a violent whirlwind. The fierce flames are reversed, and Fukasaku quickly leaps high. In midair, Jiraiya looks at the ninja wrapped in the tailed beast chakra, counting the number of tails. A cold sweat drips down. It is the 8 tails Jinchuriki. This is troublesome. Boom! Jiraiya summons a small purple toad, which has a pair of tiny wings. He quickly pulls out paper and a pen, writes a coded message, and stuffs it into the toad's mouth. Please, take this information to the command center. The purple toad flaps its wings and flies away, while Fukasaku crashes to the ground. It's a tailed beast. Fukasaku murmurs, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. Don't mention the 8 tails. Even the 9 tails, Fukasaku, am not afraid. Burubi, leave that big guy to you. Jiraiya will be handled by us. Bringing me back is unsure how to deal with such a giant. If the opponent is a person, even if the Hokage is here, they would dare to charge in with a Raijin hot knife. Alright, as a renowned ninja, Jiraiya's fighting style is known to many. The combination ninjutsu paired with summoning beasts is extremely powerful. It's best to split up and deal with them. Suchikage, you all should retreat. This is not a battle you can participate in. Burubi's voice is cold and detached, his original personality not being like this. But after he became a Jinchuriki, he found that the attitude of those around him towards him had changed, causing him to become increasingly weary, both physically and mentally. And he was reluctant to get too close to his companions. Chapter 41, Am I Late? Jiraiya-sensei? Normally, a ninja's peak period is between the ages of 20 and 40. Only a few strong individuals can extend their peak. Jiraiya was chosen by Hiruzen Sarutobi at a young age due to his massive chakra reserves. His training in Mount Mayaboku transformed him from the tail end to catching up with Orochimaru. His fighting style is the most comprehensive among the 3 Sannin, capable of handling almost any situation. The so-called 3 Sannin is actually a somewhat shameful title. It was the performances of Orochimaru and Jiraiya in the subsequent wars that turned this title into legend. Jiraiya has reached the limits of what a normal person can achieve. Unfortunately, what he faces is a monster. The ferocious battle continues. A vast forest at the border of the Land of Water has been flattened. The half-tailed beast transformation of Burubi looks up, compressing yin-yang chakra into a sphere with a ratio of 2:8. Boom! The immense pressure cracks the ground, causing it to sink in many places. The AB combination stands behind him, their clothes somewhat tattered. Bye. You need to eat more meat when we get back. Grow up quickly. If you could use the lightning release, Thunderblade with the same power as me, you could definitely take that guy down. Got it, big brother. Yo, Baka Yaru. Jiraiya, I can't hold that thing back. The toad Wanta, holding a short knife with his frog hands, is also somewhat disordered in breath. Wanta, you should go back first. If there's still time, reverse summon me to Mount Mayaboku. Hey, do you think? Boom. Before Wanta could finish, Jiraiya proactively dispelled the summoning. He still couldn't manage to use a summoning beast partner to block the tailed beast bomb. Earth Release, Multiple Earth Wall. Layers of thick earthen walls rise from the ground, and then, Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Cache. White long hair envelopes Jiraiya from all directions, leaving only one eye exposed. I don't know if this can withstand it. If only Orochimaru were here, his triple Rashomon would definitely block it. Whoosh! The massive-tailed beast bomb, carrying the power to destroy everything, howls as it comes. Where it passes, the earth fractures, and the air seems to be burning. Boom! 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 The thick earth walls are like thin paper, providing no resistance whatsoever. It rushes in like a raging primal beast, leaving behind an unfathomable gorge. It's getting closer. Wrapped in layers of silver-white hair, Jiraiya can only hope his scalp is thick enough to last until Wanta finds the frog summoning to bring him back. Am I late, Jiraiya-sensei? The warm chakra shines like the sun, allowing Jiraiya to lift a corner of his heavy hair. Minato! Kushina! Hey, can't you see me? The fiery red hair dances, radiating crimson chakra. Kushina! How did you? Let me knock this thing away first, then we'll talk. The chakra cloak forms instantly, coalescing into a black energy sphere. Jiraiya's pupils dilate sharply. Kushina can already use the Nine-Tails power? At this moment, the air feels as though it has solidified, the immense pressure making it almost impossible to breathe. Two massive forces collide like comets. Boom! A strong light bursts forth, stinging the eyes, the brilliance even overshadowing the sun. A tremendous shockwave expands wildly in a circular pattern from the point of collision. The earth is as if struck by a giant's hammer, cracking open countless enormous fissures. Dust and debris fly, swirling like an apocalyptic storm sweeping across the battlefield. As the dust settles, Jiraiya retracts his long hair. What a mess, you old pervert. The handsome youth with slightly curly black hair turns back, a hint of amusement in his crimson eyes. It's just a tailed beast. Jiraiya laughs heartily, feeling relieved. Kid, show a little more respect to your teacher. It's the red-eyed Uchiha Kagami of Konoha. His appearance is already circulated in the black market, and various ninja villages have copies. What is going on with that woman? Isnt, the host of the Nine-Tails Uchiha Kagami? A's mind Isnt suited for analysis, unable to comprehend the situation in front of him. At this moment, Jiraiya notices a small old man with little presence, somewhat surprised. Unkalkui, you're here too. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Please don't call me that. Swish, swish, swish. A group of Cloud Village ninjas arrives in an instant. Standing off with each other hundreds of meters apart, the atmosphere extremely tense. Red hair. Didn't the intel say the host was Uchiha? Compared to the various colored-haired ninjas, the Uchiha clan has always had pure black hair throughout the generations. That's the red-eyed Uchiha Kagami. A hint of anger appears on Uchiha Kagami's face. Which dog chose that nickname? It's so shameful. He notices the young killer bee, whose characteristics are quite obvious. So the guy next to him should be the fourth Raikage. Is it the Eight Tails or Barubi? Uchiha Kagami vaguely remembers that it was Orochimaru's interference that caused the Eight Tails to separate from Barubi, which then led to Killer Bee becoming the Eight Tails host. According to previous intel, Barubi should have only recently become the host. It's quite eager to come out and play, truly worthy of the Cloud Village, regardless of whether the Nine-Tails host is that red-haired woman or Uchiha Kagami. In any case, the Nine-Tails host has definitely arrived. The battle between hosts is almost akin to an all-out war, and Cloud Village is not prepared for such a situation. Their original goal was merely to test the power of the Eight Tails, and it would be even better if they could sow discord in the Land of Fire. TSK. It's Cloud Village. Kushina expresses her unmasked disgust. Having been kidnapped by Cloud Village years ago, she feels a bit fearful thinking back. If it weren't for Minato. Jiraiya-sensei, can you still fight? Minato asks in a low voice. Jiraiya senses the pull from Mount Maiboku and says after ending the call, of course, no problem. Let Kagami see the cool fighting stance of his teacher. Don't worry, after finding out you were peeping at the women's bath, I already have an understanding of your coolness. Uchiha Kagami lets his small blade slip from his sleeve, holding the white snow in his sleeve, stepping towards the Cloud Village camp. He shows no concern for the half-tailed beast transformed Barubi. If it were Killer Bee, who is completely reconciled with the Eight Tails, Uchiha Kagami would think twice. This newly minted host is probably easier to deal with an old purple. Kid, walking over like this is too arrogant. A, unable to tolerate such a brazen guy, strides out of the formation. Uchiha Kagami walks at a leisurely pace, each step maintaining the perfect distance, as if taking a stroll on the battlefield. The Scarlet Three-Tomo Sharingan is devoid of any emotion. Get lost. The overwhelming slashes pour down like a torrential rain. Chapter 42. You will definitely regret it. Fear. What is fear? It is a fundamental emotional response of humans and living beings, originating from the ancient need for survival. In the face of unknown environments, threats from wild animals, and dangers from natural disasters, our ancestors developed an instinctive reaction of fear. As an emotional response, fear serves a strong protective function for humans, prompting individuals to engage in self-protective behaviors to avoid danger and disaster. In AI's perception, what approached was not a slender boy. It was a hell that emerged from a sea of blood, shrouded in dead ash. It was a pair of crimson eyes that occupied the entire world. It was a blade that mercilessly tortured itself. Instinctive fear cried out intensely, demanding that he flee immediately. Boom! The azure thunder exploded, breaking open barriers amidst endless strikes. You little brat, who do you think I am? I am the lightning shadow candidate. Wrapping lightning around his body. Lightning release chakra mode. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. He had never used such techniques before. He underestimated AI. However, Jiraiya misunderstood AI. It was just that AI was not proficient in lightning release chakra mode at the moment, making it unsuitable for coordinated combat. He was angry at himself for feeling fear. Coincidentally, this anger unlocked his potential. When faced with fear, fleeing is the correct option for humans. However, if you choose to confront fear, you might also gain something. Quick, as fast as lightning. Bang! The shockwave rippled outward like a cannonball hitting an iron wall. Don't be so loud. It only shows your weakness. AI stood at nearly 2 meters tall, his fists larger than an average person's head. Yet, they were blocked by that seemingly delicate hand. Compared to Uchiha Kagami's immense spiritual energy, his body was indeed his weakness. Having used the black flash twice, he had already suffered injuries. This does not mean that his body is weak. How? How is that possible? Your strength. How could a mere brat block the body I've trained day and night? Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. What is so hard to believe? The only ones who can surpass the Uchiha in physical strength are the Senju and the Uzumaki. What are you? You train day and night, but so do I. Both inside and out, there are floods and ferocious beasts. What he needs to fight against is the torrent called fate. His pressure is greater than anyone else's. Uchiha Kagami has not once trained to the brink of death. Breathing becomes difficult, and he hears hallucinations. Nevertheless, he will not rest until he has squeezed out every bit of potential from his body. Uchiha Kagami rarely thinks about whether he can change the history of the Uchiha. He will not say he did his best and then flee to another land after a failure. If he fails, it will only be from exhaustion to death. Next, I will punch with my right hand. The target is your left chest. AI's expression paused, and the hand Uchiha Kagami retracted caused his body to sway unsteadily. Black lightning coiled around Uchiha Kagami's fist. Get out of the way, T-Dai shouted, putting all his effort into constructing a protective barrier in front of AI. Roar! Half-tail beast transformed Barubi charged at high speed. AI and Uchiha Kagami were too close for him to use ranged attacks. With the experience from the previous 2 uses of Chakra Black Flash, Uchiha Kagami had learned to control the variables. Not every Black Flash needed to counter the strength of Dust Release. The damage was completely overflowing. Without injuring himself, Uchiha Kagami maximized his chakra, combining it with physical attacks, and found the spatial distortion that occurred when the error was less than 0.0000001 seconds. Black Flash Crack. The black lightning shattered layer upon layer of protective barriers, accurately striking AI's left chest. Bang! The muffled sound was like a cannonball hitting a city wall. AI's figure flew backward at high speed, smashing through several large rocks before coming to a halt. Big brother. AI. Roar. Dense energy bullets shot out from Barubi's mouth as he ordered while launching an attack. AI is still alive. You all retreat. I will hold them off. Barubi. Hurry and go. The bright blade of light sliced through the energy bullets. These mass-produced chakra bullets were not tailed beast balls. Uchiha Kagami leaped high and charged straight at Barubi. His target was always the 8 tails. Many more energy bullets were bombarding Jiraiya and the others. This is truly a battle between monsters. Maru Hoshi Keikai, as one of the oldest, had seen a lot and was quite strong. However, facing this level of battle, it seemed he could only watch from the sidelines. The few of them were at least Jonin level, not easily hurt by the residual waves. Quickly forming hand seals with water release and earth release to neutralize the energy bullets. It felt like there was no opportunity to intervene. TSK. I wanted that brat to witness. Kushina looked at the calm expressions of Minato and Jiraiya, puzzled, and said, Kagami is fighting a Jinchuriki. Why are you not worried at all? Jiraiya simply sat down to recover his strength. I have taught that brat for over a year. It's truly a strange fate. My disciples seem to have increasingly exaggerated talents. Ah, sorry, Minato, you're here. Minato chuckled and shook his head, signaling Jiraiya not to mind him. Jiraiya continued, Uchiha. Truly a bloodline clan with a 1,000-year legacy. I was a bit worried about that lightning release chakra guy earlier, but if the opponent is a Jinchuriki, Kagami will be fine. Jiraiya looked at Kushina with deep meaning, a slight smile on his lips. That guy's ocular power is something even the Ninetales fears. Ah, Kushina suddenly covered her head, her red vertical pupils flickering. How many times have I said it? That brat is the reincarnation of Madara. Kill him. Kill him now. The violent chakra was eroding Kushina. In this situation, Minato, without a word, pressed his hand on Kushina's abdomen and performed a sealing technique. Fortunately, the overflowing chakra was not much, and it was quickly controlled. Kushina, how are you? After a few heavy gasps, looking at Minato's tense face so close, Kushina forced out a smile. I'm fine. The Ninetales is just talking nonsense again, something about reincarnation. I can't understand it all. As far as I know, there is no such thing as reincarnation in the shinobi world. Maru Hoshike Kai, as the oldest, had a certain say. I've also heard the old man say that the deceased in the shinobi world go to the Pure Land to rest. The second Hokage developed. Cough, cough. It's nothing. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales was bound atop a massive stone sphere, each of its tails nailed down. Damn, idiots. You fools know nothing. Hurry up and kill him. Let him grow any longer. Stupid Kushina, let me out to kill him. Kushina's spiritual body appeared, frowning at the Ninetales. Can you stop making noise? You can't break my adamantine ceiling chains. Just now, you thought I was really afraid of you after your sudden attack. The Ninetales struggled, trying very hard to calm its anger. Compared to being sealed, being controlled by Madara is even more terrifying. Kushina had never heard the Ninetales speak without an exclamation mark before. Uchiha Madara, that is the person who controlled me and Hashirama in battle. You can't imagine how terrifying that person is. I am absolutely certain that little brat is Madara's reincarnation. Even Madara never died. He has been reborn through that brat's body. There's still time. He doesn't have those eyes yet. We can kill him now. More chains spread out from behind Kushina. What are you talking about? That's Minato's junior, just a brat. So noisy, I should seal your mouth. More and more chains wrapped around, and the Ninetales panicked as they were about to entangle its head. You fool. Idiot. You will regret this. Kushina. Turning around, Kushina coldly replied, Don't try to influence me, Ninetales. No matter what the future holds, I will not regret it. Chapter 43, Slaughter. The chakra of the Eight Tails is extremely violent. Barubi, in his half-tailed beast form, strikes with each hit like a landslide. Uchiha Kagami's figure flits like a butterfly among the chaotic energy. With powerful chakra, but unable to use it correctly, abandoning the ninja's fighting style for this monstrous form only makes you appear more clumsy, lacking speed and slow to react. Do you even deserve to live as a ninja? Uchiha Kagami's words pierced Barubi's heart like sharp knives. This further eroded his consciousness, which was already being consumed by the tailed beast chakra, causing him to gradually lose his sanity as anger flooded his mind. Roar! The terrifying chakra spread out from Barubi, creating tumultuous waves and a raging hurricane. Uchiha Kagami wielded his blade, unleashing invisible slashes that carved openings through the storm. His voice sounded like a demon's whisper, clearly reaching Barubi's ears. You were chosen as a Jinchuriki because you were outstanding, sacrificing yourself for the village. What have you gained from such a sacrifice? Cold eyes, rejection, alienation. Clearly, you are a hero, yet you are regarded as a disaster. From the very beginning, Barubi never dared to look directly at the Sharingan. The reputation of the Uchiha clan is renowned, and one cannot make eye contact in a one-on-one confrontation. This also led to his inability to accurately capture Uchiha Kagami's position. However, Jinjutsu does not necessarily have to be cast through the eyes. Jinjutsu interferes with the opponent's five senses using chakra, trapping them in an illusion. Visual type Jinjutsu is the most powerful and difficult to break free from. Furthermore, other senses such as smell, hearing, and touch can also trigger Jinjutsu. Uchiha Kagami was using his words to cast Jinjutsu on Barubi. Little by little, it seeped into the tailed beast chakra, interfering with Barubi's mind. This requires extremely high skill and the utmost insight of the Sharingan. A normal elite jounin would surely realize this and break the Jinjutsu themselves. Burubi's current state is too poor. Ever since he became a Jinchuriki, he has been under immense psychological pressure, mentally exhausted. When not on missions, he needs to take medication to calm himself. Such a person is too easy to fall into Jinjutsu. Shut up! Shut up! The terrifying roar from his monstrous maw sounded deafening, and Burubi's mind was on the brink of collapse. As the saying goes, the more the enemy opposes, the more it indicates that one is doing things right. Uchiha Kagami pressed the attack, his words seeming to tease Burubi's very scalp. The Cloud Village is only using you if they viewed you as a comrade. How could they abandon you? You clearly know that they see you merely as a weapon, and your purpose here is to test the power of the Eight Tails, isn't it? More and more tailed beast chakra overflowed, forming a skeletal structure on Burubi's crimson cloak. This is a sign that the tailed beast is about to go berserk. The tailed beast will erupt directly when the Jinchuriki's heart is at its weakest, and if it completely breaks the seal, it means the death of the Jinchuriki. A black cur seal appeared on Burubi's chest, with a clear iron character in the center. The Iron Armor Seal, a technique used by the Cloud Village to seal the Eight Tails. Some of the sealing characters have a style reminiscent of the whirlpool sealing technique. It's not surprising. The land of whirlpools was originally destroyed by several nations to plunder the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Who told the first Hokage to give them the tailed beasts without providing the corresponding beast chains? Uzumaki Mito assisted Hashirama in sealing the Nine Tails, setting an example for other villages. An innocent man suffers for possessing something valuable. Uchiha Kagami has also learned some sealing techniques from Minato, so unsealing this is not difficult. In fact, if Burubi maintains his current state, the Eight Tails will soon be able to break the seal on its own. However, GYK, you can hear my voice, right? Even if you break free from your current shackles, what good will it do? The Cloud Village will still seal you. To be reborn from the ashes, if you die together with Burubi, he can be liberated, and you can be reborn. Crack, crack. More and more white skeletal structures formed, and the terrifying chakra created a plume of smoke that spread directly to the heavens. The chakra belonging to the Eight Tails completely submerged Burubi's consciousness. In Uchiha Kagami's view, a perfect Jinchuriki is stronger than a single-tailed beast and stronger than a half-tailed beast transformation. The current Eight Tails and Burubi are mutually restricting each other, and the power they exhibit is far below that of a single-tailed beast. If the Eight Tails completely breaks the seal, things will become very troublesome. Uchiha Kagami had no plans to become the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, even if they defeated the Eight Tails. The Third Hokage and others would use it as a bargaining chip in negotiations. Even if Konoha was a bit tough and forcibly retained the Eight Tails, it wouldn't be the Uchiha clan's turn to be the Jinchuriki. What Uchiha Kagami thought from the very beginning was to kill the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, causing Konoha and the Cloud Village to become enemies. An earlier outbreak of war would force Konoha to send the Uchiha clan to fill the battlefield. War is the nourishment of the Uchiha clan. Some sacrifices in exchange for greater power are worth it. Slap! Uchiha Kagami pressed closely against Burubi's back, his hand directly on the scorching chakra. The original intention of the Sage of Six Paths in giving people chakra was to provide a bond that connects them. Jivaiki. Only I can free you from your endless shackles. The formation of the bones slowed down. Who are you? How do you know my name? Except for the initial few decades, for nearly 1,000 years afterward, GY had never mentioned his name to anyone. The tailed beasts once tried to coexist peacefully with humans, but due to human greed, the world of humans was constantly at war, and many attempted to seize their power. Over time, as humans grew to hate the tailed beasts began to hate humans in return. Uchiha Kagami, our ancestor is Indra, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. These Sharingan are proof. The names of you nine are clearly inscribed on the family monument, and our ancestor regarded you as brothers. Uchiha Kagami spoke nonsense with his eyes open. I see. I recognize these eyes. The Eight Tails had no negative feelings towards the Sharingan during the dark period when Uchiha Madara was controlling it. He had indeed heard that one of the sage's sons inherited his sage's eyes. I have never truly died. I don't know how long it will take to be resurrected or where I will be resurrected. I will never trust humans again, even if you are a descendant of Indra. Boom! The skeletal arm of the towering bones sent Uchiha Kagami flying. As he was thrown back, a strange smile crept onto Uchiha Kagami's lips. At the spot where he had just pressed his hand, there was a sealing technique. He never expected to persuade the Eight Tails to die with words. During the time he spoke, he reinforced the Iron Armor Seal. Just right to place the seal at a critical point, the eight tails could temporarily not escape, and Barubi could not regain consciousness. Whoosh! An invisible slash cut off a chakra tail that was gradually taking on the shape of octopus tentacles. Damn it! Ignoring the roar from the eight tails, Uchiha Kagami remained deaf to it. The three tomo in his eyes spun wildly, the deep crimson seeming as if it were about to bleed. 8. A lethal strike adjusted according to the difference in curse technique and strength. Utilizing the power of his Sharingan, Uchiha Kagami developed the soul-slicing technique, one blade, cold cicadas weeping. If the domain was not activated, even a cursed spirit could only use 8 after making contact with a living being. The existence of chakra compensated for this flaw. The Sage of Six Paths hoped to connect people's hearts through chakra, but proved to be nothing more than a delusion. Chakra had become a weapon, a tool for killing others. Uchiha Kagami extended a hand forward, palm open, as if throwing something. Thud. Heartbeat. SSSS. A piercing shriek exploded in the air. Air. Time. Space. Everything was sliced apart. Slash escape, interworld and ultimate, pure strike. The world seemed to split in two. A clear crack appeared between the horns of the half-tailed beast. Chapter 44. The hunger for power of the earth was split open with a bottomless chasm, entwined with the beast's cloak of Barubi, divided equally on both sides. If the tailed beast was extracted, the Jinchuriki would die. Similarly, when the tailed beast was not freed from its seal, the death of the Jinchuriki also signified the death of the tailed beast. The crimson chakra flowed slowly, like blood. Standing beside Barubi's corpse was Uchiha Kagami, resembling a demon that devours blood. Just moments after Barubi's death, there was still a large amount of tailed beast chakra within him. Long before the battle against the Four Tails, Minato and the others knew they could absorb tailed beast chakra, so there was no need to hide it. If asked, they would simply say it was because of the Sharingan, since they did not possess one anyway. So, did they really just kill the Jinchuriki? Jiraiya and the others quickly arrived, their expressions filled with disbelief. This battle hadn't lasted long, and they hadn't even seen Uchiha Kagami use any ninjutsu. They could only vaguely hear him saying something, and aside from that, it was all about dodging and maneuvering. Then, suddenly, with just a single strike, he had cut the Eight Tails Jinchuriki in half. Even his own teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wouldn't he be able to accomplish such a feat? Uchiha Kagami showed no intention of explaining. This battle was not a mere display of power. From start to finish, he had been playing dirty, precisely manipulating Barubi's inner void. When he could shake the enemy with words, Uchiha Kagami had no qualms about being a chatterbox. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Jiraiya didn't dwell on Uchiha Kagami absorbing chakra. He merely frowned and sighed. Kagami, you were too impulsive. If we had attacked together, we might have captured the Eight Tails Jinchuriki alive. Now that he is dead, the Cloud Village 1T let this go easily. Teacher, you're wrong. Minato rebutted, his gaze firm and voice steady. It was the Cloud Village that killed our comrade first. It's they who 1T let this go. He had already noticed the mangled bodies of Konoha ninjas at the edge of the battlefield. The intelligence they received also indicated that it was the Cloud's forces that had first invaded the Land of Fire. I know. Jiraiya's expression was bitter. I know. I just dislike this endless war. If there is peace at the end of the war, I will fight to the end. After Minato spoke, he smiled brightly. Seeing a massive amount of chakra being absorbed by Uchiha Kagami, Minato cautiously asked, "How are you feeling now?" Uchiha Kagami also had a similar sealed space within him, with one door containing the spirit of Sukuna and the other side used to store these tailed beast chakras. The remaining 3 cards of Nine Tails chakra were in one corner, while several dozen cards of Four Tails chakra were placed aside. The chakra from Eight Tails that he had just absorbed was around 200 cards. The Eight Tails primarily possessed water release and some special abilities, making it quite valuable for research. Tailed beasts, after all, were ultimately products of yin-yang release. Each type of tailed beast chakra could enhance Uchiha Kagami's understanding of yin-yang techniques, if his understanding deepened enough. He even envisioned directly obtaining eternal Manjiki Sharingan power. Uchiha Kagami couldn't cultivate the Eight Tails horns like Orochimaru with just a bit of skin flakes. He didn't need such complicated steps. The Sharingan was the pinnacle of yin release, and he had touched upon the essence of chakra through his black flash. To put it simply, while Orochimaru's research could reach the cellular level, he could perform molecular level analysis. SK. Orochimaru must lament his pitiful fate of not having the Sharingan. Calming his thoughts, Uchiha Kagami turned to the others. I've said it before, it's just a tailed beast. Only someone like Jiraiya-sensei would struggle against it. Clang. Without warning, Uchiha Kagami received a heavy punch on his head. So fast, so strong, so painful. Who was that? Ah. Kushina. What are you doing? Uchiha Kagami yelled, holding his head. That woman's punch was much heavier than the current Raikage candidate. Yai. It's no wonder she could suppress the Nine Tails, even on the brink of death. Kushina, clenching her fist, her red hair swayed like a tail. I worked hard to suppress the Nine Tails, and you say that makes me just like this old lecher. The old lecher in question was too afraid to speak up now. Uchiha Kagami quickly assessed the current power gap between him and Kushina. He felt he was not without the strength to fight back. However, if it came to a fight, Minato would definitely assist Kushina. I can't win against them as a team. You see, although Uchiha Kagami mostly appeared aloof to outsiders within the Uchiha clan, the older folks considered him a well-behaved, cheerful child. When Obito's grandmother was still alive, she never believed Obito when he said Kagami bullied him. Uchiha Kagami's smile was genuine, radiating warmth like Minato's. The Nine Tails, however, was different. It was a tailed beast that even the first Hokage had a hard time sealing. In his view, it was stronger than all other tailed beasts combined. Therefore, when evaluating tailed beasts, he would count the Nine Tails. Kushina, you misunderstood. The difference between Uchiha Kagami and the future Sasuke, as representatives of Uchiha's good looks, lay in knowing when to put on a facade and when not to. Making appropriate concessions was not a disgrace. Being able to bend and yield was what made a man. Seeing Uchiha Kagami's warm smile, Kushina loosened her fist. See, even if you can be a bit cocky at times, you're still a sensible child. And that Uchiha, that guy just lies. She gently ruffled Uchiha Kagami's head. You should call me Sister Kushina. Just talk, don't ruffle my hair. Uchiha Kagami, suppressing his anger, almost broke his calm demeanor and pushed Kushina's hand away. What is wrong with a little head pat? Minato watched the two, nearly bickering with a wry smile. Feeling that Kushina was even less mature than Kakashi. At least Kakashi knew how to placate Uchiha. Carefully pulling Kushina back a bit, he said, if Kagami doesn't like it, then don't do it. You wouldn't like it if someone gave you a nickname, right? Upon hearing Minato's words, Kushina seemed to realize her mistake. She cozied up to Uchiha Kagami and leaned against his shoulder. All right, kid, don't be angry. When we get back to the village, I'll treat you to barbecue. Your sister is very rich, you know. Uchiha Kagami scoffed. I have a whole street in the Uchiha district. Those were all accumulated by Elder Shin, and they were already counted under his name. Is that so? I have a whole street in the Konoha commercial district too. So what? It was still destroyed by the Nine Tails rampage later. Jiraiya quietly pulled Minato aside and whispered in his ear, so, Minato, how far have you and Kushina gotten? Teacher, you know, whether it's traveling or gathering materials, it costs a lot of money. Maruhoshi Kokai is a quiet observer, smiling as he watches the new generation of Konoha in their eyes. In his view, even Uchiha Kagami, who is cold to enemies, still cares about his comrades. The four of them have been teamed up for more than half a month, completing their initial adjustments. Looking at the three, Maruhoshi Kokai feels as if he is seeing the previous three ninjas. Minato's personality is even better than Jiraiya's, while Kagami is as stern as Orochimaru, and Kushina, needless to say, is like a sister to Tsunade, as they are distant relatives. Indeed, where Konoha flourishes, the fire never ceases. Seeing the atmosphere relax, Maruhoshi Kokai knocked on the iron pot he was carrying on his back. Are you hungry? How about I cook, and we chat while eating? Great. It's been a long time since I tasted Uncle Kokai's cooking. Jiraiya immediately got excited. During their time station here, they could only eat a proper meal every few days, often just filling their stomachs with soldier pills, their mouths feeling as dry as a bird's. They are all ninjas, and even Kushina, who hasn't been on many missions, has seen her fair share of corpses. Eating near a dead body, ISN, something unnatural. I brought a bento. Taking out a bento from his small backpack, Uchiha Kagami walked aside to eat alone. The others said nothing, pretending not to see. At first, Kushina didn't understand Kagami's behavior of isolating himself, and Maruhoshi Kokai thought Kagami was rejecting his cooking, until they saw what Uchiha Kagami was eating. The Uchiha's medicinal bath, ISN, just about soaking in herbs. Part of it is for internal consumption. Kagami's bento had no color, aroma, or flavor. It was purely a bag of medicine. Kushina, not believing it, snatched a little to taste, and that stuff was even harder to swallow than soldier pills. Minato and Jiraiya had already known about this. So they didn't find it strange that Uchiha Kagami had such power. They just didn't quite understand why Kagami craved power so much. Chapter 45. The Third Shinobi World War begins. Bang! The stone desk was smashed to pieces, and the violent chakra directly shattered the office walls. The Third Hokage clenched his fists tightly, filled with extreme killing intent, fiercely glaring at AI, who had bandages wrapped around his chest. You bastard! You worthless fool! How dare you abandon your comrades and still have the face to come back alive? AI lowered his head and remained silent, hot tears rolling down his cheeks. Guilt and self-blame filled his heart. If he hadn't been so reckless and faced the one with the crimson eyes alone, leading to his unconsciousness, Borubi wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself to cover for him. Lord Uchiha, everything was my decision, and I am willing to bear all the blame. It's me who is damned. Tutai knelt down, crying bitterly. In the conference room, Killer Bee appeared very small, wearing sunglasses, making it hard to see his expression. His sorrow was no less than anyone else's. Borubi was his teacher. Tutai, you chose to retreat because of me. AI's voice was extremely hoarse. He knelt down deeply. Lord Uchiha, I will not be a coward and take my own life. Please allow me to die in battle. The Third Hokage looked deeply at his son. This was not just a show. He genuinely wanted to kill this bastard. If AI had also died like Tutai, he would have unhesitatingly killed AI. Gripping his neck tightly, the Hokage lifted him in front of him. You will survive with this shame. Only the blood of our enemies can cleanse it. Konoha is too strong. The Third Hokage fell silent for a moment, looking out the window. Tutai, you handle the village's affairs. I need to have a good talk with that old man Anoki. Between countries, there is no eternal hatred, only eternal interests. In the future, the Fourth Hokage would also be able to set aside his grudge against his father's death and join forces with Anoki to fight Uchiha Madara. The Third Hokage's vision would only grow broader. According to Tutai's intelligence, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha was already usable. There was also a boy who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. The three ninjas were in their prime, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation remained undiminished. Uchiha Kagami, this guy, could he really grow to the level of the god of ninjas? Absolutely not. In the minds of the Third Hokage and Anoki, Uchiha Madara was a ninja on par with Senju Hashirama. Their truce had forcibly ended the centuries-long turmoil of the warring states and established the ninja village system. Such a person must not appear again, especially in Konoha. Bang! In the dark underground space, Shimura Danzo slammed his hand on the table. Foolish, arrogant, bastard. I finally stirred up conflict between Kyomogakure and Iwagakure, allowing Konoha to watch from the sidelines. Just defeat the Eight Tails. Why kill him? When Kyomogakure and Iwagakure are battered and bruised, there will be plenty of opportunities to wipe them out. Why act now? Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Kagami, utterly foolish. The battlefield was changing rapidly. What was once a stalemate between Kyomogakure and Iwagakure suddenly transformed as they agreed to invade the Fire Country's borders simultaneously, truly igniting a battle of the Shinobi World War level. Originally stationed at the Wind Country's border, Orochimaru had to pull back to assist in defending against Iwagakure. The Wind Country did not have the guts to take risks in the fire, but they had the courage to take advantage of the chaos, and it was significant. The newly appointed Fourth Kazekage, Raza, also formally declared war on Konoha. This war crossed the trial phase earlier than in the original timeline. Uchiha Kagami's existence was no longer just a butterfly flapping its wings. He had become the strong wind that could move the aging windmill of the shinobi world. Konoha, facing enemies from three sides, suffered heavy losses in the early stages of the war, with many border ninjas killed. More and more ninjas rushed to the border. The graduation age for the ninja school was also changed to 9 years old. The newly formed Minato's team was quickly separated. Minato was not a perpetual motion machine. He couldn't run around with Kushina and Kagami in all directions without exhausting himself. Based on combat power assessments, Minato and Kushina joined the Western Front to confront Orochimaru and Iwagakure. The Four Tails and Five Tails also faced the Nine Tails Jinchuriki as they wished. It was a one-sided massacre. If it weren't for the overwhelming numbers of Iwagakure compared to Konoha's ninjas, Kushina would have to consider covering her comrade's retreat. The Four Tails and Five Tails would have been eliminated on the spot. On the battlefield of Sunagakure, it was initially thought that Konoha was missing a white fang, and the puppet masters of Sunagakure would finally be unleashed. However, something faster and more terrifying arrived. The war also allowed Minato to rapidly transform. establishing the name Konoha's Yellow Flash with his record of instantly killing 7 Jonin-level puppet masters. Truly, the puppet masters of Sunagakure were on the verge of being wiped out by Konoha. Eastern Battlefield. Although Kirigakure had no intention of participating in the war yet, they could not let down their guard. The previous generation's second Mizukage crossed thousands of miles to perish alongside the second Suchikage. It was not surprising for these people to do something abstract. Even Iwagakure and Kimogakure were on guard against Kirigakure. As the Eastern commander, Nara Shikaku fell into deep thought while looking at a group of Uchiha before him. He could hold this important position partly because the pressure here was relatively less than on other fronts. The main reason was that he was clever. However, he had no experience commanding the Uchiha clan, especially with a group of Byakugan users beside him. Why do they have to put Konoha's 2 major technique clans under my command? The sudden change in the situation forced Sarutobi Hiruzen to dispatch most of the Uchiha ninjas. Choosing the Eastern Battlefield was also the third Hokage consideration, to limit the maximum potential of this cursed sword. After all, the mist shadow technique and water release were difficult for ordinary Uchiha to handle. Fugaku was still on the Western Front, and leading the Uchiha clan here was Kaminari. It was clear what kind of people these Uchiha were. Commander Shikaku, Kagami instructed us to fully obey your orders during the war. As he spoke, he glanced at the Hyuga clan beside him and sneered. Our Uchiha are not like these pampered young masters. You can feel free to give orders. Kaminari had already shown signs of aging, which also indicated to outsiders that their representative was Uchiha Kagami. Mocking the Hyuga was just a side note. The leading Hyuga clan was a young man who snorted coldly upon hearing this. He was about to retort, but recalling the clan leader's instructions. Forget it. That Uchiha kid is strong like a monster. Let him have his way for now. Humph. I'll watch you rise, and then watch your downfall. Elder Kaminari, Elder Aoki. Then I will discuss the defense of the Eastern Battlefield with both of you. Northern defense line. On a cliff, a tall, white-haired man crouched, using binoculars to survey the area. Finally, he focused on a small waterfall, fantasizing about encountering a few young women bathing. You need to cut off that thing down there before you can settle down. Uchiha Kagami said. Jiraiya glanced at him discontentedly. Isn't this all you're doing? I could have had a chance to stroll around, but now the old man has ordered me to stay on the front lines all day. Sigh. I don't even know when that Raikage guy will bring his people over. This feeling of waiting is really unbearable. On the border, small skirmishes had already erupted between the Cloud and Leaf ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen strictly ordered Jiraiya and Uchiha Kagami to remain in the center and not to participate in the regular battle groups, always prepared to respond to an ambush from the Third Hokage. Once the Third Hokage was spotted, they were to immediately send a message to Konoha and hold him off until he could personally engage, with the momentum from the victories of the 2 great ninja wars. Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolve had not yet been shattered. He did not reprimand Uchiha Kagami for killing the 8 Tails Jinchuriki because it was the Cloud that first killed a Leaf ninja and declared war. Uchiha Kagami's actions were deemed a counterattack and counted as 3 S-rank missions, allowing him to choose a sealing technique to learn upon returning to the village. Having stabilized Konoha after the death of the second Hokage, ending the first Great Ninja War and winning the second, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not the indecisive old man he would become years later. At the same time as the Sand declared war, Sarutobi Hiruzen also officially issued documents, declaring war on the Wind, Earth, and Lightning countries. When Hanzo declared war on the 3 great nations, it was somewhat laughable. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's declaration of war would be recorded in history. The Third Great Ninja War thus began. Chapter 46. You can start to escape. Uchiha Kagami sat cross-legged. Most of his thoughts focused on studying tailed beast chakra. Suddenly, something was tossed over from Jiraiya's direction. He raised his hand to catch it. It was a scroll. What is this? Jiraiya didn't turn around, his voice flat. You and Minato have been researching how to add nature transformation to the Rasengan, right? This is something I worked on with the old man. Although we didn't succeed in our experiments, we have a prototype. Minato signed a contract with Mount Mayaboku. They only accept 1 summoner per generation. I've taught you most of the ninjutsu I know. There's really nothing much left to share. Jiraiya turned his head with a silly-looking smile. Consider this my birthday gift to you. Happy 10th birthday, Kagami. If I were not an Uchiha, I might really choose you all. Unfortunately, we will eventually part ways, Teacher Jiraiya. Uchiha Kagami held the scroll, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. Konoha year 47. The brutal battle had been ongoing for over a year. War, like a ferocious demon, pounced onto the land of the ninja world with claws bared. It wielded the scythe of death, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. The casualties of the war among ninjas were comparable to those caused by modern weapon warfare. Small countries on the borders of great nations became slaughterhouses. In every ninja world war, the ones who suffered the most were not the major nations, but the small countries that survived in the cracks of the great powers. Ninjas do not contemplate the nature of war. They fight merely to protect their homes. The will of fire left by the first Hokage is vague. Yet it has fostered batches of green, leaves that burn for Konoha. The ninja world is abnormal, whether strong or weak. To survive in such a world, one can only adapt to the abnormal. In the mountains and forests, Uchiha Obito was very excited all the way. Kakashi, can we see Kagami this time? That bastard is really making a name for himself on the battlefield. Once I activate my Sharingan, even Kagami will have to bow down before Lord Obito. After doing low-level tasks for so long, I can finally go to the front lines. Although it's just a supply transport mission. Obito had already fantasized about himself slaughtering enemies, making Uchiha Kagami look at him with new eyes. When the time comes, Kakashi held a book in one hand, its cover wrapped in black. Little Obito, you should call me Kakashi-sensei. I am your team's Jonin leader. After all, at 11 years old, Kakashi became a Jonin a year earlier than in the original timeline. With occasional beatings from Uchiha Kagami at the Ninja Academy and Jiraiya's dedicated instruction, Kakashi's talent was fully realized. This often made Jiraiya sigh, as he was a bottom-tier student in his youth, while his disciples were all prodigies. Compared to Uchiha Kagami, who was promoted to Jonin purely based on achievements, Kakashi was only 2 months behind. However, even a genius like Kakashi in Konoha would not be compared to Uchiha Kagami. Alongside the Crimson Eye prodigy was the Yellow Flash. Including the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina, they had already been recognized by other ninja villages as the new generation of the legendary 3 ninjas. The prestige of these 3 was clearly much higher than that of the original 3. Since their rise to fame, they had never been defeated. The most dazzling achievement among them was undoubtedly Minato, who defeated the Sand Shadow, Raza. No matter how weak Raza was, he was still a village leader. Damn, Kakashi, don't think you're anything special. Wait until I activate. Let us talk after you activate it. Kakashi closed the book and said lightly, You've become a disgrace to the Uchiha. As a ninja, you still haven't activated your Sharingan. So you probably won in this lifetime. Just be at ease as your lower ninja, and don't bother participating in the upcoming Chunin exams. What did you say? Obito was about to argue with Kakashi when he suddenly changed his expression and pushed Obito aside. Whoosh! A kunai landed exactly where Obito had just stood. The end of the kunai was tied with an explosive tag. Scatter. Boom! After the smoke from the explosion cleared, 5 or 6 cloud ninja stood atop the trees. With silver-white hair and short blades. I have your information. The son of Konoha White Fang, Jiraiya's disciple, the Yellow Flash, and the Crimson-Eyed Prodigy S. Jr. Whoosh! A flash of a blade, faster than lightning. Kakashi appeared behind the speaker in an instant, and the lightning extending from his chakra blade pierced through the man's heart. Too many prefixes, just call me Hitaki Kakashi. Asuru. Damn bastard. The scum of Konoha actually dared to kill Asuru. Kakashi turned and forced back the attacking ninja, retreating back into the group. His dead fish eyes showed no ripples. Every time, it's you cloud ninja who strike first, we kill you, and then you start shouting. Do you have some kind of tradition for this? Bastard. How dare you insult our cloud ninja? Damn it. Let me show you our angry power. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. After spending so much time with Uchiha Kagami, he had become completely immune to such low-level insults and learned a few. Always cursing, you cloud ninja really have small brains. Haven't you learned anything besides plundering? I suggest you start from gorillas and evolve again. You're not even human yet. Then Kakashi said softly, Obito-rin, send out the ambush signal and protect yourselves. Understood. Before going to the battlefield, Obito and Rin had also gone through training experiences with bandits, so they wouldn't panic at the sight of a corpse. Just as Kakashi was about to raise his blade to claim another cloud ninja's life, a shuriken fell beside him. When did, he keenly sensed the danger, and a flash of lightning appeared at his feet. Lightning body flicker technique. Which, boom, a giant shuriken appeared as if out of thin air, right where he had just been, to dodge magnet release. Beasting twin blades, I must say. You really are worthy of being a disciple of the Crimson-Eyed Prodigy. Have you gone brain-dead from the lightning? I'm his junior. Kakashi's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the person walking out from behind a large tree, with purple short hair, a yellow scarf, and that signature huge square shuriken. Just as Cloud Ninja knows the powerful figures of Konoha, Konoha also has relevant files on Cloud Ninja as strong figures. A Jonin from the Cloud Village with the Bloodline Limit magnet release. Troy, a Jonin with a Bloodline Limit, is undoubtedly an elite among Jonin. Why would such a guy appear in the Land of Fire? I just wanted to cut off your Konoha-S frontline supply line. Why didn't he expect to encounter a big fish? Troy said indifferently. Whether you call me junior or disciple, for Uchiha Kagami, you are an important person. You could try to escape, but your two companions can't get away. Kakashi tightened his grip on the short blade and sneered. It's you from the Cloud Village who would abandon your comrades to flee. Neither my father nor I would ever do such a thing, right? Boom, boom, boom. Troy held a scroll in his mouth and summoned 3 massive square shurikens. You're very alert, but those 2 brats have already been hit by my shurikens. They can't escape my jutsu. Obito and Rin were startled, realizing the small shurikens at their feet. So what will you choose? Whoosh! The giant shuriken sliced through the air. Obito, Rin, get close to me, Kakashi shouted, and lightning chakra erupted from the short blade. Whoosh! The first shuriken was cut apart by the short blade, and a shattered fragment splashed, cutting Kakashi's arm. This is bad. There's no time to rest. The second one is coming. The short blade cut into the shuriken halfway, but the interference from the magnetic jutsu and the injury to his arm prevented Kakashi from cutting it. Boom! A tremendous force sent Kakashi flying. He could see the third shuriken flying towards Obito and Rin with bloodshot eyes. Obito gripped the kunai, trembling with fear, but still unhesitatingly stood in front of Rin. Rin, I will definitely protect you. Absolutely. A surge of inexplicable chakra gradually flowed into his eyes, as if something was about to awaken. Clang! At that moment, a light sound appeared, and the shuriken in front of him was cut into pieces by an invisible force. The sound of debris falling echoed, causing everyone to freeze, and Obito's evolution came to an abrupt halt. Footsteps were heard in the forest. A tall figure slowly walked over, without shouting or exuding a terrifying aura. Just seeing him for the first time, all the Cloud Ninjas felt as if they had encountered their nemesis. The first thought was not to run away, but to stop breathing, their bodies trembling, like a rabbit under a lion's paw. To be clear, Kakashi is not an important person to me. Furthermore, his indifferent gaze swept over everyone, and the invisible pressure seemed to trap them in amber. You may begin to escape. Chapter 47. Spot. In this world, I am the protagonist. If the small squad encounters the Crimson Eyes and Yellow Flash, they are allowed to abandon the mission. As long as they can return to the village alive, no punishment will be given. Although there is such an unwritten rule, very few can survive when faced with either of them. The few survivors have summarized their experiences. As long as you can pose a threat to Namake's Minato's teammates, he may let you go without pursuing you. And when facing Uchiha Kagami, luck is the only criterion. If he is eating and you haven't provoked him, he is unlikely to put down his food to attack you. It's sad. Now, Kumo has not only provoked him, but also chosen a time that is not mealtime. Run. Troy's heart-wrenching shout, just as calm as it was before, has now become chaotic. Knowing that the chance of survival is slim, should he not run? Don't underestimate Kumo. Bastard. Among the Kumo ranks, only Troy managed to muster the courage to flee. Unable to do so, his limbs simply wouldn't obey. Thud. Something fell, and seemed to make a rolling sound. Troy continued to run, running desperately. He felt his blood boiling, the blood from his heart rushing straight to his brain. Something's wrong. Why can't I see? Why? Is my head on the grass? The head rolled around, and he saw his body still running. Come back. Take me away. Don't you realize your head is missing? Uchiha Kagami put down his hand, followed by several sounds like fruit falling to the ground. Cutting in half is too bloody. Decapitation is more elegant. For these kinds of people, Uchiha Kagami had no interest in shouting out a technique. It would be beneath him. He turned around. How pathetic. Kakashi, you can't protect anything. Kakashi carefully pried out his short sword from the shuriken and shot Uchiha Kagami a glare. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? That's a Jonin with a bloodline limit, not someone I should encounter at my level. Feeling the huge gap between himself and his 2 seniors, Kakashi had never thought about the front lines, always taking on small missions and hanging out with his old classmates. Back in the ninja school, Kakashi had the heart to compete with Kagami, but after that, he completely lost that thought. Anyway, I've already achieved outstanding accomplishments for my age. I'm already quite remarkable. Is this guy giving up early? Uchiha Kagami's gaze turned to Rin. It's okay, Kakashi. When you truly experience that helpless pain, you will once again crave power. Kagami, Lord Kagami, thank you for saving us. Yamanaka Rin still had a blush on her face. It's normal to be scared when so close to death for the first time. Despite being of similar age and having been classmates for a few years, Yamanaka Rin knew very well that Uchiha Kagami and they were no longer on the same level. Thank you. Obito turned his head. But even if you hadn't come, I could have protected Rin. No, you can't protect her. Uchiha Kagami inexplicably chuckled, and Kakashi stepped closer. Kagami, how did you end up here? Only Kakashi knew that they were responsible for transporting supplies to the western battlefield, while Uchiha Kagami was stationed at the northern front. Confidential, no comment. Uchiha Kagami said lightly. Kakashi, Rin, you two leave for a moment. I have something to discuss with Obito. Hey, don't go. That guy Uchiha Kagami is definitely going to hit me. Don't leave. Kagami, don't think I'm afraid of you. If you weren't shaking, you'd be more credible. Uchiha Kagami didn't waste time talking with Obito. A scarlet light appeared in his eyes. You're not going to talk to me. Thud. Uchiha Kagami pressed his hand on Obito's body, speaking softly to himself. Just through you. The infusion of chakra caused Obito's back to bulge, as if something was about to burst out. A strange white substance let out a shriek and seeped out from the collar, horrifying. You, who are you? Before this white Zetsu clone could ask, his eyes were also covered by the Sharingan. It was like a number being dialed. Invisible ripples connected the two consciousnesses. Buzz, unknown underground space. The main body of white Zetsu, serving beside Uchiha Madara, suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his head tightly. What's wrong? Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, and only when he saw one of white Zetsu's eyes transform into a Sharingan did he show a noticeable emotional fluctuation. White Zetsu was still struggling fiercely, trying to expel this ocular power invasion. Don't resist, Uchiha Madara said indifferently. Soon, a pair of Sharingan occupied white Zetsu's eye sockets, and his expression also turned indifferent. Interesting. This level of ocular power must be Kagami. Have you opened a Mangeki? Uchiha Kagami slightly adapted, using white Zetsu's mouth to speak. Lord Madara, you're truly still alive. No need for too many words. Uchiha Kagami knew that Madara must be secretly watching him. Madara wouldn't ask how Uchiha Kagami found the clues. Having such ocular power should mean he has seen the stone tablet at the shrine. Discovering the spores on Obito's body was indeed a bit unexpected. But since he is Uchiha, it is only natural for him to be able to do such things. Uchiha Madara's voice was aged, yet he did not have the slowness of an old man. Obito is my chosen successor. Do not harm him. Of course, I will not actively harm a member of the Uchiha clan, just like you. Clan member. Uchiha Madara seemed to recall that twilight when not a single clan member followed him. Kagami, what do you want to do? I want to meet you in person to verify something. No need. I am dying soon. This pitiful state of hanging on is too ugly. A faint smile appeared on white Zetsu's face. Lord Madara, I want to know how far I am from the legends. An aged, hoarse laugh echoed. You really resemble Asuna. It's just, you're too unaware of your own limitations. Boom. The terrifying ocular power of the sea of corpses and blood filled the space, like the roars of countless demons. The three Tomo and white Zetsu's eyes spun wildly. The extreme chilling ocular power stood firm like a reef in the sea of corpses and blood. You really are too old, Lord Madara. Someone like you can endure such a weak body. What exactly are you plotting? Uchiha Madara showed no anger, calmly saying, the peace of the ninja world. Kagami, in this world, not everything can go as you wish. The longer you live, the more I can understand the helplessness and sorrow that fills reality. If there is a winner, the concept of a loser arises from it. And there is an inevitable causal relationship between the two. Love can give rise to hate. And love-hate entanglements. War is like this. Reality is like this. With your ocular power, you cannot see the final inscription on the stone tablet. Otherwise, you wouldn't ask such a question. Tell me your thoughts on the ninja world. With such ocular power, you're also qualified to be my successor. After a moment of silence, Kage laughed. Don't think that just because you've lived a few more years, you can preach to me. There will always be winners. Why can't that person be me? Who cares about being your successor? Uchiha, I decide the future of the ninja world. I am the protagonist of this world. Madara. Chapter 48. Manic laughter, it's not Asuna. Until he truly made contact, Uchiha Madara realized why White Zetsu said that Uchiha Kagami was too much like him. An absolute self-centeredness, such an unshakable will. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. It had been a long, long time since he felt this happy. Among those clansmen he had abandoned, There was someone so interesting. Kagami, perhaps our goals are different, but I acknowledge your will. Come to the land of grass and find me. Let me show you the true power of the Uchiha clan. You are so competitive. Will you be very sad if you lose? The Tomo in white Zetsu's eyes slowly dissipated. I don't need to empathize with a loser. I will always be the victor. In Uchiha Kagami's spiritual space, the long-lost curtain was lifted, and Sukuna did not shout. This world actually has such people. Without relying on Sukuna's curse power, Uchiha Kagami could not possibly contend with Madara's ocular power, even if he was about to run out of energy, even if he did not have the Rasengan. This guy is a living legend in the ninja world. Sukuna clearly sensed that if it weren't for his spiritual energy continuously increasing after entering this world, if he encountered this guy in the world of curses, perhaps it would be very difficult to win. Strictly speaking, he is the ancestor of our clan. Kid, are you really going to find that kind of guy now? Sukuna was definitely not a reckless person. He would not care about his own face when facing a desperate situation. What he hated most was when others overestimated themselves and provoked him. A proper retreat is not shameful. As long as it's not a matter of principle, Sukuna felt it was still possible to avoid it. Yes, I have something I must verify. Uchiha Kagami was on the verge of suppressing the evolution of his Sharingan, but he was not satisfied with awakening the Manjiki right now. It was like cooking a dish. Transforming a bad dish requires many more steps. If it could be made delicious from the start, the human body in this world is truly full of energy. Kid, just a few hundred days apart, your growth is astonishing. Even my power is constantly increasing. It's truly miraculous. Sukuna grinned. I can sense the terrifying power lurking in your spirit. You're resisting its influence, aren't you? Why suffer so much? Release that madness. With you and me together, even in this world, we can kill at will. We can do anything we want. Is a year and more in a small black room not enough? Do you want up the ante? You need me, Uchiha Kagami. We are two sides of the same coin. I admit, I need your power. Uchiha Kagami slowly exited the spiritual space, taking away a large amount of cursed energy. He had not confined Sukuna anymore. Be quiet, speak when I'm done talking, and recognize your identity. You are just a mount. Among the flesh and bones, the king of curses gritted his teeth fiercely, the anger in his eyes burning like tangible fire. Kid, absolutely. You must experience the most extreme terror. I am your curse. This is too much. Why do you always knock me out every time we meet? Uchiha Obito was almost in tears. What the hell did you do to me? Slap. Uchiha Kagami slapped Obito on the forehead, almost knocking him out again. This time he was still holding back his strength. Speak normally. You should thank me for training your mental endurance. The small barrier covering this place dissipated. Hearing Obito's voice, Kakashi and Rin approached after receiving a signal. Kagami, are you leaving? Kakashi noticed that Kagami was heading in the direction of the Land of Wind and wanted to ask something. However, considering that this should be a confidential mission, it was better not to ask. Something feels strange. Kakashi suddenly had an inexplicable palpitation. Looking at Uchiha Kagami's back, he felt that something serious was going to happen. Uchiha Kagami did not look back and disappeared from view in a few shunshin. Obito, what did Kagami say to you? You can tell me, right? Kakashi wanted to gather intelligence from Obito. If he could say it to Obito, it couldn't be anything confidential, right? Obito covered the large bump on his forehead, feeling like crying. What did he say? Just like before, he met me and immediately used a Sharingan Jinjutsu on me. Damn Kagami. Why does he always target me? He recalled that time in the Ninja Academy. Even Uchiha Kagami's self-introduction included hating him. At this point, neither Kakashi nor Rin could understand. Although Obito was a disgrace to the Uchiha clan, there were other Uchihas who were similar to him. Why did Uchiha Kagami only target Obito? Patting Obito on the shoulder, Kakashi comforted him. Maybe Kagami thinks highly of you and is testing you. Being frequently subjected to his Jinjutsu, even I and Brother Minato don't receive this treatment. You don't feel mentally hurt, do you? Not really. Could it be? Obito rubbed his chin, falling into deep thought. Only Noera Rin felt a bit uneasy. She was more sensitive to Kagami's attitude than the two. Kagami's malice towards Obito was never concealed. After the initial fierce battles, the war also entered a prolonged period. The situation on various battlefronts stabilized, and launching a large-scale campaign was not a simple matter. It involved many aspects and could not be done quietly. Konoha withstood the first wave of attacks from the three great nations, which also made them flustered, trying to find Konoha's weaknesses from other aspects. Under these circumstances, Uchiha Kagami simply informed Jiraiya and then went out to do his own thing. Wanting to meet Uchiha Madara was just the first thing. After verifying his strength, he would prepare for the perfect evolution of the Manjiki. He already had a complete plan in mind. Once achieved, he could obtain an inexhaustible ocular power. In Uchiha Kagami's view, the eternal Manjiki is the final form of the Sharingan, and it is not an evolution of a superior or inferior relationship with the Rinnegan. The Sharingan originated from the Sage of Six Paths, but just like the origin of chakra, is the divine tree. The divine tree is the seed, and chakra belongs to the ninja themselves. The Sharingan is a product of mutation, not a degradation of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Kagami had never thought of seeking the Rinnegan. Rather than that, it would be better to focus his energy on deeply developing the Sharingan. The Sharingan is the symbol of Uchiha power. He was absolutely confident in developing the Sharingan to a level that surpassed the Rinnegan. On his journey, Uchiha Kagami's emotions were unsettled. Suppressing the evolution of the Sharingan was exhausting. He needed to constantly remind himself to stay calm and not have too much emotional fluctuation. Just thinking about, soon seeing that legendary ninja, even being able to confront him directly, it was truly hard to suppress the urge to laugh maniacally. Chapter 49, Uchiha Madara, the Land of Grass. In the sky, an eagle's cry echoed through the clouds. Uchiha Kagami slowly opened his eyes, and 3 pure black tomo began to spin. This was the resonance of ocular power. This was the pull of bloodline. Thousands of meters apart, 2 pairs of Sharingan gazed at each other from afar. A massive chakra surged forth. Then, as a junior, let me greet you. Fire style, great fire destruction. A sea of flames obscured the sky and blocked the sun, occupying the entire field of vision. The sky erupted with a tearing roar, and an endless ocean of fire enveloped the area for kilometers. Forming hand seals again, the sea of flames surged. One by one, the dragon heads of flames roared as they leaped out of the fire sea. On the peak of Mount Koyuk, Uchiha Madara looked up at the boundless sea of fire, watching the terrifying power accumulating in the descending dragon heads of fire. A slight smile curled at the corner of his lips as he moved the flame fan from behind to in front of him. A good fire style, but it is meaningless to me. However, the dragon-shaped flames in the sky did not descend, seemingly waiting for something. The giant eagle carrying Uchiha Kagami flew closer. Boom! Uchiha Madara noticed that circular pits appeared on the ground around him, as if an enormous spoon had scooped out the earth. Earth-style, earth mound dumpling using chakra. He found the rocks in the soil. Normally, they would be lifted and hurled at the enemy. But those giant rocks kept rising. Bang! One by one, the boulders exploded, attaching themselves to the dragon-shaped flames. Interesting. A light shone in Uchiha Madara's eyes, realizing that a simple fire style would not be effective. He used a compound ninjutsu. This kid is quite impressive. On the giant eagle, Uchiha Kagami formed hand seals with one hand and let out a long laugh. Lord Madara, please evaluate this. Ninjutsu, Dragon Star. Boom! In the sky, an explosion. Dozens of fire dragon heads, carrying the wrath of heaven, descended upon the mortal realm. A good concept, possessing quite a high talent for ninjutsu development. Uchiha Madara remained motionless, facing the spectacle resembling a meteor shower. His aged face showed no sign of panic. As a greeting, it barely passed. The raging, endless flames surged, like demons of fire from hell, breaking free. Fire style, great fire loss. The flames roared out like wild beasts, carrying endless destructive power. In an instant, the entire battlefield was illuminated. The scorching heat was enough to distort the air. The power of ninjutsu is never judged by its difficulty level. It depends on the user. The collision of fire and fire, the mixed rocks instantly turned to powder. The surging flames blew through long hair. It's been a long time, really a long time since I've fought. This weak body makes Uchiha Madara constantly feel humiliation, barely hanging on for the sake of his plans. This battle might affect his selection of an heir, but facing the challenge, Uchiha Madara, this incredibly proud man, how could he possibly evade? The Uchiha clan exists for battle. Clang! Crossing through the sea of fire, Kagami's figure suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Madara, twisting his body to swing a blade. Despite having aged beyond recognition, Uchiha Madara still possessed reflexes unmatched by ordinary ninjas. Merely pulling the iron chain, the sickle blocked the blade's edge. His gaze fell upon the long blade in Uchiha Kagami's hand. This long blade looked no different from an ordinary katana, but Madara recognized it at a glance. Narukes, now you have inherited it. How could he not be familiar with it? This is Azuna's blade. Back then, Madara took many things. His brother's sword remained within the clan. After all, to Izuna, that was the clan he dearly loved. A difficult-to-suppress smile appeared on Uchiha Kagami's face, looking ferocious. Don't reminisce too long. I'll shatter you with a single blow. The invisible slash pierced through the sickle, aiming directly at Madara's head, chest, and lower abdomen. Uchiha Kagami came with the belief of killing Madara and would not hold back. Or rather, in the face of Uchiha Madara, no one had the right to hold back. A layer of deep blue solid chakra armor appeared, emitting the sharp sound of shattering blades. Invisible slash, your special ninjutsu, I still know about it. Madara's wrist shook, and a tremendous force came from the sickle, pressing Uchiha Kagami's body down. What terrifying power! I have aged, but you're still too young. I once clashed with someone who could shatter mountains with his bare body, Hashirama. Uchiha Kagami's hands bulged with veins, unwilling to concede in the struggle. I have always had a question, and I hope you can enlighten me. Why do you believe that Senju Hashirama would commit suicide? What weapon could kill him? It seems you've investigated quite a bit. Uchiha Madara spoke indifferently. Just this kind of question is too childish. A man like Senju Hashirama. If I hadn't stopped him back then, he indeed would have taken his own life. Despite everything that happened later, I never doubted his determination at that time. Uchiha Kagami felt somewhat relieved and asked again, do you regret it? Would have been better if he had died back then? Regret? The two did not seem to be in battle, but rather like an elder enlightening a junior. It was Hashirama who fell. The one who should regret is him, not me. I have always walked the right path. This is why Uchiha Kagami gave up on revealing the truth to Uchiha Madara. It was meaningless. This guy, like himself, would only believe in his own judgment, not turning back until hitting the south wall. No, they're the type of people who would smash through the south wall. I see. I feel that I am the one who is correct. An immense chakra formed a shockwave, with faint black lines entwining around Uchiha Kagami's wrist. The suddenly increased force broke open the sickle. Uchiha Madara grasped the iron chain, retreating several meters, watching Uchiha Kagami with great interest. Even for the Uchiha, your level of in release is excessive. Let me ask, what is the correct path that you believe in? Uchiha Kagami smiled oddly, holding the Narike's long blade in one hand and the Shirayuki in the other. Strange black energy swirling around his body. It's meaningless. This so-called battle is about imposing the victor's beliefs onto the loser. If the loser speaks freely, it is merely a joke. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up and he laughed. The forest surrounding the two had been consumed by the great fire, and within a radius of several kilometers, not a blade of grass grew. You speak well, Kagami. I can feel your thirst for battle, just like mine, and you possess a rationality similar to Izuna's. I am truly glad to see you. You were merely born earlier than me. I am not like you. I am who I am. Swish, Uchiha Madara held the flame fan in one hand and gripped the sickle's handle in the other. The self-introduction is over, so let's warm up. Boom! Crossing time. The two top Uchiha from their respective eras collide violently. Chapter 50, Control. As a man who has come from a chaotic era, battle is instinctively rooted in Uchiha Madara. No matter what angle Uchiha Kagami attacks from, he can utilize the most appropriate means at the best timing. This is the first time Sukuna extends his power to the outside world. In the past, it was Uchiha Kagami who drew on his cursed energy before or after battle. Now, merely drawing is not enough. By covering Sukuna's cursed energy with his own chakra, he forcibly uses it as a source of power during battle. This is a transformation from a fixed power source to a mobile one. If before, Sukuna's perspective was separated by a screen, now it is a shared experience. The main body is still sealed, and a large amount of cursed energy is being drawn. In fact, if Sukuna strongly resisted, it could still cause a delay in energy supply. But Sukuna is pleased with this. Use more. Use even more. Sooner or later, you will become intoxicated by this powerful force. Uchiha Kagami does not reject using Sukuna's power. What master would reject their steed? The clash of twin blades and scythes creates waves of sound. Uchiha Madara's body does not permit him to make grand movements. His figure shifts like a ghost, and the scythe will strike down at any moment. It is truly like the Grim Reaper. In comparison, Uchiha Kagami's figure leaps and flickers, every movement flawless. Graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a swimming dragon. The magnificent battle has always been the filter through which outsiders view the Uchiha. Looking at Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Madara sees a long-lost version of himself. I once encountered a clan of ninjas that controlled ghost energy. They would raise cursed beings and inscribe them with cursed seals on themselves, borrowing the power of the cursed beings during battle. Kagami, as a member of the Uchiha clan, actually borrows such filthy things. Uchiha Madara cannot see Sukuna, but with his experience, he can tell what kind of energy it is as soon as he comes into contact. There is indeed something extremely evil residing within Uchiha Kagami's body, and he can be certain of that. Filth, little ghost, kill him. Cut this old thing to pieces. Take all the power you can. Uchiha Kagami ignores Sukuna's barking and chuckles. I can control the Sharingan, so how could I be afraid of mere curse beings? That's true. Uchiha Madara naturally agrees with Kagami's words. At the same time, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes spins wildly. Then let me test your power as an Uchiha. Boom! An incredibly terrifying eye power bursts forth. The bloody battlefield, filled with the sounds of slaughter, is revealed in an instant. In the battlefield, an indescribable hand, flowing with the curtain of time, constantly shifts between aging, robust, and youthful. It tightly grips a pure black spear, the spearhead gleaming with the sharpness to pierce through time and space. Swish! A strong pain rushes to the nerves. Uchiha Kagami feels as if his heart has been pierced by a sharp object. A huge void appears in his chest. Jinjutsu, the Uchiha clan's most renowned ability. Even with Uchiha Madara's mastery of Jinjutsu, it is only ineffective against Senju Hashirama. A pair of scarlet eyes loom over the battlefield, immense to an unimaginable degree. Compared to it, Uchiha Kagami is like gravel compared to stars, within a magnificent sea of eye power. Strands of black and red threads weave together to form a canopy. Then come chariots and war horses. Uchiha Kagami stands atop the war chariot. The void in his chest has been filled. The torrent of eye power descending from the sky is resisted by the chariot's canopy. You actually didn't activate the Manjiki? This time, Uchiha Madara is genuinely shocked. Whether through white Zetsu earlier or the recent physical confrontation, the eye power displayed is undoubtedly far beyond the three-tomo. Uchiha Madara even feels that he did not possess such eye power when he first activated the Manjiki. But now, in this true clash of Genjutsu, as the eye powers intertwine, this little ghost actually hasn't activated the Manjiki. He is merely at the three-tomo level. Because I don't want to harm my brother. Uchiha Kagami looks up at the bloody eyes above the battlefield. I want to directly obtain an inexhaustible source of eye power. This is also one of the reasons I came to find you. Very good. Very good. Incredible. Kagami. The blood-colored eyes are like the moon. The young Uchiha Madara steps out, shattering the blood moon. The bright red armor is stained with an intense battle intent. Uchiha Madara laughs maniacally as he charges toward the war chariot, filled with excitement. Then I, Uchiha Madara, will be your opponent. As fellow users of ocular techniques, in a clash of Genjutsu, if either side reveals emotions of fear, dread, or admiration, it will lead to swift defeat. Mental energy is currently the most formidable power Uchiha Madara possesses, and this happens to be the area Uchiha Kagami excels in. Uchiha Kagami extends his hands, fingers crossed like a pair of wings, his smile growing more sinister. Darkness surges atop the war chariot, as if giving birth to something extremely vicious. With an ominous cry of an eagle, the first monster bursts forth from the darkness. With the face of a monkey, the body of a raccoon, the limbs of a tiger, and the tail of a snake, plus a pair of enormous eagle wings. This is how the legendary creature Nu is described. One by one, the new beasts rush out, an endless darkness like a tide, engulfing the bloody battlefield. Shadow-style new extinction swish. The azure blade slices the nearest new beasts into black water. The enormous Susanoo blade spans hundreds of meters, illuminating the dark space. A simple skeletal frame covers Uchiha Madara. You don't have the Manjiki? Then let me tell you. This is the ultimate ocular technique residing within the Manjiki, a perfect means of both offense and defense. It possesses power comparable to tailed beasts. Susanoo. Uchiha Kagami maintains his gestures as endless new beasts fly to their doom beneath the Susanoo blade. May I ask, when you say comparable to tailed beasts, do you mean the Nine Tails? The young-looking Uchiha Madara's expression becomes noticeably more serious. He frowns and says, of course. Do other beasts have the qualifications to be compared to Susanoo? You are right. Uchiha Kagami's lips curve slightly, as the black water that Uchiha Madara sliced apart gradually gathers into a mass. The black patterns on his body grow clearer, increasing the extraction power from Sukuna. Sukuna watches coldly, even actively assisting Uchiha Kagami. He is waiting. This may be an opportunity. If Uchiha Kagami is defeated. That moment of using the space slash may just be able to cut open this damn seal. New extinction, revision disaster of the nine beasts. The scattered black water rapidly converges. Even the phantoms battling on the battlefield are enveloped. Roar. The earth-shattering roar shakes the entire Genjutsu space. An incredibly enormous, ferocious beast howls at the sky, nine tails swaying like flames, presenting an extreme black. The nine tails, you've seen it too. Crackling. The skeleton gradually reveals itself, followed by woven tendons, covered in flesh and blood. A deep blue Susanoo stands on the battlefield, towering even higher than the massive ferocious beasts. Mirror. How ridiculous to use livestock against the master. The black-red war chariot has somehow arrived atop the giant beast's head, and the eye sockets of the creature with nine tails open, revealing a shade of crimson. Whether it's laughable or not, one must try to find out. Chapter 51 Instinct. A blood-red round moon hangs high in the world of illusions. Below stand two colossal figures, as if they have stepped out of myth. The calamity of the ninja world for 1,000 years, the Nine Tails. The brave and wild god, Susanoo. Do your best to make me feel pleasure, Uchiha Kagami. The azure slash cleaves the earth in two. A massive chasm stretches between the two giants. Uchiha Kagami remains silent, his eyes cold, hands clasped together. In the sky, a light rain of black and red droplets begins to fall. Arrogance, hatred, sorrow, disgust, desire. Endless negative emotions fill the world. For an ordinary person, just being in it for a moment would warp the mind. There is no yawn release. Pure Een release particles gather in front of the dark nine tails, forming a massive energy sphere. Crack. The heavy pressure causes the entire giant beast to sink. Only the Een release, tailed beast ball? It's impressive that you can shape something like that. To be precise, this is the Een release Rasengan. Uchiha Kagami's lips curl up. Of course, calling it the Rasengan cannon might be more appropriate. Within Susanoo, Uchiha Madara crosses his arms, exuding the absolute demeanor of a strongman. Are you ready? With his black hair billowing, Madara recalls his battle with Hashirama. One cannot judge the value of a moment until it becomes a memory. Regrets do not fade with time. Hashirama, if only at that time. No. In an instant, Susanoo tightly grips its long sword, slashing through the void as if cutting something. You really have it. Uchiha Madara laughs heartily, leaning forward. So your attack has already begun. That massive black energy sphere is not an attack at all. It's those black and red raindrops that are. Illusions are a clash of wills. Under equal ocular power, the one whose will shows cracks first is the loser. Regret is the emotion that most easily destroys will. You figured it out. Uchiha Kagami smiles brightly, showing no embarrassment at being seen through. By diverting attention, he accumulates killing intent in unexpected places. Uchiha Madara's voice sounds strange. This feeling is very much like a waste of the Senju. You mean Senju Tobarama, right? I actually quite recognize his tactical philosophy. Madara's expression shows some displeasure. Kagami, it seems you can't be like Hashirama. Enough. What are you babbling about? Uchiha Kagami points his blade at Madara, his three-tomo Sharingan filled with endless ferocity. I am not any of your past opponents. The you who is immersed in the past is not what I expect. Madara, I come with the intent to kill you. If you want to live, come with the belief that you will die to kill me. Ha 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 ha. Whoosh. Before Uchiha Madara finishes laughing, Kagami strikes without courtesy. The energy cannon from the dark nine tails shoots out rapidly, not exploding as imagined, but spreading out. It envelopes Susanoo, forming a dark barrier. Uchiha Madara's brows furrow. The dark technique? You, an Uchiha, actually learned such a technique to deal with ocular ninjas? Have you lost your mind? Kid, you made me a bit unhappy. This illusion was originally developed to deal with the Uchiha. It's not just a simple dark space. Rather, it interferes with the enemy's brain through chakra, preventing them from analyzing and processing the information received by their eyes. So no imagery forms in their mind. This interference is not only visual, but can also have a serious psychological impact on the enemy, especially with this guy's technique, which also carries a whispering malevolence. Could it be because of that filthy thing? Madara suddenly realizes that this kid really enjoys messing with people's minds. Bang! Susanoo is scratched deeply by the dark nine tails claws. Within the dark technique, only the user can have vision. Uchiha Madara stumbles, and immediately, Susanoo's waist takes a heavy hit. Close quarters fighting after blocking vision. You underestimate me too much. This mere dark technique, I can break it right away. In the darkness, the two giants engage in fierce combat, Susanoo's blades slicing through giant tails. However, those severed tails transform into giant serpents, wrapping around Susanoo and restricting its movement. Even after being cut, they can condense again. Uchiha Madara has sliced dozens of times before finally eliminating one of the giant serpents. I'm getting a bit annoyed. Ryup. The dark barrier is torn open by a pair of giant hands. With vision restored, Uchiha Madara looks at the tailless dark fox. Don't play tricks. Where are you? Darkness can strip Madara of his vision, but he can still sense that Uchiha Kagami has been on that giant beast. In the next moment, Madara captures it. Above, the blood moon hangs high. Uchiha Kagami holds the reins with one hand, driving the war chariot downwards. Behind him is an innumerable army constructed of black bones. How boring. Uchiha Madara feels disinterested, swinging Susanoo's blade. The azure light illuminates the entire spacetime. With just one strike, he shatters countless bones along with the war chariot. Overwhelming ocular power. Crack. Black-red lightning fills the sky in an instant. Boom. The immense pressure seems to crush the earth. This is finally willing to use it? Uchiha Madara becomes excited, blood boiling. I'm very interested in the technique that shatters dust release. Susanoo ignites blue flames, advancing even further on its already immense form. Whoosh! A pair of giant wings unfold. Susanoo. Complete form. Ryup. The Murasame and the Kagyuki burst with black lightning, crossing in front of Uchiha Kagami. His black hair billows, and his crimson eyes shine with ferocity through the blade. In the cage, Sukuna raises his hand, fingertips flickering with black-red lightning. He is the strongest in the world. What limits his strength is the world. The reason he is special grade is that the highest rank for sorcerers is only special grade. Since coming to this world, his cursed energy has been growing every moment. The ninja world is truly a twisted place. Countless negative energies. Do gods really exist? Is it because I have cut through the world that you have no choice but to exile me here? Or do you fear me, binding me in this cage? It doesn't matter anymore. Kagami, I have told you, we are two sides of the same coin. You can learn my technique, the me that resides in your heart. Do you know? A person knows to stand when they are born, birds know to fly, fish know to swim. This is called instinct. You say I lack human instinct. Yes, because I was born to eat people. That is my instinct. We have never been of the same kind. The seal gate slowly opens a crack. Uchiha Kagami draws power from the sea of corpses and blood. Sukuna grins maliciously. So deliberate. For 1,000 years, I have never seen a human as crazy as you. Do you see me as a beast, wanting to tame me step by step? Fingers together, sharp nails like blades. Then let us see. Uchiha Kagami. The demon god with 4 arms roars ferociously. The large mouth on its belly chants incantations. Dragon scale, rebound, double meteor. Release, black slash, a strike capable of breaking through space, entwined with black thunder. Unparalleled, Sukuna's strongest strike in his life. With the endless malice of the Cursed King, it strikes towards the cage that binds him. At the same moment, Uchiha Kagami remains expressionless, swinging his dual blades. Whoosh! 2 crescent-shaped blade lights flash like the judgment guillotine descending from the heavens. Release, black slash. From the blood-colored earth, an endless azure light blooms. Susanoo, the power of the gods. The world calls. Once seen with one's own eyes, death is inevitable. All phenomena, all shattered with a single slash. Light drowns the world. Chapter 52, everything is part of the plan. Crash, like a giant mirror shattering, producing a chaotic noise. The illusionary world cannot withstand such a powerful impact and shatters. Reality. The dual blades and scythe are suspended in midair. Uchiha Madara's aged face reveals a relaxed expression. In terms of ocular power, you are even above Izuna. Mirror, you are a true genius. The figure flickers like a ghost, and in the next moment appears before Uchiha Mirror, the Grim Reaper's scythe glinting with a bright sheen. Swish, the scythe halts abruptly, poised before Uchiha Mirror's neck. Madara frowns slightly. The final clash of ocular powers did not determine a victor. The illusionary world he constructed had already shattered before this. Yet Uchiha Mirror tightly shuts his eyes, showing no reaction to his attack. Trying to pull some trick, are you? Madara hesitates. Not out of concern for being deceived by Uchiha Mirror. He fears that if something really happened to Uchiha Mirror, his strike would end up killing him. After a moment's thought, Madara pushes the scythe forward. He merely avoids the vital points, striking towards Uchiha Mirror's face. My life is nearing its end. It would be a pity if you died now. When I return to life, I will show you the power of our ancestors. Crack! Uchiha Madara's pupils constrict, his brow furrowing. A mouth opens, biting onto the scythe blade. On Uchiha Mirror's cheek, a mouth has grown. Hiss, beneath the Sharingan in his left eye, an eye sprouts. Incredibly sinister, chilling to the bone. You are the evil entity within Mirror, aren't you? Uchiha Madara yanks the chain, pulling the scythe back. Such an ignorant little brat. A faintly purple, illusory chain extends from the palm of Uchiha Madara. Let's put a bridle on you. It's just the same. Wait a moment. I'll shatter you, old thing. The voice from that mouth is incredibly hoarse, as if it is gnawing on something. Boom! The sudden eruption of blood-red pressure sends ripples outward. Black patterns multiply, spreading across Uchiha Mirror's body. This is the taste of the ninja world. A new world. The breath of a new humanity. So wonderful. Hand over your body to me. Little brat. An indescribable evil aura forms a smoke signal. This malice is even purer than the Nine Tails. The pale purple chain dissipates, and Uchiha Madara leans back, shaping a stone chair. Mirror, since you dare to carve such an evil entity, try to tame it yourself. You are Uchiha. Black-red energy spreads like rippling water. However, no matter how much Sukuna roars and screams, the figure of the young man remains immovable. In the spiritual space, the crimson ceiling gate opens crack. Sukuna's upper body squeezes out, an endless stream of corpses and blood bones pouring from the seal. On the other side, Uchiha Mirror stands in a sea of blood, his indifferent gaze fixed on Sukuna. It hurts so much. It feels like my soul is being put into a meat grinder, ground up, then placed into a furnace, reforged and cut. The cycle repeats. Millennia of heavy malice. Turbulent waves. Anger. Regret. Hatred. Negative emotions wash over Uchiha Mirror's spiritual body again and again. Hands sprout from the sea of blood, pulling Uchiha Mirror down, trying to drag him into the abyss. Sukuna's memories crash into his mind. Ugly humans, repeatedly experiencing love and separation, greed, anger, ignorance, unfulfilled desires, resentment, and hatred. Boring, but the flavor is still acceptable. Uchiha Mirror, we are one. Sukuna's forearms spread wide, as if to embrace. This is not devouring, but merging. You become me, I become you. We come from different times and spaces. What a wonderful fate. Come, let us become the most perfect existence. Breathing is so painful. It feels like my lungs have exploded. My feet feel so heavy, my bones are breaking. My heart is something gnawing at it. It's okay. It doesn't even matter how painful it is. The emptiness inside me has been filled. I carry too many expectations. I will not lose. Uchiha Mirror extends his palm. You know, Sukuna, this seal binds not only you, but also me. From a certain day onward, I realized that with my current strength, I cannot completely open the seal. Haven't you noticed? Whether it's your black blade, or mine, or even Madara, this power is all infused into the seal. I told you, one day, I would put a dog collar on you. It was not you who broke the seal. It was us who broke it. I say this to explain. Uchiha Mirror's lips curl up, his palm slowly rising. Everything is part of my plan. Gradually, that is my principle. Crack. Boom. Sukuna seems to sense something and looks up. A huge muffled sound echoes in the dim void, and a black spear materializes. Upon closer inspection, those blacks are densely packed ceiling characters. Hiss. Uchiha Mirror's palm descends, and the black spear follows suit. The black spear pierces through Sukuna's chest, nailing him between the two worlds. Silence. After a moment of silence, Sukuna bursts into loud laughter, as if encountering the happiest thing in his life. So interesting. Extremely interesting. Uchiha Mirror, because of you, I have begun to take an interest in humans. You will eventually release me, and I am starting to look forward to your body. You are right. Deliciousness must be savored gradually, bit by bit. The sea of blood and corpses flows back towards the ceiling gate. Uchiha Mirror turns around, suddenly looking back. The crimson in his eyes intensifies, holding nothing but contempt for the so-called king of curses. Just wait. The chains you're looking forward to, I will put on you. Chapter 53, we will meet again looking at the relaxed Uchiha Madara sitting on the stone chair. Uchiha Kagami raked his slightly messy hair back. Old man, can't you move anymore? Uchiha Madara rested his hands on his knees, looking no different from an ordinary old man. There's no point in continuing. You've achieved your goal. Haven to you? Moreover, this body is about to give out. Uchiha Kagami seemed to recall something. Logically speaking, Uchiha Madara couldn't leave the outer path statue. He needed it to sustain his life. At first, he didn't think much of it. Uchiha Kagami subconsciously felt that it was not surprising for Madara to still have the ability to fight. Perhaps it was some technique like the wood clone, but since he said so, technique of transformation. Without the Rasengan, he can still use it. Uchiha Kagami squinted his eyes, feeling offended. Is it a technique like a clone? You really underestimate me. Madara showed no emotional fluctuation and said calmly, my true body cannot leave. And this technique can also carry all my ocular power. How pathetic, this little power is actually all I can use now. The physical characteristics belonging to Uchiha Madara gradually faded, revealing pale skin. It was a white zetsu. A slight rustling sound came from the cracks in the rock and soil, as a white zetsu with messy green hair emerged. Young Kagami, Lord Madara asked you to see him. Understood, just a moment. Uchiha Kagami opened a scroll and walked over to the dead white zetsu. This is Lord Madara's research result. How can you? He didn't say it was forbidden. It's dead anyway. What's wrong with me taking back to play with? But, shut up. Uchiha Madara's true body was located beneath this land. In a vast underground space with only candlelight as illumination, it was dark and damp. Seriously, an old skeleton dares to stay in a place like this. It's a wonder he doesn't have rheumatism. On a simple stone chair, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of dark red Sharingan with 3 tomo. You're here, Kagami. Uchiha Kagami's gaze shifted to the withered wooden tentacles extending into the darkness behind Madara. There, an extremely ominous aura emanated. The outer path statue. Retrieving his gaze, Uchiha Kagami met Madara's eyes. What do you want from me? Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly. Clearly, it's you who came to find me. What is the matter? Is this how you show up after borrowing my power to tame that evil creature? Uchiha Kagami found a chair to sit down, crossed his legs, and said lightly. So, I politely asked you what's the matter. Otherwise, I wouldn't come down at all. Lord Madara, the environment of your retirement home is quite poor. Kagami, you're very smart. You should have noticed the abnormality of that white zetsu, right? It refers to the body I borrowed. Uchiha Kagami knew everything, but wouldn't state it too obviously. That black zetsu was probably parasitizing Madara's body. A rich yang release chakra, quite valuable for research. Uchiha Madara leaned on a black staff and spoke in a deep voice. The Sharingan is the pinnacle of Yin release. A symbol of the Uchiha, representing yang release, is the Senju of the forest. If you want to obtain an inexhaustible ocular power without harming your brothers, I have a correct path to tell you. Talent and strength are not enough to move Uchiha Madara. What truly touched Uchiha Madara was Uchiha Kagami's words. It was only after Azuna's death that he thought in this dark underground palace. Perhaps there was a way to avoid sacrificing loved ones. The white zetsu is a product of my research on Hashirama cells, containing a large amount of life energy, which is yang release. That white zetsu was specially left for you. You can transplant a part of it into your body. In this way, when you activate the Manjiki again, it should nourish your eyes and prevent the curse of blindness. It's not a curse. Uchiha Kagami's expression was emotionless. Loneliness does not last long, and solitude does not thrive. When yin and yang separate, essence is lost. The yin and yang inside the body depend on each other, restrict each other, and together maintain the balance of life. Overuse of the Manjiki leads to blindness because of the imbalance of yin and yang. There are 2 solutions to blindness. One is to balance yin and yang. The other is the fusion of 2 Manjiki with similar bloodlines. Heavy yin must have yang. Heavy yang must have yin. Under the principle of opposites, one can achieve the effect of turning yin into yang. In the shadows, Uchiha Madara's expression was not clear. Only a long sigh was heard. Kagami, you came too late. If Uchiha Madara had one regret, it would only be one thing. That is, he could not protect Azuna. Sure, Sui is your brother's name, right? As an elder brother, you are far more qualified than I am. Such a profound truth. Uchiha Madara only realized it after seeing the stone tablet of the Sage of 6 Paths. But Kagami, pulling away from the memories, Uchiha Madara looked at Kagami, his gaze deep. So, do you want to accumulate the ultimate yin release, achieving eternal ocular power after the principle of opposites? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. Yes and no. I have my own plans. In any case, the balance of yin and yang is the best state. Kagami, you might be able to obtain eyes like mine. I mean, the Rasengan. Although I don't know what means you will use, but I look forward to your success. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Madara still didn't plan to mention the Eye of the Moon plan. This was the perfect vision of the Sage of 6 Paths to create a peaceful ninja world, but the current Kagami would not accept such a plan. He still had not felt despair towards this world. He seemed not to be a person who liked peace. I will not inquire into what you want to do. If needed, you can come to me again for more white zetsu. The true body of white zetsu. Uchiha Obito is the person I have selected. I will arrange a trial for him. He has the potential to awaken the Manjiki, but needs the right guidance. For that, some Konoha ninjas will die. Do not interfere with me. This is a transaction. Kakashi, Rin, Uchiha Kagami chuckled. As you wish. Then what if, among the dead, there is your disciple Kakashi? Besides a few Uchiha clansmen, I do not care about the lives of others. My existence is not for their protection. I have already warned Kakashi. If he dies due to insufficient ability, he deserves it. Uchiha Kagami supported his knees and stood up. Old man, I guess we 1TC each other again. Then I wish you a peaceful death. Farewell. After saying that, Uchiha Kagami turned and left. He did not like the dark environment here. Most importantly, I vaguely sensed the immense malice residing within Madara. It wasn't Madara, it was. The objective has been achieved. There is no need to linger here any longer. We must hurry to another location. Heh. Watching the back of Uchiha Kagami as he departed, Madara murmured to himself. We will meet again. Chapter 54. Today, I should make a fortune in the depths of the forest, having crossed the land of rain. This place is now within the borders of the land of birds. Obito has not been arranged yet, so naturally, Nagato has not been arranged either. The land of rain is still under Hanzo's control, and infiltrating is quite easy. Uchiha Kagami leans against a plump orange cat, despite its heavy appearance. The cat moves swiftly through the dense forest. The giant eagle, being a living creature, also needs rest. During shifts, Uchiha Kagami summons another summoning beast of his. A hefty orange cat weighing 800 pounds, named Zwolun. Kagami doesn't need the cat to enhance his combat power. He wants it to be able to travel and to be comfortable to sit on. Sometimes when he feels sleepy, he can lie down and take a nap on it. Sunlight filters through the treetops, coming and going on his face, flickering on the book in his hands. In this battle against Uchiha Madara, he has achieved all his goals. By leveraging Madara's power, he opened the Seal's Gate. It's equivalent to Uchiha Kagami crafting a key and holding it in his own hands. When the time is right, he can unleash Sukuna. The second point is that he has extracted some of Uchiha Madara's ocular power and stored it in his mental space through a transcription seal. Kagami doesn't lack this bit of mental energy, but Madara's ocular power is the best bait for a certain orange-red fox. The third point is to get some white Zetsu. Initially, he considered using the yang release cells of white Zetsu to compensate for the shortcomings of ocular power. But that's not feasible now. Whether it's Sukuna or himself, the growth of yin release energy is too rapid. Sukuna is like a corpse flower blooming in the blood-soaked land of the ninja world, with Kagami's current ocular power upgrading to the Manjiki Sharingan. It's simply not something a mere white Zetsu can balance yin and yang. Moreover, having too many other things on him makes Uchiha Kagami feel a bit uncomfortable. Just like the two plans he discussed with Madara. Continuing to accumulate ocular power, Kagami is confident that his pair of Manjiki can rival two pairs, with yin dominance giving rise to yang. However, this is not a perfect evolution. It deviates from the perfect vision in Uchiha Kagami's mind. It's better to return to square one and convert this massive amount of yin release into yang release. That's the correct answer. Reversal technique. Using chakra to perform Black Flash is far more difficult than using cursed energy. The reversal technique applied to chakra involves more and more complex issues. To put in perspective, it might be the difference between the Pythagorean theorem and Euler's mathematics. No need to delve deeply. Just knowing it's difficult is enough. To solve this, it may require Uchiha Kagami and Sukuna to work closely together. But is that possible? Kagami would never consult Sukuna. This isn't arrogance. But he wouldn't trust anything Sukuna says. From the very beginning, Kagami has reminded himself of this point. Similarly, Kagami wouldn't discuss matters with someone like Orochimaru. He only trusts himself. He can solve this problem. Now he's going to retrieve another key point from his plan, located in the vast desert, existing within the ancient kingdom of Lulon, the dragon vein, the lifeblood of the earth, an extremely vast energy conglomerate. Once he gathers this key point, he can implement his perfect Manjiki plan. What? You ask what he needs White Zetsu for? Kagami doesn't need it, but sure Sway, that little brother, does. It's really exhausting to worry about this. Lord Kagami, Granny Cat wants to ask you when the final payment for the last ninja tools will be settled. Zwolun's voice is crisp, contrasting with his fat physique. Snap. Closing the book, Uchiha Kagami said lightly, it's too expensive, 30% higher than before. Ask her to lower the price a bit. But Granny Cat said that there are fights everywhere in the ninja world now, and she has prioritized supplying the Uchiha clan. The ninja tools are in high demand, and the price is already very reasonable, meow. Our Uchiha clan has cooperated with her for generations. Is it okay to raise the price just because the ninja tools are in high demand? You actually came to ask me for money on her behalf. Zwoluan, are you my summoning beast? Or that stingy old woman summoning beast? Of course it's you. But there's no but. Tell her I will settle the final payment at the original price. Take it or leave it. Oh. Zwoluan, feeling a bit wronged, lowered his head and continued forward. He was just asking, helping Granny Cat relay the message. Lord Kagami is still so fierce. Suddenly, Zwoluan felt the flesh on the back of his neck being lifted and the whole cat flew up. What's going on? Is Lord Kagami going to hit me? That shouldn't be the case. Although Lord Kagami is fierce, he has never hit me. Meow. Uchiha Kagami stands on a branch of a giant tree, holding the 800-pound fat cat. Zwoluan turns his head, confusion and a bit of fear in his dark eyes. Stupid cat, you almost fell into the exploding tag array. Tap, tap, tap. A figure walks out from behind the tree. As expected of the crimson-eyed figure, a bounty of 90 million Ryo. It seems traps are ineffective against you. With emerald green pupils, wearing the headband of Takegakure and a mask, it's Kakuzu. Uchiha Kagami tosses Zwoluan aside. The fat cat hanging on the branch like a thick quilt. Bounty hunter Kakuzu, quite a coincidence. However, only 2. 5 Asumas? This bounty seems a bit disrespectful. Yeah, I didn't expect that just coming to this small country to hunt a target with a bounty of 200,000 would lead me to you. Black tendrils extend from Kakuzu's sleeves, moving eerily. Seeing the headband on your head reminds me of the first battle with the Konoha ninja, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Kagami digs in his ears. I just fought with Uchiha Madara a few days ago. You little brat, are you messing with me? Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but smile. You told the joke first, and besides, I didn't lie to you. Enough. Kakuzu's gaze is chilling. The strongest genius from Konoha actually ended up alone. Then this 90 million Ryo, I'll take it. 3 minutes later, Uchiha Kagami is pinching Kakuzu's neck, pressing him down to the ground. Kakuzu's hands grab at Kagami's arm, trying to shake him off, but unfortunately, it's like an ant shaking a tree. Beside them are scattered black earth grievances, twitching from time to time. In his eye sockets, 3 tomos spin. Tell me, where's the money you've saved? Just at this time, the Uchiha clan has limited liquidity. Run into a big fat sheep like this. My luck has been pretty good. Go ahead and kill me. I will never tell you. Very good, you have some backbone. A dangerous glimmer flashes in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. For a ninja, sometimes death is an easy thing. Living on is the hard part. Before you say anything, don't think you could die easily. In the emerald green pupils, 3 black tomo appear, and the hand gripping Uchiha Kagami falls down. Uchiha Kagami took a rope out from his sleeve and wrapped it around J-Ro's neck a few times. As a ninja, it makes sense to carry a rope. Fat. J-R-O, let's keep moving. Lord Kagami, you just want to call me Fat Cat, didn't you? One end of the rope was tied to J-Ro's tail, and J-R-O was bouncing back and forth, rubbing against the ground. Uchiha Kagami remained expressionless. No, you heard wrong. Chapter 55, Akasuna on the vast desert. Kakuzu's skin had been worn away, with blood and flesh mixed with sand, looking like nothing but bad meat. Uchiha Kagami sighed, revealing an expression of utmost admiration. No wonder you are a ninja who has existed since the first Hokage. Your will is truly unbreakable. Huff. Kakuzu gasped and sneered, saying you can kill me, but never think about touching my money. You think mere Jinjutsu can make me yield? Uchiha Kagami nodded seriously and said, I acknowledge you. A man like you shouldn't die here. You may leave. Kakuzu's expression changed slightly, his small green eyes staring deeply at Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami had to admit, you have the same spirit as the first Hokage. Work hard to raise your bounty. I will come looking for you again. Kakuzu tore off the ropes and turned to leave. He believed that a strong man who easily defeated him wouldn't say one thing and do another. Heh, Uchiha Kagami, you are indeed stronger now, but what about 50 years later? Just wait. As Kakuzu walked away, Uchiha Kagami took out a bankbook from his pocket. The password was 6742s, plus the ninja character for waterfall. Remember it well. Take it to that old woman and have her withdraw the money quickly. Now not only is there the final payment for the previous batch of ninja tools, but Uchiha's annual expenses for ninja tools are also settled. Zwoluan took the bankbook, feeling a twinge of emotion. He had heard the green-eyed man mention the amount in the bankbook. Wow, bounty hunters make that much money. With such a resourceful package as Kakuzu, how could Uchiha Kagami possibly kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? When he goes to reissue the bankbook and finds there's no money, he will only work harder to make money to fill the void in his heart. The next time we meet, I can reap a fortune again. If it were the newly debuted Uchiha Kagami, dealing with Kakuzu would have been somewhat troublesome. With his current strength, plus knowing Kakuzu's information, holding back for 3 minutes was already showing mercy. However, this guy indeed had his merits. He endured the torment of Genjutsu for so long before unconsciously revealing the password. The summoning time was up, so I will return to the land of cats now. Lord Kagami, goodbye meow, with a bang. Zoluan disappeared. Uchiha Kagami walked slowly in the desert, not far from the ancient country of Lulan on the map. However, the map was not accurate enough. He pressed his fingers on the sand, extending his chakra perception. Without the natural sensing talent of Minato Namikaze, he could only use chakra volume to make up for the range difference. Closing his eyes, the general situation of the surrounding 10 kilometers was imprinted in his mind. Nothing. The land of wind is indeed desolate. No wonder they always like to fight. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. This is why Konoha likes peace. The first Hokage shouted about equality for all, yet the best lands in the ninja world all belong to the land of fire. Once he dies, it would be strange if other ninja villages could hold back. After most of the day, Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow, discovering a special source of chakra. It felt completely different from ordinary ninjas, with a sense of missing yang energy. Following the direction of his perception, he leaped forward and saw a hint of orange in the distance in the desert. As he got closer, the person also saw Uchiha Kagami and immediately took a defensive stance. Uchiha Kagami came to a sudden stop, standing several dozen meters in front of the person. With a slight smile, he said, "The ninja world is really small. Or do you rogue ninjas just like to stay in remote places?" Sasori, Uchiha, Kagami. Sasori's expression darkened, and chakra threads extended, ready to summon the third Kazekage puppet at any moment. Names are just names. He was indeed an S-rank rogue ninja. But compared to Uchiha Kagami, who could stir up storms among great nations and influence large-scale battles, he was still lacking. Weren't you playing the chase game in the ninja world with Kakashi Hitaki? What are you doing here? Uchiha Kagami wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He was somewhat tired of fighting these days. Moreover, facing an opponent he knew well, if he did move, the battle would end quickly, which was not interesting. Sasori narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "The land of wind is my hometown. What is strange about appearing here? It's you who shouldn't be on the border battlefield." Uchiha Kagami paused for a moment, analyzed and smiled. "I see. You came looking for the ancient country of Lulan, didn't you? Your puppets were finished off by Kakashi Hitaki, and you want to find a place to restock. Damn it, did I fall into a Genjutsu? No, that's not right. I don't rely on my eyes to gather external information. I'm a human puppet. How could I fall into a Genjutsu? Did I just let something slip? I didn't leak any information at all. How does he know?" Bang! The third Kazekage puppet hovered in the air, and Sasori's face was frosty. "Crimson eyes, then let's see if you deserve that title." Swoosh! Uchiha Kagami's fingers sliced through the air, and an invisible slash cut through, severing the chakra threads connecting to the third Kazekage puppet. As he watched the puppet fall to the ground, Sasori attempted to reconnect the threads, but Uchiha Kagami's voice came through. "Your core is in the left atrium. Shatter that, and you'll be completely dead." 3 tomos swirled in his crimson eyes. Uchiha Kagami's voice was cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Everything about you cannot escape these eyes. Kakashi Hitaki didn't kill you. But don't expect me to show mercy. Crushing you is too easy for me. It doesn't even pique my interest." Swish! Uchiha Kagami appeared beside Sasori in an instant, his hand resting on his shoulder. Clearly, he had already become a human puppet. Clearly, he had already dulled human emotions. Yet, Sasori still felt a deadly chill. His core was firmly gripped by a hand. A voice appeared in his ear. "I also want to go to the ancient country of Lulan. Perhaps some unsatisfactory puppets can be thrown to you. Just accompany me to relieve my boredom. Okay? Think about it. If you refuse, your life has 3 seconds left. All right, following you might let me experience unknown artistry." After patting Sasori's shoulder, Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. "Surprisingly reasonable. Then let's get along well, Akasuna no Sasori." In the desolate desert, 2 figures walked one after the other. The wind and sand in the desert were quite harsh, but Sasori, being a puppet, didn't mind. He observed Uchiha Kagami closely, noticing that the wind and sand did not touch Uchiha Kagami's body. Just before making contact, they would fall directly to the ground at a 90-degree angle, merely to resist the wind and sand. Constantly maintaining a chakra shield? What a monster! Once an assassin of the third Kazekage, Sasori looked at the figure moving elegantly ahead, but he couldn't muster even a thought of betrayal. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Kagami stopped, pressing his palm against the ground. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Found it. Chapter 56 Witness the World. Lulan, an ancient town located in the great desert of the Land of Wind, has little contact with the outside world. Tauwering Spielstandteil, with architectural styles distinctly different from those of other countries. Logically, such constructions in the desert seem unreasonable. They are too urbanized. The queen of the ancient country of Lulan possesses the magical ability to control the dragon veins, able to draw out the deep-seated earth energy. Scorpion gazed at the scene before him, took out an ancient scroll from his pocket, and said solemnly, "It seems the royal bloodline has indeed violated the ancestral teachings." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kagami turned his head. "Do you have information that I don't know? Speak up." Scorpion hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke. "My father is from the royal family of Lulan." "Huh? Aren't you Chiyo's grandson? Your father should be the son of the first Kazekage, right?" Scorpion cast a glance at Uchiha Kagami and replied blandly, "My father has red hair, while the first Kazekage and Grandma Chiyo have black and purple hair respectively. They had a child, who is my mother. My father is an adopted son." Uchiha Kagami nodded thoughtfully. "There is no distinction between grandmothers and grandfathers here." Uchiha Kagami wouldn't have understood such things before. Touching the corner of his mouth, Uchiha Kagami chuckled. "So, you're planning to perform a princess restoration?" Scorpion's expression turned somewhat grim. It's impressive that he could make puppets so perfect that they're almost indistinguishable from real people. The royal family of Lulan has only had females with the ability to communicate with the dragon veins for generations, known as the royal bloodline. I am not qualified to inherit Lulan. Scorpion's idea was merely to find his father's hometown and transform a batch of people into puppets. He wanted to take revenge on Konoha Tsukumo as soon as possible, but the fighting outside was too fierce, and he feared a setback. Thus, with some kinfolk around, it would be a contribution to my revenge enterprise. Uchiha Kagami, your goal is the dragon veins, right? Give it up. The ancient country of Lulan has existed for many years, and the dragon veins are right here. Many know about them. But no one can seize the power of the dragon veins. At most, they can only seal it. Uchiha Kagami smiled faintly. What others cannot achieve, I may not be unable to. This strong confidence. Scorpion almost wavered, but recalled what his father had said. I'll wait to see you at a loss. You just said the royal bloodline violated the ancestral teachings. What do you mean? Scorpion looked at the ancient scroll, stating that the royal family of Lulan is not allowed to use the power of the dragon veins, only to guard it. That is an immensely vast earth energy, and a slight misstep could destroy the entire land. It must never be misused. Now you see, how could these buildings exist without the dragon veins? Scorpion sneered. It seems even the strong and brave sister spoken of by my father couldn't resist the temptation of power. The two stood atop a tall tower, gazing over the entire town. Scorpion, you remember your father's words very well. They are very important to me. There is nothing to hide. Scorpion coldly stated, so, I will definitely kill Tsukumo Hatake. Uchiha Kagami, you are a Konoha ninja. If you want to stop me, go ahead and kill me now. Uchiha Kagami leaned back, resting his hand on his knee, smiling casually. Don't be so excited. When did I say I would stop your revenge? It's only natural to avenge your parents. Just a kind reminder. If you succeed in killing Tsukumo Hatake, remember to kill Kakashi Hatake too. It will be too boring to wait for you all to kill each other. Hatred must be ended with the severing of a lineage. I remember you are Kakashi Hatake's senior brother, right? Konoha, is it really that chaotic? Hearing Uchiha Kagami say this, Scorpion's tense nerves relaxed a bit. The pressure of being around this man was too great. It felt like all his secrets were laid bare under those eyes. It's important to note that Tsukumo Hatake's current identity is not that of a rogue ninja. Official documents merely indicate he is traveling. Scorpion genuinely feared Uchiha Kagami would stop him from seeking revenge, trying to persuade him to let go of hatred. So what do we do now? Should we go directly to find the Queen of Lulan? Uchiha Kagami extended his perception and discovered many people discussing topics like celebrations in their homes. It seems the timing is just right. Half a month ago, something happened in Konoha. Ichiraka Ramen opened. This is an important time node. In the original timeline, Minato would receive a mission regarding the ancient country of Lulan and ultimately seal the rampaging dragon veins. During this period, Minato met the future Naruto. The dragon veins possess the power to traverse time and space. By communicating in advance with Minato, if he doesn't come for the mission in the Land of Wind, Uchiha Kagami calculated the timing to arrive here ahead of time. This is very important to him, because whether Naruto will appear and what kind of Naruto will appear can let Uchiha Kagami know. if this world is the same as the original ninja world. If it is, has he changed the future? If not, there are many more things to consider. The power of time and space is too complex. It's possible that his and Sukuna's arrival has led to a complete deviation from the original timeline. Since his appearance, the world has already changed. To be fair, Uchiha Kagami does not wish for future people to appear. The future is uncertain. Only he can be certain. If the future has a definite outcome, then this world would be too boring. Let's wait. The celebration is about to start. A strange smile appeared on Uchiha Kagami's lips. With the abilities of Uchiha Kagami and Scorpion, it would be impossible for the patrolling puppets in the city to discover them. As night fell, watching Uchiha Kagami take out a bento, Scorpion couldn't help but speak. Uchiha Kagami, you are so powerful. You still need to eat and sleep like an ordinary person. Don't you think that's a waste? I don't like being disturbed while I eat. Uchiha Kagami replied indifferently. Eating and sleeping are my only entertainments. Don't take away my joy of being human. I won't comment on your crude puppet body. Do you still have the face to evaluate me? The two waited until the morning of the third day. People poured out of their homes, enthusiastically celebrating. Upon closer inspection, all those people are puppets. Scorpion's pupils constricted, murmuring, I felt something was off earlier. Even if Lulon has a puppet master, it shouldn't be possible to maintain so many puppets on patrol. Now, even these people are. It seems the Queen of Lulon has collaborated with a puppet master. But such crude puppets truly tarnish the identity of a puppet master. It's normal for peers to look down on one another, especially since Scorpion is recognized as a puppet genius, so much so that he transformed himself into a puppet. Uchiha Kagami maintained his perception technique, feeling some fluctuations in his mood. At least for now, he did not sense the Nine-Tails Jinchuri. With Uchiha Kagami's perception, if Naruto were to appear, it would be impossible not to notice. The celebration was underway, with puppet figures beating drums and cheering joyfully. A girl with deep red hair walked towards the tower terrace, surrounded by a crowd. She was directly opposite the two. It was time. According to the original timeline, at this moment, Naruto would save the Queen of Lulon from falling off the tower. As time passed, Uchiha Kagami's emotions were unsettled. Not yet. She hasn't appeared. The future has already been changed. Or rather, this is an independent world. Crack, the terrace of the tower split open, and the girl screamed as she fell. 10 meters, 20 meters, just as she was about to make contact with the ground. Whoosh! A shuriken shot out, pinning the queen's clothing less than 3 meters from the ground. This woman cannot die yet. Scorpion, who had been waiting for Uchiha Kagami's command, looked up and saw a pair of crimson Sharingan from the side. Uchiha Kagami could hardly contain his excitement. He smiled with great joy, as if he possessed the entire world. Scorpion, do you know, an unordered future is what I look forward to. You, my friend, witness the fate of the entire world. Chapter 57. The Red Lotus held a moment I truly began to influence the timeline was when Kakashi Hitaki did not die. Not to mention the other impacts. The fact that Deidara came to seek the ancient country of Lulon at this time should be because of this. The simultaneous assault on Konoha by the 3 major countries that originally did not exist was also a butterfly effect caused by him. He feared Naruto's return, which would correct history. Perhaps, since that year when Kakashi Hitaki left, this place has already deviated from the original timeline. Finally, there are no more messy time travels. No need to worry about timeline issues anymore. History will be written by me. Watching the sudden arrival of Uchiha Kagami and Deidara, Sarah felt a bit shaken. It must be said that both of their appearances could be considered top-notch, which quickly calmed the girl down. Thank you for saving me. I am Sarah, the queen of this country, and I will repay you. Uchiha Kagami vaguely remembered that it was Naruto who saved this woman with a princess carry, but he had been slapped several times. What is your name? Looking at that cold face illuminated by the slanted sunlight, there was a dangerous yet charming aura. I don't have time to play morning idol dramas with you. Deidara, keep an eye on your cousin. Just don't let her die. The queen can open the dragon vein seal. It will be easier when the time comes. Don't give me orders so naturally. The two who suddenly appeared brought countless puppets closer, and the blue-purple light emanating from the gaps in the puppets. That is, the power of the dragon vein. In Uchiha Kagami's perception, this power was heavy and pure. This is the original natural energy, immensely vast. Uchiha Kagami looked towards the tall tower, where a man with a full beard was looking down in disbelief. Deidara, Lord Deidara, Lushan, whose real name is Baizu, is a rogue ninja from Sunagakure. He originally had another identity, which was Deidara's junior. This voice, are you Baizu? Deidara frowned slightly. How could you have aged like this? Because he came from over 20 years later. Uchiha Kagami raised one hand and said lightly, "Don't waste time, just die." Swoosh. Endless slashes spread out, shattering all the approaching puppets. Within a diameter of 200 meters, debris flew everywhere. Swoosh. A slash severed Baizu at the waist. "What are you doing?" "Unlushan is my trusted minister," Sarah shouted in panic, completely confused. Uchiha Kagami soared into the air until he was level with the severed Baizu, raising a finger. Boom! A massive blue-purple chakra erupted from Baizu's severed body, surprisingly blocking Uchiha Kagami's slash. "Who are you?" Crack crack. Baizu's body reformed, inflating like a balloon, revealing a brown clay puppet shell, growing larger. The upper body was somewhat humanoid, while the lower half was a gigantic centipede shape, measuring several hundred meters in size. Rumbling, the tall tower could not withstand such immense weight and collapsed with a roar. Deidara used a chakra thread to pull Sarah back and flew out. What on earth is going on? Sarah's terrified screams made Deidara a bit impatient. He wasn't someone who sympathized with the weak, even if this girl was his cousin. Click. Deidara couldn't be bothered to speak. A piece of puppet debris sealed Sarah's mouth. Furrowing his brows, he looked at the gigantic puppet Baizu had transformed into. Baizu's talent as a puppet master was quite average in Deidara's eyes. But now the amount of chakra he possessed had actually surpassed his. The dragon vein. Can it be used this way too? He turned to look at Sarah. Even Uchiha Kagami cannot shake the dragon vein. So can I utilize this woman to harness the power of the dragon vein later? It must be possible. If Baizu could do it, how could I not? However, all of this depends on whether Uchiha Kagami returns in defeat. No matter who you are, you will never be my opponent. Deidara, did you see this? This is my immortal body. I have surpassed you. Blue-purple chakra erupted, even triggering thunder. Uchiha Kagami stood in a corner of the crumbling tower, looking at him indifferently. You little brat. Godi. Dragon vein, fireball. Boom. A massive blue-purple flame erupted from the giant puppet's mouth. Uchiha Kagami made no move, and an invisible slash cut through the flames. Not yet finished. Super Dragon Vein Fireball. An even larger blue-purple flame shot out from the cannon at Baizu's chest, using a fireball against Uchiha. Truly talented. The power of the Dragon Vein is indeed strong. The flame seemed to fear Uchiha Kagami, veering away from him and crashing backward, filling the sky. The blue-purple flames illuminated his face, adding a touch of enchanting beauty. However, you are too noisy. I don't want you to demonstrate a product anymore. Uchiha Kagami raised his hand, forming a deep blue chakra sphere that spun chaotically and rapidly. First, the Rasengan. Swoosh. A layer of flame enveloped the Rasengan, burning fiercely. Boom. The fireball instantly swelled to a 2-meter diameter, radiating infinite heat. A cold smile appeared on his face. Using fire release against Uchiha. Let me show you what true flames are. It is as hot as fire, with no mercy in its light, as if it could burn everything to ashes. The flames distorted time and space. Like a sun, it loomed over the earth in a grand and ruthless manner. In the spiritual space, half of his body was in the door, half was outside, with a spear of sealing embedded in his chest. He looked at the flame. He never denied Uchiha Kagami's talent, but still felt that he was just a brat stealing his own power. He also possessed the power of fire. The process of preparation and cooking is like turning on the fire for cooking. He was born to devour humanity. Unlike his extremely dark nature, his fire possessed vitality. It burned everything it touched to nothing, from body to soul. He had thought Uchiha Kagami would also steal this power, but his fire was completely different. The essence of fire is to burn, to emit light and heat, an essential component of civilization and even life. Uchiha Kagami's flames gave him the feeling of a cold sun, only killing intent, with no trace of mercy for all living things. For some reason, this name surged in his heart. Uchiha Kagami remained expressionless, pushing forward with his fingertip. The fusion of earth release and fire release can form a bloodline limit called molten release with boundless power. Uchiha Kagami dismantled the chakra of the four tails and understood the general principle. He did not develop it entirely in the direction of molten release. He simply used the technique of fusion. Swoosh, the stabilized fireball with deep red and enchanting flames, slowly rises and sways, resembling a red lotus. So beautiful. As if in slow motion, the fireball descends. Time and space seem to quiet down. Scorpion, carrying Sarah, frantically escapes towards the periphery, cursing under his breath. Damn Uchiha. Do you have no regard for others once the fight starts? That thing. Scorpion knows clearly that if he stays in place, he will definitely die. The sound is blocked, and the movements are delayed. 100 Feet stares blankly at the extraordinarily beautiful flames descending, and a ridiculous thought arises. Do I, someone like this, deserve such a magnificent death? It's time to exit. Fire release. Song of the Red Lotus hell, the crimson flames ignite, and everything turns to ashes. Chapter 58. Dragon Vein. The brilliance was sharp and powerful, with deep red fire pillars splashing out like blooming red lotuses. The sky was illuminated in bright red, making it look like hell. Uchiha Kagami hovered above, the remains of the high tower beneath him already shattered. During a confrontation with the IWA shinobi, he replicated the light and heavy rock technique using his Sharingan. Although he couldn't fly freely like Inoki, he could at least hover in the air. The fusion of In release and Fire release was undoubtedly a bloodline limit. The research materials Jiraiya had provided were very useful, allowing him to enhance the Rasengan more quickly. The Uchiha clan itself possessed far more chakra than ordinary ninja clans, and Kagami's In release was confirmed by Madara to surpass that of Asuna, who had the Manjiki Sharingan. Kagami understood very well that his ability development needed to focus on In release. The raging flames consumed the surrounding towers entirely. As for the so-called immortal puppet body of Baizoku, it was already untraceable. The deep red flames continued to spread, even using earth and stone as fuel, showing no signs of stopping. Uchiha Kagami slowly descended, his gaze turning to a certain direction. In a few shunshin, he appeared in front of Scorpion and Sarah. Sarah, whose hands were bound by a chakra thread and mouth sealed, trembled, tears unable to stop flowing from her big eyes. What was going on? Who was this guy that seemed to come from hell? Scorpion tried to calm his emotions. Since becoming a human puppet, this was the first time he felt such a strong emotional fluctuation. If it weren't for Uchiha Kagami directly revealing his core location, making him feel apprehensive, he would have thought that if the information hadn't leaked, even if he couldn't defeat Uchiha Kagami, the two of them would at least be evenly matched. Now, he understood the gap. Uchiha Kagami. Next, is it to let this woman lead us to the Dragon Vein? Look, she's even proactively asking for permission, very understanding. Just as Scorpion was about to unlock the puppet fragments sealing Sarah's mouth, he noticed 3 tomo appearing in her pupils. Under the influence of the Jinjutsu, she walked straight in one direction. Uchiha Kagami approached Scorpion and said lightly, "The Sharingan is very convenient. Don't you want a pair?" "What is the cost?" Scorpion's heart stirred. "You'll have it if you reincarnate into the Uchiha clan in your next life." "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." Uchiha Kagami was in a good mood, hands behind his back, following Sarah. Scorpion, who was behind him, tightened his grip. If it weren't for that scene just now, even knowing that Uchiha Kagami knew his weaknesses, he would have fought to the death. In a giant tower, countless people were pushing gears, looking gaunt and underdressed. These are the natives of the ancient Lulan, enslaved by Baizoku to create puppet weapons for his ambitions. Scorpion temporarily suppressed his anger, his attention drawn to the puppet materials in the tower. Under the influence of the Jinjutsu, Sarah walked to a ceiling platform. At the center of the ceiling array was an open pot lid, like an eye opening, with blue-purple energy belonging to the dragon vein seeping out. Without needing to be instructed, Sarah pressed her hands on the seal, resonating her bloodline with the dragon vein. Uchiha Kagami's gaze was deep as he observed carefully. The dragon vein was the lifeblood of the earth, an enormous natural energy conglomerate. Perhaps it could be understood as a tailed beast without consciousness. Its energy even surpassed that of the tailed beasts. Even the Nine Tails, known for having unlimited chakra, eventually ran out of chakra and needed time to recover. The energy of the dragon vein was so powerful that its mere instinctive eruption could transcend time and space. It was the network that stabilized the earth, and its rampaging power could cause the land to collapse. It was like a stabilizer for the world. The seal was opened. Endless blue-purple energy pillars shot into the sky. A faint sound of a dragon's roar echoed. Boom! 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 The entire town began to crumble and shatter. This shockwave was spreading. Scorpion was a bit anxious. Uchiha Kagami. No one can seize the power of the dragon vein. At most, like Baizoku, one can only use tools to draw a small amount. You see, this is not a power that humans can covet. Uchiha Kagami turned a deaf ear, shunshining to the ceiling platform. The incantations on the ceiling array jumped wildly, but they couldn't stop the power of the dragon vein from losing its suppression. If one were to look up, they would see a large area of the sky painted in blue-purple. It was easy to imagine that once the power of the dragon vein burst forth completely, it would be a catastrophe that could destroy heaven and earth. Uchiha Kagami reached his hand into the energy pillar. A strong suction force came. In the spiritual space, Suo Shuang couldn't help but admire. Such a massive, substantial energy was simply unprecedented. Uchiha Kagami, just as that red-haired brat said, with your body, you can't possibly bear this power. Uchiha Kagami smirked lightly and said, Suo Shuang, have you heard of the story of buying the box and returning the pearl? What do you mean? The story's moral refers to improper choices, where the secondary item is better than the primary. Conversely, it means to eliminate the unnecessary. The Sharingan disregarded Suo Shuang as Uchiha Kagami continued. From the moment I realized I couldn't open the seal with my own strength, I understood. Perhaps compared to you, this cage that can bind you is the more valuable thing. Suo Shuang's expression turned somewhat ugly. Bastard, are you underestimating me? You opened the seal just to collect this power? This is part of the plan. Boom! The spiritual space shook, and the blue-purple energy torrent surged in. It swept past Suo Shuang's body, flooding into the ceiling door. More and more, illuminating the dim ceiling door, revealing the endless sea of corpses and blood. Suo Shuang sneered. Such a massive energy conglomerate, you can't use it at all. You're not strong enough, Uchiha Kagami. Instead of guarding a treasure mountain, let's cooperate. I know you want to learn the reversal technique. With your and my wisdom, we can transform the energy of this world. You're really annoying. How many times do I have to say it for you to understand? You're not qualified to cooperate with me. The energy of the dragon vein continuously poured into the ceiling door. This unknown creation seemed to possess infinite space. After a long time, the energy torrent gradually weakened, becoming less and less. Uchiha Kagami's spiritual space was filled with blue-purple light. Inside the crimson door, above the sea of corpses and blood, a blue-purple giant dragon coiled and twisted, like an endless river lying across. The dragon's body undulated like mountains, seemingly endless at a glance. Each dragon scale flickered with mysterious light, captivating the heart. The giant dragon moved slowly, its eyes devoid of any spirit. It did not possess self-awareness. However, even so, the sense of oppression emanating from its unconsciousness still made Suo Shuang feel uncomfortable. He was originally stuck, nailed down. It feels as if a great mountain has been pressed down, incredibly oppressive. It's too powerful. There is not much surprise in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. This was expected. Preparations are complete. The perfect kaleidoscope plan can now be implemented. Meanwhile, a tremendous change in the outside world has quietly arrived. Chapter 59, Earthquake. The city of 1,000 towers began to collapse. This town was built on the power of the dragon vein. Scorpion's eyes were filled with horror, as his perception of the world was overturned. How could it be? How could there really be someone who can bear the power of the dragon vein? There were no complicated rituals, and nothing seemed difficult. The dragon vein supporting the earth surged into the boy's body like a mud cow entering the sea. Not a ripple was raised. In the distance, Scorpion seemed to see an incredibly dreamy scene. A divine dragon coiled in a sea of blood. In a distant land of demons. For generations, the priestess of the land of demons has guarded a creature named Morio. The source of Morio's power is the evil in human hearts. Inside the palace, the priestess Miro was meditating. Suddenly, Miro's body trembled violently, and a tremendous evil thought surged into her mind. In her consciousness, a phantom demon roared. Priestess, you feel it, don't you? The suppression of the earth has disappeared. Ha ha ha! You can no longer contain me. I will soon break free from the seal. This world is mine. I will destroy everything and establish my own kingdom of 1,000 kings. In the Grass Ninja Village, the city of Ghost Lanterns. This is a prison specifically established by various countries through the Grass Ninja Village to hold offending ninjas. In a hidden place, there is a mysterious black box, with 4 human faces on its sides, representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. The ultimate weapon from the Sage of Six Paths era, the box of ultimate bliss. As long as it is nourished by enough negative energy, opening it will grant a wish. It is said that during the Sage of Six Paths era, the Grass Hidden Village almost obtained the entire world through it. No one saw it, but it emitted a strange black light. Such events were happening all over the ninja world. Evil creatures and beasts that had been sealed for many years began to stir. On the moon, 1,000 years ago, after Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed by Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Hagoromo's brother, Hagoromo stayed in the ninja world to establish the ninja sect. He is the existence later known as the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, his brother Hagoromo flew to the moon with their clan to accompany their mother. It was both atonement and vigilance. In a magnificent palace, a middle-aged man with azure hair and pale skin held a baby in his arms. His pure white pupils gazed at the blue planet. His brows furrowed. What has happened in the ninja world? The Outer Path Golem was summoned years ago. And now, the ninja world, created by the Sage of Six Paths, is becoming increasingly filthy. In the gap of reincarnation, the ancestor of the ninja sect, the Sage of Six Paths, slowly opened his eyes, which were a pair of pale, purple eyes with boundless power. The Rinnegan, for thousands of years, he has existed in the form of chakra, guarding the Pure Land and patrolling the ninja world. In recent years, the biggest event was naturally Uchiha Obito awakening the Rinnegan and summoning the Outer Path Golem. He did not intervene. Now, another event of equal significance has occurred. The Dragon Vein bears the responsibility of safeguarding the earth. This land has harbored many evil entities. Some were sealed by the ninja sect 1,000 years ago. And there were also sealing clans like the Uzumaki clan. The Dragon Vein played a crucial role in many of these seals. Uchiha Kagami, the Sage of Six Paths, murmured. He could not see how this descendant accomplished such a feat should he stop him now. And make him return the Dragon Vein? This time, he hesitated. The child predicted by Gamamaru had not yet appeared. And if I casually intervened in the affairs of the ninja world, the blue-eyed boy, playing with the tailed beasts, guiding them towards their true power, changing the ninja world. With a sigh, the Sage of Six Paths ultimately chose to trust the prophecy. There will definitely be someone who will show me the correct path. The ancient country of Lulan has become a ruin. Those who survived by chance trembled amidst the ruins, crying and lamenting. Ignoring such a scene, Uchiha Kagami jumped down from the shattered ceiling platform. After collecting the Dragon Vein, it seemed that some chaotic things were howling in the shadows due to his action of collecting the Dragon Vein. It was obvious that the Dragon Vein was of great importance, and the consequences of the earth shattering were not impossible. However, Uchiha Kagami was not the kind of person to return a treasure he had obtained to avoid disaster. Watching the cracks in the earth not continue to spread, Scorpion let out a slight sigh of relief. Uchiha Kagami, you actually really did it. Casually patting his younger brother on the shoulder, Uchiha Kagami smiled lightly and said, "There's nothing to be shocked about. It's basic operation. Scorpion, I find you quite interesting. Interested in being my subordinate?" Scorpion was silent for a moment before shaking his head. Your strength and ambition impress me. However, I am a vengeful person. Before killing that man, I prefer to act alone. That's truly a pity. I don't believe you can kill Kakashi Hitaki. Uchiha Kagami said it casually, not at all desperate for talent. Fine, then I'm leaving. You better clean up your trash and leave early too. I feel this place will collapse. Scorpion clenched his fist hidden in his sleeve again. Not following this guy was definitely the right decision. I'll become a human puppet. I don't want to die of a heart attack one day. Uchiha Kagami summoned a giant eagle, and the howling wind blew through his long hair. The energy of the Dragon Vein was immense, but it was unlikely to be immediately put to use. Using natural energy, the best current method is Sage Mode. Uchiha Kagami had another idea. The Dragon Vein was not absorbed for the purpose of learning Sage Mode. There was no need to learn the techniques of those beasts. The Sharingan could achieve it. The crimson gaze pierced through the clouds, gazing at the distant sky. The Third Great Ninja War. The peak is about to arrive. Chapter 60 Kaleidoscope, Lord Mirror, you have returned. The ninja of the camp bowed respectfully. After years of war, he had been promoted to the deputy commander of the Northern Front. This temporary position during wartime was granted because of his immense reputation, which the higher-ups had no choice but to acknowledge. Moreover, the people under him were mostly from the Pig, Deer, Butterfly, and Inuzuka clans, while his own clan members were assigned to the Eastern Front. About half a year ago, the Mist Village officially joined the war. Aiming to take a bite out of Konoha, the 7 ninja swordsmen also began to make a name for themselves, becoming a fearsome special unit. Konoha was engaged in a forefront war, with the situations in the north and west being the most challenging. Iwagakure and Kumogakure were both strong, and their combined military power was not weaker than Konoha's, despite the difference in the number of top-tier strong individuals. This led Danzo to repeatedly berate Uchiha Kagami at the Konoha 4 Phantom Gods Conference for disregarding the overall situation and killing the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, Uchiha Kagami couldn't hear him. Otherwise, that old man would have been dead long ago. Danzo had always been elusive, hardly ever seen, and since Uchiha Kagami rose to prominence, no one could find him. Truly a filthy rat in the gutter. Just as Kagami sat down in his tent, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Lord Mirror, Lord Jiraiya requests your immediate presence. It is of utmost urgency. Has Kumogakure attacked? When Uchiha Kagami lifted the flap of the command tent, a heavy atmosphere enveloped him. His gaze swept across the people inside the tent. Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, Noera Rin, and Kakashi. Kakashi stood there without a hint of anger, his expression reminiscent of his father's from years ago. Glancing at Fugaku, Uchiha Kagami bluntly asked, "Why are you here?" "Let's talk about that later," Jiraiya said solemnly. "Kagami, Obito has sacrificed himself." Uchiha Kagami's expression showed no change. He had already noticed Obito's absence upon entering. Looking closely at Kakashi, he saw that his eyes were intact, but a large part of his chest was wrapped in bandages. It seemed that Obito's eyes being given to Kakashi in this timeline was merely a coincidence, not part of Uchiha Madara's scheme. If things had developed the same way as before, Kagami would have found it strange. He stepped forward to face Kakashi, whose eyes were filled with a dead silence as he slowly raised his head. "Kagami, Obito is dead." "I know, no need to repeat it." Uchiha Kagami looked at Kakashi coldly. "So?" Kakashi remained silent for a long time before squeezing words out of his hoarse voice. "Where have you been?" "Master Minato didn't respond to me either. I almost saved him." Tears streamed down Kakashi's mask, dropping onto the ground. Before this, he had remained silent and had not eaten or drunk anything for several days. It was only upon seeing Kagami that his emotions truly broke down. Slap! A loud slap echoed in the tent as Kakashi fell to the ground. "Kagami, what are you doing?" Uchiha Kagami ignored Jiraiya, stepping on Kakashi's chest, his expression extremely indifferent from above. "Do you think I and Minato must revolve around you? Do you think you have a right to make us protect you all the time? You train just enough, but when it matters, you fall short." Uchiha Kagami leaned down, grabbing Kakashi by the collar, their eyes close together. "Always thinking of relying on others. If only I were here. If only Minato were here." Why should that be? What kind of partner mission is that? Giving up doesn't even count as being useless. Someone like you, who gives up on themselves, is the real waste. Uchiha Kagami pointed outside, coldly stating, "This is war, a life-and-death war. Perhaps while I'm talking to you, a Konoha ninja has already died. Obito was nothing special. Neither are you, nor am I. If you want to cry, go far away and cry. I'm not interested in hearing your woes." Bang! Uchiha Kagami kicked Kakashi out, and Noera Rin hurriedly followed him. "Kagami, your way of motivating is too extreme." Jiraiya sighed. He felt bad for his disciple encountering such an event. However, he was even more unwilling to see Kakashi sink into despair, so he did not stop Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami turned to look at him and said lightly, "You misunderstand. This is not some form of shock therapy. I just wanted to scold him. I'll just take it that you have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. To put it bluntly, if Obito were not Kakashi's close friend, Jiraiya wouldn't care about the life or death of such a small ninja." After a few simple words, he shifted the topic to Uchiha Fugaku. "While you were away from the battlefield, Kumogakure made several incursions. There hasn't been much major fighting on the Iwagakure front lately, so Fugaku has come to fill your vacancy." Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. "Oh, then I suppose the current deputy commander is also Fugaku clan leader, right?" Fugaku's deadpan face showed no expression as he said flatly, "This is the Hokage's order. Kagami, you've had a hard time these years. You could take a break for a while." Uchiha Kagami narrowed his eyes, his smile growing wider. "Don't think too much. The old man indeed wants you to rest for a while before coming back. Minato and Kushina still have leave, and since you had matters to attend to before, you probably haven't had a break since you returned." Jiraiya patted Uchiha Kagami's shoulder, forcing a smile. "You're still young. Take it a little easier on yourself. Training also requires balance." "I'll handle it myself, Jiraiya." "Sensei." Uchiha Kagami turned to walk outside, glancing back at Fugaku with a faint smile. "Clan leader Fugaku, come. I have some matters to discuss with you. I also have some things to talk to you about." Fugaku followed behind. Watching the two figures, Jiraiya had a vague feeling of foreboding. However, this was a matter within the Uchiha clan, so he couldn't intervene too much. Jiraiya understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, but from his perspective, he did indeed want Uchiha Kagami to stay away from the battlefield for a while longer. Kagami was still so young, and having prolonged exposure to the battlefield too early was not a good thing. Even if Kagami's mentality was somewhat tough, it was still hard to guarantee he wouldn't encounter setbacks like Kakashi's. After all, even Tsunade, Uchiha Kagami had walked far away, almost out of sight of the camp. Fugaku said nothing, silently following behind. Turning around in front of a large tree, Uchiha Kagami looked at Fugaku with a light smile. You have all gained the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, yet you still choose Sarutobi Hiruzen? Fugaku's expression changed slightly, but he quickly composed himself. Kagami, your ocular power is indeed strong, you noticed, huh? Fugaku's eyes revealed the three-tomo Sharingan, slowly spinning, forming the shape of a three-blade shuriken. If possible, I don't want you to awaken this cursed power. Kagami, I see the future. If the Uchiha clan rebels with force, there will be no good outcome. Compromise, at least until the Uchiha have enough power. Uchiha Kagami crossed his arms, showing no surprise at Fugaku's Manjiki, a mocking smile on his face. It's merely a future predicted based on your shallow insights. The future is unpredictable. All I know is, the future of the Uchiha is in my hands. All right, Fugaku. Uchiha Kagami extended a hand and beckoned. Come at me with all your might. But don't die too easily. Chapter 61, Suffering Mirror. Fugaku's gaze grew increasingly indifferent. Without these eyes, you wouldn't even know the difference between the three-tomo and the kaleidoscope. Swish! An invisible slash tore through the atmosphere, grazing Fugaku's body and severing dozens of giant trees. Boom! Next time, I won't bother with a greeting. Fugaku's expression darkened, a shilling aura rising. A howl that was neither human nor beast echoed, a deep purple chakra materializing around his body. One of his eyes began to weep blood tears, igniting black flames from the void. Is that the flame of Amaterasu? The fierce warrior god residing within the kaleidoscope, named Susanoo, the ultimate destructive power of our clan. Uchiha Mirror, then as you wish, witness my full strength. The half-formed Susanoo stood amidst the black flames, resembling a deity or a demon. Not only did Fugaku directly activate Susanoo, but he also covered the battlefield with the black flames of Amaterasu. This is a fire that never extinguishes. No need to introduce your skills. Uchiha Mirror raised his hand to slice through the black flames that were about to burn him. You didn't use it directly against me, so I suppose you have some combat experience. Fugaku remained silent. Amaterasu is a black calamity fire that can burn everything, but he knew very well that it takes time to lock onto a target with his ocular power. That little time is usually not enough for ordinary ninjas to react. Uchiha Mirror, the one hailed as the Crimson-Eyed, the representative figure of the external Sharingan. How could he possibly avoid it? Therefore, rather than attacking Uchiha Mirror, it was more reasonable to use the flames of Amaterasu to shape the battlefield, restricting Uchiha Mirror's approach with that terrifying martial art. However, at a medium distance, it wouldn't be difficult for someone with the kaleidoscope's ocular power to evade. Perhaps there was no need to evade at all. Uchiha Mirror, you cannot cut through my Susanoo. Mirror, I will not kill you, but you must understand who truly is the leader of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku had no obsession with the position of clan leader and was willing to give it to outstanding juniors. However, wanting to do so and being forced down are two different matters. In recent years, Uchiha Mirror's power had grown too overwhelming, and the clan's various powers began to shift. The industries were secondary. The most important thing was, more and more clansmen recognized Uchiha Mirror's ideology and joined the radical faction. Fugaku had foreseen that after the war, Konoha would purge the Uchiha. He must turn the situation around before that happened. Crack! The sound of Susanoo shattering interrupted Fugaku's thoughts. Uchiha Mirror hadn't even activated his Sharingan. A slash tainted with crimson flames swept away the black flames, ruthlessly shattering the half-formed Susanoo. With wide-open eyes, Fugaku was filled with shock and confusion, as if what he saw transcended perception. The raised finger did not fall, and Uchiha Mirror's emotionless voice came forth. You're Susanoo. Compared to that guy's, no, there's no comparison at all. Susanoo is indeed the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha, but for you to use it is a disgrace. Uchiha Mirror stepped forward, the flames burning everything could not approach him, repelled by an invisible force. In the shattered Susanoo, Fugaku was not harmed by the slash. However, his strongest means had been easily destroyed, leaving him unable to escape the immense gap for a long time. The three tomo spun in the eye sockets, and there was not a trace of a victor's self-satisfaction in Uchiha Mirror's eyes. He walked closer to Fugaku. What's the matter? Is this how it ends? How boring. It hasn't ended. How can it end like this? Uchiha Mirror, I am the one who possesses the kaleidoscope. Surge, a blood-red light suddenly appeared, and the world instantly transformed into black and white. Illusory Heaven's Prison. A kaleidoscope-level ocular technique. Not only does it have the ability to predict possible futures, but it can also pull people into this illusionary world. wearing down the opponent's mental strength. The consumption built within this illusionary space is borne by the opponent. Even a high-ranking ninja skilled in release like Nara would not last more than a few seconds. Within this illusionary space, it was a blood-soaked night filled with a sense of slaughter. Ninjas wearing ANBU masks charged into the Uchiha clan's territory, killing wildly. In the distance, the Nine Tails roared, shaking the heavens. Fugaku spread his arms, roaring, "You see it, don't you? Mirror. Even if I control the Nine Tails like Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan cannot win in resistance. Konoha will suffer heavy losses, but our clan will disappear. Is this the future you wanted to see?" Uchiha Mirror felt his mental energy being consumed. A drop in the bucket. This technique has its merits, but using it against me is rather laughable. Uchiha Mirror chuckled lightly, a mix of disdain and mockery. The first point is wrong. With you, how could you possibly do what Madara did? Your caliber doesn't even qualify you to speak that name. Sorry, I misjudged earlier. This isn't your prediction of the future based on your own knowledge. It's entirely the delusion of the incapable. Uchiha Mirror extended his palm and gently grasped. In an instant, the black and white world shattered. Fugaku, suffering the backlash of the illusion, spat out a mouthful of foul blood, his spirit utterly dejected. The shock in his eyes was beyond comprehension. How could this be? Why? Clearly, I am the kaleidoscope. Uchiha Mirror stepped on Fugaku's throat. He no longer wished to hear this guy's words. Originally, I intended to kill you. You are so weak and incompetent. Dying would be a release, wouldn't it? Uchiha Mirror extended his finger, and Fugaku, having his throat stepped on, could not utter a cry. Two blood-stained eyeballs were held in his palm. You do not deserve to have these eyes. Struggle on and see. No, listen carefully to the Uchiha I lead become the strongest in the ninja world. From now on, you are no longer the leader of the Uchiha clan, and you are forever forbidden from leaving the Uchiha territory. Uchiha Mirror leaned in closer and whispered in Fugaku's ear, "What I will give you is not death, but suffering. Pain, sorrow, defeat." A series of blows caused Uchiha Fugaku to lose consciousness. Uchiha Mirror raised his hand, and two figures appeared in an instant. Xuanhua and Yunjian. Elite Uchiha with 3 Tomo, chosen by Uchiha Mirror, who had experienced the baptism of war. Acting like a guard squad. Throw Fugaku's eyes to Xuanhua. You take Fugaku back. Give the eyes to Xinhua for safekeeping. Yunjian, go notify the clansmen. After this, I will be the leader of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 62, each person's choice as the two took Fugaku away. Jiraiya slowly approached. With such a commotion, as one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya could certainly sense it. Uchiha Kagami also noticed he was already present and did not shy away. Just like how he had given Minato a choice once. Jiraiya had a debt of gratitude towards him, and Uchiha Kagami was willing to give him a choice. Fugaku had a choice too, but he made the wrong one. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Kagami with a very complex gaze, filled with countless thoughts. As the crimson in his eyes faded, Kagami turned and chuckled lightly. Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya's mind conjured the image of the boy who had called him teacher for the first time with a naive smile years ago. It had not been long. It felt like a lifetime ago. Kagami. Must there be this battle? It was something that even Fugaku could understand. How could Jiraiya not see it clearly? Once this war was over, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village would be irreconcilable. As the leader of the radicals, Uchiha Kagami had already risen to power. There had once been an opportunity for reconciliation, but it was Senju Tobarama who severed that possibility. I understand, but my disciple and my teacher. Jiraiya fell silent for a long time. Kagami. His expression was like half his face was smiling and half was crying, very twisted. Tsunade has left. After this war ends, I also want to travel. Forgive me, Kagami. The teacher is a coward and does not have the courage to stand by your side. At least, Konoha will still exist, right? Is this your choice? Jiraiya-sensei? Of course. The establishment of Konoha originally had a share of the Uchiha. I just want to take back what the Uchiha should have. Jiraiya sighed deeply. The remaining matters would be left for Orochimaru to worry about. After all, it's you who wants to be Hokage. Sigh. I originally wanted you to help me gather materials from the village. Such an unruly little brat. Fugaku was injured on the battlefield and would return to the village to recuperate. I will tell the old man that. Jiraiya approached, intending to pat Uchiha Kagami on the head. He realized this guy was almost as tall as he was, so it was inconvenient to pat his head, and he could only pat his shoulder instead. Come on, let me show you that I've also learned to add nature transformation to the Rasengan. A month later, Western Battlefield. The Wind Country announced its defeat months ago, and Sunagakure submitted an alliance agreement to Konoha. It was not a surrender, so naturally, there were no reparations or similar treaties. Konoha, facing enemies from all sides, was also overwhelmed, even though they knew that Sunagakure could not send many people to assist them in battle. However, if a ceasefire could be established, they could mobilize some of their forces to the Iwagakure battlefield to alleviate pressure. Konoha agreed. Thus, the Wind Country, which had initiated the war, was the first to withdraw from the Third Shinobi World War, licking its wounds in the wind and sand. In the command room, the main forces of Konoha gathered. Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and besides Narashikako as Inoshikacho, there were also Akatsuki and Sarutobi Shinjiro. The Uchiha and Hyuga were on the eastern battlefield, while Jiraiya and Uchiha Kagami were on the northern battlefield. This place gathered the vast majority of Konoha's strength. Minato Namikaze's expression was somewhat gloomy. He learned about what happened to Kakashi only afterward, as he had been on the front lines against Iwagakure at the time and had no time to spare. With Kirigakure joining the battle, the situation on the eastern battlefield was not optimistic. If it weren't for Nara Shikaku's exceptional wisdom, they might have been invaded by Kirigakure into the Fire Country's homeland. The ninjas that Konoha could send had already been deployed, and every household had friends and relatives who had died. War is a term that embodies extreme cruelty. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer withstand this level of damage and decided to gather the main force for a decisive battle against Iwagakure. The entire army assembled before the Kamizukabashi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would also arrive at the battlefield. This was a battle that gambled on the fate of the Fire Country. After defeating the largest number of Iwagakure forces head-on, they could concentrate their strength to fight against Kyomogakure. As long as they could free up their hands, the invading Kirigakure would not be feared. On the other side of the Kamizukabashi, one could see the swirling wind and sand from afar, likely caused by a large number of Iwagakure ninjas. Iwagakure could not withstand a prolonged battle with Konoha. Their resources were not as abundant as Konoha's. In fact, this war was a trade of Iwagakure's inferior horses for Konoha's superior horses. I don't care how many I die, but you have quite a few ninja clan descendants. Moreover, Iwagakure was in a state of decline. If they could find a few good seedlings during the war, he could also cultivate them vigorously. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in military attire, appeared and opened the tent. Hokage-sama, Third Hokage-sama. You've come, Third Hokage. With you personally joining the battle, we will definitely achieve victory. The old man really came. The frequent battles in his youth had made Sarutobi Hiruzen show signs of aging before reaching 60. However, his era had not yet ended. When he appeared on the battlefield, the somewhat heavy atmosphere instantly changed. Many of them had grown up listening to the legends of Sarutobi Hiruzen and held immense respect for this ninja hero. Even someone like Orochimaru felt reassured when seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure. If it's the old man, then there's no problem. You are the man who ended 2 shinobi world wars and led Konoha into its peak period. Orochimaru, Minato, what's the current situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not blindly trust the intelligence. In wartime, the judgment of the on-site commander was the most intuitive. 3 days ago, Iwagakure launched a large-scale offensive with around 15,000 troops, and a Jinchuriki also appeared. Orochimaru's voice was low and somewhat hoarse. He hadn't rested properly for the last 6 or 7 days. With Kushina's help, we can make up for the gap in combat power. Intelligence ninjas have discovered that a larger number of Iwagakure forces are gathering on the other side of the Kamizukabashi. I see. It seems that the old man Inoki also wants to end this war. He and Inoki have been old rivals. Whether during the end of the First Shinobi War or throughout the Second Shinobi War, both sides had clashed. Each side had victories and defeats on the local battlefield. But in the end, Konoha always emerged victorious. They weren't bitter enemies, as Iwagakure had always been the one to attack Konoha. Inoki hated the Third Hokage more. If that reckless man hadn't actively sought cooperation, he would have preferred to duel the Third Hokage. Ultimately, it was because Uchiha Kagami had directly countered his dust release and killed the previous 8 Tails Jinchuriki, leading to the alliance between the longtime enemies, Kyomogakure and Iwagakure. After understanding the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged a series of deployments, clearly having a better battlefield instinct than Orochimaru, pointing out many of his shortcomings. His gaze shifted between Orochimaru and Minato. After this war, I should also step down. I need to hand the village over to a suitable 4th Hokage. He recalled the battlefield on the northern front and the messages sent back by Jiraiya. Fugaku. He also wanted to go to the Uchiha clan's territory to see how Fugaku was doing and clarify the situation. but he was stopped by a group of Uchiha members led by Shinra, a bunch of red-eyed individuals, either old men or disabled. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't bring himself to force his way in. Danzo wasn't around either. These issues should wait until the war is over to be resolved. They couldn't leave this problem for the fourth Hokage to deal with. Kakashi, you have let me down with the last chance I gave you. Chapter 63, Hokage the Wind Howled. At both ends of the massive Shimibi Bridge stood the pinnacle of combat power in the ninja world. Heh, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Long time no see. Oenoki hovered in midair, flanked by Akatsuchi, Old Purple, and a group of elite Iwagakure ninja. Behind them, a sea of smoke and sand filled the forest. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of impending doom. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something inexplicably strange about Oenoki before him. However, at their level of strength, transformation techniques wouldn't fool their senses, so this feeling of unease was. Oenoki's gaze turned cold as he looked at Kushina in the crowd. You little girl have truly made us suffer. The Uzumaki clan still isn't dealt with properly. Ever since he exchanged intelligence with the Third Hokage and learned that Konoha's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was a red-haired woman, he had nearly snapped his back in anger. Since then, it had been a lingering thorn in his mind. Damn old man, what did you say? The enraged Kushina's red hair flew wildly, her violent chakra surging, nearly knocking over those around her. On her fair cheeks, faint traces of beast-like whiskers began to appear. Calm down, Kushina. Minato quickly comforted her by her side. Although there wouldn't be a risk of her going berserk without reason, if Kushina became too agitated, the Nine Tails could still influence her a bit. He just wants to provoke you, don't fall for it. While calming her down, Minato was also prepared to assist Kushina in sealing the Nine Tails in case of an emergency. Kushina took heavy breaths, tried to calm herself. Her eyes locked onto Oenoki, her voice icy. You old bastard, I will definitely kill you. That's enough, Oenoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice. Show a little bit of dignity as a Hokage. Since it has come to this point, I want to advise you to surrender. Bang! The Sarutobi staff appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, ready for battle. This time, it will be you who loses. Heh! Looking at Oenoki, who remained unmoving with his mustache curling up in a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's ominous premonition grew stronger. Old man Hiruzen, I have no interest in you. Oenoki sneered. You've disappointed me too much. You actually allowed that Uchiha brat to grow. I originally didn't want to do this good deed, helping you deal with the Uchiha. Be grateful to me, just like that year we helped you deal with the land of whirlpools, allowing you to successfully raise the descendants of the Uzumaki clan. Boom! A sudden heartbeat echoed across the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sharply at Kushina, shouting, Kushina, regarding the matter of the land of whirlpools, we truly had no time to spare. Konoha is also engulfed in war. Lord Mito is aware of this too. Boom! Kushina tightly covered her head, strands of crimson chakra spilling out. I know. Lady Mito also told me. Minato, take Kushina away. She doesn't need to participate in the battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively stated. The current situation couldn't allow Kushina to stay here. Once the Nine Tails rampaged, it would attack either Konoha or Iwagakure first. No need to say more. Damn it. It's precisely because I'm worried about this situation that I don't want the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails on the battlefield. The Nine Tails are too uncontrollable. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to glare at Oenoki. Bang! 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 One by one, the Iwagakure elite ninja beside Oenoki exploded. It's a shadow clone. To lure the tiger away from the mountain? How is that possible? The thousands of Iwagakure ninja detected were absolutely real. Oenoki crossed his arms and said solemnly, Guess how many of us went to the battlefield in the land of lightning, and how many infiltrated Konoha? Behind me are 15,000 IWA shinobi, all of whom have the resolve to fight to the death. You can also try to let that flying thunder god brat chase us. It's not that simple to fool you. We haven't gone far. Huh. Shut up. The Sarutobi staff extended, and Oenoki didn't intend to dodge, laughing as he spoke his final words. Kushina, why is it only you who survived? Because you're the only one most suitable to be the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. With a bang, Oenoki's shadow clone was shattered. Boom! A black-red pillar of chakra shot into the sky. Kushina, Minato shouted her name loudly, pressing against her abdomen, desperately performing the sealing technique. Three Tails, Minato, I know. Kushina's voice was extremely hoarse. I know this isn't Konoha's fault, But why? Is it only I who survived? Didn't that old man tell you? Because only you can be my cage. Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen is a good person? If he could save you, could he not save one more? Let me out, and I will help you kill all those who destroyed the land of whirlpools. Of course, before that, I need to go and take down the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. The Ninetales was overjoyed. What a perfect opportunity to break free from the seal. Kushina had gradually gotten used to life in Konoha. As her body grew, she could completely suppress the Ninetales. The premise was emotional stability. Restraining the Ninetales wasn't as simple as just locking it up. If one couldn't maintain inner firmness, the Ninetales could find a breakthrough at any moment. The seal on Naruto was an enhanced version of the 8 trigram seal. Plus Minato's own chakra was still inside, acting as the final lock. After so many processing steps, even half of the Ninetales could still influence Naruto when his emotions were unstable. Defeating the Ninetales and sealing the Ninetales were two different matters. To put it simply, you can stab someone to death with one knife, but binding them up is not that simple. If we don't consider using the power of the tailed beasts, the amber bottle from Kyumogikure would be the perfect suppressor. After all, it is a 6-paths ninja tool. The current situation saw a Wagakure ninja charging from afar, an endless sea of them. All Konoha ninja's gazes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting for him to give the order. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was terrifyingly grim. Kushina needed calming, but a Wagakure had already launched an attack, leaving no time for that. Moreover, Oanoki and the others' whereabouts were also crucial. Jiraiya, the village. On the village side, Koharu and Danzo were there. Even if Oanoki's target was the village, they could hold them off for a while. But the battlefield in the land of lightning. If Oanoki went there, it was bound to be a prearranged plan with the Third Hokage. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. Kushina, calm down. You, Minato, and Orochimaru go support the northern front. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and countless Konoha ninja are waiting for you. This is the village that Lord Mito has protected for a lifetime. No matter how you think about it, Lord Mito's love for you is definitely not fake. In the upper ninja class, 3 commanders remain, while the others return to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes ahead, tightly gripping his staff. If I die here, appoint Orochimaru as the 4th Hokage. Execute the order. Chapter 64 Thunder. The northern border of the Land of Fire. Dozens of ninjas wearing the cloud-hidden forehead protector stand at the edge of a cliff. At the forefront is the Third Hokage. These are the absolute elites of Cloud Hidden, with even the weakest being a special Jonin with unique abilities, and there are also the formidable AB combination. The Eight Tails has revived faster than expected, with the location still being at the Lightning Country's Cloud Thunderfalls. After successfully suppressing it, Killer Bee voluntarily offers to become the Jinchuriki, inheriting the pain his master endured. Killer Bee is an unprecedented genius from Cloud Hidden. He has reached the perfect Jinchuriki realm that only exists in theory. A looks into the distance at the Konoha camp. His father, Uchiha Kagami, has returned, and a large force of Konoha ninjas is gathering in the Land of Grass. Can we trust the person who gave us this news? The Third Hokage, arms crossed and looking straight ahead, says lightly, Onoki has also received the news. There are not many people capable of doing this. It's likely the same guy who informed us a few years ago, he, lurking in the shadows and stirring up trouble. As they converse, they hear the sound of wind breaking through the clouds. Onoki arrives with 2 figures, Old Kahaku and Han. 2 Kage, 3 Jinchuriki, and dozens of powerful ninjas. This lineup is even more luxurious than the pursuit of the 2nd Hokage. Is it really necessary to sacrifice so many ninjas just to kill that brat? Old Kahaku's expression is not good. He does not agree with Onoki's decision. If it weren't for the 4 tails howling madly inside him, he would prefer to stay on the front lines. It's worth it, Onoki says solemnly. I'm absolutely convinced that that guy will grow to the level of Uchiha Madara. Paying some price now to kill him is a worthwhile deal. The other side is not guaranteed to win either. Who knows? The Nine Tails might go berserk and kill Konoha's people first. Moreover, I have instructed Suchikage that if the battle losses reach a certain level, we will retreat. You bastard smelly egg, 2.5 per pound, just casually abandoned comrade. Oh yeah. Onoki looks at Killer Bee with a face full of black lines. Then turns to the Third Hokage. What do you think about putting the 8 tails on this guy? My comrade is not for you to evaluate. The Third Hokage snorts coldly. If it weren't for the fact that Nibby said that guy has a huge restraint against Jinchuriki, I wouldn't cooperate with a despicable old man like you. Hokage uncle, Little Eight told me you told him not to call him by name, but to call him Lord Eight Tails in no rhyme. Bakayuru. Shut up. Bang. The third Raikage delivers a heavy punch, sending Killer Bee into the ground. A sighs helplessly and pulls his brother out. Be quiet. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning have never gotten along. Sometimes when they attack Konoha together, they would even stab each other in the back. However, in recent years, both sides have been very restrained, united by a common target they want to eliminate. This has become an alternative contradiction that has been redirected outward. Let's discuss our battle strategy. Onoki sighs. If it weren't for the shadow of his childhood, he wouldn't want to cooperate with these brash people from Cloud Hidden. Is there still a need for strategy? The third Raikage frowns and snorts. We have already gathered this level of combat power. We could probably kill even the first Hokage. That's why I don't like cooperating with these guys. Onoki doesn't dare to imagine how powerful Senju Hashirama must have been to defeat Uchiha Madara. Only someone as inexperienced as you would dare to say such things. Onoki does not refute the third Raikage. He knows very well what to say to such people. Defeating him is certainly not a problem, but we must consider how to capture him. According to my investigation, this brat's temperament is very similar to Uchiha Madara's. He doesn't care about those companions at all, and threatening him with people is useless. We must strike to kill, leaving him no chance to escape. Konoha has users of the Flying Thunder God technique. If he comes to rescue Uchiha Kagami, it will be difficult to have such an opportunity again next time. You've seen how fast this brat is growing. How old is he now? If he escapes, the consequences will be endless. So what do you suggest? I'll listen and then decide whether to follow your advice. Can't you just admit plainly that you are a brash person and have no constructive opinions? Tisk, stupid Cloud Hidden. Only when it comes to stealing things do they have any clever ideas. Onoki lightly coughs and continues. The safest way is for you to initiate the attack first, and I will take action after you engage in battle. 2 seconds. The buildup of dust release will definitely be sensed by him, at least limiting him for 2 seconds. Then I can destroy him with dust release. In other words, it's just letting the Cloud Hidden people act as bait while Onoki prepares a big move from the back. The Raikage squints his eyes, looking at Onoki. Although I know you have no good intentions, the men of Cloud Hidden are not like you, a treacherous type. Then it's settled. Let's go. Boom. The third Raikage shines with lightning and shoots out. The powerful recoil makes the cliff sway precariously. Inside the camp, Uchiha Kagami reads by candlelight. There are many ancient texts in the ninja world that can inspire him. The process of chakra application, some ingenious ideas for ninjutsu. He can see traces of a ninja sect within. A complete system that countless ninjas have deduced for thousands of years can almost achieve anything with chakra. No matter how talented Senju Tobarama was, he could not create those forbidden techniques out of thin air. The ancient texts left behind by the Senju of the forest are his foundation. Uchiha has them too. Not only does he have them, but there are even more compared to the Senju of the forest. After all, Indra is the ancestor of the concept of ninjutsu. Many obscure, difficult, and unformed techniques that Uchiha Madara did not take away are of great reference value. Damn it. Last time I was too focused on how dark and damp the cave was, I didn't copy the text that Madara took with him. However, Uchiha Kagami is not in a hurry. Asking Madara if he can get them is uncertain. Once Obito inherits them, it will be easy to seize them from him. And maybe get a few live white Zetsu too. Just as he is thinking this, something enters his perception range. Sharpness is revealed. A smile appears at the corner of Uchiha Kagami's mouth. Finally here, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A bolt of azure lightning cuts through the night sky. The camp immediately sounds a hurried alarm. The figure bathed in lightning approaches rapidly. Uchiha Kagami tears through the tent and stands atop it. 3 tomos slowly spin in his eyes, a flash of crimson passing by. You brat. Finally caught you. The bastard who killed Burubi. Die for me. Lightning gathers at his fingertips, blindingly bright. Hell stab. 4 books of convergence. Uchiha Kagami remains silent, his clenched fist flashing with black-red lightning. Black flash. The azure and black-red lightning collide. Silence reigns. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a strong shockwave swept through the entire camp like a typhoon. Chapter 65. Change of personnel. The explosive Raijin erupted. The nearby tents were torn apart, and the ground cracked like spreading roots. The clash of thunder shook the surroundings. In an instant, there were dozens of confrontations between the two sides. Uchiha Kagami was the first to retreat, instantly moving to the top of a large tree. He chuckled. Ha, little brat, is this all you've got? The third Raikage's fist struck again. Uchiha Kagami smiled lightly, saying nothing. Can't you brutes fight without being told? Damn it! Lightning flashed as the third Reikage gathered a finger. 3 books of the hand. Uchiha Kagami raised a finger and formed a hand seal with one hand. A dazzlingly bright red flame flowed in front of him like water. Fire release. Red Lotus Prison. The highly penetrating 3 books of the hand, upon contact with the flowing fire, was inexplicably drawn upward. What the hell is this? The third Reikage quickly retracted his hand. Bits of bright red flame staining his lightning armor, burning his chakra. Accompanying it was a bone-deep chill. Cold fire? The third Reikage did not rashly continue in the face of uncertainty and retreated, stripping away the flames along with part of his chakra. Surviving in chaotic times of war requires at least a bit of intelligence. Otherwise, such fools would have died long ago. He frowned at the flickering flames. The shape resembled the flames of the 2 tails, but it had an added cold attribute. Clearly fire, yet it had a watery sense of release. Moreover, the third Reikage had a clear sense of crisis. Being tainted by this thing was definitely not a good sign. The flames flowed slowly along Uchiha Kagami's body, as if forming a long robe made of fire. Melt release chakra mode? Dirt bug, this is fire release. Swish, swish, swish. Right after, the members of Kumogakure arrived. Jiraiya also instantly appeared beside Uchiha Kagami, his brow furrowed. The Reikage has personally made a move? I've already arranged for their evacuation. This level of battle is not something they can participate in. Kagami, I will summon Gamaken to assist you in battle. Give me a little time. I need to enter Sage mode. Uchiha Kagami turned to glance at Jiraiya and replied lightly. All right, then let me see your abilities. After a moment's thought, he reminded, Inoki has also arrived. Be careful of dust release. What? Jiraiya's pupils shrank sharply. The Reikage is one thing, but that Suchikage is here too? What are they trying to do? Why don't you go find the old man? He's the Hokage, right? Did you see it? In which direction is Inoki? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. He's hiding. I just sense his chakra for a moment. He's lying. Inoki is a highly experienced ninja. How could he make such a low-level mistake? As for how Uchiha Kagami knew, it was because he was the one who informed the Suchikage and Reikage of the intelligence, facilitating this assassination attempt against himself. Boom! Thunder Bull Heat Blade. Karabi, covered in a layer of crimson chakra, flanked by a, struck with arms like guillotines. Uchiha Kagami leaped up, kicking away the 2 who were attacking in unison. The fierce battle resumed. There is no tradition of one-on-one duels among ninjas. The third Reikage and the 2 worked together to besiege Uchiha Kagami. Their figures seemed to touch yet separate, momentarily intersecting, moving so fast that only a blur of light could be seen. The sound of explosions and shock waves ebbed and flowed. Uchiha Kagami had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Nevertheless, the expression on his face showed no sign of wavering, nor any intention of retreating. Bang! A large red toad with a U-shaped pattern on its face joined the battle to assist Uchiha Kagami's defense. Gamaken, protect Kagami! Jiraiya shouted loudly, his figure disappearing into the jungle. He needed time to summon the 2 toad sages and enter Sage mode. I understand. Even though I'm clumsy, I will definitely protect you. With a medicine bath and training, Uchiha Kagami's body had developed to the stage of 16 or 17 years old. Ninjas have their limits. The exceptionally talented Kakashi only gained combat experience and ninjutsu development after reaching adulthood, with no essential improvement. The source of Uchiha's power lies in the eyes. Unless there are special circumstances, his body had already reached its current limit. Under normal circumstances, he could only, like Might Guy, rely on time to accumulate a strong physique. A person's energy is limited. Uchiha Kagami understood that he needed to develop his Sharingan. It was impossible for him to invest everything in physical techniques like Might Guy. The strongest aspect of Uchiha Kagami was his mental energy, strong enough to even counter the Genjutsu of the aged Uchiha Bido. He easily shattered Fugaku's Genjutsu world. In fact, he had already reached the pinnacle of the current ninja world, a level that ordinary ninjas could only aspire to, the so-called level of a Kage. He possessed overwhelming advantages over some Kage with incomplete abilities, such as Raza or even Fugaku with his Manjiki Sharingan. If he wanted to become stronger, there was a clear path in the original timeline. Sasuke or Naruto, the 2 strongest ninjas in the future, with the Dragon Pulse. Uchiha Kagami could mimic Sasuke's sage art Susanoo. With the power of the Cursed Seal and his ultimate mental energy, he could open the Manjiki Sharingan without exhausting his eyesight. It was just too regrettable. This path had a clear endpoint. Even at its peak, it was merely the level of eternal Manjiki Sharingan Sasuke, augmented by sage art. This world, would eventually be invaded by the Otsutsuki clan, and such a level of power was insufficient. Even without considering future crises, Uchiha Kagami did not want to walk a path with a visible end. Right now, he was like a barrel, with the height representing his body being half a meter, while the height representing his spirit was 50 meters. What he wanted to do was to lower the higher side and fill in the lower side. Then, with the increase in his mental energy, he would elevate the barrel's height evenly. This was an infinite road to achieve such a key point. It was the reversal of techniques. No, it should be said that it was the evolution of techniques applicable to the chakra system. Simply relying on self-study and comprehension would take too long. It doesn't matter. The Uchiha clan is the beloved child of the world. The eye reflects the heart. Every Uchiha who unlocks the Manjiki Sharingan does so not fixedly, but according to their strong wishes at the moment of awakening. This is a divine gift. The Manjiki Sharingan has never been a cursed power, but a blessing given by the heavens. This is the opportunity to break through limits. Gamaken's powerful defensive abilities, combined with Uchiha Kagami, blocked the attacks from the Raikage and others. Although there was no hope of victory in sight, they had fallen into a stalemate, and it looked like it was going to develop into a war of attrition. Uchiha Kagami frowned slightly. This is not the situation I wanted. If Jiraiya could enter Sage mode, perhaps he could really turn the tide. Anoki, what are you waiting for? Ja. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared directly on the battlefield. Namake's Minato. Q. I'm here. Kushina has stabilized a bit, but her expression is still somewhat dim. Seeing Uchiha Q, she forced herself to scan the area. Kumobikure. How annoying, just when I'm really angry. Uchiha Q shook off Raikage and others, rushing towards Namake's Minato and the others, the 3 Tomo in his eyes spinning wildly. Things have deviated slightly, but it can still be remedied. No. Perhaps the current situation is more favorable for me. ZZZ. A pure white beam of light shot from a distance. Dust release. Uchiha Q deliberately stretched out a hand to adjust his position. The pure white light destroyed his arm. Q. Minato had just teleported over a long distance with the other 2 using Flying Thunder God, consuming a lot of chakra, and didn't have time to save Uchiha Q. He also couldn't resist the Jinjutsu released by Uchiha Q. Minato. Kushina caught Minato as he leaned forward, completely confused about the situation. Uchiha Q's pupils turned, and the overwhelming power belonging to Uchiha Madara poured out. It resonated with the 9 tails within Kushina. Already emotionally unstable, Kushina's eyes also showed Tomo, and chakra surged out, suppressing a terrifying beast roar. 9 tails. Orochimaru was sweating coldly on his forehead. In that moment, he thought of many things. Could this be a trap set by Uchiha Q and Kumobikure? Just to kill us. The Uchiha have indeed rebelled. In the end, was Danzo right? Orochimaru, take Minato away. Uchiha Q's voice interrupted his thoughts. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Q, bleeding from his severed arm, had a wildly crazy smile on his face. Next, Sukuna. It's time to switch. Chapter 66. Sukuna versus 9 Tails, Spiritual Space. The black-sealed spear slowly withdraws. An extreme, evil-killing intent fills the space. Bang! Sukuna's body emerges, not in a hurry to occupy Uchiha Kagami's body. The tall, 4-armed killing god stands opposite Uchiha Kagami. Create a certain death realm. Let me out to help you repair your body. You think you can learn the reversal technique this way? Do you think there's enough time? Uchiha Kagami wears a faint smile. Practice is the best teacher. Rather than listening to your nonsense, I'd prefer to feel it myself. Sukuna raises his head and coldly says, don't think everything will go as you wish. If I don't go out, your body will be destroyed. If you die, wouldn't I be freed from the seal? Don't worry, Sukuna, I will definitely take you with me before I die. Uchiha Kagami's smile remains unchanged. Sukuna feels a bit annoyed. It's this attitude that makes him extremely dislike it. How can someone speak to him with such an air of superiority? Little brat, are you underestimating me? Come closer. Sukuna's 4 eyes filled with endless ferocity. We might as well die together. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Of course, there's that possibility. Uchiha Kagami's smile spreads. But it's just a mere risk of death. If you want to grow stronger, you can't avoid any risks. I'm not that naive. Sukuna, choose. Do you want to die here with me? Or do you want to compete? Let's see who first masters the secrets of the reversal technique, or who adapts to chakra first and find a way to break my seal. Sukuna's demonic face reveals a sinister smile. Little brat, you really understand me well. Just wait. I want to see your defeated expression more than I want to kill you. Let you understand. My curse is far above you. Outside, the 9 Tails ferocious chakra ripples out, a terrifying pressure disperses. The chakra enveloping Kushina has already formed 6 tails, a chilling skeletal structure. Then, 7 tails, 8 tails. Flesh begins to weave. What on earth happened? The sudden mutation leaves Jiraiya unable to complete the technique. Orochimaru carries Minato past and coldly shouts, "Idiot, don't worry about it. Just leave first. Something terrifying is about to come out. I know without you saying it. It's the 9 tails." Jiraiya's expression is serious. "Then we can't leave. I want my disciple to witness his teacher's cool side. Orochimaru, you take Minato away first. I need to figure out what's going on." Jiraiya joins his hands and continues to gather chakra. Bang! Orochimaru slaps his hand open, angrily shouting, "Fool! I command you in the name of the 4th Hokage. Retreat." The real terror is the monster inside Uchiha Kagami. Jiraiya stares blankly at his hands, then turns his gaze to Orochimaru. "You said? What did you say?" Orochimaru brushes past, vaguely seeing something crystalline fall. "Old man, might not come back." Uchiha Kagami's actions are also quite suspicious. I can even confirm he has betrayed Konoha. What we need to do now is preserve our fighting strength to deal with the situation afterwards. Orochimaru's face shows none of its usual gloom. It seems the snake has undergone some kind of transformation at this moment. Noki and the 4 tails and 5 tails meet up with the Raikage and others. This is the 9 tails? The few look up at the grotesque and terrifying beast, momentarily speechless. Since the 9 tails was sealed by Mito, it hasn't appeared before the world. Even Kushina only borrowed the tailed beast chakra, with a half-tailed beast form similar to other Jinchuriki. This was also the reason Noki mistook the 9 tails Jinchuriki back then. However, this monster has begun to grow its 9th tail, its crimson chakra turning into its hide. This level of chakra, the 9 tails, is undoubtedly the strongest among tailed beasts. Killer Bee's voice changes tone. "Raikage, even you cannot be his opponent." Moreover, his consciousness is now drowned in rage, completely rejecting my signals. "Are you the 8 tails?" "It's me." The calm 8 tails speaks with a sense of tranquility. Noki gathers white light in his palm and coldly says, "Good, my plan has worked. The 9 tails has indeed gone berserk. Konoha even sent the 9 tails over. It's simply a blessing. Once the 9 tails crushes that little brat, we'll seal the 9 tails and kill the Jinchuriki." Hatred fills the 9 tails' pupils. Looking at Uchiha Kagami in the black mist, recalling that night decades ago. It can't be wrong. This is Uchiha Madara's ocular power. That man has returned. Madara, a deafening roar. The shockwave from the sound uproots trees for miles around, and the ground is filled with cracks. "I will kill you." The massive claws swipe towards the black mist, stirring up a whirlwind. The light in Naka's hand dissipates as he turns to look at the Raikage. "Let's retreat a bit first, then talk." That little brat really is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. The 9 tails surely won't mistake him. Although Noki has speculated in this regard, he never dared to be certain. No matter what, let us observe the situation first. If it really gets bad, we can still escape early. The black mist suddenly explodes. Clang! The 9 tails' claws are caught by the hand of a monster. This nearly 10-meter tall monster has no eyes on its head, with 4 wings on both sides. Its back has a tail, and it has a rudder-like wheel on its head and back. Wrapped in bandages on its right arm is an ancient sword. The 8-sword sword of the demon god, Makuros. The strongest Shikigami among the 10 shadow techniques. The sword blade that blocked the 9 tails' claws is called the demon exorcising sword. Wrapped in a layer of positive curse energy like that of the reversal technique, any cursed spirit struck by it will turn to ashes. Ineffective? As expected, you're not a cursed spirit. The voice is the same as Uchiha Kagami's. However, just by listening to the voice, one can clearly discern the difference between the two. Uchiha Kagami acts recklessly, but one can still sense the connection within. Madness, yet not devoid of calmness. The owner of this voice is different, thoroughly without taboos. Above heaven and earth, I alone am exalted. The black mist completely dissipated, and Uchiha Kagami was covered in black patterns, his pupils returning to black. Beneath one pair of eyes, another pair opened. There were no obvious changes in appearance. How to explain this? Looking at Uchiha Kagami, you could feel his disdain for you. Sukuna did not regard you as a kindred spirit at all. Man, woman, old, young, all equally ignored. All of them were just food. The severed arm wove flesh and blood. Sukuna was rapidly adapting to the power of chakra. He was a well-rounded powerhouse. If one had to mention a prominent talent, it would be his comprehension ability. This body is truly, truly too perfect. An uncontrollable mad laugh. This feeling of freedom to act at will is even better than my original flesh. No wonder it's a legendary level bloodline. No wonder it's you, Uchiha Kagami. He slowly raised his head to look at the Nine Tails. Although he wanted to enjoy a fierce battle with this monster, his new hand formed a seal completely different from the 12 techniques of the ninja world. Sukuna, you can call me that. Nine-tailed fox, let me subdue you. The domain unfolds. Demonstration Chef. Chapter 67. Who conquers whom? A sudden blood rain rises over the silent sea. An eerie shrine is constructed from the void. Huge teeth protrude from the top of the shrine, sharp and jagged, incredibly sinister. Corpses resembling cow bones form the steps, extending outward. The demon-slaying chef. Unlike the vast majority of closed domains, it creates a small space. Sukuna belongs to the realm of life. To put it simply, Sukuna designates the area as a kitchen. Ingredients within this area will suffer continuous slashes, as if they were on a chopping board. There are two types of slashes: the regular slash, which is a continuous chop, and the decisive slash that, depending on the difference in cursed energy, will definitely sever the target. In short, the regular slash is like a kitchen knife, delivering uninterrupted, consecutive strikes. The decisive slash is like a cleaver, a charged blow that will surely cut through. At the cost of allowing free entry and exit from the domain, it exchanges for a massive cutting range of 400 meters in diameter. This was before. Sukuna's cursed energy intensity has undergone a tremendous change. Looking at the colossal Nine Tails, which stand 100 meters tall and is even larger overall, Sukuna easily breaks through the limit, expanding the domain to a diameter of 1,000 meters. Within the domain, soil, stones, and giant trees, all are shredded. Boom! The Nine Tails slams down a paw, sending the demon-slaying chef flying. As a torrent of high-temperature chakra surges forth. Swish, 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 swish. Invisible slashes, endless, scatter the chakra, striking against the Nine Tails' claws. Hiss! Countless slashes barely pierce the outer skin before healing instantly. The Nine Tails swings its giant tail, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to quake. The so-called indiscriminate, relentless slashes are completely ineffective. Sukuna concentrates the slashes in one spot, but just like before, even if he manages to cut a little, it pales in comparison to the Nine Tails' self-healing speed. Must he only use the decisive slash? Wait a moment. Sukuna maneuvers within the demon-slaying chef's range, showing no intention of confronting the Nine Tails head-on. He doesn't want this body to be injured. It's not out of affection, but simply, if this body gets damaged, he will have to use reversal techniques to repair it. That would only play into that little ghost's hands. Bang! The demon-slaying chef, wielding the demon-slaying sword, strikes again, protecting Sukuna. Time and again, it is knocked away, only to rush back, loyal and dutiful. The greatest ability of the demon-slaying chef is its adaptability to all things in the world. Each time the wheel of law behind its head completes a rotation, it signifies the completion of adaptation. Enduring the same attack multiple times speeds up the adaptation process. After enduring several of the Nine Tails strikes, it is on the verge of adapting. After this, the Nine Tails claw strikes will be ineffective against it. To defeat the demon-slaying chef, one must use a technique it has never encountered to crush it in one blow. Bang! A giant tail descends, nearly smashing the demon-slaying chef to pieces. Sukuna's expression shifts slightly. Truly, an incredible monster. The energy you possess surpasses mine. But the time that the demon-slaying chef and I have bought has already allowed me to tap into the chakra within Uchiha Kagami, a completely different energy. So this is the feeling of energy with both positive and negative attributes converging. How wonderful. It seems that being sealed in this world isn't all bad. Now then, Nine Tails, it's time to conquer you. Sukuna manipulates the chakra, gathering it towards his eyes. He knows very well how much of a restraining force the Sharingan has against such monsters. An eye that transcends the six eyes. Let me savor your essence. Intense battle? Why complicate something that can be done more simply? Uchiha Kagami, that little ghost, is the most troublesome opponent. Since you dared to release me, don't think I will return to the seal. As the chakra surges, nothing happens. The pupils remain black. What's going on? A furious roar forces back the invisible slashes, sending the demon-slaying chef flying. Hiss! The Nine Tails claws pierce straight through Uchiha Kagami's body. Sukuna feels the pain, regains his senses, and tries again. Still no effect. Where's the Sharingan? That massive Tomo Sharingan. What have you done? Uchiha Kagami. In a mental space. Within the sealed door, Uchiha Kagami sits cross-legged atop the dragon vein, resting his chin on one hand, a faint smile on his lips. It turns out that being sealed as an evil entity is quite interesting. Get this straight, Sukuna. It's I who lent you this body to use, not you who took it. Behave and get beaten, demonstrate the reversal technique, and I will restrict you. Bastard. Sukuna roars, delivering a powerful slash. The decisive slash, severing the nine-tails claws. He leaps back, creating distance. Pulling out the claws, the massive wound on his chest is rapidly healing. Sukuna's expression is extremely grim, feeling as if he is being forced to lose by a coach. Gritting his teeth, he mutters, "You dare to restrict me? Fine. I'll just let the nine-tails kill me." There's no need for such dialogue. We don't care about life or death, only winning or losing, right? Come on, Sukuna. Find a way to break the seal in your battle with the nine-tails. Sukuna tries to sever the perceptual connection with the mental space, just like Uchiha Kagami did to him. It is a predictable failure. Sukuna suddenly understands a bit why he encountered this guy across time and space. The inner demon. Uchiha Kagami, you're my trial. Likewise, I am your trial. Whoever can conquer the other will ascend to the realm of the gods. Seeing this scene, the nine-tails falls silent. It feels somewhat familiar. Vaguely remembering when Uchiha Madara controlled him, he did the same to Senju Hashirama. After pulling out his own claws, Senju Hashirama quickly healed as well. You. Could it be a descendant of Uchiha and Senju? Did you choose to reincarnate into such a body because you lost to Senju Hashirama? It doesn't matter. Whatever Sukuna or Kagami, Uchiha Madara, do you think you can deceive me? I will crush you here, and then kill all the people of Konoha. Ultimate Yin-Yang Chakra gathers in front of the nine-tails, with just the initial size of the black sphere exceeding 50 meters in diameter. Let's move a little further away. Inoki leaps into the air, relishing the internal conflict among the Konoha people. The eight-tails voices within Killer Bee. The enraged nine-tails cannot communicate. There is no need to intervene now. Hearing what eight-tails said, Killer Bee looked at A. A's gaze was fixed on the motionless Third Hokage. A, pull back some of your people. The Third Hokage, with his back to everyone, spoke in a deep voice. I am here waiting for the right moment. If the opportunity arises, I will summon the amber purifying jar to seal them. Father, is it really necessary to take such a risk? It seemed. One could see the smile of the Third Hokage. All right, I admit. I just want to have a fight with such a monster. Just let me be reckless this once. This thing is a bit dangerous. Sukuna calmed down, his hands forming the shape of drawing a bow. The flowing flames evaporated the moisture in the air. Fire. Only through understanding and practice can one reach this step. This is to ignite. There is no need for extravagant words. For Sukuna, power is simply a tool for cooking food. Flames gathered at his fingertips. Facing such a monster, there was no need for testing anymore. Boom! The tailed beast bomb whistled toward them. The fiery arrows shot forth. Chapter 68. Evolution. The eternal eye power, a bottomless abyss appeared on the ground. Beneath the abyss, Sukuna clutched a stone wall with one hand, half of his body shattered beyond recognition. The nine-tails lay at the cave entrance, half of its fox face bearing burn scars. Similarly, both monsters were rapidly regenerating. Sukuna's brows were tightly furrowed. He couldn't afford to clash head-on with the nine-tails. His cursed energy was already nearly infinite, and now there was no possibility of running out. If the opponent were only the nine-tails, Sukuna would choose a war of attrition with Maharaga's existence. He would eventually adapt to the nine-tails' power. But his opponent was Uchiha Kagami. If he got injured again and had to use the reversal technique if Kagami learned it first. Sukuna knew that Uchiha Kagami had absolute control over this body and could descend at any time. What he needed to do now was to find a way to convert cursed energy into chakra. Only chakra could possibly break that damned seal. There was still quite a bit of chakra left in Uchiha Kagami's body, and Sukuna began to carefully study it. Being able to comprehend space cutting during his battle with Gojo Satoru, even with Maharaga's assistance, did not negate Sukuna's talent. Right. Is it possible to form a contract that would allow me to grasp the secrets of chakra more quickly? Let's give it a try. Once again, a predicted failure. The moonlight at the cave entrance was obscured, and an extremely terrifying energy began to converge. The nine-tails released a tailed beast bomb towards the abyss. Sukuna raised his hand, and a powerful slash struck the tailed beast bomb. What Sukuna was using now was still cursed energy, which was a different kind of power from chakra. The characteristic of being able to break with a single slash was ineffective against the pure energy body of the tailed beast bomb. It was like a cannonball. The explosive property erased. Only the powerful impact and the hardness of the cannonball itself remained effective. He still managed to hold off the tailed beast bomb for a few seconds, and Sukuna took the opportunity to slash through the soil layer and delve deeper. If I don't fight, I 1T get hurt. I'll hide for now, and once I analyze chakra, I'll kill you all. Crack. Sukuna's movements underground suddenly paused. His footsteps, no longer under control, began to turn back. This time, Sukuna did not waste time on anger. All his energy began to analyze chakra. Learning the reversal technique wouldn't be difficult for that Kagami brat. However, that brat's goal was to use the reversal technique to convert cursed energy into chakra. This was also what I needed to do. Moreover, he still needed to learn the process of the reversal technique, which I did not. So let's give it a try. I will definitely win. Boom, 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 boom. The Nine Tails unleashed tailed beast bombs as if they were free of cost. He could sense Uchiha Kagami's life force. As long as that bastard was alive, the Nine Tails would never stop attacking, combining the powers of Hashirama Senju and the Sharingan. I absolutely cannot let you grow any further, Uchiha Madara. Bang! Maharaga broke through the soil layer. Sukuna summoned giant Shikigami, such as Yaluin and Quan Nyo, using the Ten Shadows technique. The numerous Shikigami helped him withstand the tailed beast bombs, and when they were unable to hold on, Sukuna would also step in to assist, preventing Maharaga from being obliterated by a single shot. The Nine Tails attack methods were monotonous, which gave Sukuna some relief. If this fox had intelligence like his own and discovered Maharaga's abilities, then a powerful shot could end him, which would be quite troublesome. Although Maharaga could still be summoned, it was impossible to ensure he wouldn't get hurt in that time gap. The Nine Tails combat lacked any technicality. It was just an infinite artillery shell pounding the earth. Underground, water gradually gathered in the abyss, and Sukuna maintained his domain, slashing through the energy waves that interfered with him. Suddenly, Sukuna looked up. The tailed beast bomb stopped. Had the chakra run out? That shouldn't be. With that level of energy, it shouldn't run out so quickly. No matter, let's focus on the task at hand. Above the abyss, the Nine Tails body was staggered by a bolt of lightning. Nine Tails, stop this futile venting. The Third Hokage stood amidst the devastated land. That guy must be dead. If you keep this up, the landscape of the Land of Lightning will be altered. Cracking his knuckles. Ever since becoming Hokage, he had been suppressing his battle instincts, needing to consider too many things. A had grown, and he had his brother Killer Bee. The younger generation of the village would surpass him. Now, he just wanted to experience the thrill of battle. Whoosh! The azure lightning split the earth. With a single motion, he sliced through the incoming claws. Fool! You know nothing. That guy isn't dead yet. I'm eliminating future disasters for the ninja world. The Nine Tails roared, completely disdainful of communicating with humans. It's decided. After wiping out Konoha, I'll kill all of Kumogakure. Whoosh! A white light descended from the sky, severing one of the Nine Tails' tails. Inoki's hair danced in the wind as he chuckled lightly. Nine Tails, tell me, Uchimadara's reincarnation is really dead, right? Roar! The violent airflow made Inoki unstable. The Nine Tails didn't want to explain. It continuously unleashed tailed beast bombs, encompassing the sky and the ground within its attack range. After wiping out Kumogakure, it will be a Wagakure next. No, I'll kill all the ninjas. With the Raikage and Tsuchikage's assistance. Although most of the tailed beast bombs still targeted Sukuna, the pressure was significantly less than before. This stalemate continued for several hours. A small azure light gradually brightened in Sukuna's palm. Mental energy and physical energy. His thoughts became clearer. Sukuna's 4 eyes were tightly closed, and vast, cursed energy began to slowly convert into chakra. Mental space. The dragon vein slowly surged from the gap of the sealed door. And Uchiha Kagami was enveloped in the energy of the dragon vein, his eyes also tightly closed. The residual tailed beast chakra flowed into the dragon vein, gathering towards Uchiha Kagami. The spirit form of Uchiha Kagami was burned by the tailed beast chakra, and then formless energy surged, healing itself. The reversal technique. So that's how it is, converting the negative energy of cursed energy into positive energy to heal oneself. A massive amount of mental energy surged like a raging sea. Intense emotions, extreme release. It is the key to unlocking the Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami slowly rose, lifted by the dragon vein, rising higher and higher. It seemed that this mental space had no boundaries. Further up, there was a void of dead silence. The dark torrent cascaded down. The energy of the dragon vein surged. Between the two, Uchiha Kagami slowly opened his eyes. 3 tomo spun from slow to fast, until they became an illusion. Slowly, 1 tomo separated from the 3. 4 tomo spiraled and connected, forming a diamond shape in the crimson pupil, resembling a deep black thorn crown. A tremendous buzzing. On the land, the 9 tails, the earth shadow, and the lightning shadow all suddenly stopped their movements in unison. All eyes were focused on the unfathomable abyss. In the sky, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the night. A black-red torrent surged out from the abyss. Something has awakened. Chapter 69, Touching the Legend, Breaking the Legend. The black-red air currents swirl around the slender figure of the young man. His slightly longer wavy hair and robe move without wind, rustling loudly. His eyes are unfocused, not looking at anyone. Onoki's tightly clenched fists tremble slightly. He is a powerful Tsuchikage, dominating the ninja world for decades, capable of defeating the 4 tails and 5 tails alone. Even when facing the 9 tails, he does not lack the courage to fight. There's only one exception. That is the fear deeply buried in his heart. His invincible teacher, who developed an unprecedented bloodline limit in the ninja world. In front of that person, he is also easily defeated. Such ocular power, such terrifying oppression. It's exactly like Uchiha Madara from back in the day. Sharing the same feelings as Onoki is the 9 tails. From the beginning to the end, he is convinced that Uchiha Kagami is the reincarnation of Madara. He has made the greatest effort to try to eliminate him. If it weren't for that damned Kushina. If it weren't for the 2 damned humans in front of him. Unlike Onoki, who hasn't recovered yet, the 9 tails hesitates not for a moment. Unleashing a tailed beast bomb, Uchiha Kagami slightly raises his head, the 4-pointed star pattern in his eyes spinning. With a roar, a crescent slash carrying black-red thunder strikes, effortlessly shattering the tailed beast bomb. The momentum does not diminish, severing half of the 9 tails head, sending it flying into the sky until it becomes untraceable. The atmosphere along the way is torn apart, flashing with black-red lightning. Dash. The strike amplified by the black flash, in terms of strength, is comparable to the slashes made by Uchiha Madara using his Susanoo in a Genjutsu confrontation. Just as the aging Madara cannot use the complete form of Susanoo in reality, Uchiha Kagami also cannot manifest the black slash in reality. This is a limitation of the body, and also because there is no weapon capable of bearing the power of the black slash. Then, let the Sharingan serve as the medium. This is the first kaleidoscopic ocular technique of Uchiha Kagami's left eye. Where there is 1, there is 2. The second ocular technique of the left eye is called yin-yang transformation. The reversal technique cannot directly turn yin into yang. The reflection of the mind, to put simply, a wish. Advancing to the kaleidoscope is to fulfill a wish. A massive spiritual energy slowly transforms into yang release chakra, nourishing Uchiha Kagami's body. The limits of the body have been surpassed. This is not an overnight matter. As time passes, Uchiha Kagami's body will surpass the Senju and the Uzumaki, even surpassing the Sage of 6 Paths. This is true yin-yang balance. The most important thing is, the 4 Magatama will not be the end. I've already walked out a new path. A warm current washes over his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. The meridians expand. Blood bursts forth faster, and bones are tempered. In the spiritual space, the body of the cursed spirit is being dragged toward the sealing gate by chains formed from the dragon vein. There are no curses, no roars. It is as if he has accepted this fate. Only the 4 eyes emit endless malice. Onoki gathers his courage. A pure white beam converges in the palm of his hand. How should I address you? Uchiha Kagami or Madara? The glaring white light, accompanied by the dawn light on the horizon, seeks to engulf the darkness. Sizzle. The black-red slash splits the dust-release light pillar in 2, as if a blade cuts through butter, without obstruction. The corner of Uchiha Kagami's mouth curves into a shallow smile. I can't be bothered to explain to you. A patient with PTSD. But let me introduce it. The strongest slash that merges the powers of both worlds residing within the kaleidoscope. I name it Slash Release. From now on, Onoki, your dust release is no longer the only bloodline limit. Whoosh. A bolt of thunder, like a silver snake dancing wildly, tears through the earth, shining brilliantly. The 9 tails, having regained a bit of strength, fires another tailed beast bomb. The 2 parties previously locked in combat instantly shift their focus. Even the gathered crowd from the hidden cloud are rushing back. The 9 tails calls up the 8 tails. It even has the audacity to contact the 4 tails and 5 tails. The 8 tails goes without saying, having been killed once by Uchiha Kagami, a grudge of death. The grudge against the 4 tails is also significant. If there was no opportunity before, now there is no reason to hold back. The 5 tails has no particular enmity with Uchiha Kagami, but since the 9 tails rarely contacts them, it's necessary to send the Jinchuriki to help. Uchiha Kagami carefully senses the changes in his body, part of his consciousness controlling the dragon vein to pull the cursed spirit. Resealing the cursed spirit is more difficult than releasing him. The dragon vein exists for this purpose. The growth of the cursed spirit's power is synchronized with Uchiha Kagami. No, it should be said, Uchiha Kagami is using the cursed spirit as a negative energy collector to have the current massive spiritual energy. After striking the tailed beast bomb away, he turns to the third Hokage. Raising his palm as well, Uchiha Kagami laughs heartily. A spear that breaks all, an indestructible shield. I will break this legend of yours. The clash of thunder and thunder. The strongest spear and the strongest slash. Who will win and who will lose? Boom! In the next moment, the result is revealed. A thick arm falls with a thud. Hokage. Onoki appears instantly, supporting the severed arm of the third Hokage. Boom! The tail beast bomb comes again. Uchiha Kagami frowns slightly, looking at the 9 tails. You're too noisy, 9 tails. The kaleidoscope pattern in his right eye begins to rotate. Deep red ripples silently spread. The first ocular technique of the right eye. Scarlet Demon. Uchiha Kagami's strong desire is to balance yin and yang, and to tame the cursed spirit. The ability of Scarlet Demon is complete control. Once a mark is placed, only a small amount of chakra output is needed to maintain control indefinitely. This is also for the subsequent collection of tail beasts as energy reserves. The 9 tails movements suddenly stop, and in its fierce pupils, a touch of black-red begins to spread. Once it completely covers the pupils. You belong to me? 9 tails. Crack. Uchiha Kagami suddenly becomes stunned. The right eye suddenly develops cracks. The casting of the ocular technique comes to an abrupt halt. In the spiritual space, the cursed spirit lets out a maniacal laugh. Uchiha Kagami, do you think you know who I am? I am the curse that pulls down the heavens. I am your trial. Do you think I did nothing? Don't think you can tame me. Don't underestimate me. You bastard. The cursed spirit's 4 arms tear at the blue-purple chains, its expression incredibly frenzied. Ha 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 ha. Feel the defeat now, right? Expose your ugly side. Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami pressed his hand against his right eye, carefully sensing. A very complex curse structure, mixed with chakra. Is it similar to a seal? As long as it's not destroyed, it's just temporarily unusable. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Not achieving complete victory is indeed a bit of a flaw. However, just like this, Sukuna, what do you think I would do? Hate you, curse you? He gently shook his head. Things in the world can never go as one wishes. You still possess a bit of resistance, which makes me very happy. Only then, when I truly subdue you, can it give me enough sense of achievement. His right eye gradually faded, colorless and dim. Uchiha Kagami spread out his arms, as if embracing the vast world. Facing countless attacks, he remained extraordinarily calm. Chapter 70. Seizing Konoha. As the day passed, the turmoil on the battlefield gradually subsided. A small white snake slithered out from a crevice several kilometers away. Inside a cave, several figures were gathered around a campfire. Jiraiya had dispelled the Jinjutsu placed on Minato Namikaze, but due to excessive chakra consumption and the mental impact of the Jinjutsu, he remained unconscious. A small snake entered the cave and crawled into Orochimaru's sleeve. How's the situation? Jiraiya's expression was extremely dejected. He had tried multiple times to assist Uchiha Kagami, but Orochimaru had directly threatened him with Minato's life. They weren't too far from the main battlefield, and Jiraiya knew the battle should have ended. Orochimaru's vertical pupils shrank sharply. His brow furrowed. Uchiha Kagami, 1. He received the images seen by the white snake. It was truly unimaginable. That was a level achievable by a ninja. The tailed beasts, feared by all ninjas, were utterly powerless against those eyes. The elite forces of Kumobikira were no different from ordinary genin on such a battlefield. In the end, the third Hokage, who had lost an arm, died while covering the retreat of his remaining subordinates. Naka's legs were severed. The Jinchuriki of the 5 tails sacrificed his life to allow Noki to escape. The 9 tails was resealed. Is this really something humans can do? It was as if the legendary First Hokage, as described by the old man. Orochimaru quickly calmed down. He bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. A green python, as thick as a bowl, was summoned. This was the snake he had left at the Kanabi Bridge, commanded to gather intelligence and return to the Richi Cave for summoning. Before this, Orochimaru did not want to know the situation there. Minato showed no signs of waking up, and even if he knew, it would be of no use. But now, he had to know about the old man's condition to determine his next course of action. The green snake spoke human words. Lord Orochimaru, I hope you're mentally prepared. Not just Orochimaru, but Jiraiya's heart sank. The old man is dead. The green snake paused before continuing. After the battle, Iwagakure used their absolute numerical advantage to cause massive casualties among Konoha ninjas. To cover the retreat of the remaining Konoha ninjas, the Third Hokage faced 14,000 Iwagakure ninjas alone. One day and night, just 2 hours before you summoned me, he died in battle. After suffering heavy losses, Iwagakure began to withdraw. The war over there has ended. I see. The old man chose a decent way to die. Orochimaru was not overly saddened. It's all right, teacher. I will bring you back from the Pure Land. And those few, as you instructed, I have taken a piece of the Third Hokage's flesh. The green snake spat out a piece of flesh wrapped in slime, and with a thud, it released the summoning and returned to the Richi Cave. Although it was a cold-blooded animal, it still understood a bit of human emotion. It would be rude to keep it. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? Orochimaru stood up, tightly gripping the piece of flesh, his voice deep. I will return to Konoha. Succeed the fourth Hokage. Prepare for war against the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya struggled for a long time, but could not help but speak. Kagami has no intention of harming the village. Why do you hold such deep prejudice against the Uchiha, just like the old man? Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a deep glance. Go travel, Jiraiya. Go find your prophesied child. Faced with the situation, Jiraiya still couldn't easily let go of everything. Has Kagami ever harmed the village? We could still sit down and talk. The Uchiha possess great power, as long as they are given their due status. You are still so naive, Jiraiya. Can't you see? Even the position of Hokage cannot satisfy Uchiha Kagami's appetite. Orochimaru's gaze was profound as he looked outside the cave. This is a conflict of ideology. The village, for which the old man sacrificed everything, cannot be handed over to the Uchiha. But, enough. I'm a Hokage, not you. On the broken earth, there were only severed limbs and blood flowing in the crevices. Uchiha Kagami tore off his tattered shirt, and the wounds on his body healed at a visible rate. He formed hand seals, summoning a giant eagle. He grasped the unconscious Kushina by the collar and threw her onto the back of the giant eagle. Uchiha Kagami jumped onto the eagle's back. A loud cry of the eagle echoed through the sky as it flew east. Eastline battlefield. The scattered Uchiha clan members received a special message from within the clan. They immediately dropped their ongoing tasks and gathered at a specific location. This phenomenon could not escape the notice of the Eastline commander, Nara Shikaku. He dispatched someone to contact the village to report the situation while also gathering the scattered ninjas, such as the Hyuga clan, on the battlefield. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village had a long history. It was no surprise when it erupted. Nara Shikaku even suspected that the Uchiha clan was currently plotting a rebellion. At noon, on a cliff clearing, Uchiha Kagami looked at the arriving clansmen. Just by sensing with his eyes, he could tell to what extent they had awakened their Sharingan. He waited until evening, and all the Uchiha clan members from the Eastline battlefield had gathered. From over 700 who went to battle, only a little over 300 remained. Very few managed to return to the village after being injured. The number of medical ninjas was not large, and getting injured on the battlefield often equated to death. The gathered Uchiha clan members were silent, a terrifying quietness. The vast majority of those who survived the war had awakened their Sharingan. Those who had not awakened their eyes still had a certain level of proficiency in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Each Uchiha would be assigned to the most dangerous positions. Surviving already indicated something significant. Genkai and Kyumijin stood behind Uchiha Kagami. They noticed the unusualness in Uchiha Kagami's right eye, but dare not ask. Everyone is here. Uchiha Kagami's indifferent voice rang out. Now, I announce the first command of the clan leader. In 7 days, seize Konoha. With a whoosh, many Uchiha activated their Sharingan due to the surge of emotions. You are my clansmen and are well aware of the Uchiha clan situation. If anyone does not wish to participate, I can give you a chance. Leave your eyes behind and exit the Uchiha clan. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 Tomo slowly emerged in Uchiha Kagami's eye, connecting to form a 4-pointed star pattern. A surge of incomparably dense ocular power erupted forth. The air felt as viscous as gelatin, making it impossible for anyone to move. The oppressive sensation, akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, struck the hearts of the crowd, causing them to instinctively tremble as if facing a higher life form. The Uchiha with Sharingan could clearly perceive the vast difference in ocular power. There was no doubt. This was definitely the legendary Manjiki. The Uchiha clan possessed power comparable to that of gods. As the ocular power dissipated like a receding tide, everyone felt they could breathe freely again. Now, those who wished to leave stepped forward. No one moved. Pairs of blood-red eyes opened in the dusk. The ancestors had made a mistake once before. This time, the Uchiha would not be wrong again. Chapter 71 I told you. You will regret it. Uchiha Kagami, the deputy commander of the Konoha Northern Front, appeared openly in the Eastern Front camp. Narashikaku understood clearly. The Uchiha were starting to act. His mind raced, calculating the chances of victory for both sides. No matter how he calculated, he didn't believe Uchiha Kagami had any chance of success. The third Hokage was old but resolute, and several advisors were disciples of the second Hokage, so their strength was evident. The three legendary ninjas were in their prime, not to mention Minato, Kushina, the current Inoshikicho, and the Hyuga clan, who were staunchly on the Hokage's side. What did the Uchiha have? Just over 20 Sharingan users. And even if Uchiha Kagami had strength on par with the Hokage, there were more than one or two in the village who could stop him. Moreover, the war was not over yet. To jump out and cause trouble at this time, regardless of whether he could succeed or not. Did he really think the other villages were fools? After much deliberation, Narashikaku led a dozen jounin to Uchiha Kagami's tent. He wanted to clearly outline the pros and cons to Kagami and persuade him to consider the bigger picture. It was fine to strive for the Uchiha's status, but it shouldn't be done at this time. The moment he entered the tent, Narashikaku's thoughts shifted slightly. In release represented spiritual energy. The Nara clan's secret technique was in release. The accompanying jounin from the Yamanaka clan practiced it as well. Not to mention the Hyuga clan members, who were also technique ninjas. They might not be able to directly perceive the difference in strength between stronger opponents. But in terms of spiritual power, that young man sitting calmly in the main seat made them feel like a leaf boat in a raging sea. Just looking at him caused a sharp pain in their minds. Uchiha Kagami, jounin. Suppressing the fear rising in his heart, Narashikaku chose a more suitable title. In terms of rank, he was at least half a level above Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami was looking down at a scroll, then glanced up. What do you want? Even if you don't call me Nara-senpai, at least use my name. Taking a deep breath, Narashikaku forced out a smile. Kagami, it seems I haven't received word of your support. Are you here to handle something with your clan? Uchiha Kagami shook his head with a light laugh. Narashikaku, you're a smart man. Why do smart people like to pretend to be foolish? Don't you know the reason I'm here? Narashikaku's expression darkened. Kagami, stop it, it's not too late. Think of your teacher. Lord Jiraiya wouldn't want you to do anything out of line. Silence. Uchiha Kagami looked at Narashikaku, his eyes extremely indifferent. Since you've come to find me, it saves me a trip. Submit to the Uchiha, or the entire Nara clan will be wiped out. I'll give you 3 seconds. What are you talking about? Uchiha Kagami. The one who spoke was a young ninja from the Hyuga clan. But before he could finish his sentence, his head tilted and fell. It hit the ground, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. Narashikaku's pupils constricted sharply, hardly able to believe what was happening before his eyes. He really made a move. He actually killed a comrade in front of everyone. This was outright rebellion. This wasn't intimidation. Uchiha Kagami chuckled softly. If you want to cut in line, I'll just declare the Hyuga clan. He looked at Hyuga Hizashi in the crowd. I will kill all the main family members. After all, you branch family are used to being dogs, so how about changing masters? Or are you willing to die alongside the main family? Hyuga Hizashi trembled uncontrollably. This was not a fear of his own death. It was the suffocating feeling of the entire family's fate resting on his shoulders. Only that fool from the main family would dare to speak in this situation. As a user of the eye technique, didn't he understand the gap in power? Hyuga Hizashi was almost certain that Uchiha Kagami had activated the Manjikyu Sharingan recorded in their clan's history. Moreover, it was this monster who had activated it. Thought, Hyuga Hizashi couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed to the ground. Please spare my brother. I can represent the branch family and promise to submit to you. I admire you. As the first to express your stance, I can give you this face. So what about you, Narashikaku? You've had enough time to consider. Narashikaku's clenched fists relaxed. He let out a long breath. Kagami, I cannot represent my clan. Any decision is theirs to make. I can only represent myself. Whoosh. Narashikaku formed hand seals, and his shadow transformed into claws, rushing towards Uchiha Kagami. Don't underestimate the ninjas of Konoha. Bastard, you crazy murderer of comrades. Slash, the ultra-high-frequency invisible strike turned the shadow, along with Narashikaku, into ashes. If I cared about some so-called important figures, what could I change? In this world, anyone can die. Everything can be rebuilt except for the Uchiha. I also admire your decision. Uchiha Kagami glanced at the others and said lightly, "Those who plan to generously go to their deaths can come up." Moments later, only a few people stepped out of the tent. The Eastern Front battlefield began to be cleared. There was no equal relationship. Only by submitting to the Uchiha could one qualify to survive. Konoha, leaving behind the guards like Mito Gate and others, they repelled the invading Iwagakure ninjas. In the Hokage's office, it was not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, Orochimaru sat in the Hokage's seat. Tsunade and Mito Gate's expressions were grim. Their friends from childhood had died. Even they couldn't help but feel sorrow. The late arriving Shimura Danzo pushed the door open and saw Orochimaru in the main seat, his pupils constricting sharply, followed by an uncontrollable rage. "Orochimaru, we want Hiruzen ISNT. The old man is dead." Shimura Danzo was momentarily taken aback. In a daze, he seemed to see that brown-haired boy with sharp eyes. That guy who became the light. This feeling of reminiscing was only for an instant. Danzo quickly calmed down, looking at Orochimaru with a cold and sinister gaze. "Then you have no right to sit in that position. Don't think that what you did." "Shut up, Shimura Danzo." Orochimaru interrupted Danzo's words, slamming a document onto Danzo's face. One of Root's missions was to monitor the Uchiha clan. Now go see if there are still people in the Uchiha clan territory. The Uchiha have already decided to rebel. If you can't even detect this in advance, what use do you have? The cold, snake-like eyes locked on, as if ready to strike at any moment. Danzo opened the file, and his expression grew increasingly cold. Orochimaru had just returned to the village and forcibly sent people to invade the Uchiha clan's territory, intending to use the Uchiha clan members as hostages. This might be the only way to restrain Uchiha Kagami. However, it wasn't until they engaged in battle that they discovered the Uchiha members patrolling were merely shadow clones. The traces of the large-scale relocation of the clan couldn't be hidden. The clues only broke off at a large river several dozen kilometers away. Orochimaru stared at Danzo intently, his voice filled with chill. "The information I uncovered in just half a day, and you didn't notice anything at all. I see there's no longer a need for the root to exist." Danzo could explain. Many of his subordinates were dispatched on missions, and those left behind were also engaged in fighting against the Iwagakure. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's territory was currently filled with old, weak, women, and children, so there was no need to waste too much strength on surveillance. But now, he had no desire to explain. A thought filled his mind. "The Uchiha have rebelled. Haiden, I told you so. You will definitely regret this." Chapter 72. The Twisted World, Underground Cavern. White Zetsu's body rose from the ground. Uchiha Madara, sitting on the stone chair, slowly opened his eyes. "How is the situation outside?" Uchiha Kagami has relocated the clan members, and they have now gathered. He is leading 700 ninjas who are integrating from the Eastern Front towards Konoha. What a pity. Uchiha Madara muttered to himself. Having obtained the Eternal Eye power, he still clings to his clan. If you can recognize the despair of this world, then you are the most suitable candidate. He turned to White Zetsu. "The arrangements for the Three Tails are already in place, right?" White Zetsu chuckled. "Speaking of which, it's thanks to Kagami that we gathered the Konoha ninjas. Otherwise, things would be a bit more troublesome. The Mist ninjas, along with the implanted Rin Noera, are moving towards Konoha, and they should be meeting Kakashi soon. It's time to let Obito face reality. Go inform him." Understood. In the dense forest, a ninja unit was progressing in an orderly manner. Not only Uchiha, but also Hyuga and a few clan ninjas, most of whom were civilian ninjas. Many clan ninjas chose death over submission amidst the choices of death and servitude. And for civilians, it's the same no matter who becomes Hokage. The Uchiha's reputation among the Eastern civilian ninjas is not bad. Narashikaku, as a clan ninja, sometimes inadvertently favored his close family. Additionally, due to the Hokage's orders, the Uchiha ninjas have been carrying out the most dangerous missions. This group of red-eyed people may have a bad attitude, but they really throw their lives into missions. Proud and strong. These are the defining traits of the Uchiha. And there is another important point: fairness. The Uchiha equally despise civilians and other clan ninjas. Originally, clans like the Hyuga had a status above civilian ninjas, and now being on the same level as the Hyuga, It's not too hard to accept submission to the Uchiha, especially after the Third Hokage and the corpse of the Five Tails Jinchuriki were thrown in front of them. This made them believe that this was not an assault initiated by the Uchiha in despair, but there was actually a chance of victory. To keep pace with the main force, Uchiha Kagami did not choose to ride a giant eagle. Zetsu cautiously glanced back at the numerous excited Uchiha behind him. Timidly, he spoke up, "Lord Kagami, can I ask what you're going to do?" Uchiha Kagami leaned against the cat's back, feigning sleep, and casually replied, "Stupid cat, can't you see? We're going to war." "But, isn't this the direction to Konoha?" "Yes, we are attacking Konoha. What is the problem?" Zetsu was not entirely foolish and quickly added, "Finally coming? Lord Kagami, how about I go to cat country right now to get cats? We, the Ninja Cat Clan, have been partners with the Uchiha for generations." His flesh trembled, seemingly very excited. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but smile. "I appreciate your kindness, but I'm afraid you will ruin the atmosphere of slaughter." "Meow? Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to use the Ninja Cat Clan in the future. Just run steadily, don't shake." Another path to Konoha. Kakashi's eyes were crimson as he chased a team of mist ninjas. Whoosh! Lightning flashed beneath his feet, and his speed exploded instantly. The short blade, gleaming with lightning, pierced through the chests of two mist ninjas. Kakashi did not become a ninja too early. Hitaki Tsukumo meticulously taught him swordsmanship. Along with Jiraiya's teachings, he could also reference the combat styles of Minato and Uchiha Kagami. After integrating all this, Kakashi developed his own lightning sword ninjutsu, using lightning release chakra to accelerate. The short blade infused with lightning release possessed unparalleled penetrating power. He could accelerate instantly, choosing a direction without the need for a sprinting process or the insight of the Sharingan like Raikiri. It was somewhat similar to the lightning release chakra mode of Kimobikure. However, it was still not fully perfected. Undoubtedly, Kakashi at this stage was stronger than his original self from the past, even without the Sharingan. However, a meticulously planned fate would not change just because he was a bit stronger. You become stronger. As long as you deploy more people according to your battle power, it will be fine. After a prolonged battle, Kakashi was somewhat out of breath, his eyes covered in blood vessels. He dared not stop for a moment. "I have already lost Obito. I absolutely cannot let my comrades be harmed again. Rin, bring Rin back," he shouted hoarsely. This time, Kakashi did not hope for anyone to save him. Ahead, among the fleeing mist ninjas, two were holding Rin Noera hostage. Rin had already woken up, but was still pretending to be unconscious, being supported by the two. "Stay calm. Kakashi will definitely save me. I must do the right thing at the right time." She heard the mist ninjas talking nearby. Hee, Lord Mizuki's strategy is truly brilliant, taking advantage of Konoha's weak defenses, sealing the three tails in this little girl. "Once we reach Konoha, we'll release it. Hee, this will definitely deal a heavy blow to Konoha. The major ninja villages on land have suffered heavy casualties. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to conquer the land of fire in one fell swoop." Yes, at that time, every word pushed Rin Noera deeper into despair. She suddenly recalled what Uchiha Kagami had asked her years ago. Then her answer, "If sacrifices are needed to complete the mission, I hope the sacrifices me. Perhaps now is the true moment of choice." Rin Nohara's will solidified, just like her answer from years ago. "For the village, I can sacrifice. I'm sorry, Kakashi." After a fierce battle, Kakashi finally saw Rin Noera. His pupils lit up. "Rin, wait for me. I will save you soon." Ignoring his body's injuries, he poured all his lightning release chakra into his attack, transforming into a bolt of lightning rushing towards the mist ninjas holding Rin Noera. Swoosh! Kakashi's hand trembled. Warm blood flowed down the short blade into his palm. He had killed many enemies. The white fan blade had claimed countless lives, but this was the first time to be stained with a comrade's blood. Kakashi trembled more violently, his pupils nearly shattering. He was unwilling to accept the scene before him. "Kakashi, I'm sorry." The gradually cooling hand caressed Kakashi's cheek, falling limply. Kakashi's blade pierced through Rin Nohara's heart. The exploding lightning shattered her chest. This scene, as if destined, was witnessed by a young boy. His eyes turned increasingly crimson until three tomo connected into a curved blade. The world began to twist. Chapter 73, Cause and Effect, Blood Rain Drifting. The lifeless wooden spikes pierced through the bodies of the people hidden in the mist. A field of thorny hell. Kakashi stared blankly at the person walking on blood and flesh. Obito's face was wrapped in white zetsu, revealing only a pair of crimson Sharingan. Mirror, or Obito, you've returned from the Pure Land to judge me. Kakashi showed no concern, with not a trace of a will to survive in his eyes. It seemed that what stood here was merely an empty shell named Kakashi, a straw man. Kakashi, a hoarse voice came from behind the mask. Kakashi, those who want to live have died, and those who do not want to kill are killing. What a distorted world this is. There is no hope, no light. There is only despair, time and time again. In a world where only despair exists, there is no value in existence. Tears as thick as blood slid down from the eyes of the weeper. Obito understood. The system of this world is wrong. Continuing to exist will only lead to the constant repetition of tragedy. Hiss, a wooden spike extended from his palm. Kakashi, I will reshape the world. That world will have Rin, and it will have you. A world without such tragedies. Obito stepped closer to Kakashi, his footsteps loose and his form swaying. As he closed the distance, his steps began to firm. Kakashi made no response, looking down at his blood-soaked hands. There really are things that require death to escape. I no longer have the courage to live on. Father, Obito raised his palm and rushed towards Kakashi. I will help you break free, Kakashi. Wait for me. Wait for the perfect, illusionary world to arrive. When the two were less than a few meters apart, in an instant, clang, a flash of white light disappeared in an instant, like a fawn tearing through time and space. Half of the wooden spike flew far away. A tall figure protected Kakashi behind him. The ends of white hair fluttered in the wind. I'm sorry, Kakashi. I came late. Father, stimulated to the core, Kakashi could no longer hold on and fell forward. Sukuna Hatake did not look back, focusing entirely on the person before him, that strange wooden spike, and the Sharingan. Over the years, Sukuna Hatake had not only been entangled with Scorpion, he had sensed that Danzo was doing something dangerous. Even though he was no longer a Konoha ninja, he did not want the darkness of Konoha to breed. Upon investigation, he discovered that Shimura Danzo was conducting experiments on wood release. Continuing to dig deeper, the Third Hokage was also aware. Sukuna Hatake had a hypothesis in his mind. Is Danzo using the Uchiha clansmen as subject for wood release experiments? Konoha's White Fang. Obito, this is troublesome. The voice of White Zetsu's clone rang out. He knew best the state Obito was in. Activating the Manjiki Sharingan was certainly overwhelming power against ordinary ninjas. However, having just consumed a large amount of chakra, facing an opponent of this level posed too great a risk. Obito ignored his words, his palm bursting forth with wooden spikes, charging forward. Who are you? Sukuna Hatake shouted, receiving no answer but not pressing further, raising his sword to meet him. The short blade pierced through Obito's body. Sukuna Hatake's pupils shrank sharply as he turned to see Obito rushing towards Kakashi. Stop! When the sharpness of the wooden spike was less than half a meter from Kakashi. Swish! Sukuna Hatake arrived just in time, the wooden spike piercing through his shoulder, splattering a spray of blood. At the same time, he ignored the pain and slashed at Obito's face. Crack! The white Zetsu tendrils covering Obito's face were severed, revealing a face that Sukuna Hatake recognized somewhat. You are Obito. Obito remained expressionless, raising his hand to form hand signs, preparing to use the wood clone technique. The wooden spike in Sukuna Hatake's shoulder would explode, taking his life. However, Konoha's White Fang was not like those from the mist, keenly sensing the danger, and just before Obito could successfully cast the technique, he pulled out the wooden spike and threw it away. Crack! Looking at the thorny ball-like object, Sukuna Hatake's brows furrowed even deeper. Fortunately, Scorpion frequently used similar tactics, allowing him to think of how to respond immediately. Would release the ability to phase oneself. Perhaps it can only attack you when you are attacking. Sukuna Hatake frowned tightly. Obito, why do you want to kill Kakashi? What exactly happened? There is no need to tell you. The indifference in Obito's eyes made Sukuna Hatake feel unfamiliar. Is this still the friendly Uchiha kid? The Manjiki in his left eye spun, with curved blades, distorting space. A sharp pain came from the eye socket. Obito, retreat for now. Your body can't truly use those eyes yet. No. Obito gritted his teeth, forcing himself to activate the Manjiki. He knows my intel. I can't let him leave alive. White Zetsu was also somewhat annoyed, directly using a big move. Uchiha Mirror is not far from here. If you continue to tangle with him, even if you can kill him, what if Uchiha Mirror arrives? In White Zetsu's view, there was no need to hide Obito's identity or intel. If he only had the Manjiki, perhaps he could wear Uchiha Madara's mask and act as Madara. However, The one who first possessed the Manjiki was Uchiha Mirror, whose ocular power was above Uchiha Bido. Moreover, Uchiha Mirror had truly fought against Madara. Even Madara had given up on the idea of making a Bido impersonate him. What if Uchiha Bido showed up in front of Mirror wearing a mask, claiming to be Madara? It would be too ugly. No matter how stimulating the Manjiki, it cannot directly become the eternal Manjiki. Even Uchiha Mirror is not my opponent. Then can you wait until your injuries are healed and you fully control the Manjiki before going to kill him? White Zetsu knew that he absolutely could not say to Obito at this moment, "You are not Uchiha Mirror's opponent." According to the Uchiha's stubbornness, Obito would indeed not leave. Perhaps he would insist on challenging Uchiha Mirror. Years of interaction with Madara, plus observing many Uchihas, White Zetsu could be considered a semi-expert in dealing with Uchiha. Obito remained silent, slowly walking towards Rin's corpse. Gently, he embraced her. Already, feeling no warmth at all, silent blood tears fell, drop by drop. Finally, Obito looked deeply at Kakashi, along with Noara Rin, his form beginning to distort. Kakashi, then you can continue to struggle, carrying the burden of sin. Hatake Tsukumo watched this scene without taking action. He instinctively judged that this matter must be related to Danzo. I've said it before, if you dare to lay a hand on Kakashi, I will kill you. Hatake Tsukumo picked up Kakashi and flew towards the Hidden Leaf village. He needed to report everything he knew to Uchiha Kagami. Danzo had already made a move against the Uchiha clan. It was time to make a decision. Danzo must not be allowed to live. Chapter 74, War, The Sword of the Cliff. Konoha. Orochimaru didn't even hold a funeral or succession ceremony for the teacher before plunging into preparations for war. Ordinary villagers were relocated to shelters, and ninjas patrolled day and night. The barrier that originally encompassed the entire Konoha was also modified and shrunk, enhancing its defenses and sensory capabilities. Ninjas scattered in various locations were recalled, completely emptying the borderline. Orochimaru, is it really necessary to go this far? Mito Gate-in frowned and said, the Uchiha rebellion is indeed serious. But what if other ninja villages take the opportunity to invade with no defenses on the border? Orochimaru gazed into the distance and said coldly, even if the land of fire is captured by them, it doesn't matter. We can just take it back later. The most important thing right now is to ensure there is a future. If my repeated emphasis still doesn't make Elder Mito understand. Uchiha Madara, just treat Uchiha Kagami as Madara. You have seen that man with your own eyes, Haven to you? The current Uchiha Kagami possesses equal power. I understand. Orochimaru, you should go rest for a while. You haven't had a proper rest these past few days. Although Orochimaru becoming the fourth Hokage doesn't sit well with several of the old men, this is a critical time, and there's no room for such concerns. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and then turned to say, those two will guard here for now. The sensory ninjas must not take a moment's break. Orochimaru passed through layers of barriers and reached the most hidden place in Konoha, the location of the Book of Seals. He had infiltrated once before, learning the eight-headed serpent technique and some forbidden techniques regarding souls and bodies. Walking here in a dignified manner felt somewhat different. Learning all the techniques in the world had always been his dream, and it had not wavered to this day. For this, he needed eternal life. There was a technique that he was very concerned about, which could even be considered a form of alternative immortality. That was the Edo Tensei technique developed by the second Hokage. It summons the souls of the deceased from the underworld, using the living as sacrifices. This is an extremely evil and despicable technique, which Senju Tobarama relied on and was despised by the second Tsuchikage and others like Kinemon and Ginkaku. Orochimaru had studied this technique for a period of time, and in his view, it was a rather useless technique. The summoned ninja were not much stronger than the living sacrifices. He only absorbed a portion of the knowledge to use in his own immortality techniques. But now, perhaps, this could be the trump card for the future counterattack. Yes, Orochimaru had already determined that in this battle against Uchiha Kagami, he would lose. Not just his own judgment. The old man had said more than once that only the first Hokage could defeat Uchiha Madara. From the sleeve of Orochimaru, a white snake slithered out, swallowing the entire scroll of the Book of Seals, then vanished with a bang. He silently looked at the empty space and smiled self-deprecatingly. Old man, I can't do what you did, dying for this village. Living is the most important thing. There's still many interesting things waiting for me. However, no matter what, I have become Hokage now. At least I will leave my life here. In a dimly lit corridor, Danzo leaned on his cane and waited. Orochimaru paused and looked at him, somewhat impatient. What do you want to say now? I'm not the old man who will indulge you all the time. Indulge? Danzo sneered. We conducted the wood release research together. Hizashi indulged me. Didn't he indulge you as well? If you're going to talk nonsense like this, then please leave. Orochimaru's expression was emotionless as he brushed past him. Orochimaru, only wood release can deal with the Sharingan. It's not yet the time. If Uchiha Kagami really reaches the level of Madara, we can hide in the shadows and continue researching wood release. We will eventually be able to create powerful wood release ninjas like the first Hokage. Orochimaru stopped, his cold snake-like eyes staring at Danzo. He mocked. Just like back then, are you going to choose to back down again? Hee, Danzo, you are not qualified to cooperate with me. You don't deserve to live. Let me be straightforward. If I win, your best outcome will be imprisonment. If Uchiha Kagami wins, I will tell him all your information. Do you think the Uchiha clan will spare you? Don't think you can hide, Danzo. Without the village's protection, you can't even get past the threshold of Hatake Tsukumo. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Danzo's flesh quivered slightly, filled with rage. Orochimaru slowly walked away, his indifferent voice following. Think whatever you want. It doesn't matter. The old man needs you as a shadow, I do not. The so-called Hokage not only illuminates the village, but also bears its darkness. 30 kilometers away from Konoha, ninja after ninja weaved through the dense forest. The accidental release of killing intent startling the birds and causing beasts to crouch. At the front of the team, Uchiha Kagami, dressed in dark blue, had the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on his back. His white snow cloak and a long sword Meizuin hung at his waist. Among the Uchiha clansmen who followed closely behind, the eyes of Shinhan, aged and weary, were somewhat moist. When he had just begun to remember, he leaned against his mother's embrace, pointing at the person walking away in the sunset. He had asked, "Who is that?" His mother's answer he still remembered to this day. That is our clan leader, Uchiha Madara, the hero who led us from the Warring States period to peace. Where's he going? His mother held him tightly, tears wetting his cheeks. Mommy doesn't know, but Mommy can't follow him. Mommy already has you. This hard-earned peace is something the Uchiha clan cannot bear to let go of. A few years later, Shinhan's mother died on a mission. He later learned that if timely treatment had been given, his mother could have survived. But because she was an Uchiha clan member, even ninjas with injuries lighter than hers received treatment before her. Wiping away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. Mother, can you see? This boy has given me the answer. The Uchiha clan does not need to go anywhere. Konoha is the hometown of the Uchiha. Our hometown. As the outline of the village appeared before him, a smile gradually spread across Uchiha Kagami's face. While advancing, he clasped his hands together, and a massive chakra surged like a physical entity, stirring up a whirlwind. A layer of blue-purple energy enveloped Uchiha Kagami's body, ethereal and dreamlike. The earth let out a tearing roar. The fissure extended, tearing apart the barrier. Where the ground cracked, flames flowed. The tremors surged. Countless rocks erupted from the ground, shaped like blades. On the massive rock blades, scorching magma clung. In an instant, the seemingly peaceful town transformed into a hell of lava. Dragon Vein, Earth's core, sword of the cliff. Chapter 75. Inside, the four-symbol seal around the barrier, sensory ninjas were constantly patrolling. And Konoha was on high alert, entering a state of maximum readiness. But it was all in vain. The sword of flames rising from the earth shattered their remaining illusions. In the end, they had come to this point. Konoha did not want the mentally unstable Uchiha to enter the upper ranks, while the Uchiha wanted to be treated equally and justly. Furthermore, the Uchiha never sought a special status. They were confident that they could earn their rightful place through their own abilities. Uchiha Madara had long foreseen that such a day would come. Uchiha Kagami did not attempt to negotiate or issue a declaration of war against Konoha. There was no need. As long as he gained enough power, he would inevitably do so. Humans are not made of wood. Who could be heartless? Therefore, from a young age, he deliberately distanced himself from outsiders. He did not want to hesitate at such a time. He even understood Nagato for the ideals in his heart if he had asked Jiraiya at that time. And Jiraiya's answer was to stop him. Uchiha Kagami was prepared to kill him. Kagami never thought of himself as a good person, nor did he uphold any great righteousness for the peace of the ninja world. He only wanted to prevent those he cared about from sinking into the quagmire of pain in this world. Just as he said at the beginning, Uchiha Itachi, you and I are similar Uchiha. It's just that the things we care about are different. There was no scene of panic under the tremendous crisis. The forces of Konoha had already coalesced into one. The Eastern Front had been out of contact for several days, and with Nara Shikaku arriving before Uchiha Kagami. Intelligence was delivered. Orochimaru and Mito Gate stood atop the broken wall. Lined up were thousands of Konoha ninjas, all elites among various ninja clans and civilian ninjas. In a war of this scale, ordinary genin wouldn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Below the wall, Uchiha Kagami looked up and made eye contact with Orochimaru, slightly surprised. His lips parting. It's not the third Hokage, but you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru revealed an inexplicable smile. Have I disappointed you, Kagami-kun? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. No, I should say this is a pleasant surprise. That way, there is no need for any Clich D pre-battle exchanges. If it were the third Hokage, I suppose he would still be trying to preach some grand philosophy to me even now. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile that gradually became inhuman. You're not wrong. Is it the eagle pecking at the snake, or the snake swallowing the chick? It's a very simple matter. Orochimaru leaped out, and while in midair, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. It expanded and twisted, with a series of grotesque white snake heads bursting forth from his torso, an extremely ominous aura beginning to spread. Between the two armies, a colossal creature the size of a tailed beast appeared, completely snow-white, resembling 8 gigantic white snakes intertwined. There was a kind of eerie beauty to it. Yamada no Orochi, the legendary evil creature. It is said to master natural disasters like earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and storms, embodying the essence of malice and resentment. The 8-headed technique is a forbidden technique created based on this legend, and its origins are no longer traceable. Perhaps even the creator of this technique could not match Orochimaru's mastery of it. This was his strongest technique, bar none. One gigantic snake head open wide, revealing Orochimaru's slimy body, holding a Kusanagi sword. 8 snake heads lowered to gaze down at the diminutive Uchiha Kagami, with 2 of the heads opening wide, gathering energy for a giant wind and earth blast. The terrifying chakra fluctuations were akin to that of a tailed beast. Kagami-kun, do you see? This is my technique. A natural disaster that rivals the tailed beasts. Uchiha Kagami looked at him with indifference, his gaze shifting toward the people atop the wall. Go! Uchiha Kagami was willing to protect the elderly, weak, women, and children among his clan, but the true Uchiha yearned to prove themselves through battle. Only then could they have the power to establish and maintain the distorted order of the ninja world. The ninjas under Uchiha Kagami transformed into afterimages and charged out. Swish, swish. Mito Gate in and Tenketsu Koharu stood atop a snakehead. He took off his glasses and placed them in his pocket. Since you dislike grand theories, I won't say anything. The survivors will rebuild Konoha. A massive summoning scroll unfurled. Ninjutsu, manipulation technique, pseudomass production. Tenketsu Koharu clasped her hands together. 2 streams of emerald green chakra flowing, one connecting to the snake body beneath them, the other to Mito Gate in. Before I die, I want to hold back. Let us fight with all our might. Boom! The wind and earth collided and fused, with the force accelerating, creating an impact reminiscent of a meteor. Countless sharp blades mixed in, their power terrifying. The violent energy impact caused Uchiha Kagami's hair tie to come undone, and his shoulder-length, slightly curled black hair danced wildly. His left eye turned crimson, activating the Sharingan. The 4th Tomo appeared. Sizzle, with a strike imbued with black and red lightning. He dispersed the energy storm. The battlefield fell silent. The powerful combination, Ninjutsu, could not impede the tremendous crescent slash at all. Along with 1 snake head, Mito Gate was cleaved in 2. Tenketsu Koharu cried out in grief. Uchiha Kagami crossed his arms, looking at her mockingly. Now he died first. How do you feel, Tenketsu advisor? Uchiha Kagami. A snake coiled around Tenketsu Koharu, and Orochimaru's cold voice echoed. Calm down. Do you still expect to survive against Uchiha Kagami? Swish. Orochimaru pressed both hands against the sword's hilt, the Kusanagi sword extending infinitely. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Uchiha Kagami's palm was covered with a layer of light blue chakra, gripping the blade of the Kusanagi sword in his palm. A good sword. I also have a hobby of collecting Kusanagi swords. Thank you. I will accept your gift. Orochimaru, holding the sword with both hands, felt an immense force coming from Kagami, and despite his efforts to resist, he could only watch helplessly as his beloved sword slipped from his grasp. Without Orochimaru's control, the sword quickly shortened to its normal length. Shaking off the slime on it, Uchiha Kagami casually stuck it aside. Suddenly, a triangle centered on Uchiha Kagami, black-red blood surged from the earth. In an instant, black ceiling patterns covered Uchiha Kagami's body. 3 masked ninjas broke through the ground, hand signs forming. Inside, 4 symbols seal. Pure black blood exploded from the 3 bodies, forming a black sphere filled with the resentment of the underworld, as if it were going to devour everything. Uchiha Kagami remained expressionless, not moving even as the black sphere enveloped him. Until the technique was completed, Shimura Danzo revealed himself, his gaze coldly fixed on the black barrier. Sneering, the arrogant Uchiha will never understand the power of the inside 4 symbols technique. Your cause of death. Crack, before Shimura Danzo's smile could fully stretch. 2 clear cuts intersect, carving a cross on the black sphere. Crash, the black barrier shatters like a mirror. The indifferent Sharingan gazes at Shimura Danzo. What are you laughing at, Shimura Danzo? Chapter 76. Yellow Flash. Crimson Eyes. Uchiha Madara once controlled the 9 Tails, but failed to destroy Konoha. Now it has become a wasteland. At dusk, the smell of blood attracts circling crows. A pure black spear pierces Shimura Danzo's chest. The black rod belongs to the wielder of the Rasengan and the one who possesses yin-yang release. The reason Danzo dared to appear was because he had his Anaji as his trump card, a technique to reverse fate. However, when he tried to consume his Sharingan to use this technique, he found that the chakra in his body could not be called upon normally. Our understanding of power has deviations. Uchiha Kagami steps closer. This extreme pressure reminds Shimura Danzo of decades ago. What he can never get over is that he did not step out before Hiruzen. The fear of death envelopes him. In the following decades, he often disregarded his life for missions, damaging his body and mind, just to forget this fear. At such times, someone would shout loudly to prove their correctness. Uchiha Kagami, your clan is the disaster of Konoha. If only Hiruzen had acted sooner. A black spear pierces through Shimura Danzo's mouth, embedding into the ground. This creates a bizarre posture for Danzo. Stab, stab, stab. His abdomen and legs are all pinned down. His whole body twists as he kneels on the ground, avoiding fatal injury. I wanted to do this for a long time. It's surprising you dared to appear before me. Do you know, I have no ill feelings towards Senju Tobirama. The hatred between Uchiha and Senju Isnt so easily erased. But my grandfather has helped you many times, right? Has the Uchiha clan wronged you in any way? Danzo stammers, his eyes fierce. If he could speak, he would have a pile of foul language. Uchiha Kagami dislikes being interrupted by someone he loathes while he speaks. He hates Obito and Itachi, but no matter what, they haven't harmed the Uchiha. Yet Shimura Danzo has been relentlessly targeting the Uchiha clan. Let me tell you, Uchiha Kagami's tone is mocking. His gaze as if looking at something filthy. You impotent are jealous of the Uchiha. While endlessly belittling, you crave the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami tears off the bandage on Danzo's right eye. Directly ripping open the eyelid he is unwilling to open. A 3-tomo Sharingan is prominently displayed. Danzo, didn't you keep saying how evil the Uchiha clan is? Uchiha Kagami tears open Shimura Danzo's upper clothing, smashing the iron block seal on his arm. On the fearsome arm, 3 Sharingan slowly open. Just like that, exposed to everyone's eyes. Shimura Danzo's body trembles violently, yet he can do nothing. He can't even make a sound. Both Konoha's side and the Uchiha clan watch this scene in shock. Boom! A water dragon bullet shoots in, not aimed at Uchiha Kagami, but at Shimura Danzo. Tsurugi Koharu truly does not want her old friend to suffer such humiliation. Uchiha Kagami does not turn back. The water dragon bullet is shattered by an invisible slash. Tsurugi Koharu maintains the stance of casting the technique. Her arm falls, her chest and abdomen shift. In an instant, only a ground full of debris remains. Like a clay pot filled with blood, it is smashed apart with force. Orochimaru's pupils constrict. Even the so-called immortal 8-headed serpent technique does not give him a sense of security. He had thought the gap would be vast. He hadn't even thought of winning. Having truly witnessed the scene of that battle, Orochimaru understands that Uchiha Kagami is no longer on the same level as them. It's just, he didn't expect it to be so vulnerable. Uchiha Kagami, you clearly have the power to crush Konoha by yourself. Such a strong person. Should be incredibly aloof, indifferent to everything. If Uchiha Kagami knew Orochimaru's thoughts, he would not offer an explanation. Uchiha Kagami's gaze deeply pierces Shimura Danzo, but he cannot even close his eyes. The powerful inside of the Sharingan has now become his curse. The vitality of ninjas far exceeds that of ordinary people. Then let us conduct an experiment, Shimura Danzo. I hope you can live to see the new Konoha rebuilt. A Konoha belonging to the Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami lightly flicks his fingertips to stop Danzo's bleeding. For more black spears fall around him, giving rise to new black rods. This is a cage. On the cage, there are also scattered crimson flames. It eliminates all possibilities of life for Shimura Danzo. The corners of Uchiha Kagami's mouth rise. Shimura Danzo, do you know what you are like now? Hey, hideous old dog. I have thought about casually crushing you to death. However, just as you hate us, I also hate you. You do not deserve a swift death. Your corpse will not be buried. Your soul, I will find a way to keep it in this body. Don't think of escaping to the Pure Land. My curse on you will not cease even in death. Uchiha Kagami turns indifferently. On the empty ground, a young man with golden hair appears. Namake's Minato breathes a bit hurriedly. Since he woke up, he hasn't paused for a moment, using the flying thunder god to rush over. In his eyes, there is fear and terror. He fears that what he most does not want to happen will happen. Even death is far less terrifying than losing Kushina. Kagami, where is Kushina? His thoughts linger on the moment Uchiha Kagami used Jinjutsu on him. At that moment, he keenly sensed that the nine tails within Kushina was about to erupt. Minato, is Kushina more important to you than Konoha? I don't know. Minato tightly grips a kunai, his voice somewhat hoarse. No matter what you want to do, return Kushina to me. Sensing Namake's Minato's intense emotional fluctuations, Uchiha Kagami has an untimely thought. If Minato had Uchiha blood, teasing him a bit more, he might just perform the instant activation of the Manjiki. She is doing well with my clan, and the Nine Tails emotions have stabilized. Can it not be stable? Not only is there the seal of the Uzumaki clan, but also the control equivalent to an eternal Manjiki. Minato lets out a long sigh of relief, then looks at the battling ninjas on both sides, finally seeing Shimura Danzo. He sees the Sharingan on his arm. Minato quickly makes a decision, his gaze resolute. Kagami, do you want to be Hokage? Uchiha Kagami shakes his head. No interest. All right. Namake's Minato calms his breath, speaking in a deep voice. I will be Hokage. I am willing to acknowledge the transcendent status of the Uchiha clan, and I will help you kill the rebels. Promise me. Spare the children and the submissive ones. Please. Uchiha Kagami has already explained his ideals to Minato. Minato knows very well that the path Uchiha Kagami wants to take cannot be devoid of killing. This is the necessary pain to establish an ordered world. The ninja world has been in chaos for 1,000 years, and even after the establishment of ninja villages, there's been no sign of peace, or has only intensified. Now that someone like Uchiha Kagami has emerged, it is the best opportunity. No one is more suited than Kagami to sever the causal ties of the world, and no one understands him better than I do. I will be your assistant and your supervisor. We are brothers. Uchiha Kagami's lips curled slightly. Madara, I'm luckier than you. Holding Naruto in hand, he faced Orochimaru. All right, Minato-sensei, let us fight side by side. Those crimson eyes and yellow flashes. Orochimaru's lips split like a snake. My debut battle and my final battle are both magnificent. Then let us go. The massive Orochi occupies an absolute advantage in size, but anyone could feel their resolve to face death. Chapter 77, belonging to Uchiha. In Konoha, the eight-headed serpent charges again and again. Faced with endless slashes, it shows no signs of retreat. Not only that, but the flickering figure of Minato Namake's in the sky shoots out shurikens. Using the shadow shuriken technique without concern for the consumption. The massive serpent's head, under such a dense assault, gradually finds its regeneration speed unable to keep up with the rate of destruction. There is no truly eternal and indestructible thing. Even the so-called immortal eight-headed technique has its limits. Uchiha Kagami is not in a hurry, but Minato is anxious. The sooner he takes down Orochimaru, the sooner he can persuade the Konoha ninjas to surrender, saving whoever he can. This is an opportunity he obtained by signing a contract that binds him. Orochimaru also sensed his thoughts. But to be honest, among the three, only Minato cared about those people. Orochimaru had already decided to die once. So how could he allow himself to die in such a suffocating manner? The scene gradually turned into a fierce battle between Minato and Orochimaru, with Uchiha Kagami providing support from the side. Uchiha Kagami wasn't in a hurry to kill Orochimaru, because he knew very well that killing him was useless. Uchiha Kagami was 100% sure that this guy had already prepared a way to resurrect himself. Defeating Orochimaru was not difficult for a strong person, but to completely kill him. Orochimaru was like a stubborn wart scattered throughout the ninja world, like a persistent flyer that could never be torn off cleanly. Uchiha Kagami had no interest in doing such a thankless job. If it came to worst, he could just kill him when he showed up. At that moment, Kakashi's figure appeared next to Uchiha Kagami, with Shikaku carrying him. First, he noticed the bloody battlefield, which shocked him immensely. After calming down a bit, he saw Shimura Danzo in an ungraceful posture within the fire cage. Sharingan, it really was Danzo's doing. Kagami, I have important news to tell you. Glancing at Kakashi, Uchiha Kagami said, It's about Obito, right? You already know? Mirror, Obito was brainwashed by Shimura Danzo's experiment, awakening a very terrifying Sharingan. Did you find out Obito's location? We need to hurry and save him. However, I see you can't get away from it now, either. Even Uchiha Kagami is a bit speechless. Where did you get this information from? Don't blame everything on Danzo, you jerk. With a helpless gesture, Kakashi said, I know about Obito, but don't rush. We need to handle things one step at a time, and I have a plan for him. Shikaku turned his gaze to Minato, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Orochimaru. For a moment, he couldn't tell which side was which. Logically speaking, you guys should be on the same side, right? I'm in the same camp as Kakashi. So who are we supposed to kill? Just like that year. Hatake Tsukumo asked Uchiha Kagami. He still wasn't used to thinking too much and didn't have the ability to make significant decisions. You go help Minato kill Orochimaru. Is that so? I understand. The short blade was drawn. Hatake Tsukumo couldn't distinguish right from wrong, but he trusted Uchiha Kagami. Kagami had the vision to see the future. He would surely give me the correct answer. I am sorry. Orochimaru, upon seeing the flickering white light, Orochimaru was somewhat at a loss for words. I'm just one of the Sannin, right? It's not just the crimson red eyes, the yellow flash. Now even Konoha's white fang has come. You got the wrong person. I am neither Senju Hashirama nor Uchiha Madara. With the all-out efforts of Kakashi Hatake and Minato Namikaze, along with the bystander Uchiha Kagami, even Orochimaru couldn't hold on for long. Huge segments of the white serpent's body fell apart, and real blood flowed like a river. The gigantic serpent body constructed by the eight-headed serpent technique grew smaller and smaller. Finally, it formed the eight-headed serpent body, and Orochimaru's explosive power forced back Minato and Kakashi. Uchiha Kagami, Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed. The eight-headed serpent roared madly, its ever-extending serpent body resembling a hand desperately trying to grasp something. The serpent's body was being peeled away layer by the invisible slashes. The leaf ninjas watching from afar felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as the earth was eroded layer by layer, sinking down. No matter how hard Orochimaru tried, he couldn't close the distance to Uchiha Kagami. For the first time since the battle began, those dark golden snake eyes locked onto that eye. Such a beautiful Sharingan. So beautiful. Really, too beautiful. Kagami-kun, you might just be the perfect life. Such a powerful body, such powerful eyes. One day, I will have you. Just a little closer. Orochimaru's flesh and blood were stripped away, yet his skeletal hands still reached forward. There was no trace of fear or despair. In his eyes, there was only admiration for beautiful things. Uchiha Kagami had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. I acknowledge your persistence, Orochimaru, although I know this won't be your end. At least let your curtain call be a bit more spectacular. In legend, Susanoo killed the eight-headed serpent. Crackle, crackle. A layer of black-red, tangible chakra skeleton enveloped Uchiha Kagami. The Narikase in his hand was also covered in chakra, constantly extending, until it reached dozens of meters in length. An invisible ripple spread out, and everyone felt a kind of pressure of life level. Every cell was frantically bursting with energy, the sympathetic nervous system secreting adrenaline, heart rate accelerating, pupils dilating, blood flowing like a scalding torrent, impacting the meridians. Susanoo, the power residing within the kaleidoscope Sharingan, comparable in destructive power to the Nine Tails. Remember this well. Don't forget, even after multiple reincarnations, all things in the universe, all is silent. Great sound. Subtle voice. The black-red slash cuts through Orochimaru, continuously extending. The distant peaks crack open with a thunderous roar. It keeps extending until it can no longer be seen. Orochimaru, with a satisfied smile, is engulfed in the black-red light. The Hokage of Konoha has fallen in battle. The battlefield falls silent. When witnessing such godlike power, even the Uchiha clan momentarily forgets the fight. Everyone empties their minds, wanting to engrave this scene in their memories. Whoosh! The silhouette of the water gate appeared above the ruins. The battle is over. Put down your weapons. He tightly gripped the specially made shuriken, his killing intent palpable. For those unwilling to surrender, I will be your opponent. Clang, clang. With the first sound, more and more people put down their weapons. The few remaining ninjas collapsed to the ground, covering their faces and crying. Even the Uchiha clan, who were their opponents, remained silent. Defeating their fellow villagers did not bring them any joy. War has never been a good thing. It didn't have to come to this. It's just that the situation has become so dire that a cleansing must take place. At that moment, it happened to rain. It was summer, and the heavy rain poured down, washing away the blood on the ground. Since the war began, it had only been half a day. Uchiha Kagami waded through the blood, step by step, walking past the ruins and the countless corpses. His expression was unchanged. He walked into the Konoha that belonged to the Uchiha. Chapter 78. All parties, Senju, Tobarama. Above the ocean, 3 figures are flying in the sky. The legless Noki has one hand on the newly appointed 4th Raikage and the other on the 4th Kazekage. Raza's face is bruised and battered, looking extremely miserable. Just a few days ago, Noki and A, along with Killer B, stormed into Sunagakure. They said nothing and first beat Raza up. Only then did they slowly reveal their intentions. It's clear that Noki knows how to win people over with virtue. Such a Kage, Raikage, that Uchiha Kagami. Is he really that strong? Despite having heard it many times, Raza still feels a sense of unreality. How could there be a ninja who can single-handedly contend against a great nation? Noki coldly glanced at him and said, "Do you think it's easy for me and the Raikage to fight you?" Raza's face flushed red, struggling to squeeze out a sentence. I was just caught off guard. Uchiha Kagami made me and the Raikage, along with his father and 4-tailed beasts, flee like dogs. And we even lost the host of the 5 tails and the 3rd Raikage to survive. Noki did not consider this self-deprecation. It just felt bad to tear open his own scars, and his expression was grim. Just because you haven't witnessed that kind of power doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I can assure you that Uchiha Kagami has reached the level that Uchiha Madara once had. I can't confirm if he is Madara, but it doesn't matter now. The current ninja world lacks Senju Hashirama. No one can stop Uchiha Kagami from doing anything. Noki stared deeply at Raza and said solemnly, "We have already talked with the daimyos of the Earth and Lightning countries. They will discuss matters with the daimyos of the Wind country. The Mizukage is also an old acquaintance of mine. I can explain the pros and cons to him. I am willing to put aside my hatred for my master. Were you still doubting?" He gazed at the distant outline of the land of water. "Before we kill Uchiha Kagami, we must unite and not give him the chance to take us down one by one. A 4-nation alliance must be established." "What about the Hokage?" Raza thought for a moment and asked. After a moment of silence, Noki sighed. "Both Sarutobi and I had opportunities to snuff him out. Don't think about the Hokage anymore, I can guess. Konoha has probably changed hands. Based on that kid's character, if he hasn't, he come after us. He has most likely gone to kill Konoha first." A, who had been silent, finally spoke. "After the alliance is formed, let your Jinchuriki come to the land of lightning. We have ways to reconcile the Jinchuriki and tail beasts. Of course, it's not guaranteed to succeed. But if they're not perfect Jinchuriki, they won't have any effect against that guy." "I understand." In the underground palace, Obito and Madara fell into silence after listening to White Zetsu's recounting. "I thought, with one eye missing, he wouldn't be able to activate Susanoo." A hint of a smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's aged face. "That kid Kagami has really grown to the level I had when I was young." Then the smile faded. "Obito, you are still not a match for Kagami. He will not acknowledge the Eye of the Moon plan." Obito lowered his head, his eyes filled with indifference. "That guy is really always a step ahead of me. However, I want to leave. He can't keep me here." Madara did not refute. Even with his vision, he did not believe anyone's Sharingan could surpass Obito's. If he didn't know the information, even the young him would find it difficult to deal with the dual Kimyui user. Choosing Obito was indeed the right decision. Uchiha Madara brought him to a hidden room, where several rows of Sharingan were hanging on the wall. These were the eyes left by his ancestors when he left the village, and about dozens of them are still well preserved. "I will teach you how to deal with Uchiha Kagami's techniques, named Izanagi, a technique to change fate. I'll warn you in advance, don't get hit by Uchiha Kagami's Inyang release black rods. Activate Izanagi before you might encounter him. You know so much about him. Do you have a way to defeat him?" Defeating Uchiha Kagami is also one of Obito's obsessions. Madara gently shook his head. At that level, just knowing the information is no longer useful. Uchiha Kagami is an all-round powerhouse, unless there is a suppression of hard power. "Then, can the Rinnegan you mentioned defeat him?" Uchiha Madara turned to glance at him, and said lightly, "Perhaps in the future." Kagami's eyes have not yet reached the level of the Rinnegan. "Don't be impatient, Obito. You have potential no less than Kagami's. Your partnership with Nagato might just be able to contend with him. Heal your injuries first." Watching Uchiha Madara's back, Obito felt a sudden emptiness. "Where are you going?" "Moving. I'm afraid that kid won't follow the rules." Uchiha Madara walked into his own room and had just sat down when a thought suddenly surged in his mind. He raised his hand. A mass of pitch-black substance flowed out, forming a half-figure. "Lord Madara, what is this?" Seeing the pitch-black creature approaching him, White Zetsu still felt a bit scared. "This is my will manifested. Let us call him Black Zetsu. You will act together, named Zetsu." Soon, Black and White Zetsu connected into a single entity. Hello there." White Zetsu was still not accustomed to it, and forced a smile in response. "There's no time. Uchiha Kagami's existence is the biggest obstacle to the Eye of the Moon plan. Nagato needs to grow quickly. Arrange a mission for him too. Let him master the Rinnegan's natural techniques as soon as possible." "Lord Madara, you knew that Kagami would become an obstacle to your plan. Why didn't you kill him back then?" Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly. "You asked a question as naive as Kagami is. Of course, it was to have an interesting opponent when I return. Hashirama is already dead. Having a recognized opponent is a rare thing. In another unknown underground cavern, a ritual circle surrounded by candles exudes a sinister aura. A ninja is bound and struggling violently. The flickering candlelight reflects a pale face. The highly distinctive purple eyeshadow and dark golden pupils reveal his identity. Orochimaru. After completing a complex series of hand seals, he pressed a hand on the ninja's body. Instantly, a chilling wind swept through the cave. After a piercing scream, a figure gradually crawled out from the living sacrifice. The figure is tall, clad in blue warring state-style armor. Silver hair, red eyes, and 3 red markings on his face. This face is familiar to every person from Konoha. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. What a frail body. "Did you summon me using the impure world reincarnation? Who are you and what happened?" Senju Tobarama was not surprised to be reanimated by the impure world reincarnation. Since this technique was recorded in the Book of Sealing, he anticipated that one day he would be summoned. Having played with the souls of the deceased, he was also prepared to be toyed with. Orochimaru sensed that Senju Tobarama's chakra was comparable to that of a typical Genin, not much stronger than the ninja he had captured. Although it was expected, he still felt a bit disappointed. "I am Orochimaru, the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I was once the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Lord Tobarama, I would like you to work with me to perfect the impure world reincarnation technique." Senju Tobarama frowned. "Once? What exactly happened to the village? Tell me, Monkey's disciple.